Introduction. Yun Shuchentang, a venerable elder, possessed an enchanting grace and beauty, along with considerable wealth, making her a rare gem in the realm of cultivation. Her only flaw was her frail constitution, delicate and gentle. She resembled a willow swaying in the wind, susceptible to colds 8 times throughout the year. As the sole disciple of He Peak, Jing Zhou Shui was deeply worried. She tirelessly fanned her master in summer, provided warmth in winter, dressed her in layers during the cold, offered relief in the heat, administered medicine punctually, striving to be the epitome of filial piety. Yet that fateful night, as the light veil was gently lifted, the ailing beauty clung to her neck, furrowing her brow in discomfort. "Disciple, it is so hot here." After that night, Qing Zhou Shui could never have anticipated how such a remedy could be administered. It was all a ruse. Chapter 1. I've heard that the Qing family's wife is expecting. A woman, stooped with age, rolled her pant legs up to her knees, her feet submerged in the muddy water alongside the rice seedlings. As she paused to wipe her brow, she let slip this remark, either intentionally or accidentally. The other farmers, faces turned to the earth, murmured, "No wonder she hasn't been seen working. Anyone with eyes can see it's not her husband's child." A younger wife, taken aback by the comment, shot back, "Sister Sue is a fine woman. Don't speak such nonsense. Qing Xiao Kai is frail, and sickly your aunt has watched him grow. The doctor has examined him. His condition is unfit for procreation, destined to be childless." A glimmer of mirth appeared on their sun-kissed faces. Life was hard, especially for women. After enduring prolonged hardship, they found everything tedious. Nowadays, they rarely smiled at good fortune. Instead, they found joy in the misfortunes of others, as it highlighted the slightest brightness in their own bleak lives, allowing them to endure it. If one had even a modicum of good fortune, the most mundane existence could seem less unfortunate, and they could get by. Gossip fluttered from one thatched house to another, eventually settling before a notably more affluent brick dwelling. Qing Sheng supported his wife, his gaze fixated on her gradually burgeoning belly, fearful she might bump against the table's edge. Though not young, her physique remained as slender as a willow, delicate and different from the robust village women. Her recent pregnancy had made her appear fuller and more radiant, yet her beauty remained unblemished. She was born with an ethereal grace, and her hands were equally gifted. With deft movements, she could embroider lively fish and beasts onto silk, her artistry fetching enough silver for a small brick house. Such a remarkable woman should not have sprung from this land. She resembled a noble lady destined to marry into wealth. Yet she was wed to an ordinary scholar, an average family, modest means, and a typical education. But what set him apart was his gentle heart, more tender than most men. Indeed, Qing Xiao Kai was destined to remain childless. The entire village had learned of this after he was caught bathing in the river as a child. Bathing provided amusement, but when news of his marriage spread, it was met with laughter. However, when the beautiful bride first made her appearance, silence enveloped the crowd. Years later, when it was rumored his wife was with child, the laughter returned, accompanied by heightened gossip. Qing Xiao Kai had grown accustomed to the ridicule since childhood. He knew his wife was not that kind of person, yet, despite his understanding, the incessant clamor of gossip was unsettling. Thus, during Su Wan's pregnancy, he abandoned his teaching duties to remain by her side, shutting himself indoors. Su Wan was elated, despite her tarnished reputation. She believed this was divine will, and that their child would surely be a harbinger of good fortune. Qing Xiao Kai shared this belief. Alas, when the girl finally entered the world, she took with her the sole blessing of his life. On that day, her mother bled for a day and night, only to hear the infant's cries before drawing her last breath. Qing Xiao Kai swaddled the warm, tiny being in white cloth, wrapping it around the now cold body of its mother. Left in stunned silencia, new life arrived amidst a household draped in mourning. That day, Du Fu's poetry had reached its final lines. The river wind stirs the evening waves. The boat drifts under the cold lamp. Qing Zhou Shui. This child was born into sorrow, and her name bore a hint of chill. From then on, she and her father relied on one another in the silence of their home. A father slowly aging, and a daughter gradually growing. With a meager income from the school, they lived modestly, neither affluent nor destitute. Yet a few years later, an ordinary morning shattered this tranquility. Bastard. The Wang family's boy, notorious for his arrogance, sneered upon hearing the girl was born of infidelity and was driven by a desire to bully her. He climbed the wall and hurled mud at the studying girl within. Qing Zhou Shui tilted her head, narrowly avoiding the projectile. The wall was slippery, and as she glanced over, a loud crash resonated as the Wang boy tumbled from the wall, a shard of tile piercing his forehead, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. Qing Zhou Shui stepped around to see a pool of blood beneath him, her brow furrowing as she pondered what to do. Coincidentally, her father returned from teaching and was startled to find the scene, causing him to drop his books in shock. What happened here? He slipped and fell himself. The Wang family came knocking, cursing, and wailing, causing the entire village to become aware of the incident. Although the truth was revealed that the Qing family bore no blame, they still had to part with some silver as compensation. In time, the incident was attributed to misfortune, and it gradually faded. However, from that day on, Qing Zhou began to sense something amiss. Accompanying the scholar to the market, a butcher's slippery hand sent a knife flying straight toward her. Her pupils dilated, yet the blade missed her tender form, instead striking another's foot. While teaching at the school, before she could learn a few characters, the roof suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, it only crushed a few tables and benches, startling the children. An investigation later revealed it was due to termites, seemingly unrelated to her. While foraging for wild vegetables, she was near the riverbank when the rain that had poured all day resumed just as she pulled her first plant, resulting in a flash flood that submerged half the village. A natural disaster. Thus again not her doing. However, as such occurrences multiplied, each coincidence was inexorably tied to the appearance of the Qing girl, and the townsfolk could no longer overlook it. Abuse, humiliation. Ultimately, fear set in, and they began to keep their distance. The school, unable to function due to this disaster, closed its doors. Qing Xiaokai lost his only source of income, and life became increasingly arduous. Once a refined gentleman, the trials of life had eroded his grace, leaving only the traces of hardship etched upon his face. Daughter, he placed his large hand upon Qing Zhou head, observing her visage grow as gaunt as his own. He sought to find his deceased wife's reflection in her, yet regrettably, the daughter bore little resemblance to her. Yuan was as gentle and graceful as her name suggested, while this child possessed only a small, distant face, revealing a hint of coldness. She resembled neither her mother nor her father. Where had she come from? Born into a family already steeped in suffering, destined to separate her parents in life and death, and to cast her father into a life of solitude and hardship, Qing Xiaokai harbored resentment. Even when he first cradled her in his arms, his hands trembled, filled with a desire to cast aside this harbinger of misfortune. Yet, the moment her glistening eyes glanced his way, they revealed an unmistakable clarity and innocence. The expression in those eyes reminded Qing Xiaotsai of Su Wan before her demise. She had grasped his hand, her frail body unable to utter a word, but her eyes, filled with earnestness, communicated a silent plea, aware that her time was fleeting. To end those crucial moments, her gaze seemed to beseech him for something profound. What could a woman who had just given birth possibly desire? What regrets could she harbor? Without her uttering a word, Qing Sheng understood. It is said that trees are uprooted to perish, while humans can adapt and thrive. Qing Xiaotsai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as his hand gently brushed her hair. Staying here is no longer suitable for you. Your father knows of a place called Taichu Realm, rumored to be home to immortals. Let us seek them out, and perhaps they can reveal your fate, shall we? Yes. Though still young, she displayed remarkable understanding, pursing her lips and nodding softly. Thus, Qing Xiaotsai sold all their possessions, hiring a rickety horse-drawn cart to transport his little misfortune on a precarious journey. Through wind and rain, they traveled for an indeterminate time, guided solely by instinct until, on a misty afternoon, they beheld the majestic immortal mountains. Father and daughter settled in a quaint town at the foot of Taichu Realm. The town's name Taichu Town echoed an air of pretense, its bold characters carved in seal script upon a large stone. Nevertheless, being nestled at the mountain's base lent it some credence. Qing Xiaotsai took his daughter to a local tavern, spending their meager silver to enjoy a hearty meal. They then visited a tailor, measuring her for new garments, depleting what little wealth remained. Daddy, the little girl remarked, caressing the fabric, which felt unusually smooth. Is it New Year's today? In the past, only on New Year's would they indulge in a bit of meat and acquire new clothing, so naturally, she associated such comforts with the festive season. No, it's still far from New Year's, Xiaotsai replied, shaking his head with a smile. Who knows if those immortals consider appearances? It wouldn't hurt to present ourselves well. Perhaps they will take notice of our Qing'er's delicate bone structure and accept you as a disciple. Would you go? Qing Zhuxua lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment. I will go. Staying by your side will eventually bring you harm. Then let it be, he said, unperturbed, still smiling. I might reunite with your mother. Yet she would lament that I failed to care for you. The next day's ascent to the mountain was blessed with radiant sunshine, devoid of perilous conditions. Qing Sheng looked skyward, grounding himself before cautiously leading his daughter upward. With the first step, all was well. The second step was met with gentle winds and warm sunshine. Subsequent steps proceeded without mishap. I kept you at home, and you rarely met others, he said, holding her small hand. When we encounter strangers, remember to be courteous and poised. This will prevent others from underestimating you. We have bought plenty of clothing, so take care to keep yourself clean, young lady. Eat well. But here in the realm of immortals, it surely won't be worse than before. Qing Zhuxue sensed her father's tendency to ramble, and she vaguely felt that his journey here was not solely to discern her fate. There lingered an undertone of entrustment. A frail scholar raising such a unique child could only comprehend the struggles involved through genuine effort. Perhaps seeking a higher authority was indeed the best option for Qing Zhuxue. The entrance to Taichu realm comprised 999 steps. As Qing Zhuxue focused on the path below, she counted the steps to maintain her concentration, distinctly recalling the number 723. Even many years later, that number remained etched in her memory. The 723rd step, a sudden boulder tumbled down the mountain, the size of a person, resembling a small hill, crashing toward Qing Zhuxue amidst a cloud of dust. With the sound of the wind howling, she instinctively closed her eyes. Her center of gravity abruptly shifted as someone shoved her. And her small, agile form, she rolled forward several times. Dazed, her forehead struck a stone, but the rolling motion softened the impact, resulting in only a minor scrape. A metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils. As the dust settled, several stones were dislodged from the steps. Qing Zhuxue, enduring the pain, forced her eyes open, scanning the hazy scene but finding no familiar, though unassuming, figure. Only a single tattered boot remained on the ground, solitary and devoid of any bloodstains. Dizzy, Qing Zhuxue rose unsteadily, slowly approaching the edge of the steps, where an abyss yawned below. The boulder's thunderous landing echoed like a clap of thunder, sending shivers down her spine. In the vast expanse of sky and clouds. Suddenly, she was alone. Chapter 2. She sat alone for a while, picking up the dust-covered boot and casting it off the cliff. Should she weep? Her eyes were sore, and as her fingers brushed against them, she found them dampened with tears. Yet it was merely a sensation of bitterness. It felt as though a piece of her heart was missing, rendering her pain dulled and her mind adrift, devoid of substance. Ultimately, everyone must face death, whether through sudden misfortune or the natural course of life. However, her dearest kin had perished prematurely because of her. Qing Zhuxue, with her scraped legs, painstakingly made her way up the mountain. Though still young, she possessed her own considerations. She could not turn back. Re-entering the world meant that the next innocent soul caught in her wake would be someone else's mother or father. Seeking transcendence and wisdom, fulfilling her father's dying wish, might be the sole remedy for her cursed fate. Alas, fate often diverges from our desires. The sun swiftly descended behind the mountains as her shadow moved slowly. The sky darkened, becoming as inky as a well of black ink, pressing heavily upon the clouds. Qing Zhuxue was not a vigilant creature of the night. Her mortal eyes were utterly inept in the darkness. However, if it were a pitch-black night, it would have been bearable. Unfortunately, amidst the darkness, there flickered several small lights, dancing like will-o'-the-wisps, hovering near her, neither too far nor too close. Perhaps they were luminescent insects, or more likely, wolves that preyed on children. Summoning her meager strength, she clung to a tree, slowly inching her way up, and cautiously lay against its coarse bark. Peering skyward revealed a starless expanse. The night air had grown chillingly cold, compelling her to curl up. Her newly purchased garments were not as warm as she had hoped, and her teeth chattered in a rhythmic clash. By dawn, frost had formed upon her eyelashes, resembling a delicate layer of white. Listening to the rustling sounds, she had endured a sleepless night, her body stiffening. As the first light of dawn emerged, a hint of warmth flowed from the sun, causing the twinkling lights to vanish one by one. This had saved her life. She descended from the tree and continued her journey, determined to complete the remaining stone steps. Unlike the previous day, the weather appeared grim and overcast, with heavy layers of inky clouds draping the sky. The atmosphere felt oppressive, as if the heavens were pressing down, suffocating her spirit. Qing Zhuxue grasped the protruding branches on the cliffside, her feet navigating the stone steps as she gazed upwards. She felt a twinge of anxiety about impending rain and thunder. True to her years of misfortune, a blinding flash of lightning struck, hitting the tallest tree trunk not far from her. For a fleeting moment, the world lit up. Run! It was aimed at her. In that instant, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Another bolt of lightning descended, shattering the bricks beneath her heels, leaving charred remnants. The young girl stumbled, losing her footing and rolling down the slope like a bundle. At this point, she tightly shut her eyes, feeling countless slender branches scrape against her body. Each sting compounded by the disorienting sensation of rolling uncontrollably, leaving her taut with tension. Rolling across the ground as if half of her life had been taken, Qing Zhuxue found herself pursued relentlessly by the lightning that continued to strike behind her. She struggled to comprehend her whereabouts, eventually rising and choosing a direction at random, pouring all her strength into a desperate flight. Her heart raced wildly, the thunder drawing nearer with an unhurried persistence. always just missing her by a hair's breadth, as if a proud and playful cat were toying with a little mouse. In her panicked state, she caught sight of a protruding hill ahead, where jagged stones seemed to conceal a deep cave. With no other options available, Qingzhou Shui gathered her strength and, taking advantage of her small and nimble frame, squeezed through the narrow opening. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the trees at the cave's entrance, sending a charred branch crashing down, blocking the entrance with a cloud of dust. The young girl sat quietly for a moment, realizing that the cave appeared sturdy and unlikely to collapse. She pursed her lips and leaned against the tightly blocked entrance, pushing with all her might, but it budged not an inch. There was no escape. With no choice left, her gaze turned to the depths of the cave, where a faint light glimmered, illuminating the space not in darkness, but in a warm glow reminiscent of the sparks from her father's oil lamp, casting a comforting radiance on the pale walls of their home. This was no mere cave in the wilderness. As Qingzhou Shui stepped onto a carpet beneath her feet, she confirmed the presence of human habitation. The carpet, soft and plush, resembled the fur of some beast. The cave expanded into a spacious chamber, adorned with exquisite decor. On either side, intricately carved lampstands alternated between luminous pearls and flickering candle flames. Being young and inexperienced, she had never encountered luminous pearls before. She refrained from touching them, squinting her eyes to adjust to the unexpectedly bright light. Following the endless expanse of the pure white carpet, she saw a screen embroidered with floral and bird motifs, behind which lay a tranquil pool of water, not very deep. The water shimmered with an almost otherworldly azure hue, bubbling occasionally, yet the source remained unseen. Was there an exit? Kneeling by the water's edge, Qingzhou Shui felt an inexplicable sensation that something lay submerged beneath the surface. Peering through the somewhat murky water, she tried to discern what was hidden below, but saw nothing at all. Suddenly, a torrent of water erupted, catching Qingzhou Shui completely off guard and drenching her thoroughly. The cold water sent a shock through her, and she staggered backward, her hands bracing against the ground as she coughed incessantly. The force of her coughs quickened her heart's rhythm, and she realized she had startled awake. In that moment of bewilderment, a voice emerged, low and husky, laced with a hint of drowsiness, as if whispering sweet nothings to a lover. The young girl, surprised, lifted her eyelashes, shaking off a heavy droplet of water. Yet she did not catch sight of the ferocious aquatic beast, but rather found herself gazing into a pair of lazily half-closed, exquisite eyes. It was a woman. She lay gracefully at the edge of the pool, softly breathing, her sheer lavender garment clinging to her form, while her dark tresses cascaded alluringly behind her. Her slightly labored breaths ceased abruptly. "Who are you? Has the sect leader sent you?" "Sect leader?" Qingzhou Shui shook her head in confusion. She had yet to ascend the mountain and had no knowledge of such a figure. The woman leaned against the pool's edge, her lashes fluttering as she scrutinized the naive little girl before her. Perhaps unwilling to frighten her, she softened her voice. "Come closer." As Qingzhou Shui was about to step forward, she glanced down and noticed the dirt and dust that clung to her after rolling down the hillside, marring the pristine, snow-white fur beneath her feet. She instinctively leaned against the wall, thinking it would get dirty. "It's fine, come here," the woman urged. Heeding her words, Qingzhou Shui approached with newfound confidence, squatting by the pool's edge like a small creature curiously observing a stranger. The woman's features were gentle, and her cascading hair added an extra touch of grace to her beauty. As Qingzhou Shui admired her delicate visage and willow-like figure, she could not help but think of her mother, whom her father had often spoken of throughout his life. In the village, the women were typically robust and sturdy, built for toil. She had learned from others that her mother was exquisite and delicate, reputed to be the most beautiful in the region, likely resembling this enchanting woman. Such a fleeting association fostered an inexplicable sense of affinity within the young girl. A cool, soft hand brushed against her cheek. At first, Qingzhou Shui thought the woman was merely indulging in a gesture of affection, like an elder would, but when the hand withdrew after a gentle touch, the sting from the branch that had scratched her face faded away. Curious, she touched the small wound, marveling at how it had healed to perfection. Her porcelain skin, while tender, needed to be protected from further scratches. The woman adjusted her position, submerging herself in the water, her lavender garment unfurling like mist. She closed her eyes again, observing Qingzhou Shui's attire and concluding that she was not a disciple from the primordial realm. It appeared she had strayed into this place, which served as her secluded retreat, not a playground. "Best return home soon, little one." "Primordial realm?" Qingzhou Shui queried. "I have no home. I seek to go to the primordial realm. Might you know the way, dear sister?" Perhaps the innocence of her address was too youthful, for the woman smiled at her words. "Oh, you little one, are you eager to ascend the mountain to become a disciple?" Qingzhou Shui was taken aback. She was merely seeking refuge. As long as there was a place to belong, with food and drink, she desired nothing more. The notion of becoming a disciple of the immortal was far beyond the aspirations of her 8-year-old mind. Not one to lie. She simply replied, I do not know. Becoming one is fine. Not becoming one is also fine, as long as I do not cause harm to others. How unfortunate. This year is not one for recruiting disciples. The next opportunity will not come until a decade later. For 10 years, she widened her eyes, yet Qingzhou Shui had little concept of time's length. Though she understood that this number was sufficient to allow for the growth of another self, with time to spare. Throughout their conversation, the woman maintained a serene demeanor, resting her brow and leaning against the edge of the pool, appearing to meditate with her eyes closed. At this moment, she offered no response, her expression tranquil, seemingly in slumber. Qingzhou Shui glanced towards the cave's entrance, which was tightly sealed, rendering her unable to escape. Moreover, should she venture outside, she would likely confront the impending thunderbolts, ultimately leading to a dead end. Thus, she curled her knees against her chest, leaning against the wall, resigning herself to remain within this cave. She stilled her breath, fearful of disturbing the cave's master. Cold and damp, coupled with a day without sustenance and the arduous trek through the mountains, Qingzhou Shui felt utterly exhausted. In her quietude, she eventually succumbed to sleep. When she awoke once more, it was not in the chilly corner of the cave, but rather with her limbs outstretched, nestled within a soft layer of animal fur. A small blanket draped over her. Raising her gaze, she spotted the woman seated nearby, cross-legged, attending to her reflection in a bronze mirror. At that moment, she was securing her hair with a white jade hairpin, applying rouge to her lips. Hearing the faint rustling behind her, she turned her head slightly. Thank you, the young girl murmured, clutching the blanket, her voice delicate. A mere trifle, came the reply. As Qingzhou Shui crawled to her feet and peered outside, she was met with a brilliant daylight. The fallen dead tree at the cave's entrance had vanished as if evaporated. She surmised it must have been her doing. If I am not mistaken, you seem to be without a home, the woman remarked, pursing her lips as she set down a small, ornate box. Qingzhou Shui did not conceal her circumstances, revealing the truth of her journey. Perhaps due to her limited interactions with others, she bore no wariness towards people, moreover. The woman before her exuded a gentle, ethereal quality, appearing anything but malevolent. The woman listened quietly, then let out a soft laugh. From seemingly nowhere, she produced a piece of snow-white pastry and offered it to Qingzhou Shui's lips, releasing it only when she had taken hold. One word, and your stomach will respond. She teased lightly, you should first attend to this. It was sweet. After a day, without the quenching of water, her throat struggled to swallow, making the task somewhat arduous. The woman noticed her difficulty, and with a delicate fingertip, she conjured a droplet of water that slowly floated to Qingzhou Shui's lips. She was no ordinary person. Now, Qingzhou Shui understood clearly. Are you an immortal? The woman in purple, her meaning elusive, extended her hand. Grasping Qingzhou Shui's wrist, her gestures resembled taking a pulse. Soon releasing it, Qingzhou Shui gazed at her in confusion, hearing a gentle sigh escape the woman. From this moment forth, will you remain by my side? Why? The young girl pondered deeply, her brows furrowing. I carry a curse. I could bring you harm. Have you not noticed? I am not an ordinary person, and thus, I fear not. She smiled but offered no explanation for her desire to keep her. Instead, she gifted the girl a length of red thread. The crimson thread, seemingly imbued with vitality, coiled around her ankle, emanating a faint red glow that would flicker into brilliance before swiftly fading away. Once adorned, this object ensured its wearer remained untroubled. In Chapter 3, Qingzhou Shui found herself in the company of an unfamiliar woman. In truth, she had no better alternatives. Through casual conversations over the past few days, she learned the woman's name, Yun Shuchen. Her origins were obscure, her identity shrouded in mystery. Holding a small twig, Yun Shuchen inscribed her name in the earth, and Qingzhou Shui memorized those characters with unwavering focus. Yun Shuchen's life was rather monotonous, spent either in meditation or slumber. The boundary between the two was so blurred that it was difficult to discern where one ended and the other began. Qingzhou Shui, possessing a tranquil demeanor that endeared her to others, was not lively or boisterous like children her age. Hence, caring for her required minimal effort. A regular supply of food and drink sufficed. At times, Yun Shuchen felt as though she were tending to a potted plant rather than a child, as the little one could remain idle for an entire day, appearing not at all bored. Do you wish to go out and play? Yun Shuchen would occasionally inquire during her moments of lucidity. The reply was always a resounding no. Due to her peculiar constitution, She had often been cautioned by her father to avoid venturing outdoors. If she must go out, it should be during quieter times. In her limited understanding, the sky was a square expanse surrounded by courtyard walls, with her only familiar figure being her father. Such habits had become entrenched and were not easily altered. Then let us read. With a soft sigh, Yun Shuchen clasped the jade bracelet around her wrist and, with a touch of magic, summoned a few books that were relatively comprehensible from the void. She tossed them before Qingzhou Shui. The light was dim, so she retrieved a luminous pearl from the lamp and placed it beside the books, settling down cross-legged to read. Thanks to her father, who had once passed the scholar's examination, Qingzhou Shui had no difficulties with reading. The book appeared quite aged, its pages yellowed, contrasting starkly with the meticulously arranged cave dwelling and its fastidious owner. She turned to the first page, titled The Initial Path of Qi. The 4 characters were familiar to her, yet when combined, they became obscure and perplexing. Nevertheless, she pressed on, knowing that the text typically offered explanations for arcane terms. Between heaven and earth, besides the tangible and perceivable entities, there exists an intangible essence known as Qi. Its total remains constant, capable of transforming from one object to another. This is the foundation for the advancement of those who pursue the Tao. As Qingzhou Shui read this, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She recalled Yun Shuchen's gestures, where from her fingertips, she conjured a droplet of clear water from the void. Instinctively, Qingzhou Shui raised her own hand, attempting to replicate the motion. Unfortunately, after a prolonged effort, her arm grew weary, and no miraculous phenomenon manifested. The intangible essence, while different from water, seemed to possess an elusive connection that she could not quite grasp. She was lost in contemplation, oblivious to the woman sleeping nearby who quietly opened her eyes, reflecting on the girl's naive and clumsy imitation. How perceptive, Yun Shuchen silently assessed. One morning, quite out of character, Yun Shuchen rose early, impeccably dressed. Standing gracefully at the entrance of the cave dwelling, Qingzhou Shui, backlit by the morning sun, rubbed her eyes in confusion. It was time to return. Return where? Qingzhou Shui tucked the book into her bosom, gazing up at her. In the few days since her arrival, Yun Shuchen had not stepped outside the cave even once. It was the first time Qingzhou Shui saw her under the daylight, and she realized her complexion was extraordinarily pale, lacking a hint of color, delicate as mutton-fat jade. These words floated softly into her ears, and Qingzhou Shui paused, only to realize that she had already been swept into the clouds by the woman, soaring high into the heavens, the wind howling in her ears, drowning out all else. It was not until Yun Shuchen fastened a cloak around her that the fierce wind inexplicably ceased, allowing her to catch her breath. Looking down, the cave dwelling was no longer visible. From this height, as they rode the clouds back, she could see a corner of the small town she had passed through earlier, the people appearing as tiny as ants, clustered closely together. Are you from the Tai Chi realm? A familiar question, now prefixed. Yun Shuchen glanced at her, noticing the child's eyes brightening, though she could not fathom why the mention of the Tai Chi realm affected her so. Yes, she replied with a soft laugh. What's the matter? Qingzhou Shui fixated on the red string around her ankle and murmured, My father told me to come here to seek a livelihood. Seek a livelihood? Yun Shuchen fell silent for a moment, pondering that this was hardly a place for homeless children. If you wish to stay, the most respectable way would be to catch the eye of an elder or the sect leader, to be taken as a direct disciple. Elder Qingzhou Shui did not yet comprehend this term. However, the notion of elders conjured images in her mind of venerable, white-haired figures of great renown. She raised her eyes to study the woman's youthful profile, hesitating before asking, Then under which elder are you a disciple? Noticing the woman's reluctance to respond, Qingzhou Shui lowered her gaze in thought, suddenly realizing, Your demeanor seems extraordinary, and you can ride the clouds. You must be a disciple of the sect leader. The flesh on her cheek was pinched between 2 fingers, and with a gentle squeeze, Qingzhou Shui winced and turned her head away, tears welling in her eyes. Yun Shuchen withdrew her hand, and with a flick of her long sleeves, the clouds beneath them shifted direction. She replied casually, He is my senior brother. The day was splendid and warm, with a gentle eastern breeze blowing. Soon, they beheld the full vista of the Tai Chi realm, and Qingzhou Shui recognized the familiar mountain path from her earlier journey. She was momentarily surprised by the distance she had traversed, realizing that she had indeed rolled quite far. From halfway up the mountain to its base, somehow managing to rise alive. They ascended a towering peak, where an ancient and majestic wooden pavilion stood atop. Qingzhou Shui gazed upon the grand inscription Spring and Autumn Hall, elegantly adorned with flourishing characters. To the left and right, couplets were inscribed in gilded paint, exuding a sense of magnificence. As she stepped over the threshold, a resounding and powerful chime echoed, solemnly reverberating through the air. Yun Shu-chen gracefully accompanied her inside. The hall was immaculate and bright, furnished with a table laden with fruits, tea, and a master's token. To Qing Zhou Shui's astonishment, the master appeared no older than 30, strikingly handsome, yet strikingly youthful. A pang of recognition flickered across her face. She seemed to understand why Yun Shu-chen had pinched her. It had been a long time since they last met, and she missed him dearly. With a gentle smile, Yun Shu-chen inquired about his senior brother's recent well-being. The master, with an expressionless demeanor, sipped his tea and waved his sleeve, dismissing the pleasantries. Let us forego this small talk. Please take a seat. You appear much improved. Your internal injuries must be healing well. Do remember to attend the meeting tomorrow. As he raised his gaze, he suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Who is this little girl?" "She's a stray found in the wilderness," Yun Shu-chen replied nonchalantly. "She expressed a desire to ascend to the Taichu realm, so I brought her along." However, the master immediately noticed the red thread entwined around the child's ankle, bearing a fragment of his junior sister's soul. Such a significant token could not be easily relinquished. It was evident that this girl possessed extraordinary qualities that had captured her attention. The master, though discerning the truth, refrained from voicing it, intrigued yet cautious. He began to observe the child closely. He noted her clear features, her calm demeanor despite her tender age, and the serene depth of her dark eyes. Standing alongside Yun Shu-chen in the grand hall, she betrayed no hint of timidity. At the very least, she was well-mannered. At this moment, Yun Shu-chen summoned a female disciple who was waiting at the door, instructing her to escort Qing Zhou Shui back to her home at Crane Road Peak. Mentioning a matter of discussion with the master. "Before I embarked on this journey, I cast an omen, as you are aware," Yun Shu-chen said, settling into a chair and pouring herself a cup of tea. The omen indicated something significant in the east. "I traveled that way for a month without encountering any extraordinary treasures. Just before leaving the pass, I stumbled upon a little girl who appeared quite disheveled. I never expected to find such a muddy-faced child." Yun Shu-chen's voice suddenly lowered, but her origins, she can attract heavenly lightning. The master paused, turning the sandalwood beads in his hand, frowning at her words. Is this truly the case? Both were seasoned individuals, having lived for over a century. Upon exchanging glances, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Cultivators by nature defy the heavens and thus endure the punishment of heavenly thunder during tribulations. Yet this little one, being merely a mortal with no cultivation, could invoke such calamity. What sort of being could provoke the heavens to such an extent? A presence that must be extinguished while still weak? The master's expression grew grave. Yun Shu-chen, however, swiftly regained her usual tone, shaking her head with a smile. "Overthinking serves no purpose. I have tied the red thread to conceal her aura, do not worry. If she is indeed the chosen one, she shall enter the realm of Taichu. Fortune is a celestial phenomenon. A mere bolt of lightning cannot extinguish it. Peak lies in the northwest of the primordial realm, with a vast lake situated at its center. Each spring and summer, the warm winds that originate from the southeast become laden with moisture from the lake, and when they reach Peak, the temperature drops, resulting in rain or snow. Generally, snow graces the spring, while rain falls in the summer. When Qing Zhou Shui stepped onto the peak, her foot landed on a patch of soft, icy white. She immediately recoiled, resembling a scalded little beast. Her senior sister, observing her reaction, inquired with curiosity, "Have you never seen snow?" "Well, if you mean this thing on the ground," she replied. Her astonishment at the child's arrival from some sweltering land was palpable. "I am Lin Sunjun, a disciple of Elder Zhou. You may call me Lin Shiji. This is Peak. Elder Yun usually resides in this courtyard alone, so there is no need for you to be afraid." After speaking, Lin Sunjun could not help but add, "Are you a little disciple of Elder Yun?" Yun Shu-chen, Elder Yun, Qing Zhou Shui shook her head. "I have never said so. I am not." Upon hearing this, Lin Sunjun furrowed her brow, but then consoled her. "She has never taken a disciple. If she brought you back, she must have a great fondness for you. My sister has some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Remain here and do not wander about. Elder Yun will return shortly." With that, she turned and departed. Qing Zhou Shui did not have time to call after her. She discovered that she could not open the courtyard's grand door, nor did she possess a key. Lin Shiji's swift departure left her alone, pondering that perhaps she did not reside here, making entry impossible. Thus, she squatted at the door, engaging in a silent stare-off with the stone lion. A delicate snowflake landed on her nose, melting into water that trickled down. She extended her tongue to taste it, finding it bland. The flurry of snow soon blanketed the branches, and she watched as the weight bent the limbs, until the accumulated snow sprang forth and scattered. One clump came hurtling towards her head. She could not evade it in time, resulting in a soft thud as snowflakes adorned her eyelashes and hair. A soft laugh rang out nearby. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Shu-chun had returned, gliding toward her and sweeping away the loose snow atop her head with a flick of her sleeve. She coughed lightly, as if to clear some cold air from her throat, and then jested. "What are you doing squatting here? Competing for a meal with it?" Following her finger. It was evident she referred to the imposing and fearsome stone lion. "Moments late." Yun Shu-chun realized the little one could not enter and was merely sitting here to watch the door, having forgotten this detail herself. "My apologies for the oversight." Yun Shu-chun playfully poked her soft, fair cheek, finding it pleasantly squishy, and could not resist prodding a few more times. Then, clearing her throat, she withdrew her hand and said earnestly, "Now watch closely. I shall teach you how to open the door. It is quite simple, really." She grasped the door knocker and struck 3 times. A 3-colored cat had peeked over the wall, sniffing the air before nimbly leaping down, causing the door to creak open. Upon entering, a young lad clad in fine garments stood with bowed head, respectfully addressing her, "Master." A cat's tail hung behind him, obediently drooping. Qing Zhou Shui gazed intently, as if trying to discern whether it was affixed or part of the creature's flesh. All things possess a spirit, and it is not surprising for them to become extraordinary. Yun Shu-chun lightly gestured with her delicate hand, and in an instant, the young man transformed into wisps of white smoke, leaving behind only a calico cat that meowed softly. "Follow me," she beckoned. Though her pace was unhurried, she seemed to traverse several meters in the blink of an eye. Qing Zhou Shui could not keep up and instinctively reached out to grasp her elder's hand, but the soft sleeve slipped through her fingers, deftly evading her grasp. Yun Shu-chun's hands were clasped behind her back, her expression unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the young girl's perplexity. She merely slowed her pace a touch, mindful that the child might lag behind. Perhaps she did not harbor as much affection for her as she portrayed. Children possess an innate intuition, and upon this realization, Qing Zhou Shui chose not to disturb her further, trailing quietly behind her with her hands down. "There are several vacant rooms here. You may choose one for yourself. However, it seems you cannot stay here tonight. I did not anticipate bringing you back, and these rooms have been unoccupied for too long. The furnishings are incomplete and require tidying up." After some observation, Qing Zhou Shui selected the room farthest from the master bedroom. Yun Shu-chun cast a thoughtful glance her way and inquired, "Aren't you afraid of such a secluded spot?" Seeing her shake her head in silence, Yun Shu-chun merely acknowledged her with a noncommittal sound. "Are you hungry?" In moments of silence between people, discussions often gravitate towards food. Qing Zhou Shui's first meal in the Taichu realm was laid out beneath the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. The tree was massive, its branches lush and leafy, perhaps as old as the elders themselves. The meal consisted of bamboo shoots, greens, and fish, with the latter occupying a significant portion. A whole fish was steamed, garnished with scallions and soy sauce. Small chunks were fried to a golden crisp, and a bowl of fish soup was also served. The calico cat demon had prepared the feast, perhaps eager to impress a guest with its culinary prowess. Yun Shu-chun sighed, glancing at the cat lounging on the wall, pondering the fishy spread before them. Qing Zhou Shui was not a picky eater. After days of being treated to pastries, she had not tasted a savory dish, making her all the less discerning. Yun Shu-chun's chopsticks moved little. She set them down after just a few bites. Observing the girl across from her, who seemed a bit hasty due to hunger, she noted that overall, her eating was quite refined. She never stuffed her mouth while chewing, unlike the younger disciples who would chat and scatter food. A young lady ought to exhibit some poise. "Thank you," she said softly after finishing her last mouthful. Placing her chopsticks down, after a brief pause, she inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with here?" "Why the question?" Yun Shu-chun asked. "Because you have offered me shelter," Qing Zhou Shui replied. "Indeed," Yun Shu-chun responded with a smile, propping her chin on her hand. "Taking you in may simply be a matter of needing extra hands around the house, seeking a child to assist with chores. Are you truly willing to undertake any laborious tasks?" "I will do my utmost," Qing Zhou Shui affirmed. Realizing her own diminutive stature, she hesitated to make grandiose claims. "Well, that is what you have said," Yun Shu-chun remarked as she rose, adjusting her dress. She proceeded to the study, retrieving a letter which she handed to Qing Zhuxue. "This is for Elder Liu, who resides next door on Lingsu Peak. You can see it from here." Following her dredger, the peaks of equal height gazed at each other through the mist. "It is quite simple. You need not worry about losing your way." Yun Shu-chun leaned languidly against the chair, her tone casual. "You merely need to descend one mountain and ascend another." Perhaps this was straightforward for a celestial being who could traverse clouds. However, for a mere mortal, crawling along the ground, it might prove to be quite a challenge. As she contemplated ascending the next mountain, Qing Zhuxue felt her legs beginning to ache and tremble. Although Lingsu Peak and He Peak appeared close, traversing the distance on foot revealed the arduousness of the journey. After great effort, she finally stood before the towering Lingsu Peak. Nestled in the southwestern region of Taichu, this mountain, known for its medicinal practices, was adorned with a myriad of bizarre and exotic flora, some bearing fierce thorns. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Qing Zhuxue, with her weary legs, took a tentative first step upwards. She was uncertain how far she had advanced, as her garments were snagged and torn by the low-lying plants, leaving no fabric intact. Just when her strength faltered, a youthful voice rang out.
"Oh,
are you a new disciple? Why are you climbing the mountain on foot?" She squinted her eyes, wiping away the sweat to prevent it from stinging her vision. Before her stood a girl in plain attire, as graceful as a hidden orchid, who carried a basket filled with herbs. "No. Elder Yun sent me to deliver a letter to Elder Lu." "A letter for my master?"
she mused, surprised.
"Isn't it merely a matter of relaying a message? Why would someone need to run errands?" Moments later, understanding dawned upon her, and she looked at the petite figure with a hint of sympathy. Noticing no one around, she whispered, "You are quite unfortunate. Elder Yun has a penchant for making things difficult, though she is fundamentally kind-hearted."
"I am Baisu,
the eldest disciple of Elder Lu Xuanqin of Lingsu Peak. "You seem exhausted today. Let me take that letter for you. I just finished gathering herbs and can deliver it to my master." "But she asked me to deliver it myself," Qing Zhuxue protested, shaking her head as she continued to climb. Perhaps all disciples in medicinal practices possessed a compassionate heart. Baisu felt a twinge of discomfort watching the uninitiated girl struggle through the mountains. Summoning her spirit sword, she declared, "I will assist you for a stretch." The small spirit sword then soared into the sky, carrying both of them aloft. They glided beneath the shadows of bamboo, eventually landing before a bamboo cottage. Baisu leaped down first, then gently lifted Qing Zhuxue down. She nodded towards a shadow within the cottage and whispered, "My master is often here when unoccupied. You may find her with the letter. Once delivered, be swift in your departure. She dislikes disturbances to her tranquility." Qing Zhuxue expressed her gratitude as she approached the figure ahead, clutching the unblemished envelope in her hand. To her surprise, it was the form of a young maiden, seemingly no older than 16. Clad in a loose-fitting blue garment, her long hair cascaded down, exuding an air of nonchalance. Lu Xuanqin held a dark, intricately carved smoking pipe, angled casually in one hand while the other held a medical tome. Occasionally, she would bring the pipe to her lips, enveloping herself in swirling tendrils of smoke. It was not until Qing Zhuxue stood before her that Lu Xuanqin cast a fleeting glance in her direction. "Lu Elder, your letter," Qing Zhuxue announced. Lu Xuanqin accepted it with an impassive expression, her keen sense as a healer immediately detecting the faint scent of powder emanating from the girl, causing her to frown slightly. The source of such fragrance required no further inquiry. Only Yun Shucheng would be so particular. Raising an eyebrow, she unceremoniously tore open the letter, revealing not a single word, but rather a neatly folded stack of universal silver notes from the realm of cultivation, a considerable sum indeed. Recalling Baisu's instructions, Qing Zhuxue prepared to take her leave after delivering the letter, only to be halted by Lu Xuanqin's voice.
"Wait."
She set down her pipe, casting a cursory glance over Qing Zhuxue, noting minor injuries and signs of malnutrition.
"You're fine."
From her sleeve, she produced a vial of elixir and tossed it to her. Qing Zhuxue fumbled to catch it, perplexed by the words she had just spoken. Regrettably, Lu Xuanqin rose and retreated to her room without offering further explanation. She had arrived in the afternoon, but by the time she returned to He Peak, night had already fallen. Mimicking Yun Shucheng, she rapped 3 times on the door. A small cat, sensing her presence, opened the door just a crack. The feline demon transformed into a young boy in splendid attire, speaking softly, "My master requests your presence in her room after you freshen up. Please follow me." He gestured to the bathing area, prepared hot water, and then graciously exited. Qing Zhuxue endeavored to cleanse herself thoroughly before emerging. Due to her petite stature and the height of the tub, this task proved somewhat arduous, nearly causing her to slip back into the water. Following the silent steps of the cat, she positioned herself before the intricately carved door. On tiptoe, she knocked a few times, and upon hearing the invitation, "Come in," she pushed the door open. The room was spacious, elegant, and well-lit. The woman reclined behind a beaded curtain, slowly opening her eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Welcome back. Are you tired?" Qing Zhuxue instinctively nodded, then, meeting her gaze, shook her head subconsciously. "Speak plainly if you are weary," Yun Shucheng chuckled lightly. Why do you stand so far away? I assure you, I am not a monster. Qing Zhou Shui stepped forward hesitantly. What did Elder Lu say? She recounted Lu Xuanqin's words. Understood. Keep that vial of elixir safe. It surely must be of high quality, given its origin. But that is your money, Qing Zhou Shui protested, her intuition telling her it was something she could never repay with a few days of hard labor. You are also someone I have taken under my wing, Yun Shucheng replied nonchalantly, and, illuminated by the warm light, she scrutinized Qing Zhou Shui's tattered garments, barely suppressing a frown of distaste. You must change this attire. She removed the white jade bracelet from her wrist, as if it were a vessel capable of holding miscellaneous items. Before she could fully comprehend its significance, a soft, pale garment fell into the embrace of Qing Zhou Shui's arms. She had indeed lost a bit of weight, however. Without the tattered clothing that had frayed at the seams, she appeared quite neat and charming. Yun Shuchen found her much more pleasing to the eye. Get some rest. I have a few letters for you to deliver tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qing Zhou Shui's legs felt weak. Yet, she voiced no objections, discreetly rotating her aching ankle. Where shall I sleep? Noticing her gaze fixed upon her own bed, Yun Shuchen extinguished the light, seemingly teasing her. You can hang there. The room fell silent.
Then,
a rustling sound broke the stillness as the child pushed a chair aside, seemingly intending to lean on the table for the night. After scaling mountains for an extended period, she was utterly exhausted, having held herself upright solely by sheer will to avoid collapsing in front of Yun Shuchen. At this moment, feeling the weight of fatigue, even the rigid chair seemed to draw her into the depths of slumber. In the darkness, a faint glow began to gather around her, and her body felt light, as if lifted by a constellation of stars. She startled awake, her feet flailing in the void, yet the ethereal light beneath her was solid enough to catch her, ensuring she would not fall. After a while, she understood the nature of this phenomenon and gradually settled into calmness. Sleeping on an intangible bed proved rather comfortable, far superior to resting against a cold, unyielding table. Thank you, she finally managed to utter after much deliberation. Yun Shuchen lowered the beaded curtain, remarking next time. Let us choose a different word. Chapter 5. From that day forth, Qing Zhou Shui embarked on a journey delivering messages across various peaks. On the 7th day, she carried Yun Shuchen's letter to the master's hall. The master, a kind and gentle soul, observed the child, exhausted and trembling, and felt an urge of compassion. He invited her to rest in the hall for a considerable time, offering her tea and snacks. During this interval, he discreetly examined her wrist bone, probing with a strand of his consciousness. To his astonishment, he discovered her innate talent was remarkably pure and striking. Such a child was well suited for cultivation. With proper nurturing, she could have a bright future ahead. Furthermore, Qing Zhou Shui was docile and polite, speaking little, her quiet demeanor bordering on unnaturally mature. Compared to the mischievous antics of his own disciples, he found himself increasingly fond of her, nurturing a sense of appreciation for her talent. If he could persuade this young lady to join his sect, it would indeed be a fortunate acquisition. The master felt no shame in coveting another's disciple. Rather, he believed Yun Shuchen harbored a rather dark heart. While mountain climbing was beneficial for health, it should not be used to burden a young girl so. Upon parting, he presented her with a small token, saying, "Little friend, take this. Consider it a reward for your hard work." The token, weighty in her palm, felt significant. It was the master's token. The master regarded her with compassion, speaking in a tone meant to soothe the child. To possess this token is akin to having met the master in person. In the future, should Elder Yun command you to undertake various tasks against your will, simply reveal this item, and she shall refrain from imposing upon you. This object is precious, and I cannot accept it. Qing Zhou Shui furrowed her brow. Such items were singularly unique in the tales of immortal cultivators she perused during her childhood. The sect leader pondered momentarily and then retrieved a bundle of wooden tokens from his pocket, scattering them across the table with a clatter. He generously remarked that the Xian Tai material was indeed quite valuable for a child and rather inconvenient to carry. However, there were many made of maple wood here. Every 5 years, they would replace the old with new, occasionally introducing commemorative designs for great ascensions. Choose one that pleases you. Thus, Qing Zhou Shui returned home with the sect leader's token, a reward for her endeavors. She treaded upon the spring snow back to Crane Row Peak. Her steps quicker today due to her relentless training, allowing her to glimpse the soft lavender hues of the evening sky beyond the peak. The purple was gentle and affectionate. Her legs no longer felt as weak and soft as they had at the beginning. They were considerably more robust now. Regarding the token, Qing Zhou Shui deliberated and ultimately decided to conceal it. She had received Elder Yun Shuchen's kindness, though she remained uncertain of the celestial methods employed to shield herself from calamities, which had not affected others. And now she possessed a cozy little abode where she enjoyed her meals quite satisfactorily. She felt content. Although the tasks assigned by Elder Yun were rather burdensome, her happiness sufficed. She had little to offer in return to Yun Shu-chen, and thus harbored no resentment. This sect leader's token seemed unnecessary. Dinner had long been consumed, and today, a few exquisitely crafted 4 happiness meatballs delighted the children. A plate of 4 was left for her, arranged neatly as if made specifically for her. The circulating spiritual energy retained their warmth, and their temperature was just right upon entering her mouth. They were delectable. She glanced at the calico cat, which gazed back at her with bright green eyes, mewing softly. After finishing her meal and tidying up, she returned to her room. The furniture had been prepared, and the new bedding had been washed and delivered, sparing her the need to drift in Yun Shu-chen's room throughout the night. The room she had chosen was located inward, and to reach her own chamber, she must first pass by the entrance to Yun Shu-chen's room. Through a layer of gauzy fabric, she glimpsed the dim glow of light within. Surely, she was still awake. For reasons unknown, Qingzhou Shui always slowed her pace as she passed by her door. In recent days, aside from mealtimes, they had not encountered one another. Yun Shu-chen would occasionally exchange a few playful words with her, or gently ruffle her hair, but most often regarded her as inconsequential. Lying in bed, Qingzhou Shui rubbed her sore legs. This had become one of her accumulated lessons over the past 7 days. If she did not massage her tightened legs, they would ache painfully the following day, making it difficult to rise. The nights at Crane Road Peak were tranquil. In her former home, she could hear the neighbors with their children in the dead of night, couples arguing, occasionally mixed with distant dog barks and the chirping of insects. Here, apart from the whispering wind, there was no other sound. Closing the window, the world felt as though it had shrunk to encompass only this small corner. As she massaged her legs, a faint disturbance echoed from a distance, as if something had fallen, startlingly out of place in the stillness of the night. Was it coming from Elder Yun's room? Qingzhou Shui paused her movements, donned her garments, and, after a moment's contemplation, made her way to the wooden table by the window. She opened the window a crack, peering through the gap towards the room. The dim yellow light still flickered within. Should she investigate? The rough texture of the red string around her ankle seemed to remind her that her proximity would not exacerbate the situation. Steeling herself, Qingzhou Shui finally rapped gently on the door.
Come in.
After a brief silence, a barely audible permission was granted. Pushing the door open, a bitter aroma of medicinal herbs filled her nostrils. Qingzhou Shui's gaze fell upon the somewhat disheveled floor, strewn with broken porcelain and dark brown liquid. Beyond the beaded curtain, the silhouette of a woman was faintly discernible, sitting up with a series of muffled coughs. Is that you? She lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing half of her delicate visage. How fortuitous. Please pour me a cup of hot tea. With both hands, Qingzhou Shui grasped the teapot from the table, carefully pouring half a cup and offering it to her. Are you unwell? Just an old ailment, she replied, taking a sip and suddenly furrowing her brow. Close the door tightly. The cold air has seeped in. Turning back, Qingzhou Shui noticed that she had inadvertently left the door ajar upon entering, a small gap allowing the chill to invade. Although she herself felt no discomfort standing at the threshold, Yun Shu-chen, half reclining under a blanket, seemed acutely aware of the cold. She promptly secured the door, allowing Yun Shu-chen's blanket to relax a little. Do you still need to take your medicine? It dawned on Qingzhou Shui that even cultivators could fall ill, and some could be particularly sensitive to the cold. I shall brew it again tomorrow. I accidentally knocked over the medicine earlier, she sighed, the night air cool as water, rendering the medicine even more bitter. Good medicine is often unpalatable but beneficial for ailments. The bitterness of the medicine, she mused, likely had little to do with the time of day. Her voice was soft and delicate, yet her words carried an unexpected gravity, devoid of childish frivolity. Yun Shu-chen found herself recalling her venerable master, who had spoken in a similar manner over a century ago. She smiled. You are quite talkative today. Qingzhou Shui paused, realizing that such a remark might be deemed impolite when directed at Elder Yun. Lowering her eyelashes, she remained silent for a moment. Let me help you tidy this up. She crouched down, cautiously picking up the shards of porcelain and wrapping them in a handkerchief. Her technique was somewhat clumsy. As Yun Shu-chen glanced over, she noticed the small hands were not evasive, evidently marked with several fine scratches. The awkwardness in her tea-making and shard-picking indicated that she had likely not engaged in much labor at home, suggesting she was a cherished child, dressed plainly upon her arrival. She did not bear the hallmarks of a wealthy upbringing. Nevertheless, her refined speech and comprehensive literacy hinted at a nurturing environment shaped by the influence of elders. Given her unremarkable lineage, her elders were likely nothing more than impoverished scholars. Yun Shuchen propped herself up lazily, observing the flurry of activity around her while contemplating in silence. Throughout her years, she had witnessed the rise and fall of countless emperors. A child's background, with a keen eye, could be discerned effortlessly. With a thorough examination, one could grasp it entirely without the necessity for further inquiry. What, then, compelled this child to come here at such an ungodly hour? It was not genuine concern for her well-being. Perhaps the child possessed an inner scale, feeling a sense of indebtedness for having taken advantage of her, thus driven to make amends. Yun Shuchen turned onto her side, listening carefully to the soft sounds behind her. It appeared that after tidying up, the child had also taken the time to clean the floor. She closed her eyes, and Qing Zhoshue assumed she had fallen asleep, choosing not to disturb her and quietly exiting, this time remembering to secure the door tightly. Yet, this stubborn innocence was quite sincere and not at all irksome. The following day, Yun Shuchen, perhaps still feeling unwell, refrained from instructing Qing Zhoshue to run errands and even remained in bed. During breakfast, all she saw was the flower-patterned cat and its big eyes staring back at her. Today's meal was rather light, featuring congee enriched with chopped lotus root and osmanthus. Soft and glutinous with a delightful crunch, the fragrance of rice mingling with floral notes, yielding a subtly sweet aftertaste. In the afternoon, with rare moments of leisure, Qing Zhoshue strolled about the courtyard. In the front yard stood a grand pagoda tree, its lush branches nearly obscuring half the courtyard. Further in, there was a corridor bridge flanked by pools of water, where plump koi fish swam amidst vibrant blooms. A few blue stone bricks lay on the water surface, leading to a small pavilion within the pond. From afar, she spotted a familiar figure within the pavilion. Yun Shuchen beckoned her over. The weather was splendid, and the snow on the ground showed signs of melting, revealing the lush green grass beneath. The early spring sun finally brought warmth, and the beauty in illness appeared far more radiant than the previous night under the flickering lights. On the stone table within the pavilion, a small fire warmed some medicine, with candied fruits set nearby. Qing Zhoshue mused that indeed, she was averse to bitterness. I have heard that those accustomed to climbing mountains feel uncomfortable if they skip a day, she gently remarked. The child's legs trembled slightly.
Today?
Let us allow you to feel discomfort, Yun Shuchen chuckled. Why are you trembling? Do you fear me? She pursed her lips, gazing at her in silence. Little stubborn gourd. Yun Shuchen assessed aloud. Before her, she poured a cup of thick, dark medicinal brew, then lowered her gaze, holding the cup to her lips, blowing gently over it. The event unfolded rather abruptly. Just as Qing Zhoshue was caught off guard, the bitter rim of the cup was decisively pressed against her mouth. A hand pressed firmly upon her shoulder, forcing her to tilt her head back as the scorching bitterness flooded her mouth, almost searing her esophagus. Instinctively, she pushed forward with both hands, but such feeble resistance was futile and seemingly provoked her companion's displeasure, causing the hand on her shoulder to press down even harder. After a brief moment, Qing Zhoshue knelt down, retching, feeling as though her very liver and intestines had been trampled upon. Yun Shuchen picked up a piece of candied fruit and fed it to her. The cloyingly sweet taste momentarily masked the bitterness, yet it could not entirely suppress the nausea that churned within her. During these past days, she had been nurtured back to health, her diet enriched, her cheeks rounder, and her hair now a lustrous black, flowing gracefully. Clad in the fine garments of he foam, soft silks and exquisite fabrics, she appeared as though she might be the pampered daughter of a wealthy family. At this moment, Yun Shuchen found herself unconcerned about drawing closer to her. With the candied fruit in her mouth, Qing Zhoshue struggled to suppress the lingering queasiness in her throat, her eyes misty with unshed tears. Her thoughts drifted hazily back to the first day when Elder Yun had been reluctant even to touch her hand. It turned out that it was merely a matter of mood, not a reflection of any disdain for her. Perhaps she simply preferred not to have others approach her too closely. Strangely, upon reaching this conclusion, Qing Zhoshue felt a quiet sigh of relief deep within her, as if the bitterness in her mouth had become somewhat more bearable. Speaking of which, when the medicine had lodged in her throat, she was certain it was of an entirely different nature from that which Yun Shuchen had spilled the previous night. Though not the same, the bitterness was unique in its own right. Yun Shuchen curled her lips, asserting, "Bitter medicine is beneficial for the ailing. Now, do share your thoughts with me." Qing Zhoshue recounted the events dryly, weakly protesting, "I am not ill. Who said one could not take medicine if not sick? After returning today, I may experience abdominal pain, perhaps dizziness." She raised an eyebrow, her expression serious and devoid of pretense. "I might even die. Should anything happen to me, do hasten to find me. Dying within these walls would be inauspicious," she added lightly. "What?" Noticing her pale countenance, Yun Shuchen's mood subtly improved. Thus, she gently reassured her, a being who cannot be struck down by lightning will not perish from a bowl of medicine. I have great faith in you. Empowered by the trust bestowed upon her by Elder Yun, Qingzhou Shui had scarcely taken a few steps before she felt the poison rising within her. She had not even left the small pavilion before she collapsed onto the ground, trembling all over. Every limb and bone ached with a piercing pain, especially her insides, which felt as though they might burst forth at any moment. She had the unsettling sensation that she might explode, yet somehow she continued to live. In that instant, her consciousness began to drift away, and a crimson substance flowed from her nostrils. When she awoke again, it was already midday the following day. Her body felt as soft as the willow catkins of March, floating delicately. Had she arrived at the Bridge of Helplessness or the Hall of Yama? My suspicions have now been confirmed. Her constitution is far more unique than that of ordinary folk. As a medical practitioner, could her senior sister discern anything remarkable? From the last visit, there was nothing of note. Outside the window, the distant sounds of two women conversing floated in, ethereal and far off. And the door was quietly pushed open. Qingzhou Shui opened her eyes and turned her head to see Yin Shuchen and Elder Lu. As Lu Xuanqin examined her pulse, she couldn't help but glance at Yin Shuchen, remarking on her audacity. If an ordinary child were to consume your concoction of celestial treasures, their meridians would have surely shattered and left them cold. Do not frighten her, Yin Shuchen replied with a playful smile, gently patting the child's cheek. Is she not still radiating warmth? Elder Lu chose to ignore her retort and inquired, do you recall how far you rolled down the hillside that day? 723 steps, Qingzhou Shui pondered, recounting how she had fallen from the southwestern slope and continued running until she encountered Elder Yun. Given this height, even with her body's natural resilience cushioning much of the impact, it was improbable she would have survived unscathed, let alone risen again after such a fall. Not to mention, she had managed to flee so far while being relentlessly pursued by the thunder tribulation. Lu Xuanqin narrowed her eyes and suddenly seized the child's hand, ruthlessly slicing her wrist. Qingzhou Shui winced in pain, yet despite Elder Lu's delicate appearance, her grip was unyielding. Blood trickled down the child's arm, and tears welled in her eyes from the pain, instinctively seeking solace in the familiar presence of Yin Shuchen. Noticing the child's gaze, Yin Shuchen hesitated, considering whether to feign ignorance. To be the sole object of a child's complete reliance was not an enviable position. It could even be a source of trouble. Perhaps contemplating their future interactions, or simply moved by the child's pitiable state, she decided to nurture this unexpected dependency. Did you not notice that you have frightened the child to tears? As Lu Xuanqin focused intently on the wound, Yin Shuchen gently poked her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. Upon looking up, she met the child's tear-filled eyes. Elder Lu cleared her throat, released her grip, and with her spiritual energy, completely healed the wound. Qingzhou Shui quickly withdrew her hand, seemingly wishing to shrink away into the wall, wary of Lu Xuanqin. Elder Lu stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Despite her youthful appearance, her demeanor often deterred strangers. Your wound healing speed is several times that of an ordinary person, she concluded. Was that not still a wound? Those who study medicine perceive differently than you do. I can see the regeneration at work. Lu Xuanqin's gaze shifted back to Qingzhou Shui, her curiosity piqued. Yin Shuchen. Such a constitution is rare and scarcely documented in medical texts. May I borrow her for a time? Lu Xuanqin was a renowned healer across the 9 realms, devoted to her craft for many years. Known for her aloof nature, she possessed remarkable skills but lacked compassion, often treating patients based on her whims. She welcomed those she found pleasing but turned away those she deemed unworthy, regardless of their wealth or pleas. Her insatiable curiosity regarding rare ailments had reached an almost obsessive level. In the presence of Qingzhou Shui, even if Yin Shuchen did not actively seek her out, she would inevitably approach to engage in earnest study. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Shuchen graciously invited the girl over, eager to discern the extraordinary talents of this remarkable young lady. At the mention of her name, Qingzhou Shui shivered slightly, instinctively leaning closer to Yin Shuchen. She couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that Elder Lu's gaze upon her resembled that of a butcher assessing fish and meat, rather than a mere human observation. Yet, the warmth of a hand resting gently upon her head provided a measure of comfort, though the pressure was light. She heard the soft voice of its owner say, "She is still quite fearful of others, perhaps it is best to leave her be." Observing this, Elder Lu ceased his probing, offering a subtle nod as he examined her condition, prescribing several medicinal concoctions before departing in silence. Why must I still take medicine? Qingzhou Shui pondered, scrutinizing the handwriting, recognizing a few familiar names of common herbal ingredients. The pain she had endured on that fateful day had left her with an undeniable aversion to such remedies. It is because you have just established your foundation, and your realm is still unstable. You won't need to take it for long. Upon hearing the term establishing the foundation, she instinctively glanced at the ancient tome resting on her bedside, having read considerable passages during her recent moments of leisure. The initial path to enlightenment serves as a fundamental guide for those just embarking on the journey of cultivation, its language relatively accessible. The selection of this text by Yun Shuchen was not arbitrary. Establishing the foundation is a significant chapter following the guiding qi into the body phase, marking the genuine entry into the realm of cultivation. Yet, she had not fully grasped the methods of guiding qi into the body and had unwittingly leaped ahead, leaving her in a rather peculiar state of mind. Elder Liu had mentioned rare treasures and the viscous herbal concoction given to her by Yun Shuchen, which had swiftly propelled her into the foundational stage, was evidently of considerable value. Even Elder Liu, a cultivator himself, regarded it as something precious. The expenditures incurred on her behalf seemed to far exceed what Qingzhou Shui could comprehend. Will you take me as your disciple? Perhaps rescuing her, providing her a place to stay and a meal to eat, could be interpreted as an act of compassion and kindness. However, at this moment, she could hardly conceive of any other reason for Yun Shuchen to invest her efforts in nurturing her, aside from taking her as a disciple. Yun Shuchen raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. This is not a matter of mere desire. The Taichu realm is divided into inner and outer sections. One must pass a written examination to enter the inner sect, followed by a tournament and related assessments. Each session witnesses thousands vying for a single path. Yet only a few ultimately stand in the sect master's hall as direct disciples. With a sigh, she continued, "For now, let us set aside other matters. Whether I can rightfully keep you here depends on whether you can prove yourself worthy in that hall." The implication was clear. She held an intention. But Qingzhou Shui must strive for her own place. Listening intently, Qingzhou Shui lowered her gaze, murmuring, It was a rare encounter with someone she admired, and her tone feigned sorrow as she added, "You must not let me down." At that moment, Qingzhou Shui remained blissfully unaware of what it truly meant to entice a child. She remained blissfully unaware that, in those seemingly casual remarks, her future had already been thoroughly ensnared by that woman for many years to come. As night fell once more, Qingzhou Shui reignited the lamp and revisited the tome when Chu Yao Dao. Many of the confounding passages that had previously eluded her understanding now began to reveal their secrets upon rereading. Following her foundational training, she sensed an indescribable, subtle transformation within her being. Yun Shuchen had advised her to take these few days to gradually acclimate. As she immersed herself in the text, Qingzhou Shui lifted her hand anew. Form follows intent. After much deliberation, she envisioned the sensation and shape of water, how rivers and lakes rush forth and converge into mighty torrents. At last, she felt a cool dampness at her fingertips. When she reopened her eyes, a perfectly round droplet of water had coalesced upon her fingertip, small yet luminous, reflecting the warm glow of the firelight. Chapter 7. Following a gentle spring rain, the weather turned cold for a few days, only to suddenly warm and remain enveloped in a cozy atmosphere. Peak saw no further snowfall. When the last remnants of snow finally melted away, the verdant tips of grass emerged in full bloom. Qingzhou Shui's sojourn among the peaks continued unabated by her foundational training. Years of mountain climbing had fortified her strength. She once departed at dawn and returned home under the stars, but gradually, she began to catch glimpses of the evening glow. Now, she approached He Peak. Stepping into the twilight, a cat perched upon the wall, gazing at her with a distant look. Under that watchful gaze, she dined alone on her evening meal. Perhaps it was the season of wildcats and heat, for her own cat had shown little enthusiasm for work, providing rather lackluster meals these past few days. Qingzhou Shui poked at the rice balls in her bowl, discerning their origins: minced bell pepper and pork liver, chopped bamboo shoots, and a few potatoes as binding agents, all combined with leftover rice to form rounded shapes. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite palatable. After her meal, Qingzhou Shui intended to return to her chambers, yet paused in the corridor, captivated by the pond's water in the courtyard. With a sense of unfamiliarity, she summoned the scant spiritual energy within her to lift a sphere of water from the pond. However, as her focus wavered, the sphere plummeted back, creating ripples upon the surface. Undeterred, she tried again, this time encasing an innocent koi within a crystalline droplet, which swam anxiously within the sphere as it floated before her, an enchanting sight. She played in secret for quite some time until a familiar figure caught her peripheral vision. Startled, the droplet slipped from her control, splashing onto the ground, sending the koi flopping awkwardly amid the scattered droplets. Qingzhou Shui, acting quickly, seized the koi and tossed it back into the pond, restoring order to the moment. Yun Shuchen took a step back, wary of splashes that might mar her garments. Indeed, all those who learn magic yet lack finesse possess an inherent potential for chaos. Has she truly mastered it? Should she nod in affirmation? Qing Zhou Shui felt a sense of unease as she lowered her head. Silence implied consent. Yun Shuchen passed by her, offering a smile, which seemed quite agreeable. From now on, the responsibilities of watering and draining the potted plants in this courtyard shall rest upon you. After taking just a few steps, she seemed to recall something, halted and looked back. Starting tomorrow, I shall retreat for a period once more. There is no need to rush regarding matters 10 years hence. Should you find yourself bored, you may attend lectures at the outer gate, or remain atop the peak to peruse the collection of books. After this brief exchange, she departed, the familiar fragrance wafting away with the evening breeze. Following Yun Shuchen's sudden announcement of her retreat, the expansive peak fell into a profound silence. Previously, Qing Zhou Shui could still hear a few words spoken by others. But now the only companion she had was the little cat that occasionally leapt onto the wall to nap, providing her daily care amidst a chorus of meows. There was no need to worry about her 3 daily meals. Freshly laundered clothes would miraculously appear in her wardrobe. With nothing left to occupy her time, after attempting to water the flowers drop by drop, she retrieved a book from the shelf, choosing a spot that was bright, yet gentle on the eyes. Sometimes it was by the pavilion in the pond, other times beneath the old locust tree in the front yard. She had already finished reading when Chu Yao Dao, and there was no subsequent volume. This was not a serious treatise on cultivation techniques, merely a reference for beginners. Guiding chi into the body, establishing a foundation, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, refining void, merging, great ascension, tribulation crossing. The path of immortality is indeed long and arduous. The heart of a child is far from utilitarian. After reading descriptions of cultivators traversing tribulations, commanding winds and rains as though they were deities, revered by multitudes across the 9 provinces, she felt little in response. Perhaps it was less amusing than a single droplet of water. As she stood on tiptoe to return the old book, she took down another volume. Shishou Wuxing, Volume 1. The gilded lettering and the exquisite, weighty binding caught her attention. This book also belonged to Yun Shuchen. Her bookshelf was not housed in her bedroom, perhaps due to her long life and extensive collection. She had converted a separate room next to her bedroom to accommodate her tomes. Qing Zhou Shui had barely turned a few pages when a voice suddenly interrupted, asking if she had forgotten something. Looking up, she saw the cat perched on the table, squinting at her. Yun Xianzhong instructed you before her retreat that during idle times, you might attend lectures at the outer gate or tend to the flowers. It's not good for children to read all day. The latter part of the statement was clearly added by the cat. The outer gate still lies within the realm of Tai Chu, situated in a basin amid the celestial mountains, bustling with a diverse mix of inhabitants. Far more lively than the inner sanctum. Scattered dwellings were present, but the living conditions were not particularly favorable. Several individuals crowded together in shared spaces, with wooden basins and water jars hastily arranged outside their rooms. Generally, the affluent or noble scions seeking knowledge would opt to reside at home, while those remaining were often promising children from humble backgrounds. The young man in splendid attire guided Qing Zhou Shui while explaining that there were no barriers to acquiring knowledge here. Anyone with an interest was welcome to listen. The lessons were imparted by some of the more accomplished senior brothers and sisters from the inner sect of Tai Chu, who were more than capable of teaching these foundational subjects. Should she eventually become a direct disciple of an elder, such opportunities might also present themselves. The teaching took place within a series of pavilions, where the corners bore a striking resemblance to the bustling streets of mortals, with vendors selling candied hawthorn, slicing cakes, and peddling bundles of cabbage and radishes, exuding an extraordinary warmth of human life. The crowd was dense, and the mingled scents invaded her senses, causing her to unconsciously furrow her brow and hold her breath. The young man paused, encouraging her to explore on her own, stating that there weren't many rules. One could simply find a favored class and secure a spot, or stand to listen if all seats were taken. He pondered aloud about dining on chopped chili fish head that evening. Too spicy, she managed to say, despite her breathlessness. All right, no chili then, he mused, contemplating how to prepare a non-spicy version of the dish. Qing Zhou Shui ascended the pavilion alone. The hour was late, and the senior brother above was already speaking eloquently. Taking advantage of her small stature, she slipped in through a back door, barely attracting attention. The room was filled to capacity, and as she scanned her surroundings, she saw no empty seats. The area behind her was a jumbled mass of people, including the young, the middle-aged, and even a grandmother holding her grandchild. Determined, she squeezed into a position where she could just glimpse the jade crown atop the lecturer's head. even if it meant being wedged between the ample thighs of an older woman. Throughout the lesson, she fixated on the crown as it swayed with the lecturer's animated gestures. Its movement was more pronounced during impassioned discourse, while it stilled during the more mundane parts. Despite her limited view, the atmosphere was hushed, save for the sounds of breathing and the occasional cough. At one point, a small infant began to cry, only to be hurriedly handed to its father by its mother, who rushed out. Qing Zhou Shui listened intently, recognizing the material as the very few pages she had perused from an attempt to discuss the 5 elements. This ignited her enthusiasm. Having someone dissect the explanations was far more enjoyable than solitary study. Thus, from that day forth, she diligently attended classes at the outer sect every morning, and this routine continued day after day, month after month. Occasionally, the senior brother would demonstrate magical techniques, eliciting a lively response from the audience. Though few could truly grasp the skills, it was more for show than substance. Yet for Qing Zhou Shui, it was an essential means to learn through imitation. She found herself vying for front-row seats, eager to observe the lecturer's hand movements, just as she had done with Elder Yun. Many of the young individuals residing in the outer sect came in pairs. One person would rise early to claim a spacious seat, audaciously occupying 3 rows. It was only after she acclimated to the early morning routine of rising from peak that she could finally settle in comfortably. One early morning, Qing Zhou cradled a book in her arms while holding a small lantern, the dim light guiding her as she pushed open the door to the empty attic. She raised the lantern and, to her delight, found the first row of desks unoccupied. With a sigh of relief, she had just set down her book when she suddenly heard a soft exclamation, as if she had bumped into something. The faint glow illuminated another pair of dark, expressive eyes, a girl, of similar age, dressed in somewhat peculiar attire. "Are you here to attend class?" she murmured in a language Qing Zhou could not comprehend, before attempting to converse in broken Mandarin, asking, Qing Zhou set down the lantern. "I woke up early, I'm tired." She sighed and leaned onto the seat beside her, soon drifting into a gentle slumber, her soft snores filling the quiet room. Having retired early the previous night, Qing Zhou was not particularly fatigued, and thus remained seated, idly pondering the questions left by her senior from yesterday's lecture, patiently awaiting the dawn. As the first light of day broke, the foreign girl awoke with squinted eyes, gazing at the poised Qing Zhou beside her, a hint of admiration in her voice. "You are impressive. My name is Wan Mingzhu." A red and white headband adorned her forehead, her large eyes shimmering like amber, crescent-shaped at this moment. She seemed to be making an effort to communicate, asking for her name. "Are you an Adaxi?"
Qing Zhou, she replied.
"I come from a distant place to study this, to learn from a master. I've heard that the sects in the Central Plains are quite formidable." Their brief exchange was soon interrupted by the voice of their instructor. As Qing Zhou re-entered a state of undistracted focus, Wan Mingzhu appeared somewhat perplexed, likely due to the language barrier. However, compared to the 2 brothers on the far left who had already begun pecking at their meals, she seemed particularly alert. A month passed, and the students in the classroom changed frequently, yet these 2 young girls steadfastly occupied the front row, eventually becoming familiar to the instructor as well. Their frequent encounters during seat selection led to a growing camaraderie between Qing Zhou and Wan Mingzhu. Chapter 8. In the mountains, time is unmeasured, and the chill of winter goes unnoticed. When Yun Shuchun awakened once more, years had slipped by, a mere blink of an eye to those devoted to the long path of cultivation. Given her lack of intention for prolonged recovery, she did not depart from Crane Road Peak, but instead set a barrier at her bedroom door, separated from Qing Zhou by just a wall, allowing her to rest lightly and meditate to heal her internal injuries. After several years of rest, her health seemed to have improved somewhat. Were there any significant events in the outside world? Everything remained as usual. The emerald eyes of her feline companion flickered playfully. "The master of the Punglai Pavilion in the Eastern Sea has sent a letter inviting you for a small gathering. He mentioned that the merfolk have recently woven a new batch of silk of exquisite craftsmanship." She rubbed her temples. What was her name again? Qing Zhou. She lowered her hand, leaning back against the headboard, feeling languid upon waking. "Go fetch her. That child has gone to study at the outer gate." The cat curled itself into a fur ball, likely to return only for dinner later. "So diligent?" The young master indeed applies herself diligently. Each day, before dawn, she ventures to the outer door to attend lectures, and in her leisure time, she immerses herself in books at home or practices her Taoist arts with unwavering diligence. On ordinary days, Qing Zhou plays an essential role in enhancing a Jin's culinary skills. A Jin, who is not well versed in the written language of humans, relies on Qing Zhou to sift through the vast ocean of books to find recipes, which she reads aloud to a Jin, word by word. This child has been of immense help to her. Although she is taciturn, she possesses a patience that is uncommon among ordinary folk. Jean cannot help but express her admiration for her in front of Yun Shuchen. The young master? Yun Shuchen opened her eyes, speaking lightly. When did her status rise to such heights? The cat's pupils contracted, and it lowered its head. Every day, reading books. After a moment, Yun Shuchen rose, her long hair cascading down to her waist. She retrieved a set of garments from her wardrobe, seemingly preparing for a bath. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she chuckled softly. I'm already not lively enough as it is. You wouldn't say I've turned into a little fool from all this reading, would you? When she closed her eyes, it was early spring. When she opened them again, it was already the height of summer, albeit not the same summer as years past. Hee Peak, often shrouded in rain and snow, at this time of year, basked in the brightest sunlight, and the mountains were adorned with vibrant summer flowers. From any vantage point atop Hee Peak, one could behold a sea of blossoms, blooming as red as the rosy clouds at dawn. Yun Shuchen delighted in such scenery. After her bath, she gathered her damp hair and sat in the front courtyard, soaking in the sun. The spot, though seemingly casual, was quite deliberate. Being summer, direct exposure to the sun was to be avoided. The shade of the locust tree fell evenly, preventing her from becoming sun-damaged. Moreover, with the main door wide open, there was a refreshing breeze flowing through. From this angle, the view of flowers, mountains, and clouds was simply splendid. As she admired the mountain flowers, a figure clad in white gradually emerged amidst the red blooms. Yun Shuchen caught sight of her from a distance. The young beauty approached like the wind, her dark hair framing her snowy attire, her figure slender and delicate. Her brows and eyes were exquisite, imbued with an ethereal quality, and her demeanor bore an air of aloofness, exuding an otherworldly charm. At that moment, she must have also perceived Yun Shuchen, her expression momentarily startled, quickening her pace slightly. How many years has it been since I entered seclusion? Yun Shuchen withdrew her gaze and playfully tapped the cat's rear with her shoe. Master. It has been 6 years and 5 months. Qing Zhou Shui lifted the hem of her garment, stepping into the courtyard under Yun Shuchen's gaze, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the fabric. For her, 6 years felt like a lifetime. Initially, she would occasionally inquire about when Elder Yun would emerge from seclusion. However, as the years passed 1, 2, 3, by the 4th year, she could scarcely remember what she looked like or what her voice sounded like. Thus, she calmed her mind and ceased pondering this futile question. Each day, she engaged in reading and writing, tending to her own affairs.
Now,
with Yun Shuchen's sudden reemergence from seclusion, Qing Zhou Shui glanced over and was once again captivated by her beauty, only to feel an uncomfortable sense of unfamiliarity. She softly greeted her and stood decorously to the side. You have certainly grown much. Yun Shuchen rose and walked towards her, nearly failing to recognize her at first glance. It seemed as though she placed her hand at her waist to measure her height, chuckling, this is the right height. In reality, Qing Zhou had already reached her shoulder. Perhaps in a few more years, they would stand at the same height. The young girl pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Evidently, she was still somewhat of a quiet soul, seeming even more reserved than before. Elder Yun noticed her slight discomfort at that moment and kindly shifted the conversation, asking, have you finished reading all the books on the shelf? Yes, she replied, seemingly relieved. I have finished them all. The lessons from the senior brothers and sisters in the outer sect mostly revolve around these topics, so they complement each other well. Yun Shuchen casually posed a few questions, to which she answered fluently. Her voice was earnest, resonating melodiously in the air, though her seriousness carried a hint of youthful innocence. She stood directly in front of Yun Shuchen, blocking the most refreshing breeze. Yun Shuchen prepared a cup of tea, saying, you needn't stand here like a steadfast anchor. Feel free to sit. The young girl nodded, pulling out a chair to sit beside her, quietly observing. Yun Shuchen smiled, slowly turning her teacup, sighing, in your eyes. I must appear quite fearsome. Are you so afraid of speaking that you dread saying something inappropriate and offending me? Not at all, elder. You are not fearsome. Qing Zhou earnestly replied. I simply do not know what to say. Your courage seems to have diminished. Yun Shuchen feigned a sigh. It was only the last time we met that you called me sister. Well then, I shall not tease you further, she said gently. In 3.5 years, recruitment will commence, and the written examination for the outer sect will take place a bit earlier. You likely have about half a year to prepare. The subjects will primarily consist of what is taught in the outer sect classes. I see you have been studying well. You need not worry about this aspect. However, the trials after entering the inner sect are not easy. You will likely compete alongside the offspring of immortal cultivation families. Immortal cultivation families? Indeed. They are the kind who have been contemplating cultivation since in the womb, and upon birth, have scarcely tasted milk, being instead nourished by elixirs. The Taichu realm is a major sect where various cultivators tend to send their offspring, much like how noble families in the mortal realm prefer to engage in marriages for alliances. They are meticulous from a young age, supported by resources and guided by elders, for whom cultivation is a refined pursuit. Ordinary folk, unless exceptionally gifted or remarkably perseverant, generally have little chance to enter this realm. Qing Zhouxue had a slightly late start, but this was not a significant concern. The path of cultivation is measured in centuries. A few years of delay will not result in any drastic fate alteration. Yun Shuchen took another sip of tea, perhaps still feeling the heat, and gently fanned herself with a folding fan. Do not worry excessively. In the afternoon, accompany me to see the sect leader. It is indeed hot now, and lunch has turned into several dishes of cold dishes, among which the smashed cucumber is particularly refreshing. Yun Shuchen ventured out only for a brief moment during the gentle morning light, as most of her time was spent indoors. The dining table was finally moved from beneath the old locust tree to its rightful place in the small hall adjacent to the kitchen. Why are you back so early today? Is it because the evening classes are over? She asked. Today is the Ghost Festival. Qing Zhouxue replied after swallowing a mouthful of rice. Most people prefer not to travel back and forth in the evening, hence there were no classes this afternoon. It seemed there were some pleasant aspects to this day. Yun Shuchen appeared to reminisce about the past. Previously, Qing Zhouxue had never gone out with her. She had prepared herself, not realizing that venturing out would involve considerable effort on Elder Yun's part. She spent quite some time selecting her attire, frowning in contemplation, occasionally asking Qing Zhouxue for her opinion. Qing Zhouxue marveled at the wardrobe, where even garments of the same color showcased a gradient of shades, realizing that Elder Yun's collection was even more extensive than his library. Ultimately, she settled on a lotus-colored dress. It took her another incense stick's worth of time to dress, followed by meticulous attention to her makeup and arranging her hair to appear ethereal. By the time she was ready to leave, Qing Zhouxue noticed the sunlight slanting across the floor. Elder Yun, with a half-smile, appeared as enchanting as a celestial being, and as she passed by, she remarked, "Are you still dawdling? Let us go." As Qing Zhouxue stepped outside, she instinctively headed down the mountain path, but was abruptly redirected by Yun Shuchen, who insisted on ascending to the highest peak. The peak of He Mountain is, in fact, the pinnacle of the Taichu realm. It is a solitary cliff, and from below, one cannot perceive the abyss that lies beneath, only the undulating waves of mist. At the cliff's edge stood a brown stone inscribed with faded characters, which vaguely conveyed the passage of time as a dreamlike experience. Hence, later generations, inspired by the poetry of the Song Dynasty master Qiu Chuji, dubbed this place the Dream Cliff. The winds were strong atop the cliff, yet Yun Shuchen effortlessly danced with the breeze, her hair remaining undisturbed. After a moment of amusement at Qing Zhouxue, who was thoroughly disoriented by the wind, she benevolently imparted a secret for finding shelter from the gale. It is customary for cultivators to ascend to higher altitudes. Do you know why? It is to harness the wind strength. Before Qing Zhouxue could respond, Yun Shuchen was already airborne, swept away to the heavens above. The Master's hall looked just as it had upon her arrival. 6 years had left it unchanged. The old master sat cross-legged, immersed in meditation. Against the backlight, 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood at the entrance. The master caught a whiff of the air from He Mountain and abruptly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was that familiar figure, Yun Shuchen. And who is the other? He inquired. Upon closer inspection, his expression brightened. You've grown so much. Indeed, she replied meaningfully, in just a few years, you'll be ready for the intersect competitions. Quite right, the master chuckled awkwardly. Have you given thought to which school you wish to pursue? Now is the time to consider your path. Yun Shuchen confirmed her purpose for coming. Without further ado, Master Brother, I require the use of that little Qilin. The little Qilin is the beloved pet of the sect leader, having grown rounder over the past few years, and it often enjoys dozing on the beams. At first glance, it resembles a ball resting upon the rafters of the leader's hall. Its busiest time occurs every decade during the disciple recruitment season, where it assists in measuring the spiritual roots of candidates in the last trial within the leader's hall. Born into the world, humans inherently possess elements from the 5 phases. Due to differing physical constitutions, individuals exhibit varying affinities towards metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Qing Zhouxue first mastered water, and to this day, it remains her most adept element. Yun Shuchen had believed that at least this element resided within her spiritual roots. As Qing Zhouxue gently stroked the Qilin's furry head, it closed its eyes, entering a careful and arduous contemplation. Through the Qilin's beastly gaze, the golden light, symbolizing the metal root, flickered before extinguishing. Following this, a brief glimmer of green emerged, only to decisively fade away. The blue light, symbolic of the water root, shone with an exceptional duration. Just when they presumed her to possess the water root, the beast's eye blinked, and the blue light vanished, replaced by flames. Yun Shu-chen was slightly taken aback. Was she not of the water root? Yet, Qing Zhou Shui displayed no affinity for any of the other 4 elements. As the lights of the 5 phases illuminated and extinguished one by one, the little Qilin's eyes widened, gazing incredulously at the girl before it. It tilted its head, shaking off Qing Zhou Shui's hand, retreating timidly behind the leader, shaking its head in uncertainty. How strange, the leader mused, for there is no spiritual root that the Qilin could not perceive. What could be the matter with this child? She possesses no spiritual root, the little Qilin whispered, a tone of bewilderment in its voice. Upon hearing this, Qing Zhou Shui looked up to gauge Yun Shu-chen's expression. The elder seemed to be in deep thought. Her gaze lowered, revealing no discernible emotion. After a moment, a hand gently rested on her head, and in a soft voice, she said, "Come, let us return." Throughout their journey home, Qing Zhou Shui furrowed her brows, while Yun Shu-chen maintained her usual composure, even inquiring what she wished to eat upon their return. As they entered, the hem of Yun Shu-chen's sleeve was momentarily tugged before it was released. The young girl lowered her gaze, maintaining a respectful distance. Her lips pressed together as she softly uttered, "If I have no spiritual root, I will never be able to cultivate in this lifetime." Having read numerous texts over the years, she understood this truth all too well. "Will you still keep me?" The air fell silent for a moment. Qing Zhou Shui felt her heart lift slightly. Though she had anticipated the outcome, she could not help but yearn for a glimmer of possibility. "If you truly cannot cultivate, I will not retain you. The Taichu realm does not harbor idlers." The woman's voice was gentle, yet her words were cold. And such a circumstance would render it nearly impossible to pass the intersect trials. The last flicker of hope was extinguished. In the dead of night, Qing Zhou Shui lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, her heart burdened by thoughts that obstructed her slumber. The uncertainty loomed over her like a shroud. She cannot remain here. The vast world offers no refuge, and, in truth, there is nowhere else to go. Her cultivation remains at the foundational stage. Over the past few years, she has explored various paths of cultivation, attempting them, yet she has been unable to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It slips through her fingers like fine sand, no matter how tightly she grasps it. Initially, Qing Zhou Shui believed her lack of understanding was the issue, only to realize it stemmed from innate limitations. In fact, her foundational cultivation should not be attributed to her efforts, but rather to the nourishing concoction provided by Yun Shu-chen. Time has never felt so languid. The moonlight shifts mere inches yet fails to reach the window. At this moment, the sound of a cat scratching at the door penetrates her thoughts, causing her heart to flutter. She rolls out of bed and cracks the door open. "Your master calls for you." A Jean, seemingly concerned for her, trails closely behind her to the threshold of Yun Shu-chen's chamber, lowering her voice. "If you truly cannot cultivate, I can speak to the master on your behalf, allowing you to remain and assist me with tasks like selecting ingredients and cleaning. Do refrain from speaking out of turn." "I can hear you." A soft voice emanates from within, causing the cat to leap onto the wall in fright. Qing Zhou Shui takes a gentle breath, politely knocks a few times, and opens the door. Elder Yun is not seated on the bed, but rather reclined on her intricately carved pearwood chair. Appearing as though she has just bathed, her hair cascading like silk, accentuating her striking features. A few small wooden pieces lie haphazardly on the table, each etched with mysterious patterns.
Yun Shu-chen gestures for herzugsieht.
"Considering my cat has already devised a backup plan for you, what do you think?" Her smile is graceful and languid, as if no worries cloud her mind. "Quite excellent," Qing Zhou Shui replies earnestly, raising her gaze, only to be met with Yun's indifferent glance. She hesitates, then wisely shakes her head. Observing her demeanor, Yun notes that the girl appears remarkably composed, sitting upright and exuding an air of obedience, as if entirely at the elder's discretion. "You do not seem particularly distressed. If an ordinary young girl were to endure such a loss, she would likely be in a state of despondency by now. Feeling sorrow is futile. It does not alter the outcome. Rather than tormenting myself further, it is better to think and ponder less," the young girl replies, lowering her lashes, her tone calm. Yun Shu-chen remains noncommittal. She presses her fingertip against the wooden pieces, arranging the scattered fragments neatly. The contrast between her delicate, porcelain-like hand and the deep brown wood is striking. Qing Zhou Shui, initially focused on the intricate divination symbols, finds her gaze drawn to the elder's hands. "Do you know what this is?" "It is a divination symbol." "Indeed." Yun Shu-chen retracts her hand, This is a divination I perform for myself, and its myriad possibilities point towards you.
Me?
Qingzhou Shui is taken aback. Elder Yun pushes the divination symbols aside, scattering them into disarray. She gracefully rose, brushing her sleeves aside, and slowly approached Qingzhou Shui. Qingzhou Shui turned her head, observing the hand that rested gently upon her shoulder, applying a subtle pressure as a wisp of hair cascaded down to graze her cheek. It is impossible for you not to cultivate, the woman whispered near her ear, her tone as soft as smoke yet resolute in its assertion. I do not place my faith in you, but rather in the divination I have calculated with my own hands. I also trust that the heavenly principles do not regard an ordinary girl with such trepidation. Qingzhou Shui lowered her gaze to the teacup on the table, its surface clear as jade, momentarily reflecting the exquisite visage of the woman behind her, along with her own. And what of my spiritual roots? She inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. There exists a method, albeit one that has yet to be employed by anyone else. The woman slowly withdrew. For you, it may indeed pose a life-threatening risk, a gamble of grand proportions. Success could set you on the right path, while failure could mean death. However, for the moment, I seek only this. Are you willing to attempt it? It may be deemed cruel to ask a mere 14-year-old child to make such a decision. Yet, the path of immortality is long and arduous. Each tribulation faced by a cultivator is a struggle on the precipice of life and death. A rebirth forged from blood and mire. No one can guarantee that they are ever fully prepared. A coward unwilling to gamble, regardless of their innate talent, cannot hope to journey far. Contemplate this matter thoroughly. I grant you a day to decide. Should you choose not to proceed, I shall not compel you. You may descend the mountain and embrace a mundane existence, which is not without its merits. However, if you are inclined to give it a try, meet me at Dreamcliff tomorrow at the hour of Chen. Returning to her chamber, Qingzhou Shui kicked off her shoes and arranged them neatly before lying back on her bed. She felt the exquisitely crafted cotton quilt, its exterior seemingly embroidered with silver threads. Even a random scrap of fabric from this place far surpassed any garment she had previously worn. Under the care of Yun Shu Chen, she had enjoyed 6 years of worry-free living, far exceeding any of her 8 years prior. Initially, her purpose in coming here was to heed her father's advice, seeking a place for sustenance, yet her experience had greatly surpassed her expectations. In time, she delved into the study of Taoist principles, the 5 elements, and the natural order of heaven and earth, captivated by their balance and intricacy. Although some of her interest stemmed from the necessity of passing exams, had she been entirely disinterested, she would not have hurried to attend classes at dawn every day. To cease her pursuit now would be fraught with regret. Then, she had promised Elder Yun to become her disciple. Lacking anything to repay her kindness, this commitment would forever remain etched in her memory. What difference did it make if she were to perish? She had no family left. Perhaps only a debt of gratitude to Elder Yun for several years of care, which would not impact anyone else, rendering her utterly unencumbered. Qingzhou Shui swiftly came to terms with this dilemma. The following morning, at the hour of Chen, she appeared punctually at the summit of Dream Cliff. The fog had dissipated, and the sky was clear. As golden light illuminated the landscape, the distant mountains shimmered brilliantly. Elder Yun had awaited her arrival. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, her hair held loosely by a single hair tie, swaying precariously in the breeze. Hearing a sound behind her, she turned her gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. Since she had arrived, it was time to begin. Qingzhou Shui stepped forward, standing alongside her at the cliff's edge. Below lay an abyss of unfathomable depth, where a fall would surely result in a shattering demise. Yun Shu Chen maintained her composure, while the grounded Qingzhou Shui, truly standing at the precipice, felt her legs tremble involuntarily, instinctively grasping a corner of the woman's garment. "Let go of me," the woman said softly. "Close your eyes." "It's all right." Slowly, she released her grip, complying with the instruction. Just as she was processing the moment, a sudden shove propelled her shoulder, and her body plummeted like a struck bird, the winds whistling past her ears, drowning out all sound. As Qingzhou Shui fell at an alarming velocity, her heart raced. Blood surged throughout her being, leaving her momentarily dazed. These were the final seconds of her life. Amidst her blank thoughts, one phrase drifted through. It is said that before death, a person can review their life like a revolving lantern. However, her existence was pitifully brief. Only a few vivid memories flickered in her mind, the face of her father and the figure of Elder Yun, before she descended back into chaos. Approaching the ground, the world seemed to echo only her heartbeat. Thump, thump. It reverberated within her chest and resonated in her eardrums, rushing through every vein with the force of a torrential flood, as relentless as the tides of the Qiantang River. At this moment, her rationality had nearly collapsed. leaving only the primal instinct for survival to govern her actions. With her meager strength, she exerted every ounce of her being to appeal to the wind to cradle her body, desperately attempting to slow her descent. Alas, it was akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Her feeble power stirred the wind momentarily, but then faded into silence. She was nearing the ground, her vision blurred, and her heart was enveloped in a numbing despair. Chapter 10. Within Qing Zhou Shui's dantian, a sense of depletion reigned, yet her master continued to demand more, calling forth a resource that had dwindled to a thin veil, deeply concave. Ultimately, it erupted in a rebound. Yun Shuchen remained at the cliff summit, counting the moments. Suddenly, she sensed a sharp drop in temperature as tendrils of frost began to creep up from the abyss, intricate patterns blossoming forth. It was time. Golden light spilled from her fingertips as she formed a complex gesture, slicing through the void. This was a relatively common teleportation array, with one end positioned at the cliff's base, allowing Qing Zhou Shui, in her rapid descent, to emerge directly from the array at the top. Qing Zhou Shui landed on the ground, rolling several times before expelling a mouthful of blood, then promptly losing consciousness. Her body lay limply on the earth, appearing lifeless at first glance, her garments tattered and torn by the wind. Beneath her, the grass and foliage soon became cloaked in a thin layer of frost. Yun Shuchen extended a hand, gently brushing against her cheek. It was chilling to the touch, colder than that of a corpse. Yet she could discern that within her frigid form, a heart continued to pulsate with vibrant life. The singular ice spirit root, a rare and exquisite gift. For reasons unknown, its awakening came slightly later than expected. However, at the critical juncture of life and death, it finally unleashed its full potential. Originally a piece of unassuming jade, she delicately adjusted her hair, offering a faint smile that, while perhaps startling the child, ultimately yielded a gratifying outcome. Indeed, her instincts had proven correct. Qing Zhou had been feverish throughout the night, lost in a deep slumber. Rather than being returned to Crane Garment Peak, she was carried to Ling Su Peak for her recuperation. There were no serious concerns. Her blood loss stemmed from a deficiency in her dantian, and her fever was merely a result of the prolonged exposure to the wind. Elder Liu, too disinterested to prescribe remedies, entrusted the matter to his eldest disciple, Bai Su. The singular ice spirit root, indeed? Lu Xuanqin exhaled a cloud of white smoke, resting her chin on one hand as she leisurely twirled her pipe, still leaking frost. Qing Zhou lay with her eyes tightly closed. Beneath her a thin layer of frost had formed. Yun Shuchen extinguished the flame under the teapot, casting a brief glance at the girl on the bed, a clear indication that her spirit root would not be feeble. She was innately powerful, though currently lacking control. A slender, pale hand lifted the teapot, pouring a full cup, drawing out the finest threads of steam. Just as it neared the brim, it halted perfectly. Yun Shuchen remarked, "Much like the water in the cup, overflowing leads to spillage." The incident at Half Dream Cliff, where Qing Zhou had frozen half of it, could not remain concealed from the sect leader. He found a moment to visit Ling Su Peak. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the pale child lying lifelessly on the bed. The sect leader observed her for a few moments, clenching his sleeves, and sighed. "Your methods are indeed quite radical." "Indeed," Lu Xuanqin replied nonchalantly. "In the brief time we have interacted, she has already visited me twice. If this continues, the unfortunate child may very well reside at Ling Su Peak." The results had indeed been promising. Yun Shuchen took a gentle sip of tea, satisfied with the outcome. "I am mindful of my actions," she stated. The sect leader smiled. "Sister, it's rare to see you so invested in another. Are you considering taking a disciple? This child possesses a singular spirit root, making her most suitable for the sword cultivators. Your unique formations are extraordinary. Yet it is a pity she lacks the innate talent to inherit your legacy." The sect leader spoke truthfully. As an experienced sword cultivator, he was deeply moved. It had been over a century since he had encountered a child of such exceptional talent. Formations require a balance of the 5 elements. Lacking even one will lead to discord. Yun Shuchen lightly tapped the table, raising her gaze to him. With a playful smile, she said, "I have heard that according to ancestral rules, the top contender in the intersect competition earns the honor of selecting an elder from any peak as their master. She can go wherever she wishes. How could I interfere?" Her words tended to be subtle, skillfully avoiding the crux of the matter. After a brief moment, he pondered her meaning, suddenly realizing something was amiss, and let out a silent laugh. "Have you already predetermined her as the top candidate?" Yun Shuchen lightly clicked her tongue. "What difference does it make? Even if she is the one chosen by others, once the elders see her singular spiritual root, they will all vie for her attention. In the end, it will still come down to her decision." You are still hoping she will secure the top position, aren't you? When the time comes, it will be quite embarrassing for those old fellows if they end up quarreling in the main hall. This was indeed reasonable, the sect leader pondered. Suddenly, there was some movement on the bed. Qing Zhuxue shifted her legs slightly. With her eyes tightly closed, she murmured indistinctly, "Water." Bai Su, standing beside her, poured her a cup of tea, helping her to sit up slightly, and carefully fed it to her. The frown on Qing Zhuxue's brow relaxed somewhat. Slowly, she opened her eyes and reached down, only to feel a patch of coldness, quickly retracting her hand. Lu Xuanqin waved her hand in front of her eyes, but Qing Zhuxue showed no response. Experiencing temporary blindness after a fall from a great height is quite common. Her self-healing abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. A few more days of rest would suffice. Blindness? Qing Zhuxue gazed ahead, where there was still a hint of light, albeit overshadowed by an overall dimness. She vaguely sensed a familiar figure approaching, enveloped by a gentle fragrance. The unease stemming from her inability to see solidified many thoughts at that moment. A woman's soft voice resonated in her ear, assuring her that she was awake and that Elder Lu had deemed her well enough to return to the peak with her. Qing Zhuxue hoarsely replied with a simple okay. Though her words were few, they carried an exceptional gentleness and understanding, as if she would not cry or fuss no matter the circumstance. The sect leader observed the child's silent and fragile demeanor. His heart tugged as if by that of a caring mother. He sighed inwardly, contemplating that the girl would likely remain at He Peak. Turning to Yun Shuchen, he remarked that it did not matter whom she chose as a master, for she would ultimately be a disciple of the Taichu realm. If she wished to learn swordsmanship in the future, she could be sent directly to the Sword Pavilion, where he would gladly accept her as a personal disciple, imparting all his knowledge. With some minor sect affairs to attend to, the sect leader took his leave, sighing once more as he swept away. Unaware of how many people were in the room, Qing Zhuxue clutched the corner of Yun Shuchen's robe. She overheard a brief exchange between Yun Shuchen and Lu Xuanqin, and then suddenly felt her body lighten as she was lifted into someone's arms. "It's so cold," she murmured. "Could you try to gather your spiritual energy?" She focused her mind until the temperature of her hands rose slightly, returning to normal. Moments later, she realized that Yun Shuchen was carrying her and seemed to be moving. "It's too heavy. I can walk on my own," she said softly. Now 14 years old, she was no longer a child, and was not particularly light. Elder Yun observed her graceful form, so delicate and fragile, and wondered where such strength to carry her came from. "Just a few minor spells. It requires no effort,"
came the reply.
A gentle breeze enveloped her, lifting her entire being effortlessly, as Yun Shuchen merely cradled her legs and waist. Hearing her voice exude such ease, she felt a bit more at ease. With her head gently resting on her shoulder, the loss of sight heightened her sense of smell and hearing. The tip of her nose was enveloped in a distant, delicate fragrance, reminiscent of the wind flowing through the valleys, stirring the blossoms of countless trees. At this moment, the distinction between opening and closing her eyes seemed negligible to Qing Zhuxue, as she became immersed in a tender and lingering aroma, drowsy to the point of sleep. It was only when her back pressed against the bed that she jolted awake. Now, she lay down in earnest. "Elder Yun, may I commence my cultivation from now on?" She sensed a peculiar change in her dantian, though she remained uncertain of its nature. However, since she had not yet been cast down the mountain, it was likely a sign of success. Yun Shuchen grasped her hand and chuckled softly, confirming her success. "But you have endured considerable hardship. Will you harbor any resentment towards me?" "The path I chose is one I do not regret, nor do I feel the need to blame anyone," she replied, closing her eyes and shaking her head. "Good child." Yun Shuchen rose to her feet, sensing the room's stifling atmosphere. She opened a crack in the window and asked, "Is it cold?" Receiving no answer, she noticed the girl had already fallen into a deep slumber. After a moment of reflection, she decided to close the window to prevent her from catching a chill again. Turning back, for the first time, her gaze lingered on the child's still youthful face, unmasked admiration shining in her eyes. What she valued was not merely the girl's remarkable talent or her resilient spirit in the face of torment. What truly impressed Yun Shuchen was the sight of the girl, clad in thin white garments, standing steadfast against the mountain winds at the summit of a dream cliff, illuminated by the sun's rays as they cascaded down the slope. Though she trembled instinctively, the clarity in her eyes revealed a firm resolve, devoid of regret once a decision was made. Cultivation is not a leisurely pursuit for the privileged. It demands the audacity to embrace life and death, enabling one to traverse paths inaccessible to ordinary mortals, ensuring longevity in their journey. Even the most modest of talents can flourish under the right conditions, but only the innate courage and determination embedded in one's blood distinguish the koi from the true dragon. Clearly, she had not disappointed her. Qing Zhou Shui spent several days in darkness. During this time, Elder Yun displayed an unusual gentleness, seemingly in high spirits, taking great care of her in her temporary blindness, attending to her needs meticulously. Even during mealtimes, she patiently placed the deboned fish into her bowl. Qing Zhou Shui felt somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected kindness. In the past, Yun Shuchen had never been so intimate. She maintained a tender, yet distant demeanor, occasionally teasing her for amusement before departing when the mood passed. Her eye injury healed remarkably well. After 3 days, she could discern the outlines of objects. By the 4th day, the world suddenly burst into color, and after a week, her sight was fully restored. During this week, Qing Zhou Shui refrained from attending classes at the outer gate. Once she was well, she instinctively planned to return. Yet Yun Shuchen advised her to focus more on practical combat and to take time to adapt to her spiritual roots, suggesting that theoretical studies could be set aside for the time being. Having awakened her spiritual roots, she is now capable of inhaling and exhaling the ethereal energies of the universe. What once slipped through her fingers in an ephemeral manner now finally possesses a sanctuary for storage. The study of the 5 elements in the outer sect, encapsulated in the extensive tome on the 5 elements, merely elucidated the principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, the ice elemental practitioner, Qing Zhou Shui, has encountered no references regarding cultivation methods pertaining to her unique affinity. Thus, she found herself compelled to revisit the 3rd volume, which delineates the properties of water. Ice, derived from water, must share some intrinsic qualities. Naturally, Qing Zhou Shui discerned that her control over water was significantly more adept than with the other 4 elements. Yun Shuchen occasionally provided guidance, suggesting that the moisture in the air could be harnessed by attempting to feel it, lowering the temperature, and condensing it into ice for her use. Furrowing her brow, Qing Zhou Shui contemplated a dewdrop perched delicately at the tip of a blade of grass for an extended time. The dewdrop gradually became stagnant, yet she still struggled to exert precise control, causing the entire blade of grass to freeze into a crystalline sculpture. There is no need for such tension. With hands that were evenly fair and graceful, she sliced through the air a few times, as if the wings of a swift swallow were skimming the water's surface with remarkable agility. The defiant waters, which once surged through mighty rivers, were now playfully manipulated within her grasp. A few rays of sunlight were refracted into shards of gold, shimmering on her profile, creating an ethereal spectacle. Qing Zhou Shui observed her movements, so fluid they seemed as effortless as breathing, possessing an innate aesthetic that captivated the eye. At that moment, unable to restrain herself, Qing Zhou Shui reached out to touch the column of water, which Yun Shuchen was transforming into the shape of a bird. The instant her hand made contact, it crystallized into ice. The ice sculpture fell, shattering into countless fragments. Qing Zhou Shui gazed sorrowfully at the broken remnants on the ground. With a snap of her fingers, Yun Shuchen caused the shattered ice to swiftly dissolve, as if it had been boiled in water, transforming into cold droplets that seeped into the earth. She glanced up at the sky, her brow furrowing involuntarily. What was that? 2 shadows lingered in the sky, refusing to descend. Qing Zhou Shui too sensed the presence. 2 majestic golden eagles, the offspring of Ruan Mingzhu. This exotic young woman, who had attended classes in the outer sect with her, once showed her these fledgling eagles, rescued from cages at the market. She had lamented their plight, asserting that such creatures ought not to be confined, for the people of the Central Plains lacked the knowledge to nurture eagles. Eventually, the 2 golden eagles became quite sentient under her care, adept at delivering messages and effortlessly hunting small rabbits to bring back. They are here for you, Yun Shuchen sighed softly. I shall distance myself. They may come down. Elder Yun departed gracefully. Indeed, the golden eagles, guided by their instinctive wildness, perceived Yun Shuchen as a threat and delayed their descent. Upon her departure, one swiftly landed upon Qing Zhou Shui's arm, while the other perched atop a treetop. Qing Zhou Shui lifted her arm, feeling its considerable weight. A golden eagle had a letter tied to its leg, which Qing Zhou Shui unwrapped to reveal the somewhat unskilled handwriting of Ruan Mingzhu. Certainly, it was a significant improvement compared to a few years ago, when she could not write at all. Qing Zhou Shui, you haven't been around lately. But perhaps it's for the best, as it has indeed been quite dull. He has already begun reviewing previous material. Where do you actually live? I hope to visit you sometime. Qing Zhou Shui penned a reply, naturally stating that she could not come. Peak was situated within the inner sect, and more importantly, it was the residence of Elder Yun. Although she was temporarily residing there, she had not yet reached the level of inviting others over for frivolity, knowing well that Yun Shuchen preferred tranquility. At this moment, she could not help but glance at Yun Shuchen, who was in the distance, trimming the excess branches of a potted plant with a pair of scissors, embodying a serene and peaceful existence. As Qing Zhou Shui leaned over the stone table in the front courtyard to finish the last few lines of her letter, the two golden eagles suddenly took flight. Yun Shuchen approached, casting a glance at the two eagles soaring away in their own directions, and sat down opposite her, recalling a matter concerning herself that needed discussion. Indeed, the sect leader was correct in stating that your spiritual root is singular, making you more suited to the sword sect, which excels in breaking myriad techniques with a single sword. He has invited you to learn swordsmanship. Do you have any inclination towards this? Does the elder wish for me to learn? She asked after a moment of silence. This is your own path. Whether to learn or not is entirely up to you. However, during the inter-sect competitions, one must face real challenges, and acquiring some sword techniques would not be detrimental. Why not give it a try? If it does not suit you, then you may simply abandon it. With such words, Qing Zhou Shui nodded in agreement, having no objections. She typically held Elder Yun's words in high regard. The next day, she set foot in the sword pavilion for the first time. The sword pavilion was not far from the sect leader's hall, both located on the main peak. Compared to Hei Peak, which was sparsely populated, this place was bustling with more people, and in contrast to the mixed crowd of the outer sect, it exuded a certain serenity. She observed several youths gracefully practicing swordplay, executing a series of stances with remarkable finesse. One young man, catching sight of Qing Zhou Shui, executed a sideways flip, his garments fluttering as he landed before her. The tip of his sword poised against the ground. You must be the girl who came to learn swordplay, as per the masteress instructions. Qing Zhou Shui focused on the gleaming long sword in his hand and nodded. I am Chun Lianqing, the second disciple of the sect leader. Currently, Master is occupied with sect affairs, but he instructed me this morning to teach you the fundamentals. Chun Lianqing handed her a wooden sword, taking one for himself as well, opting not to use the silver sword to avoid causing any harm. This is the first sword technique from Return to Unity, called light clouds emerging from the valley. Master once said that the proficiency of a sword practitioner can be discerned from a simple thrust. Nearly infallible in judgment. The sword is sharp, yet one must not wield it with excessive force, lest one lose balance. Just as a wisp of cloud drifts forth from a cave, its momentum should be a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness. Qing Zhou Shui bit her lower lip, grasping the wooden sword, extending her hand forward, only for her thrust to be abruptly deflected by Chun Lianqing's sword before it could even reach its target. She stumbled a few steps, driving the tip of her sword into the ground to steady herself. He furrowed his brow and said solemnly, Your stance is rather unstable. Upon your return, it would be prudent to practice your horse stance daily. Suddenly, a loud laughter echoed from a distance, and amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, a bee-colored wine flask descended. The flask wobbled and shook as if it were fishing. A tipsy young swordsman leaned against the trunk, looking down at Qing Zhou Shui with a smirk while chewing on a blade of grass.
Ha!
The so-called unparalleled genius that Master has repeatedly praised. I expected someone formidable. How disappointing. Shut your mouth, senior brother. Chun Lianqing frowned, urging him, Go drink your wine and sleep. This junior had indeed managed to reprimand a senior with a touch of their master's authority. Oh, I'm not angry, he replied, pulling up the flask and tilting it, causing a drop of wine to nearly land on Qing Zhou Shui's head. He chuckled, Oops, it's gone. Chun Lianqing quickly pulled Qing Zhou Shui away, as if to avoid bad luck, advising her to ignore this drunken fool in the future. After practicing the light clouds rise from the valley for an entire morning, Qing Zhou Shui's posture had become quite refined, her center of gravity lowered significantly, and she was no longer swaying as she had at the beginning. Chun Lianqing was somewhat satisfied with her progress. In the following days, she arrived at the sword pavilion punctually to study, and the master would attempt to teach her whenever he had the time. However, the skills being taught were akin to using a cleaver to kill a chicken. Thus, most of the time it was still Chun Lianqing who was responsible. One day, she waited in her usual spot, but the person who approached was not Chun Lianqing, but rather a somewhat unfamiliar face. He lazily drooped his eyelids, looking a bit lackadaisical, and with a slight grin. He said, Little beauty, I see you've been practicing with that fellow for a few days. Have you made any progress? It was the same senior brother who had been napping in the tree, though now he stood at the base, looking as if he had yet to fully awaken from his stupor. Qing Zhou Shui furrowed her brow, but he continued to explain. Today it's Chun Lianqing's turn to serve at the outer gate. Your master might need to be substituted. For instance, by me, your amiable senior brother Xiaohong. What kind of expression is that? He asked. At least I have several more years of experience than that guy. Come on, little beauty. Show me the sword techniques you've learned. He settled down cross-legged beside her and took a sip from the wine flask. Qing Zhou Shui nodded and performed the introductory sword technique of the sword pavilion, known as returning to unity. Perhaps the founder had considered the feelings of beginners while compiling this manual, as it was succinct with only 7 moves, designed not to overwhelm and discourage learners. This was in stark contrast to the more extensive manuals containing 36 or 48 moves, making it quite accessible. As for why it was named Returning to Unity, Qing Zhou Shui gradually grasped its essence after many years of practice. The myriad sword techniques in the world, while diverse, all emanate from a few fundamental moves. As the saying goes, the great way is extremely simple. The end often returns to unity. After completing the 7 moves, she felt a slight perspiration but was not overly fatigued. Suddenly, Xiao Hong stood up and asked, "Do you believe you have learned well?" Qingzhou Shui pondered for a moment, convinced there was no error. "Ha," he mocked, "indeed, there is no mistake. However, my dear little beauty, the skills you employ are mere flowery moves. You would fare better dancing than practicing those. I hear you have yet to find a master, is that correct? In the inner sect competitions, you would surely be knocked down. Your master," Qingzhou Shui mused, "the sect leader, did he not impart the same teachings to you in his time?"
Certainly, he did.
Xiao Hong chuckled, "Yet I maintain that while that old man possesses exceptional swordsmanship, it does not necessarily follow that he imparts such knowledge effectively to others." His words dripped with arrogance, perhaps emboldened by drink. He dared to cast aspersions upon the sect leader. Qingzhou Shui stood with her sword at her side. "Then what do you suggest I do?" Xiao Hong tossed her a long sword. "Do not wield that wooden sword. It is beneath you. Are you fearful of your delicate visage being marred by the blade?" He drew his own spiritual sword, pointing it at her. "I shall grant you 10 moves. No cultivation required, and we shall engage in a duel. Should you best me, it shall signify that you have mastered your skills." Qingzhou Shui nodded, performed a sword salute, and then lunged towards him with a strike. Xiao Hong began counting, his body moving like a nimble monkey, dodging left and right. Upon reaching 10, he pivoted and drew his sword, clashing with Qingzhou Shui's blade, producing a resonant clang. She could not help but stumble back, her palms vibrating with the impact. Xiao Hong was nearing 18, for years her senior, his physique approaching that of a grown man. Even with his restraint, his strength far surpassed hers. Qingzhou Shui's swordplay was indeed precise. Her memory served her well, perhaps even more so than Xiao Hong's. Alas, in the face of overwhelming power, technique became moot. As he thrust again, she was left with no option but to evade. Ultimately, Xiao Hong discarded his long sword, engaging her with the sheath instead. Qingzhou Shui rolled on the ground, seizing an opportunity to rise. The rush of wind from the sheath overhead felt perilous, and instinctively, she raised her sword to block. The force was too great. She could not hold her ground, and with a jolt to her wrist, she was struck firmly by the sheath, forcing her to relinquish her weapon. In mere moments, the outcome was determined. She knelt on the ground, clutching her right hand, trembling in pain, her white garments now enshrouded in dust. Xiao Hong crossed his arms. "Had this been a true battle, your hand would have been lost." Disinterested. He retrieved his wine flask from his waist, only to discover it was empty. Thus, he lifted her, instructing her to remember how she was defeated,
So she would not fall victim again.
"All right, you may return now and seek out Elder Yun to lament your misfortune." Chapter 12. When Qingzhou Shui returned to Crane Garb Peak, she was covered in grime. For reasons she could not fathom, she was reluctant to let Yun Shuchen see her in such a state, so she hurried to the bathing pool. After changing her clothing and cleansing herself of dust and sweat, emerging refreshed, she clutched her soiled garments as she stepped outside, only to encounter Yun Shuchen. He appeared to be headed to the study, but paused upon noticing her. Each time she felt his gaze upon her, Qingzhou Shui instinctively lifted her leg, stepping forward towards him. "How was your learning today?" Yun Shuchen inquired softly. She pondered before replying. "It was satisfactory." "What happened to your hand?" Yun Shuchen noticed the grayish bundle of clothing she held, marked with streaks of dirt, and a trembling hand hidden beneath. "I had a sparring match with a senior from the Sword Pavilion." Yun Shuchen urged her to place the clothing aside, assuring her that a Jin would assist with the cleaning. Qingzhou Shui lowered her sleeves. The injury remained indistinct. "Come here," she beckoned, leading her to her chamber, where she retrieved several bottles of medicinal ointment from the cabinet and instructed Qingzhou Shui to sit. Qingzhou Shui sat upright on the stool, allowing Yun Shuchen to roll up her sleeve. Upon closer examination, a sizable bruise marred her delicate wrist, a startling contrast against her fair skin. Yun Shuchen uncorked a bottle, releasing a bitter aroma. This was no ordinary salve but a refined powder derived from high-grade elixirs procured from Elder Liu. Gently sprinkling the powder onto the bruise, she pressed and kneaded Qingzhou Shui's hand, eliciting winces of discomfort as if she were seated on needles, her lips pressed tightly together. Fortunately, the pain soon dissipated, and the bruise faded like snow melting in summer. Is there anywhere else? Qing Zhouxue flexed her wrist, now restored, and shook her head. In truth, her knee had also been scraped, but her remarkable healing ability had concealed the wound by the time she arrived. No more. She smiled slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Elder. After all these years, her politeness remained unchanged, as if she were unaccustomed to mingling with others. Nevertheless, she had smiled today. Qing Zhouxue seldom smiled. Most of the time, her expression was neutral, and on rare occasions when joy struck, it would manifest only as a slight curving of her eyes. Quite endearing, indeed. Suddenly charmed, Yun Shuchen asked, which senior sparred with you? Xiao, she replied, her brow furrowing as she momentarily forgot. Yun Shuchen smiled faintly, understanding the implication. The headmaster's eldest disciple, I presume. The next day, as Qing Zhouxue returned to her sword practice, she did not encounter the arrogant senior Xiao, but rather Chen Lianqing, whose expression bore an air of apology. Is your hand all right? Chen Lianqing inquired. It is fine, Qing Zhouxue replied, rolling up her sleeve to reveal only a faint trace of the bruise. Chen Lianqing sighed in relief. That is good to hear. A swordsman's hands are of utmost importance. They can wield any weapon, but this part must remain unscathed. At your young age, your bones are still soft. Should any lasting damage occur, it would hinder your training. Upon learning of yesterday's incident, the headmaster had been furious, chastising Senior Xiao, who was now confined to kneeling as punishment on the back mountain. Had I known, I would not have entrusted that reckless troublemaker, Chen Lianqing lamented. I thought he would simply lounge about, drinking and sleeping, at most ignoring you. I never expected that inebriated state would lead him to engage in a brawl with you, without consideration for severity. Is this the standard of matches within the intersect? Qing Zhouxue reflected on her helplessness during the previous day's encounter, beginning to calculate her potential progress over the next 4 years. It is not. Chen Lianqing comforted her, explaining that Xiao Hong had secured first place back in the day and had studied swordsmanship for several more years than she had, thus the comparison was inherently flawed. The average standard of the competition was significantly lower than this benchmark. The disciple of the sect leader, being the champion of the contest, raised the question of whether Elder Yun's first apprentice ought to achieve the same distinction to be deemed worthy. As Qing Zhouxue pondered this, an inexplicable pressure weighed upon her. Life continued in its quiet rhythm. Qing Zhouxue rose before dawn to practice her swordplay, unwavering and diligent, while Yun Shuchen enjoyed a more leisurely existence, awakening naturally and occasionally attending to important matters at the sect leader's behest. Otherwise, she would spend her days tending to the garden, reading, and allowing time to drift away. Her health appeared fragile, often succumbing to coughs in the damp, chilly weather. Disciples from Lingsu Peak would periodically visit to deliver medicinal herbs. The preparation of these remedies, formerly the responsibility of a Jin, had now been entrusted entirely to Qing Zhouxue. She adeptly managed the small stove, fanning the flames when they waned, boiling a thick, bitter concoction which she would place on the table to cool before offering it to Yun Shuchen. Each time Yun Shuchen awakened, she would find the medicine bowl discreetly set before her, accompanied by a piece of candied fruit, a thoughtful gesture to alleviate the bitterness of the brew. Elder Yun often mused while drinking the medicine, bemused by the childlike assumption that everyone feared bitterness. For 4 years, this medicine had been intermittently delivered, and for 4 years, the sword had remained in constant practice, marking the passage of time as Qing Zhouxue grew older. 6 months prior, she had successfully passed the external sex written examination, and today marked the long-awaited tenure agreement that she had anticipated since the age of 8. A significant snowfall blanketed the world, swirling in delicate strands. The intersect competition demanded the presence of the elders. Today, Yun Shuchen had risen unusually early, languidly awakening from dreams before catching sight of a slender figure dancing outside her window. She lifted her hand to crack the window open slightly. A woman clad in white was performing swordplay, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes cold and serene, seemingly imbued with the essence of the frigid winds of He-Peak over the years. As she executed her final move, her garment billowed elegantly, exuding an innate grace as the sword's tip sent snowflakes spiraling into the air. The weather was indeed quite cold. Yun Shuchen exhaled a puff of white mist. After a brief observation, she gently closed the window. By the time Yun Shuchen had dressed and stepped outside, Qing Zhouxue had already departed. As a participant required an early arrival, the decennial competition at Taichu Peak was grandly orchestrated, attracting cultivators from all corners and members of prominent families eager to seize their chance. A throng of competitors filled the venue. Yun Shuchen took her seat beside Lu Xuanqin, her gaze sweeping over the crowd until it settled on Qing Zhouxue, who stood quietly to the side. Sword at her back, a picture of solitude, Beside her stood a woman in red, strikingly beautiful with deep features, who leaned in to converse animatedly with her, laughter dancing on her lips. This was Ruan Mingzhu. Since turning 14, Qingzhou Shui had not ventured to the outer sect, and thus they had lost touch. What a serendipitous encounter this is. Fate has a curious way of weaving its threads. Today, while attending the Grand Assembly, I unexpectedly crossed paths with her. The girl from a distant land has blossomed into womanhood, now fluently conversing in Mandarin and adorning herself in the attire of the Central Plains, exuding an extraordinary excitement. Sister? Whom do you wish to take as your mentor? Asked Qingzhou Shui, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I have already set my sights on someone. Who? Old Master Yun. She replied. Why him? She is truly breathtaking, responded Ruan Mingzhu, gazing at the enchanting figure on the high seat, chuckling with delight. The sight of such a beautiful maiden laughing like a mischievous rogue startled those around them. Qingzhou Shui felt a twinge of discomfort. Pausing for a moment before nodding ever so slightly, I, too, wish to go to Crane Row Peak. Ruan Mingzhu exclaimed joyfully, taking her hand. That is splendid. Don't you think she is remarkable? Wait, Qingzhou Shui interjected, furrowing her brow. Choosing a mentor is for the purpose of learning skills. What does appearance have to do with it? Ruan Mingzhu replied candidly, when I behold my master's pleasing countenance, my cultivation seems to ascend effortlessly. Oh, dear. Qingzhou Shui mused silently, realizing that they were all somewhat reliant on mere appearances. Over the years, she had become quite familiar with the elders of various peaks. As if she had already stepped halfway into the inner sanctum, I longed to see her every day. My homeland, alas, is a place of harsh winds and sands, incapable of nurturing a beauty as delicate as a willow. Qingzhou Shui thought to herself, reflecting on nearly a decade of observation, interrupted only by 6 years of seclusion, leaving her with 4 years of contemplation. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her arm, yet the harsh exclamation did not originate from her but rather from her exuberant junior. Wan Shaoshi. She looked at me.
She even smiled at me.
Qingzhou Shui instinctively lifted her gaze, finding Yun Shuchun likely observing her, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Their eyes met briefly before she diverted her attention back to the sect leader, engaging in light-hearted conversation. A gentle voice resonated within her consciousness. It is about to begin. Give it your all. The initial rounds of competition had posed no challenge whatsoever. This round, however, featured a mix of talent, and Qingzhou Shui fought with ease. Yet, as the rounds progressed, it felt akin to rowing against the current, gradually becoming more arduous. Her adversaries were equally seasoned, each having secured multiple victories. A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, landing on the ground and leaving a dark stain. Before her stood a man wielding fists as large as wine jars, smashing one into the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. Just a fraction more. Qingzhou Shui narrowly avoided having her spine shattered by his blow, suppressing her slightly accelerated heartbeat as she searched for an escape. The matches were organized according to cultivation levels. Qingzhou Shui had made remarkable progress, reaching the late stage of foundation establishment, offering her a slight advantage. However, her opponent was not far behind, and the disparity in cultivation was insufficient to provide a significant edge. The gap in physique and strength, however, was quite pronounced. A direct assault was not an option. She dared not blink, her gaze fixed intently on him. The man bore a faint smirk of derision, seemingly reveling in the sense of inevitable victory he felt over her. In a fleeting moment of respite, he suddenly surged forward, delivering a punch that sliced through the air with ferocity, intent on forcing her out of the ring. Seizing this opportunity, Qingzhou Shui transformed her surroundings into ice, stepping onto a fragment of shattered ice, and with a swift kick against the man's ascending fist, she propelled herself upward. Her garments billowed like wings, as she executed a rapid somersault in midair, resembling a white bird folding its wings. As she descended, a glimmer of cold light flashed in her hand, with the tip of her long sword merely an inch from the man's back. The onlookers erupted in astonished gasps, the tide of battle shifting dramatically. However, the man was clearly not to be underestimated. Although his reaction was a fraction too slow, and he suffered the sting of her blade, his spiritual energy surged violently in response, overwhelming Qingzhou Shui, who was unable to evade in time and coughed up blood. Chapter 13. Qingzhou Shui, suppressing the metallic taste in her throat, wiped the blood from her lips. Despite her injuries, she understood that this very strike brought the prospect of victory within reach. The surge in his energy was due to the explosive reaction of his dantian in instinctive self-defense. With his dantian now depleted, he should possess no further fighting capability. Indeed, the mountain-like figure of the man slowly knelt and then collapsed with the force of a landslide. After half a minute without any sign of him rising again, Qing Zhou Shui emerged victorious. Sister Lin Xuanjin declares the result, announced the recording elder with a clear voice. She retrieved a scroll from the side and, with a flourish of her vermilion brush, inscribed Qing Zhou Shui's name. Hardly having rested, Qing Zhou Shui drew another card. And fortune smiled upon her, revealing the words "Bye." Yuan Mingzhu also advanced to the top 3, having narrowly triumphed in her penultimate match. A gentle sigh escaped Qing Zhou Shui. Ultimately, she would have to face her in battle. At this moment, both were in less than optimal condition. Blood still trickled from the corner of Qing Zhou Shui's mouth, a testament to her internal injuries, while Yuan Mingzhu's crimson robe lay in tatters, her expression weary. She ascended the martial stage, dragging her long blade behind her, taking a deep breath before smiling at Qing Zhou Shui. The first place is earned through skill. I will not yield to you, nor should you to me. We have yet to compete. Now is the perfect time to engage in a fair fight. Sister, I beg your pardon, came her spirited exclamation as her massive blade swept forth, igniting a searing flame that engulfed the entire stage. She was a fire elemental, singular in her affinity, a rare paragon among the heavens. On par with Qing Zhou Shui, this posed a considerable challenge for her, as fire and ice appeared to be natural adversaries. The raging flames rendered the frost impotent, merely transforming it into flowing water. Amidst the scorching waves of heat, Yuan Mingzhu flourished with ease. Each strike of her blade was decisive and powerful. Qing Zhou Shui raised her sword in defense, forced to retreat several steps. Realizing her defense could not hold, she transitioned to offense, channeling a chill into the tip of her sword and thrusting it toward Yuan Mingzhu's chest. Yuan Mingzhu slightly turned, retracting her blade. The clash of metal rang out as Qing Zhou Shui's sword, now coated in thick frost, melted into water under the searing flames of Yuan Mingzhu's blade. She suddenly executed a sword flower, forcefully dispersing the mist, while the flames on the ground were extinguished by the gentle spring rain, reduced to mere embers. The two opponents were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. The sect leader smiled nostalgically as he gazed at Yun Shuchen and Lu Xuanqin, recalling how they once stood on this very martial art stage, one refusing to back down, the other unyielding, until their master intervened, lifting them away in exasperation. Lu Xuanqin raised an eyebrow slightly, asserting, Yun Shuchen was never my equal, her stubbornness was her own doing. Yun Shuchen lowered her gaze, brushing her fingers across her sleeve, retorting, had it not been for his intervention, you would not be sitting here as an elder. All right, enough of that, the sect leader interjected, sensing the tension rising as old memories resurfaced. Focus on the match. In a fleeting moment when blades clashed, Yuan Mingzhu placed her fingers lightly against her lips, letting out a long sigh. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from above as two massive golden eagles swooped down from a distance. Is this against the rules? The sect leader pondered briefly before shaking his head. It is prohibited to bring spirit pets, but those eagles are mere common creatures. It does not constitute a breach. While ordinary golden eagles posed no substantial threat to Qing Zhou Shui, their incessant circling around her was indeed bothersome. She found herself stretched thin, barely able to evade Yuan Mingzhu's blade. Several cuts marred her white attire, faintly soaking through with blood. Qing Zhou Shui abruptly ceased her movements, allowing Yuan Mingzhu to strike her shoulder. Yuan Mingzhu, known for her carefree nature, was not a fool, who would willingly await their demise. Startled, she momentarily lessened her force. But it was too late. A towering ice spear erupted from the ground, ensnaring her blade, rendering it immovable. This afforded Qing Zhou Shui a brief respite, and she leaped into the air with a decisive slash, catching the two birds unprepared. Feathers and blood scattered, landing upon her face. The two frozen avians tumbled before her, prompting Yuan Mingzhu to grimace in sorrow, biting her lower lip. In a fit of irritation, she shattered the ice spear, unleashing a fiery blade that cleaved through the air as if to rend the heavens. It was too close. There was no evading the strike. Qing Zhou Shui lowered her center of gravity, channeling all her spiritual energy into the sword's edge, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the blow. As ice met fire, a sizzling sound erupted, engulfing them in a tempestuous, white mist, enveloping their figures. The spectators were taken aback, witnessing a clash between two Foundation stage fighters that rivaled the grandeur of a Tribulation stage elder. Eyes widened in anticipation. They awaited the dispersal of the mist to reveal the victor. As the white fog gradually lifted, the silhouettes of the two combatants emerged. Neither had fallen, yet. In the next moment, Yuan Mingzhu's blade shattered into two pieces and Qing Zhou Shui's sword crumbled to dust upon the ground. Yuan Mingzhu, quicker to react, seized Qing Zhou Shui by the collar, but Qing Zhou Shui swiftly countered, pressing down on her hand with great force. Yuan Mingzhu attempted to sweep her legs, and they became entangled in a distorted struggle. Ultimately, Qing Zhuxue was tripped, yet she managed to pull Wan Mingzhu down with her. The two figures crashed together,
collapsing to the ground.
Wan Mingzhu appeared to possess a greater familiarity with such savage confrontations. Slithering like a serpent, she swiftly ensnared Qing Zhoshue's neck from behind, tightening her arm with a fierce grip, intent on suffocating her. In response, Qing Zhoshue bent her elbow and struck at Wan Mingzhu's vulnerable abdomen. Having sustained internal injuries during a previous altercation, Wan Mingzhu delivered desperate elbow strikes, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth as pain coursed through her body. Yet she resolutely bit down on her lip, refusing to relent. 2 minutes elapsed, and Qing Zhoshue, still struggling to rise, was on the brink of losing consciousness. Wan Mingzhu fared little better, her blood staining the ground beneath them. Yun Shuchen furrowed her brow, while the other elders seemed to share her concern. Finding the brutality of the fight beyond the realm of honorable combat among cultivators, unable to bear witness to such savagery. If you cannot endure any longer, you may concede. Lin Shiji, overseeing the competition, called out to them. Qing Zhoshue could hardly hear the words. Her consciousness was fading in the grip of oxygen deprivation, yet she fought on, instinctively struggling and striking in retaliation. The last time she had hovered so close to death was when she leaped from the dream cliff. Should she concede defeat here? For a decade, she had dedicated herself relentlessly to this day, studying without reprieve, practicing her swordsmanship in the biting winter winds, enduring snow that could bury half her legs on Crane Garment Peak. Day in and day out, year after year, even the sect leader remarked, "Child, there is no need to toil so." Yet she recalled the humiliation of being bested by senior brother Xiao, leading her to trouble Elder Yun to discuss the matter with the sect leader. The first disciple of Elder Yun should not be weaker than those from the sect leader's side. One must uphold their pride. She could not yield in this contest. Summoning the last vestiges of her spiritual energy, she pushed off the ground with her legs, striving to inch toward the outer circle. Wan Mingzhu's position was slightly misaligned. She would inevitably be the first to exit the circle. Gradually, inch by inch, Wan Mingzhu was now exhausted, and as she fell, it seemed she had impacted her spine. Her lower body, nearly devoid of sensation. She sensed Qing Zhoshue's movements, but lacked the strength to intervene, only managing to tighten her grip further in a futile attempt to achieve suffocation first. The fierce battle culminated in a manner unforeseen by all, a sheer test of willpower. With the last remnants of her breath, Qing Zhoshue managed to inch Wan Mingzhu out of the circle. Having lost too much blood, Wan Mingzhu succumbed to unconsciousness, her grip finally loosening in the final moments. Qing Zhoshue closed her eyes, vaguely hearing the chaos of the arena before her consciousness faded entirely. When she awoke, once more, she found herself once again in Elder Lu's Ling Su Peak, a place she had grown quite familiar with. Slightly tilting her head, she beheld Wan Mingzhu, her entire body wrapped in white bandages. It seemed Wan Mingzhu had awakened a little earlier, first glaring fiercely at Qing Zhoshue before managing a weak smile. After smiling, she indignantly exclaimed, "You owe me for my sculpture." Qing Zhoshue turned away, closing her eyes to rest. They had both risked their lives. What was the purpose of it all? Fortunately, the injuries sustained by the cultivators during their foundational stage, though alarming in appearance, were not as severe as they seemed. Senior Sister Bai Su entered the room to tend to their wounds. She glanced at Qing Zhoshue and sighed, "Especially you, Sister Qing. How many times have you found yourself lying here?" Qing Zhoshue cleared her throat and inquired, "Has the disciple recruitment ceremony concluded?" "The first round has already ended. We shall commence the second round once you are able to rise and move about," came the reply. "Elder Yun, what do you need?" A familiar voice resonated from behind the door, and Yun Shuchen entered gracefully. Bai Su was taken aback. "Uncle Master Yun, when did you arrive?" "The ceremony has concluded. I thought I would come to check on these reckless ones," Yun Shuchen replied with a gentle smile. "Bai Su, you may withdraw for now."
"All right."
Bai Su had just finished changing the dressings and tidied up before stepping out, gently closing the door behind her. Although Wan Mingzhu was unable to move, her eyes sparkled with brightness as she struggled to confess, "Elder Yun, I admire you. Will you accept me as your disciple?" Qing Zhoshue nearly coughed up blood upon hearing this.
"Is that so?"
Yun Shuchen's gaze shifted to Qing Zhoshue, playfully chiding. "You have not spent time with me. How could you know whether you like me or not? Wan Mingzhu, your spiritual roots are far better suited for Elder Zhong. He specializes in various weapons, especially the broadsword," Yun Shuchen remarked, turning her attention back to Wan Mingzhu with a faint smile. All right, Wan Mingzhu muttered. As soon as the elder entered, she only had eyes for Sister Qing. "She is not suited for your teachings either. I no longer like you. You are too biased. And if I go to your side, I will be bullied for no reason." Yun Shuchen chuckled softly but refrained from responding. Wan Mingzhu suddenly recalled. Are there many beauties on Elder Zhong's peak? Yun Shuchen paused. Unable to bear it any longer, Qing Zhou Shui gently interjected. Wan Mingzhu, you have yet to recover. Rest and speak less. After spending a night here, with Elder Lu's miraculous healing hands, Qing Zhou Shui was soon able to rise and walk. Wan Mingzhu, perhaps lost in thoughts of the beauties on Elder Zhong's peak, quickly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 14. After a few days of recuperation, Qing Zhou Shui and Wan Mingzhu participated in the sparsely attended disciple recruitment ceremony in the history of the Tai Chu realm. As expected, Qing Zhou Shui, amidst the sighs of the sect leader, took Yun Shuchen as her master. Wan Mingzhu, having been persuaded by Yun Shuchen, caused a stir for several days before discovering that there were also handsome senior brothers and sisters on Elder Zhong's peak. Given Elder Zhong's amiable nature, her heart gradually swayed in that direction, soon forgetting about He Peak. The evening glow today was a gentle lavender, serene and tranquil. In the distance, the mountains appeared hazy, and birds left a few distant ink-like dots in the vast sky. Yun Shuchen, for once, did not travel by wind, but chose to stroll leisurely alongside Qing Zhou Shui on He Peak. This newly accepted disciple, though not entirely new, stood beside her, already able to walk alongside her. In the recent intersect competition, I observed that your realm seems to have loosened. Yun Shuchen inquired. Are you on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage? Indeed. Golden Core stage, Qing Zhou Shui acknowledged with a sigh, 18 years old. How enviable indeed. As she uttered these words, the setting sun cast a gentle halo upon her profile, illuminating her exquisite eyes that shimmered like autumn waters and ethereal clouds. Resting upon Qing Zhou Shui. As Qing Zhou Shui gazed, she was suddenly reminded of what Wan Mingzhu had said, some idle chatter about whether Elder Yun was particularly handsome. It was a pity that Wan Mingzhu had evidently not observed closely enough, at least not as meticulously as Qing Zhou Shui had. She clearly had much to say on the topic, yet for reasons unknown, she felt reluctant to share her thoughts with Wan Mingzhu. Regaining her composure, she gently dismissed this inexplicable emotion, akin to the tea froth lingering at the bottom of a cup.
Master.
Yun Shuchen had already withdrawn her gaze, squinting into the distance at the hazy red sun. Qing Zhou Shui softly said, It's nothing, just calling for you. The room was infused with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Qing Zhou Shui had returned with Yun Shuchen today and had not had the time to brew medicine. Ajin had thoughtfully remembered this task. Yun Shuchen had gone to bathe. In accordance with her usual routine, Qing Zhou Shui placed the medicinal bowl on the table, maintaining a temperature that was comfortably warm, before taking a preserved fruit to bring to her. As she was leaving, a little cat nipped at the hem of her garment. Qing Zhou Shui lowered her gaze and heard it say, Congratulations. A slight smile curved her lips as she responded with a soft Yun Shuchen. Clad in a thin garment and with her hair cascading loosely, the ends slightly damp, lounged languidly at the edge of the bed, slowly peeling a crystal-clear grape. The window was not tightly shut, allowing a cool breeze to enter, prompting her to cover her mouth and cough a few times. Qing Zhou Shui quietly set the medicinal bowl beside her. Master. Yun Shuchen raised her eyes to look at her, inquiring with a glance what was amiss. You have been coughing for so many years, she remarked, furrowing her brow, and you have been drinking medicine for just as long. Such an ailment. Cannot Elder Lu cure it? It is merely a congenital weakness, Yun Shuchen replied nonchalantly. It's of no consequence. After all, I one tea die from it. One tea die? But one could certainly live more comfortably. Yun Shuchen did not seem inclined to pursue the topic further. She yawned and beckoned her closer with a finger. Just as Qing Zhou Shui leaned down, a sweet sensation filled her mouth as she was offered a peeled grape. Yun Shuchen wiped her hands with a handkerchief. Tomorrow I will impart to you a new technique in preparation for forming your golden core. For now, take a good rest. You may return. In the morning, the melodious chirping of birds outside roused Yun Shuchen from her slumber, and she soon heard the sound of swords clashing outside the window. Such days had become a part of her routine. She always opened the window to let in fresh air, while also enjoying the sight of her disciple practicing swordplay. Clad in white, she moved with grace, a feast for the eyes. Qing Zhou Shui favored white attire, as she preferred a low profile. The garments of the Taichu sect were predominantly white, allowing her to avoid drawing undue attention. Moreover, her innate inclination towards cleanliness made white clothing ideal, as any speck of dust could be swiftly addressed. Unless under special circumstances, Qing Zhou Shui always appeared refreshingly clean. Her sword pierced through the plum blossoms, embodying both the elegance of a woman and the nonchalance of a swordsman. Over the years, she had begun to grasp the basics of the sword path. Today, The sun graced the skies, yet the absence of snow rendered the scene somewhat lacking in atmosphere. Yun Shuchen leaned against the window, chin propped in contemplation, gazing at her with a pensive expression. It was not until Qing Zhouxue, in the midst of gathering her thoughts, inadvertently caught sight of her, standing perfectly still. The tip of her sword lowered in a poised manner. "Master?" She took a couple of steps towards the window, remarking on the chill outside, advising her to dress warmly if she chose to venture out. "Is that so?" Yun Shuchen waved her hand, inviting her to come in and practice. As Qing Zhouxue entered the room, she shed her outer garment, still tinged with the remnants of cold, and hung it on a nearby rack. "Yes," she replied, taking a seat on the stool. "Which technique shall we practice?" Yun Shuchen selected a few books from the shelf, handing them to Qing Zhouxue, her fingers deftly skimming over several volumes before extracting a few more. As the weight of the books accumulated in Qing Zhouxue's arms, the shelf began to appear noticeably less populated. Only then did Yun Shuchen turn to face her leisurely, asking, "Shall I choose one?" "It matters not," she replied nonchalantly, plucking a book at random. "You will need to study them all." From this seemingly ordinary remark, Qing Zhouxue discerned a hint of teasing. Yun Shuchen settled cross-legged on the bed, her voice softening as she beckoned. "Come here." With delicate movements, Qing Zhouxue climbed onto the bed, the beaded curtain falling to create an ethereal tableau of two figures in gentle repose, barely discernible from the outside. Qing Zhouxue was taken aback. She had always assumed that Yun Shuchen held a certain reverence for the bed and would not permit anyone else to ascend it. "I recall a few instances of watching you meditate," Yun Shuchen remarked with a smirk, a tiny figure attempting to appear composed, yet struggling to manage her energy. "That was many years ago," Qing Zhouxue replied, her previously impassive demeanor finally betraying a flicker of emotion. "At least you were somewhat astute, managing to cultivate your energy." Yun Shuchen grasped her hand, noting that since embarking on her cultivation journey, her body had grown colder than that of an average person, likely due to the influences of her ice spirit root, which diminished her warmth. "Embrace the unity within yourself." Qing Zhouxue closed her eyes. Though she had resided on Crane Garment Peak for many years, her past cultivation had been a solitary endeavor, leading her to the later stages of foundational building through trial and error. Having a master to guide her was a wholly different experience. The spiritual energy within her surged, provoked by external forces, akin to a torrent rushing forth. Qing Zhouxue found herself unable to control it, as Yun Shuchen expertly restrained her, restoring order to the chaos, gradually directing each flow within her meridians. With her eyes still shut, Qing Zhouxue furrowed her brow, a sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. The process brought about a sensation of pressure and discomfort, yet it remained within the realm of tolerance. Yun Shuchen, on the other hand, appeared effortlessly composed, even without closing her eyes to shut out distractions. One hand gently pressed on her disciple's wrist, harmonizing the tumultuous energy within, all the while casually observing her countenance. In her moments of restraint from playfully teasing her young disciple, she exhibited a gentleness. Noticing the flicker of pain that occasionally crossed Qing Zhouxue's face, she subtly adjusted her approach, allowing time to flow in this unchanging posture as day melded into night. Qing Zhouxue, with a tranquil heart amidst the pain that was both slight yet relentless, remained focused until the very end, at which point she exhaled a sigh of relief. Momentarily fatigued in both body and mind, she instinctively leaned forward, only to have her forehead gently propped by a hand to prevent her from collapsing directly onto her companion. "Are you tired?" Qing Zhouxue replied with a faint With diligent practice, she assured herself that the pain of cultivating would dissipate. However, as her words lingered in the air, she did not hear her disciple utter another sound. The young woman, resting her forehead in the palm of her hand, had now quietly lowered her lashes, utterly still, her breathing even. Astonishingly, she had fallen asleep in such an uncomfortable position. Just as Yun Shuchen marveled at the youthful ability to sleep, it suddenly dawned on her that a day and night had already passed. For her, it was hardly significant, but the frail Qing Zhouxue, in her foundational stage of cultivation, clearly could not endure such prolonged wakefulness. Yet, her teacher felt a slight soreness in her hand. After admiring her disciple's serene and delicate visage for a moment, she shifted her hold to cradle Qing Zhouxue's chin and gently urged, "Do not sleep." Qing Zhouxue frowned, hazily glancing at her, seemingly oblivious to the peculiarity of her position. Upon recognizing Yun Shuchen, she murmured "Master," and comfortably drifted back into slumber. Yun Shuchen raised an eyebrow and shifted her body slightly, then quickly withdrew her hand. With her center of gravity abruptly lost, Qing Zhouxue nearly toppled forward. But her years of sword practice allowed her to regain her balance. Sitting up straight on the bed, she wore a bewildered expression. "Master?" Yun Shuchen playfully brushed her hair aside and reclined, casting a sidelong glance at her. Not leaving? Do you wish to sleep beside me? Qing Zhou Shui cleared her throat, clearly embarrassed by her sudden drowsiness. She pondered the suggestion and tentatively asked, is that permissible?
No. Oh.
A sense of ambiguous regret or relief welled within her, and she obediently retreated. Startled by the earlier incident, her sleepiness had entirely dissipated, and she found herself unable to drift off again. Nevertheless, adhering to a routine of good rest, she lay back down. When one is unable to sleep yet desperately wishes to, their thoughts tend to wander more freely. She recalled the fierce duel of blades during the recent competition, where she had frozen her junior sister, Wan, along with her 2 eagles. If they had been mere ordinary eagles, they would surely have perished. Memories of a book she had once perused sprang to mind, likely from her master's shelf, titled A Guide to Common Plants in the Primordial Realm. It seemed to contain accounts of certain herbs that could revive creatures of limited intelligence. If they were indeed medicinal plants, that would simplify matters. Elder Lu's Peak was known to harbor an array of peculiar herbs. Yet, what reason did Uncle Lu have to assist her? Qing Zhou Shui felt a headache beginning anew. Such potent spiritual plants typically held a high value. After much contemplation, she found herself at a crossroads with 2 potential paths, either to pawn herself for research by Uncle Lu or to seek her master's counsel. The thought of burdening her with such matters flickered through her mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. Chapter 15. The following morning, Qing Zhou made her way to Ling Su Peak. Typically, she approached horizontally, rarely in such a dignified vertical manner as today. Upon seeing her, senior sister Bai Su tensed up, fearing that she might be missing a limb. Qing Zhou swiftly clarified that she had not sustained any injuries nor engaged in any altercations. She merely sought herbs. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanqin readily acquiesced, seemingly eager to fulfill her request. In an effort to prevent any potential change of heart from her disciple, she promptly provided the medicinal plants and even instructed Bai Su to gather a few more. Does Yun Shuchen know about this? Lu Xuanqin inquired suddenly. I am unaware. The physician replied with a calm demeanor. It is best she remain uninformed, as it may hinder our endeavors. With a deft motion, Elder Lu produced a silver knife from her waist and offered it to Qing Zhou. Today, I require only your blood. A small bowl will suffice. As this research pertains to the living and must be approached with caution. You need not worry, it will not harm your essence. Yet, despite her reassurances, Qing Zhou perceived a hint of regret in Elder Lu's cold gaze, as if lamenting that she was not a corpse. Upon returning to Crane Garment Peak, the surroundings were tranquil, with a cat dozing on the wall, its ears pressed against the surface. At this hour, her master was likely still asleep. Qing Zhou took it upon herself to practice swordplay for a while, then recalled the previous day's memories and meditated in the pavilion, circulating the newly learned techniques through a small cycle. Human memory, emotions, and sense intertwine. As she meditated, she could always detect a faint, elusive fragrance enveloping her, despite knowing it was not a tangible presence. Aside from meditation, studying, and martial training, it seemed that little else occupied her time. Appreciating the serene atmosphere, Qing Zhou observed the ripples on the water surface and the koi gracefully swimming below, remaining entranced for nearly half an hour without feeling bored. Suddenly, a figure agilely scaled the wall, more sprightly than the cat, mouthing words to her. A flash of vibrant red appeared as Wan Mingzhu poked her head out, exclaiming, "Why are you all alone?" Fortuitously, it was indeed just her. Wan Mingzhu, emboldened by this, boldly slipped inside, her toes lightly tapping the water surface as she quickly reached the pavilion. You arrived just in time, Qing Zhou remarked, retrieving several radiant herbs from her robe and elaborating on their uses. Is it truly possible? Wan Mingzhu accepted the ethereal plants, pouting slightly. I'll give it a try when I return. Blades and swords have no eyes, so I want to hold it against you. Noticing that Wan Mingzhu showed no intention of leaving, Qing Zhou inquired, do you have anything else on your mind? Nothing much, she replied, propping her chin on her hand and crossing her legs. I've been dreadfully bored on the peak, while my sisters are indeed lovely. They are often preoccupied with their studies and have little time to converse with someone as idle as me. I came to find you to stave off the boredom. Otherwise, I would surely grow moss. By the way, I am still unsatisfied with my last defeat. Shall we have another duel? She glanced toward the inner courtyard, her eyes suddenly brightening. Master Yun has arrived. Yun Shuchen had just risen and noticed the presence of an additional person atop Crane Garment Peak. The young girl in the red dress beamed at her with a radiant smile, while her own disciple wore a cold expression, creating a stark contrast. Despite being of the same age, their temperaments diverged immensely. Yun Shuchen cast a distant glance, choosing not to approach, as if merely passing by. When she refrained from coming over, Wan Mingzhu stood up, seemingly intent on going to her. However, she was halted by Qing Zhuxue, who was dressed in formal attire, evidently preparing to depart. Her words rang true. Wan Mingzhu sat down, regretfully watching Yun Shuchen's figure fade away. It seems it is only you and her on this peak. Wan Mingzhu exclaimed in astonishment. Do you converse with her often? Is it not dull? Dull? Qing Zhuxue shook her head. My master prefers tranquility. Too many people give her headaches. In daily cultivation and study, one must find peace. Wan Mingzhu felt a lack of common ground with her and sighed deeply. Why are all cultivators like this? The last time I visited Lingsu Peak, I encountered a young lady in a blue robe, very charming. I tried to engage her in conversation, but she responded coldly and rather fiercely, telling me to go away. Qing Zhuxue furrowed her brow. You did not say anything offensive.
Did you? Offensive?
Wan Mingzhu nervously touched her nose. No, I did not. Then that is good, Qing Zhuxue replied calmly. There are not many female disciples at Lingsu Peak. Sister Bai Su would not speak in such a manner. The person you encountered was not a young lady, but Elder Lu.
What?
Wan Mingzhu was taken aback. You must be teasing me. I did not see such an elder during the disciple recruitment. The recruitment ceremony we attended was a separate event. She was not present that day. Moreover, when you were brought to Lingsu Peak, you had already fallen into a coma. Upon waking, only Sister Bai attended to you, so you have no recollection of Lu Xuanqin. Observing Wan Shimi's complex expression, Qing Zhuxue fell into silence. Wan Mingzhu scratched her head in awkwardness for a while. Before leaving with the spirit herb in a huff, Qing Zhuxue regarded her with curiosity. She remained seated in the pavilion, continuing to read, leading her monotonous life. Just moments ago, the skies had been clear, but now they had turned overcast. Suspecting rain was imminent, she retreated indoors. She opened the window slightly. The air was not humid, but the gloomy sky unsettled her. For some reason, the spiritual energy within her began to stir at that moment. This unfamiliar sensation triggered a theoretical memory in her mind. Was she on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage? Qing Zhuxue forced herself to remain composed, braving the cool breeze as she stepped outside. The time between the formation of thunder and its descent was fleeting. At this moment, it was nearly impossible for her to exit Crane Garment Peak to face the tribulation. She quickened her pace, striving to run away from the courtyard, darting into the woods to avoid any repercussions on her residence. The chaotic spiritual energy made each step arduous, and she ultimately sat cross-legged, attempting to quell the tumultuous power within her. At that moment, the clouds in the sky twisted dramatically, forming a grand vortex above her head resembling a giant eye. The master was sipping tea when suddenly a thunderous explosion erupted, causing him to spill the tea all over the floor. He looked towards the northwest in astonishment, just in time to witness a bolt of purple lightning strike down, shattering the protective barrier of Crane Road Peak with a resounding crack. The magnitude of this tribulation was nearly comparable to the 9-turn heavenly lightning encountered during ascension. Was Yun Shuchen undergoing tribulation? The master pondered, realizing something was amiss. Yun Shuchen had mentioned visiting the Punlai Pavilion today, and she should be in the East China Sea at this hour. It must be that child. The ordeal of the lightning tribulation could only be faced alone. Despite being the master, he was powerless to intervene. Standing atop the main peak, he anxiously watched as the first bolt of lightning breached the barrier of Crane Road Peak. The second obliterated the mountain's protective formation entirely. The third seemed to gather strength, lingering ominously in the sky. Dark clouds swirled, as if an unseen beast lay in wait behind them, growling in anticipation of unleashing its might. At last, torrential rain poured down, and in an instant, the sky was illuminated as if it were day, making the master feel the very mountain beneath his feet tremble thrice. Looking out, he saw that a significant portion of Crane Road Peak had collapsed, a flash of fire igniting momentarily before being swiftly extinguished by the downpour. He spoke gravely. Lianqing, quickly use the communication talisman to reach your master Yun. I shall head to Crane Road Peak to assess the situation. In truth, communication was unnecessary. Yun Shuchen had sensed impending disaster the moment the first bolt struck. She had tied a red cord, imbued with a fragment of her soul, around herself, which not only concealed her aura, but also allowed her to sense her condition in times of peril. Unfortunately, the East China Sea was quite distant from the primordial realm. By the time she hurried back, she beheld a precarious Crane Road Peak and a disciple lying unconscious on the ground. The master and several other elders surrounded her, amidst the desolation, congratulating her with smiles, assuring her, "Do not worry, your disciple is safe. She has successfully broken through to the golden core stage." With a cold expression, she lifted her skirts in urgency, nearly stepping over her fallen disciple, and took a few strides into the courtyard that had stood for centuries, now reduced to ruins. Guided by memory, she found the storeroom and bedroom. Her treasured cosmetics, antiquities, exquisite bracelets, hairpins, and many carefully crafted garments all lay charred within the aftermath of the tribulation. A mingling of her essence with hers. The sudden loss of such wealth was staggering. Elder Liu, trembling, picked up a shard of porcelain from the ground, coughing amidst the ashes, and fell into silence. Let her be, the master interjected, preventing his sister disciple from approaching to offer comfort. Should the medicinal herbs of Spirit Root Peak be incinerated, she would likely ensure that the perpetrator was ground to dust and scattered as fertilizer. Lu Xuanqin, contemplating this, took a leisurely puff of smoke and expressed her sympathy with a single, precise word. Tragic. Out of humanitarian concern. The master discreetly instructed his disciples to carry Qingzhou Shui away before Yun Xuchen could regain her composure to pursue the root of the calamity. It was a small act of salvation, perhaps more valuable than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. When Qing Zhoushu awoke, she found herself not in a familiar place. The kind sect leader looked at her, relieved that his disciple had finally regained consciousness. Achieving the golden core was only the first step. She needed to stabilize her realm. Master, how is Crane Garment Peak? Qing Zhoushu, disregarding formalities, struggled to rise and open the window, peering outside at a partially collapsed Crane Garment Peak. She stood frozen for a moment before softly inquiring, "What about my master?" The sect leader paused for a moment before gently responding. "You shall stay at the main peak for a while, to avoid the commotion. Your master may need some time to gather her thoughts before seeking you out." Observing his disciple with her head bowed and a somber demeanor, he added, "The Thunder Tribulation was an unexpected event. Perhaps you could visit the neighboring immortal sect for some study and observation? I have a few spots available here." At that moment, the door to the sect leader's hall swung open, light streaming in from outside. Qing Zhoushu squinted against the backlight and saw a woman's graceful silhouette approaching from the entrance, her expression inscrutable and exuding an air of authority. With a faint smile, she remarked, "My dear disciple, where are you in such a hurry to hide from me? Junior Sister Yin?" The sect leader coughed lightly. This child isn't being intentionally evasive. "Old sect leader, I have no intention of causing her distress. You need not meddle." Yun Xuchen maintained her smile, her keen gaze shifting to Qing Zhoushu, appraising her for a moment. "Disciple, will you not come over?" Before the sect leader could say more, Qing Zhoushu had already stepped forward. Her hand was gently clasped by another, as Yun Xuchen lowered her gaze and softly said, "You are being obedient." The two departed from the spring and autumn hall together. Yun Xuchen kept her eyes fixed ahead, not looking at her, her expression serene, and as they stepped outside, her grip gradually loosened. Suddenly tightening her hold, Qing Zhoushu whispered, "The losses I have incurred are immeasurable. Whatever punishment my master deems fit, I shall accept." Yun Xuchen furrowed her brow. "Is punishing you of any use?" Her gaze was icy. "This courtyard is no longer habitable. Our immediate concern is to find a place to stay. Otherwise, shall we, master and disciple, spend the night in the wilderness?" Qing Zhoushu contemplated the wilderness. While she had endured sleepless nights there before, she had managed to adapt. However, her master, being of noble lineage, had certainly never experienced such indignities. This was simply unacceptable. She recalled a certain cave dwelling and pondered if it could suffice. "That won't do," Yun Xuchen replied, still frowning. "That place was only temporary and has been abandoned for 10 years without any protective barriers. It cannot be inhabited." Qing Zhoushu was taken aback. She remembered the opulence of that cave, where even a single pearl or carpet was quite extravagant, and it was merely a temporary refuge. "Come with me to the Taichu realm," she said, sweeping her sleeve as she walked away. After all, she was a dignified elder of a prominent immortal sect, now displaced and without even a change of clothes. Was this what the divination spoke of as opportunity? Let her experience the bitter pangs of financial loss, introducing a ripple of turbulence into life, thereby cultivating a more resolute heart for the path. Yun Xuchen sighed softly, recalling the charred remnants of exquisite garments strewn about. The remnants of cosmetics and antique collectibles amassed over the years. It was never merely a matter of money. Her heart ached subtly once more. She glanced back at her disciple with a hint of indifference. The young man lowered his head. Qing Zhoushu accompanied her out of the Taichu realm and into the Taichu town where she had once resided. This place was a riverside tavern, nestled beside a shimmering river. The banks were adorned with flickering lights, and the occasional peal of feminine laughter floated through the air, mingling with the gentle strains of silk and bamboo music, creating an enchanting ambience. Yun Xuchen led Qing Zhoushu into this realm of extravagant revelry, where sights and sounds intertwined in hedonistic splendor. "Fairy Yun, what brings you here tonight?" Upon entering, Qing Zhoushu heard a melodious voice, smooth as water. Turning her head, she beheld a woman with a face as radiant as a lotus, her almond-shaped eyes flitting between the two of them. The heavy scent of powdered cosmetics enveloped her, much more potent than Yun Shuchen's, causing Qing Zhuxue to furrow her brow and take a step back. Leaning back, she inadvertently fell into an embrace that was even more saturated with the cloying fragrance. Qing Zhuxue felt as though she had been scalded, her complexion growing slightly cool as she instinctively grasped the sword at her waist. Elder Yun. Who is this person you've brought? A group of women emerged from behind the gauzy curtains, each one a vision of beauty in varied forms. All smiling at Qing Zhuxue, exclaiming how lovely she appeared. So pure and ethereal, like a little immortal. Tonight, I could keep you company. A girl like you doesn't even require silver. A hand, painted with vermilion, brushed against Qing Zhuxue's temple, and a particular beauty gazed at her with lingering affection. Qing Zhuxue turned her head away, feeling decidedly uncomfortable as she leaned closer to Yun Shuchen. She had never encountered such a grand scene. Especially as the women here wore attire that was far from modest, the fabric barely clinging to their forms, leaving much of their figures exposed. Swaying like the undulating belly of a water snake. Qing Zhuxue frowned. Did they lack the means to purchase proper clothing? As her disciple's discomfort became palpable, her entire being seemed to gravitate towards Yun Shuchen. The latter pulled her close, shielding her from the eager advances of the women, and chuckled lightly, "Do not fret. She is my disciple, and still quite young." From among the crowd of enchanting women emerged an exceptionally alluring figure, who silenced the others and then, in a posture of deference, bowed to Yun Shuchen. "Greetings, esteemed fairy. These newcomers are rather naive. They may have inadvertently offended you." Miaoshuan? Yun Shuchen assessed her and recognized the transformation. Miaoshuan smiled, exuding charm, indeed. "Do you believe it is still worthy of your gaze?" "Naturally, it is exquisite. Recent events necessitate that I stay here for a while. Kindly prepare the room at the innermost part of the third floor for me," Yun Shuchen pondered. "Of course. Esteemed lady," Miaoshuan responded promptly. This room overlooked the river, offering a breathtaking view, distanced from the main hall and situated upstairs, ensuring it would not be disturbed by other guests. Yun Shuchen could no longer endure the weariness of the day, and her first course of action was to indulge in a bath. In truth, cultivators often have no need for such elaborate rituals. A cleansing spell could render them pristine. Yet, Yun Shuchen felt that such magical means were akin to remaining unwashed. It seemed that without the soothing touch of water and the fragrant scent of soap pods, a sense of unease lingered in her heart, a habit perhaps inherited from her pre-cultivation days, which had not changed even until now.
Qing Zhuxue,
Having spent ample time in her company, also regarded bathing as a matter of course. Before long, Yun Shuchen emerged with damp hair, adept in the manipulation of water. Droplets cascading from the ends of her hair, floating behind her like resplendent pearls. Her disciple was somewhat reticent. Although she usually spoke little, today her confidence seemed diminished. Yun Shuchen was well aware of the cause. Qing Zhuxue. A smile tugged at her lips, her previously cold demeanor warmed anew. Having broken through to the golden core, how does it feel? As Qing Zhuxue prepared to bathe with the remaining few garments from her storage ring, she replied, aside from a slight enhancement in my dantian, I do not perceive much difference. Disciple, if you are troubled, feel free to strike or scold me. The items shattered on the peak, with some effort. Perhaps I could recover a portion in 100 years or so. Yun Shuchen waved her sleeve, choosing not to elaborate and urging her to bathe first. Qing Zhuxue was puzzled as to why Yun Shuchen had selected a solitary elegant chamber, which contained but a single bed, leaving her to wonder how they might manage to sleep at night. She dabbed at the damp ends of her hair with a handkerchief, approaching the bed under her master's gaze. Yun Shuchen lay on her side, her flowing black hair cascading behind her like the tail of a dark koi. A small space beside her was vacated, and Qing Zhuxue felt a slight easing of her tension. It seemed her master had no intention of making her sleep adrift for another night. This level of tolerance appeared to indicate that her master's stance on her earlier mountain-splitting incident was not entirely unforgiving. She reclined, for the first time observing Yun Shuchen from this angle. Half of her face was nestled in the bedding, her eyes shut. There is no need for you to search. Irreplaceable things cannot be reclaimed. Besides, they are not treasures of utmost necessity, came the somewhat aloof response. Qing Zhuxue involuntarily tightened her grip on the covers. Yun Shuchen, clutching the blanket, turned slightly, presenting her back to her. Qing Zhuxue, realizing her master was no longer engaging, found herself lost in thought, gazing at her silhouette for a long while before finally closing her eyes. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close, just enough to catch a whiff of the fragrance lingering at the tips of her hair. Though someone lay beside her, sleep did not come easily. This was not an entirely clean place. However, this innermost chamber on the third floor was the only one she had instructed Miaoshuan to reserve for her use, forbidding its use for guests, making it barely habitable. Thus, she found herself squeezed alongside her disciple. After years of solitude, she was unaccustomed to sharing a bed with another person. However, perhaps it was due to Qingzhou Shui growing up beside her, sharing all aspects of life, that she emanated a fragrance consistent with the fabric of her attire. If one were to relax and drift into slumber, the presence of another would scarcely be felt. Yun Shuchen lay in a shallow sleep. Cultivators do not require lengthy rest, yet the comfort of sleep was a pleasure she relished, remaining in this regard akin to mortals. Upon awakening, she sat up slowly, only to find Qingzhou Shui's figure had vanished, and the creases on the bed had been smoothed out. Leaning against the headboard, Yun Shuchen remained awake for a while. Soon, she heard her disciple creak open the door, balancing a tray that held 2 bowls of congee and several small dishes. She gently placed the items on the table, saying, "Master, it is time for breakfast." Yun Shuchen gazed at the light, plain congee, lacking appetite. She rose from the bed, donned her garments, and nonchalantly remarked, "You may eat by yourself." At present, her finances were indeed quite meager. With a deliberate sigh, she added, "Do eat more. Who knows when the next meal will come?" Qingzhou Shui hesitated momentarily, her hand pausing on the bowl. At that moment, she felt a pang of guilt. 10 years prior, she had ascended the mountain to cultivate and avoid disaster, receiving the guidance of a celestial being. Yet, due to her own constitution prone to lightning strikes, she had not entirely evaded calamity, resulting in her master, the true immortal, being reduced to a state of uncertain sustenance. At this time, Yun Shuchen continued to speak to her gently, with kindness and tenderness, having disregarded her for half a day without casting blame. "You need not worry about the matter of money." Qingzhou Shui's voice was as clear as the sound of jade, as if she had made a resolute decision. Yun Shuchen found herself intrigued. This young woman, having grown up in poverty yet cherished, had followed her to the mountain for cultivation and had scarcely faced any hardships. Now she was a direct disciple, basking in glory. 8 years of isolation from society and 10 years of seclusion had nurtured a little immortal untouched by worldly affairs. Yun Shuchen suspected that she had never even used silver. Perhaps even the price of a cabbage could see her being charged exorbitantly. Seeing her so resolute, Yun Shuchen wondered what path to sustenance she might be contemplating. This sparked her curiosity, and she did not rush back to the sect. The brothel was under her name, and besides that, some family wealth existed elsewhere. She discreetly sent a message and allocated some funds to initiate the reconstruction of Hee Peak. Then, she continued to feign an inability to afford a bowl of congee before her disciple. As the moon ascended to its zenith that night, Yun Shuchen listened to her disciple quietly rise, rustling as she donned her outer garments, seemingly retrieving her sword before stepping out of the room. Her movements were light, as if she wished not to disturb her. What task required undertaking at such a late hour? Qingzhou Shui made her way to the city gates, then entered the Tai Chu realm. She raised her gaze to the notice wall, where several bounty notices were prominently displayed. The Tai Chu realm was home to the celestial beings, whenever a calamity befell that common folk could not resolve. Low-ranking cultivators and ordinary citizens would pool resources to post bounties here. Beneath the moonlight, Qingzhou Shui began to read from the bottom of the notices, focusing on the monetary rewards. She quickly set her sights on the highest bounty, but upon looking up, she discovered that the beast being sought was of the nascent soul stage. No matter how one weighs the situation, it inevitably leads to demise. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze shifted reluctantly. She chose a slightly inferior late-stage golden core target, which was of the same rank as herself, offering a modestly reduced bounty, yet still substantial enough. Sufficient, indeed. Without hesitation, Qingzhou Shui tore down the wanted notice. Chapter 17. Taichu Realm, Outskirts. Qingzhou Shui unsheathed the long sword from her waist, gripping it firmly, and leapt lightly into a grove of bamboo. Balancing on a bamboo tip with one foot, her form was as supple as the slender bamboo itself. A slight sway allowed her to find her center of gravity. To the ordinary eye, the landscape was a vast expanse of verdant bamboo. From her elevated position, Qingzhou Shui discerned an unmistakable mass of dark energy, demonic power soaring into the heavens. Something was approaching, slithering along the ground, producing a rustling sound. Qingzhou Shui remained steadfast. The creature seemed to possess a certain level of cultivation, advancing cautiously before suddenly halting. Fixating her gaze on the ground, she faintly perceived a deep azure tail. The tip of her sword emanated a chilling aura, forming a thin layer of frost. The creature described in the bounty was a late-stage golden core, slightly above her in 2 minor realms. In truth, it was uncertain who the prey truly was. Caution was paramount. Suddenly, a tail swept across, shattering a considerable section of bamboo. Qing Zhou Shui momentarily leapt into the air, her sword tipped directed downward, channeling her entire weight towards the ground. As the blade pierced the tail's scaly armor, splattering cool blood, she was taken aback by her swiftness in striking. A serpent's head hissed, its forked tongue flickering as it locked eyes with her, wide with fright. It appeared somewhat disoriented, writhing on the ground like a lively strand of grass, showing no inclination to retaliate beyond snapping a few bamboo stalks. "Spare me, immortal," Qing Zhou Shui, puzzled, withdrew her sword from its tail, seizing the opportunity while the creature writhed and whimpered. She procured the crumpled bounty notice. The beast was described as massive, ferocious, a man-eater with a penchant for children. Adjacent to the text was a crude illustration depicting a gaping maw, fangs bared, embodying a fearsome serpent demon. Before her lay a snake with a rosy tongue flicking out, its tail curled in a tight coil, and its innocent, wide eyes glistening with tears of terror. Silently, Qing Zhou Shui returned the paper to her possession. With furrowed brows, she raised her sword. Just as she was about to strike, she heard an exclamation. "Spare the serpent." A man clad in white descended from the heavens, his garments billowing without a breeze, exuding an ethereal aura. Qing Zhou Shui stared in astonishment, retracting her long sword. "Elder Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Shannan, a junior disciple of Yun Shuchen and her elder, was a prominent elder of the peak. He had few interests, the greatest being the rearing of spirit pets, cats and dogs frolicking across the mountains. Tenderly, he embraced the enormous serpent, noticing several glossy scales had been scraped away. A wave of sorrow and fury washing over him. What kind of child is this, showing no regard for life? Qing disciple. The two exchanged glances. "I merely stepped out for a stroll." He cleared his throat. Qing Zhuxue produced the bounty notice, declaring that she had come to vanquish demons. Just as Elder Nazu was about to speak, he noticed his junior disciple looking at him with a perplexed expression and softly stating, "According to the regulations of the Taichu realm, Article 182, one is forbidden from harboring such demonic creatures. Is this serpent demon?" The disciple was overthinking. Qing Zhuxue relaxed her expression and nodded, requesting her uncle to step aside. She drew her sword once more. Zhou Shannan quickly intervened, exclaiming, "No. This creature shows no intent to harm. Why does my dear disciple insist on exterminating it? My master is in need of funds, and I wish to claim the bounty. Yun Shuchen is in need of money." Zhou Shannan nearly choked, suspecting that this child was sent by that woman to create chaos. The serpent demon was a charming shade of deep green, remarkably appealing, reminiscent of a jade bracelet. Zhou Shannan had kept the serpent for a decade, playing with it daily. And eventually, as it grew too large to be contained, he had settled it in this bamboo grove. The Taichu realm allows for certain docile demonic creatures, such as the little cat on He Peak. However, serpents, by nature, are often cold and brutal, and their considerable size has led to numerous injuries caused by disciples who attempted to keep them, resulting in a strict prohibition within the regulations. The elder's leading violation of these rules must remain undisclosed, especially from Yun Shuchen, lest he be exploited further. Zhou Shannan resolved to spend some money to avert disaster. Kindly inquiring, "What is the bounty for this creature?" Upon examining the notice, his genial expression faltered as he questioned, "Who issued this bounty?" "A mere late-stage golden core demon. And yet the reward was set at 500,000 silver notes." "Dear disciple," he hesitated, painfully retrieving a large stack of banknotes from his sleeve. After much deliberation, he handed it to her. "I require the creature's inner core for certain purposes. The bounty will be yours, and you may leave the demon's fate in your uncle's hands. Is that agreeable?" Qing Zhuxue hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Furthermore, do not mention this to your master," he implored earnestly. Meanwhile, Yun Shuchen languidly listened to a beautiful woman play the pipa in the brothel all morning. As the time approached, she heard footsteps outside, surmising that her guests were nearly there. When Qing Zhuxue entered, her pouch was filled to the brim with neatly arranged coins. Yun Shuchen, astonished, asked, "What is this?" "I accepted a bounty." Qing Zhuxue recalled her uncle's numerous admonitions and chose not to disclose his name. As the bag was passed to her, Yun Shuchen smiled gently and said, "Very well done. Just place it here for now." Qing Zhuxue sat beside her, feeling inexplicably ruffled at the top of her head. She suddenly sensed that her master was in a good mood, her tone light and cheerful. Unbeknownst to Qing Zhuxue, her master had cleverly outmaneuvered Elder Zhou and dragged another into the fray, undoubtedly lifting her spirits. Yun Shuchen was well aware of the demon residing in the Taichu realm's bamboo grove, a creature that Elder Zhou cherished yet dared not openly acknowledge. Typically, she had no interest in capturing it. Last night, I witnessed my disciple rushing towards the bounty board with her sword in hand. Yun Shuchen, stirred by a thought, hastily drafted a notice and neatly affixed it ahead of her. In the latter stage of Golden Core, with a substantial reward and proximity, Qingzhou Shui had every reason to pursue this bounty. Sipping her tea with a smile gracing her features, Yun Shuchen mused that should her master refrain from accepting it, Qingzhou Shui would temporarily hold onto the reward, intending to gradually save it until she could cover the repair costs for Crane Cloak Peak before returning it altogether. The day was splendid, a perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll. Perhaps feeling weary from lounging indoors and growing tired of gazing at various beauties, Yun Shuchen finally decided to step outside. Qingzhou Shui followed closely behind. She had assumed they would merely wander through Taichu town, yet Yun Shuchen sought an open space, summoning the wind to aid them as they soared through the clouds. After drifting above for nearly half an hour, they descended, revealing a shimmering sea before them. Penglai in the East Sea lay a staggering distance of 100,000 miles from Taichu realm, with essential clothing and supplies notably lacking. It was imperative to procure a few necessary items. Yun Shuchen pointed towards the distant ferry isle, exclaiming, let us go. In a joyful mood, she affectionately altered her address, a gesture unintentional yet significant. Qingzhou Shui felt a tremor at her fingertips. The familiar call of Qing resonated deeply, stirring a bittersweet wave within her heart. She had thought she had long forgotten her childhood memories, hazy recollections she had chosen to suppress. Yet, it dawned on her that the father she once deemed unremarkable had indeed called her by that name. Turning back, Yun Shuchen noticed Qingzhou Shui standing still. What's the matter? Her voice was soft and melodious, each syllable beautifully articulated. Once the initial pang of melancholy dissipated, it was gradually replaced by a long-forgotten warmth, ultimately melting into tranquility. Qingzhou Shui shook her head, hastily catching up, and after a momentous pause, replied, "It's nothing, master." Penglai was renowned for its abundance of merfolk, exquisite jewelry, and the famed silk spun from their essence. Merchant ships frequently traversed these waters, creating a bustling atmosphere. It was said that the pearls produced here each year could blanket the ground to a height equivalent to half a building. Clearly with a purpose in mind, Yun Shuchen led Qingzhou Shui to an upscale clothing store. The establishment exuded opulence, and as Qingzhou Shui stepped onto the floor, she felt as if she were treading on wealth, the green, smooth tiles seemingly crafted from jade. Yun Shuchen caressed a fabric embroidered with cloud patterns and turned to the mermaid attending them, saying, "Select a fitting piece for her to try on." The stunning mermaid, adorned with a few glimmering scales at the corners of her eyes, scrutinized Qingzhou Shui before retrieving garments. Furrowing her brow, Qingzhou Shui interjected, "I do not require this. I came to purchase for you." Yun Shuchen gestured for her to try on the clothes. With her master's command, Qingzhou Shui found herself without a choice, letting out a soft sigh. When she emerged in the first outfit, Yun Shuchen gazed at her for a long moment before breaking into a slight smile. "Not bad. Try another. This one suits you. Let us try that smoky blue one next." Qingzhou Shui's features are remarkably clear and elegant, devoid of any bewitching charm that might cause discomfort to the eyes. When one's gaze meets hers, it transforms into water that gracefully conforms to the banks, perfectly fitting wherever it flows. Especially when she dons white garments, she surpasses the beauty of the 3,000 snowflakes of the mortal realm. However, after Yun Shuchen witnessed her disciples adorned in hues of red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, orange, and purple, she too seemed to find it agreeable. When Qingzhou Shui, after a taxing bout of changing clothes, began to perspire lightly, Yun Shuchen finally felt satisfied and selected a few pieces. Qingzhou Shui deemed the quantity acceptable. Yet, a casual remark from Yun Shuchen caused her heart to tremble thrice. Apart from these few items, the rest were all to be purchased. "Surely, you must have a record of this?" After a moment of contemplation, Yun Shuchen replied, "As for mine, there is no need to try them on. I want each piece to be identical to the last time, and not a single item should be missing. Deliver them to Taichu Realm, Crane Garment Peak." The shopkeeper was elated. The disciple was astounded. Both were personally escorted to the door by the shopkeeper, who waved her handkerchief energetically, inviting them to return often. With treasures awaiting the two esteemed patrons, parting with reluctance, as if bidding farewell to a beloved. "Master, is this silver note truly sufficient? If it is not, we can defer payment." Yun Shuchen remained remarkably composed, casually picking up a string of shimmering shark pearls at the market, intricately carved with delicate lotus patterns. Her eyes sparkled. This too was splendid. Initially, Qingzhou Shui attempted to grasp her hand, but soon realized it was futile. Thus, her heart grew numb amidst her master's lavish disregard for wealth. She began to quietly calculate how long it would take to repay this debt. Even though her stomach was still unaccustomed, she reasoned that with 3 meals a day no longer necessary, a cultivator would never starve, thus saving her master some coin. Sleep was also unnecessary. Lodging required expenses, and cultivators, after all, would not perish from fatigue, further reducing their expenditures. Yun Shu-chen was unaware of her disciple's extravagant foresight. She paused before a dimly lit shop, far from the glimmering allure of others. There seemed to be nothing here to seize her interest. She glanced back at Qing Zhou, a beauty like jade, a sword like a rainbow. Perhaps she merely lacked a fine sword. Chapter 18. Esteemed guest. Are you here to seek a sword? The dim environment bore a perennial dampness, untouched by sunlight. The shopkeeper's voice was low and husky. This inquiry was peculiar, for this was the most bustling commercial street of Penglai Island, where transactions were made with cash exchanged for goods. What need was there to seek? He appeared to be just an ordinary middle-aged man, devoid of any discernible cultivation. The shopkeeper's gaze lingered on Yun Shu-chen's face for a moment before shifting to Qing Zhou. Here, there is but one swordsman. He bent down and rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items, eventually producing a brocade box, which he handed to her with one hand. Yun Shu-chen took it first, opening it to reveal a sword that shimmered with brilliance. Yet, she remarked, it does not suffice. She returned the brocade box and stated candidly, though one may be extraordinary, the sword remains an ordinary one. Do you have anything else? None better remains. The proprietor displayed little expression. A true sword cultivator is indifferent to the form of their weapon. Every blade of grass and every tree, every drifting petal and fallen leaf can become a sword. If one cannot comprehend this truth, they may not be worthy of wielding a fine sword. It appears you have a target in mind. Feel free to express it. Yun Shu-chen smiled. The renowned sword, Qing Shuang. The owner fell silent for a moment, then sighed gently. The Qing Shuang sword, with its ice spirit root, is inherently matched. However, it is regrettable that this sword was promised to the chief disciple of the Luyun immortal sect a week ago. Let her take a look. Yun Shu-chen replied with a smile. A renowned sword does not easily acknowledge its master. What harm is there in a mere glance? The proprietor remained silent. Yet at the moment Yun Shu-chen finished speaking, a particular section of the ornate box trembled violently, as if yearning to break free from its confines. This glance had perhaps granted a person a chance. Ultimately, he murmured, since it is fate, let it follow whomever it desires. The ornate box was sliced open by a sharp blade, and a slender, brilliantly shining sword soared into the air. It appeared to possess a keen spirit, gently tapping the hand of Qing Zhou with its hilt, compelling her to open her palm before it haughtily nestled within. It was cold, akin to jade submerged in icy water. This was the foremost sensation Qing Zhou experienced upon grasping the hilt. The proprietor observed this with keen interest. Since it was the sword's choice, he refrained from further commentary, though declining the Luyun immortal sect would undoubtedly present another complication. As Yun Shu-chen and Qing Zhou exited, the man merely collected a token sum. He cast a lingering glance at Qing Zhou, filled with a sentiment she could not decipher. Master, how did you find this place? Qing Zhou inquired, retracting the long sword in her hand and glancing back at the humble, gray shop. In my early years, my master brought my senior brother here to obtain a sword, which is how I became acquainted with him. The shopkeeper is an old predecessor, once the most renowned sword immortal in the 9 provinces. However, he failed in his tribulation, and his cultivation dissipated, leading him to live in seclusion here. The first? Universally acknowledged as the first. He must have been a formidable figure. Why did he fail in his tribulation? He tread a treacherous path, the path of ruthlessness. His cultivation advanced rapidly, yet Yun Shu-chen seemed to disagree. But human hearts are tender. Who can truly treat all beings with indifference? The path of ruthlessness? Qing Zhou frowned, having never heard of it nor seen it recorded in texts. Indeed, it is not found in the Taichu realm. Yun Shu-chen smiled slightly. Our ancestor was a free spirit. He deemed this method devoid of humanity and burned it all to ashes. Is that so? Qing Zhou nodded. Master, this sword immortal possesses extraordinary talent. Even if his cultivation is lost, why does he not begin anew? Yun Shu-chen pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Perhaps the most arduous task in this world is not the struggle to advance, but to start afresh. Upon their return to Hai Peak, autumn was drawing near. The distant mountains were adorned with clusters of maple trees, their scattered red leaves painting a picturesque scene. Qing Zhou was slightly taken aback to find that half of the collapsed peak had been restored. The courtyard, which had once been nearly reduced to rubble, now stands in neat order, its previous devastation almost imperceptible save for the absence of numerous decorative items. Once you reach the late stage of the Golden Core, choose a secluded place to reside. Do not return to the peak. Yun Shuchen glanced at her and chuckled, suggesting they could send her to the Master's hall to let that old fellow witness the true nature of a thunder calamity.
Master.
Aren't we on the brink of starvation? Where would we find the funds to repair it? Over the years, there have indeed been ways to generate revenue. Surely you do not believe that the elders rely solely on the meager stipend disbursed by the master each month? It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but a novice like myself genuinely thought so. She quickly realized that the brothel was also under her master's domain. Don't let the master find out about this. In the distance, 2 golden eagles circled, and Qing Zhouxue looked up, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seemed that Wan Mingzhu's eagles had indeed come back to life, not merely a deception. However, the birds dared not approach her. They circled above her head a few times before releasing a piece of fabric that floated gently down. Qing Zhouxue picked up the tattered cloth, which bore the words, "I am in the confinement chamber. Senior sister, help me. I have matters to discuss." The handwriting was unmistakably Wan Mingzhu's. Qing Zhouxue's lips twitched. In just a few months apart, she wondered what trouble she had gotten into this time. Yun Shuchen observed the 2 eagles take flight and raised an eyebrow. Aren't these 2 supposed to be long dead? Qing Zhouxue momentarily faltered, nearly biting her tongue. And meeting Yun Shuchen's gaze, she replied earnestly, "It's nothing." Yun Shuchen smiled, somewhat helplessly. It's not a disgraceful matter to seek spirit herbs from Lu Xuanqin. Why the nervousness? However, did she impose conditions? Is that unreasonable? Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Not unreasonable. Very well then. A hand gently ruffled her hair, followed by a light pat on her cheek. Go on, seek your junior sister for some amusement. The confinement chamber is situated on the back mountain of the main peak, essentially a secluded loft surrounded by barriers, where guards are stationed, and disciples punished with copying texts cannot freely enter or exit. Senior Sister Qing. The ordinary guarding disciples treated her with utmost respect due to her status as a direct disciple. May I inquire where Wan Mingzhu is? Qing Zhouxue asked one of them. The disciple pointed her in the right direction and added, Senior Sister Qing, this is a place for reflection. Please do not linger or speak loudly. Qing Zhouxue nodded, approached the door he indicated, and lightly knocked. Inside, a female voice exclaimed in delight, Heavens, finally a living person has come to see me. The door swung open swiftly, and Wan Mingzhu pulled her inside, saying eagerly, Hurry, take a seat. Qing Zhouxue settled into another chair, while Wan Mingzhu herself sat down, crossing her legs. Surrounded by scattered copies of scriptures that littered the table, Wan Mingzhu took a deep breath, remarking, Indeed, this is hardly a place for humans to remain. The meal was so unpalatable that it felt as though a bird might emerge from her mouth. Those few standing outside were either wooden or mute, responding neither to her cries, nor to the earth beneath her feet. In summary, with a haughty exclamation, she declared, To hell with it. Qing Zhouxue listened quietly to her impassioned outburst, filled with ungracious language for a considerable time, before finally asking, Why have you been relegated to this place for reflection just 6 months after entering? At this, Wan Mingzhu gazed wide-eyed for a moment, and then her fiery demeanor dissipated, muttering, I find Elder Lu to be quite miserly. A few months earlier, upon discovering the renowned healer Lu Xuanqin, who appeared merely as a youthful maiden, Wan Mingzhu was irresistibly intrigued by the revelation that those who study medicine possess such remarkable skills in preserving their youth. With a hint of embarrassment, she devoted several days to cultivating her practice on the mountain. Once she regained her composure, her curiosity got the better of her, and she stealthily ventured into Ling Su Peak, calling out to her senior sister to tease her. Elder Lu maintained her customary aloofness, draping her robe casually, her long hair cascading over her shoulders as she moved barefoot between several medicinal cauldrons, indifferently mixing an array of peculiar substances while absorbed in the scent of the herbal powders in her hands. Greetings, sister. Suddenly, a head peeked through the window, and Wan Mingzhu offered her a radiant smile. With a nimble movement, she found herself standing within the apothecary's chamber. Sister, are you busy? How proficient is your medical skill? Could you teach me how to concoct medicines? Lu Xuanqin, wearied by her incessant calls of sister, grew increasingly vexed, her expression darkening as she retorted. I am not your sister, I am. Wan Mingzhu cheerfully interrupted, My apologies, junior sister. It appears you are younger than I am. With a resounding thud, Bai Su returned just after gathering herbs, witnessing a flash of crimson darting from her master's apothecary and crashing into a tree. Dust clouded the air as Wan Mingzhu plummeted to the ground, landing ungracefully. Ugh, she spat out some dirt, cursing under her breath. Soon after, Bai Su heard a cold voice imbued with authority declare, Throw this wretch out and confine her to solitary reflection for a month. She is not to be allowed back in. After listening to Wan Mingzhu's recounting, Qingzhou Shui ran her fingers over her brow, remarking, "You are quite impressive. Let us not dwell on that." Wan Mingzhu rolled her eyes. "I have serious matters to discuss with you.
What is it?
My master informed me that in 3 months, there will be a small competition among the sections. The winners will proceed to compete 3 times, ultimately selecting a few individuals to represent Taichu realm at the renowned Wenxian conference. That is indeed a prestigious event," Wan Mingzhu continued, her chin raised. "Not only gathering the finest talents from across the land but also offering substantial rewards. Those who succeed will become celebrated figures. I am determined to participate. Will you join me?" Before Qingzhou Shui could respond, Wan Mingzhu added, "This year's competition differs from the past. It has transitioned from individual bouts to team battles. You are the leader of the intersect competition." Wan Mingzhu tilted her head. "I am no slouch either. Should we engage in another match, the outcome would be uncertain. Why not forge a powerful alliance and team up with me?" Chapter 19. Upon returning to Crane Garment Peak, Qingzhou Shui found, as expected, that Yun Shuchen engaged her in conversation at the dining table regarding the matter at hand.
To go or not to go?
Qingzhou Shui delicately picked up a green orb, seemingly feeling no pressing need to attend. With a slight curve of her lips, Yun Shuchen remarked, "Nevertheless, as one of the most promising talents expected to secure a position at the Immortal Inquiry Conference, it seems you cannot evade this call. The sect master will undoubtedly persuade you to participate." Understanding the wisdom of navigating the currents of fate, Qingzhou Shui acquiesced, "Then I shall go. However, a team requires several members. Do we have any candidates in mind?" "Wan Mingzhu?" she suggested. Qingzhou Shui chewed the orb delicately before swallowing, exhibiting a refined demeanor. "Beyond that, I am not acquainted with many. If possible, it would be ideal to bring along your disciple, Bai Su. She entered the sect a decade earlier than you. Having a healer in the team would certainly be advantageous." Yin Shuchen spoke with a familiar tone, piquing Qingzhou Shui's curiosity. "Master, did you ever participate in such events?" "Indeed," Yun Shuchen replied, her pale fingers caressing the rim of a white jade cup, her elegance seemingly melding with the exquisite porcelain. Resting her chin on her hand, her gaze drifted into nostalgia. "I attended the Immortal Inquiry Conference, but alas, we were still somewhat overshadowed by the Flowing Cloud sect. Who were your competitors?" "Individuals you are well acquainted with, now esteemed elders presiding over the various peaks," she explained, pouring another cup of water for Qingzhou Shui as well. "This was approximately 4 centuries ago, shortly after the establishment of the Taichu realm. When our revered ancestor had but a handful of disciples, assembling a team was quite a challenge. The Flowing Cloud sect remains the foremost sect in the realm, possessing a far deeper foundation than the Taichu realm. Nonetheless, the latter has shown remarkable growth in recent years, with frequent exchanges resulting in both victories and defeats. However, the Taichu realm has yet to claim the top honor at the Immortal Inquiry Conference." Yun Shuchen gently elucidated, "Thus, do you comprehend why the sect master places such significance on you and Wan Mingzhu among the newly initiated disciples? This is one of the reasons." Qingzhou Shui nodded, noticing a familiar feline silhouette lounging on the wall, gazing contemplatively in their direction. "When did it return?" "It has been back for quite some time," Yun Shuchen replied, setting down her utensils. "It is overseeing the reconstruction of Crane Garment Peak." The late autumn evening carried a hint of chill. Yet Yun Shuchen insisted on remaining outdoors to behold the sunset illuminating the crimson maple trees across the mountains. Initially, Qingzhou Shui paid little heed. But upon realizing that her master exhibited a slight fever that night, she recalled that Yun Shuchen had not taken her medicine for several months. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated a visit to Ling Su Peak. Yun Shuchen grasped her wrist, advising that it was too late to disturb the tranquility there. "It is not a serious illness. A night's rest will suffice. Now go to sleep." As Yun Shuchen nestled into her bedding and closed her eyes, she murmured, "You reside in my room. I shall not be able to recover from this fever immediately. I shall keep watch over you," Qingzhou Shui replied, taking a small handkerchief, dampening it with warm water, and placing it on her forehead. "If the fever worsens, we should promptly seek out Elder Lu." Yun Shuchen thought to herself that such minor ailments would not warrant the attention of the esteemed healer, Luda. Her body radiated an unusual warmth, her limbs languid and soft, lying beneath the covers, nearly bathed in a thin sheen of sweat, her consciousness gradually slipping into a haze. The heat was palpable. She furrowed her brow, half of her face buried in the bedding, emitting a soft, nasal sound, unexpectedly delicate. In this moment, she appeared surprisingly approachable. Qingzhou Shui paused, loosening the cover slightly and gently inquired, "Are you still feeling hot, master?" After a prolonged silence with no response, she pressed her palm against her forehead. Due to her cultivation of the ice spirit root, her body temperature was cooler than that of an ordinary person.
Yet.
Yun Shuchen seemed to find solace in this touch, her eyes closed as she weakly grasped Qing Zhou Shue's wrist, murmuring, "Don't move." The contact with the cool hand was exceedingly soothing, and for a moment, Yun Shuchen did not contemplate the impropriety of the position. Qing Zhou Shue's palm felt as if it had encountered a soft, heated surface. Instinctively, she wished to withdraw her hand, but was restrained by the grip on her wrist. The skin was remarkably soft, and Qing Zhou Shue hesitated to exert any pressure. Her eyelashes occasionally fluttered, sending a ticklish sensation across her palm. "Is this better?" After regaining her composure, Qing Zhou Shue gently cradled her face, her fingers splayed open. Her focus shifted from the softness of the touch to the increasingly warm temperature. Furrowing her brows slightly, she decided to remove her outer garment, lifting the covers and sliding in beside her. Yun Shuchen, in a state between sleep and wakefulness, felt the cool body press against her, causing her waist to suddenly soften, jolting her into full alertness. She freed herself from the encircling arms, her gaze turning slightly frigid. "What are you doing?" The cool breath that answered her, though imbued with a hint of chill, was exceedingly gentle. "I can cool you down." Her voice, crisp and cool, seemed capable of dispelling the heat. Yun Shuchen felt her entire being stiffen, surrendering as warmth was gradually banished. Qing Zhou Shue remained quietly beside her, holding her still, allowing her to relax. The sensation of the icy body against her was undeniably pleasant. Yun Shuchen contemplated pushing away this intruder from her bed after a while. Yet she found herself lulled into slumber, comforted by the coolness. The following day, a lone bird flitted by, tapping at the window with its beak, producing a faint sound that roused Yun Shuchen from her dreams. The arm around her waist remained firmly in place, though the figure behind her had shifted slightly, resting its forehead against her shoulder. Slowly withdrawing her arm, she turned to face a pair of ink-black eyes. Qing Zhou Shue was already awake, motionless, and naturally did not practice swordplay that day. Still feeling warm? The hand instinctively brushed along her cheek and forehead. Yun Shuchen turned her head away. "You can get up now." Sensing the warmth in her palm had diminished significantly, Qing Zhou Shue felt reassured. She rose from the bed, casually turning her back to her as she began to change her clothes. A layer of white undergarments cascaded down like scattered snowflakes, entwining around her ankles, exposing a large expanse of her fair back to Yun Shuchen's gaze. Frowning, Yun Shuchen silently turned away, presenting her back to her. The current generation of disciples seems to lack a sense of boundaries. Her student remained blissfully unaware, donning her outer robe, fastening her belt with precision, and then picking up the discarded garments. "Master, what would you like for breakfast?" "I have no appetite." She was genuinely troubled. In truth, those on the path of cultivation need not partake in food. Despite this, Qing Zhou Shue unsheathed her sword. Yet the texts also state that unless one has long practiced fasting to develop a habit, the body will still perceive hunger. Isn't it uncomfortable to be hungry? How about some congee? It's light. Qing Zhou Shue paused before adding, "I shall take my leave now, master." The door was pulled open and gently closed behind her. Yun Shuchen closed her eyes, listening as the sounds of movement faded away. She braced herself against the edge of the bed, slowly rising. She recalled the sensation of icy hands brushing against her face. Were it not for her student's overly concerned and clear gaze, such behavior would be akin to that of a lecher. She had never been accustomed to such close contact with others. Yet, fragments of last night's memory flickered through her mind, and Yun Shuchen felt that she must have held her hand, preventing her from leaving. She rubbed her temples, recalling a peculiar emotional discomfort that had enveloped her the previous night. Qing Zhou Shue had become a frequent visitor to Ling Su Peak, and Bai Su greeted her with casual familiarity, smiling, "Junior sister, you've come again?" "Sister Bai," Qing Zhou Shue replied. "Where is Uncle Lu?" "She has gone out." Bai Su inquired, "Do you have urgent business?" "My master had a slight fever last night, and the medicine she regularly takes has been unavailable for several months. I happen to be bringing this for He Peak." Bai Su retrieved a paper package from the counter and handed it to her. "Since you're here, take it back with you." "Sister Bai," Qing Zhou Shue couldn't help but ask, "cultivators are usually impervious to the cold. Do you know why she has been like this for so long?" Bai Su pondered for a moment, smiling apologetically. "Please don't share this with anyone else. My master mentioned that Yun Shu uncle is inherently deficient and has brought it upon herself. This inherent deficiency is quite understandable. But what does it mean to bring it upon oneself?" Yun Shuchen had been relatively diligent in taking her medicine, having only missed it once in all these years. Qing Zhou Shue was filled with questions, but further inquiries yielded no answers from Bai Su. She had no choice but to keep her thoughts to herself and take the medicine back, almost forgetting Today also marked the day of Ruan Mingzhu's release from her sentence. Qing Zhou Shui heard unusual laughter and chatter emanating from He Peak and momentarily doubted if she had taken a wrong turn. Such behavior, treating someone else's home as her own, could only be executed by that mischievous junior sister. Yun Shuchen, bundled warmly, leaned against the pavilion while peeling grapes to eat. Ruan Mingzhu engaged her in conversation, proving to be quite adept at small talk, eliciting smiles from Elder Yun with just a few words. The atmosphere appeared harmonious. Upon noticing Qing Zhou Shui, Ruan Mingzhu exclaimed, "Oh, sister has returned. What is the reason for such merriment?" As Qing Zhou Shui grasped the medicine, a leaping cat snatched it away, prompting her to gather her robe and take a seat on one of the few benches in the pavilion. After a month of introspection, she still spoke of Elder Lu in my presence. Yun Shuchen covered her lips with a smile and remarked, "Are you not afraid of being sent back in again? The esteemed Yun Shishu, known for her beauty and kindness, would likely not treat me so harshly," pouted Ruan Mingzhu. Qing Zhuxue, though initially at a loss for words, noticed that the outer garment draped over Yun Shuchen was somewhat loose, and thus rose to adjust it snugly. "Do take care not to catch a chill, master." She then returned to her seat and resumed peeling grapes slowly. Ruan Mingzhu observed Qing Zhuxue, who remained silent and focused on her task, and found herself contemplating that despite her sister's seemingly frosty demeanor, there was a gentle warmth within her, particularly towards Yun Shishu. Before long, having eaten only a few grapes, Yun Shuchen's gaze flitted between the two of them, and she expressed a sense of fatigue, stating her intention to retire to her chamber for rest. Presumably, she was aware that Ruan Mingzhu had specifically sought out Qing Zhuxue, allowing them some space for conversation. Ruan Mingzhu smiled and bid her farewell, while Qing Zhuxue watched her depart. "Shall we form a team?" Ruan Mingzhu inquired directly, as this was her purpose for coming. "Indeed," Qing Zhuxue replied, reclaiming her focus, and dividing the remaining peeled grapes to share with Ruan Mingzhu, before indulging in a few herself. "Master mentioned we should encourage Sister Bai Su to join us." "Very well," Ruan Mingzhu mused, resting her chin on her hand as if struck by a thought.
Oh.
"You go persuade her then." As for Ling Su Peak, she cleared her throat a few times. "I cannot make the ascent at present." In Chapter 20, Qing Zhuxue ventured alone to seek out Sister Bai Su. Elder Lu happened to be present as well, and after hearing her intentions, he nodded slightly in approval. Healers seldom partake in such contests, yet I believe it would be worthwhile. He glanced at Bai Su, adding, "The choice is yours." Sister Bai Su nodded and replied with a smile, "It would indeed be an honor to team up with this year's champion." "Sister, apart from you and me, are there any other candidates?" "There are," Qing Zhuxue replied, knowing she could not conceal the truth. Ruan Mingzhu would also be joining. Bai Su paused, glancing at Lu Xuanqin, hesitating to speak. Lu Xuanqin took a puff of smoke, her expression indifferent, and with her lips slightly parted, exhaled a cloud. "What do you look at me for? I wouldn't be so petty as to take offense over a mere child, though she is indeed somewhat noisy. If you wish to go, then go." With that, Elder Lu departed. Qing Zhuxue recalled something and hurried after her. "Lu Shishu." Lu Xuanqin halted her steps and turned to regard her. "By the way, your blood is merely ordinary human blood, nothing special. Shall I make another incision?" Qing Zhuxue sighed internally, slicing her arm open. At first there was no discernible change, but after a few moments, the wound rippled like the surface of a lake, eventually returning to a state of smoothness. Lu Xuanqin scrutinized the area intently, then fell into silence. "The healing speed has accelerated. Perhaps it is related to your increased cultivation." "Curious indeed," she remarked with a click of her tongue. Seemingly lost in thought, "Lu Shishu," Qing Zhuxue called out, clearly not pursuing her own matters. "Is there any cure for my master's ailment, which has persisted for so many years?" "Yun Shuchen?" Lu Xuanqin regained her composure and remarked nonchalantly that if she were to heed my counsel, she would not resemble a sickly cat. Nonetheless, she would ultimately be fine, so rest assured. What was it that she refused to listen to? In the past, she had been frail and susceptible to the cold, and I had added several herbs to the medicine to suppress the chill poison, though some side effects remained. Lu Xuanqin paused, suggesting that she find a companion, preferably one with an ice spirit root. Elder Lu glanced at Qing Zhuxue, lamenting that she was her disciple. Even if things were to drag on, it was not a significant issue. She merely needed to avoid extremes of heat and cold, and care should be taken. Qing Zhuxue was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, saw no reason to interfere in her romantic life. Thus, she could only focus on daily matters. From that point on, whenever Yun Shuchen coughed, she would receive her disciple's concerned gaze, subsequently being wrapped up snugly and sent back to her room, handled with utmost care. She advised Jean to prepare lighter dishes on the table, ensuring they wouldn't irritate her master's delicate throat. If the heat within the room became stifling, there was no need to worry. With her advancing cultivation, Qing Zhoushui could maintain a refreshing coolness throughout the chamber. As autumn had yet to fully pass, Qing Zhoushui suddenly grew anxious, pondering whether she could lower the temperature of the entire crane garment peak by next summer. "What's the point of you lingering here on the peak, exchanging glances with me?" Yun Shuchen remarked with a hint of exasperation, casting a sidelong glance. The sex competition was approaching, and she ought to practice with her junior sister. Qing Zhoushui recalled this matter, murmuring in acknowledgement, and just as she stepped outside, she turned back to her master. "The sky seems to be turning rainy. It should be quite cool this evening. Be careful and avoid watching the rain." Her voice was as steady and unchanging as her demeanor. She never spoke much. Yet, Yun Shuchen felt that she had been rather chatty lately, reminiscent of a concerned mother, with conversations revolving solely around daily necessities, devoid of youthful vigor. Holding the Bai Luo Chun tea that her disciple had just brewed, she sighed softly. A rustling sound emerged from her feet. "Come out," Yun Shuchen said coldly. "Whose cat are you anyway? Why do you insist on cooking without any spices at her behest?" The cat, on the verge of bursting into laughter, immediately cowered, obediently stating, "Your disciple is correct. Avoiding spicy food is indeed beneficial for your health." Yun Shuchen nudged the cat away with the tip of her shoe, exasperated with such treachery. In the Taichu realm, at the training ground, Qing Zhoushui awaited the arrival of Wan Mingzhu and Bai Su. I inquired with the sect leader, and he mentioned that since this is merely the preliminary selection, the limit is 5 participants. However, if you have confidence, fewer than 5 can still compete. Bai Su spoke gently, glancing at the two. "Is it necessary to recruit more people?" "With just Qing Zhoushui and me, that will suffice," Wan Mingzhu replied casually, gripping her sword tightly and elegantly executing a half-moon flourish. She only mentioned Qing Zhoushui as a sword cultivator, omitting the fact that Bai Su primarily focused on healing, believing that healing and saving lives did not equate to any combat prowess. Bai Su understood the situation and let out a slight sigh. The training arena was equipped with formations that could simulate phantoms for combat. Wan Mingzhu and Qing Zhoushui had slashed through several opponents, showcasing their formidable prowess. However, as Bai Su observed, it seemed they were fighting independently, each focused solely on their own battles. The dazzling flashes of blades, though magnificent, lacked any semblance of coordination. In the midst of their duel, there was no opportunity for Bai Su to contribute, leaving her to stand idly by. Naturally gentle in disposition, she felt no impatience at being overlooked, merely furrowing her brow slightly. Once the training session concluded, Wan Mingzhu, feeling invigorated by her performance, sat cross-legged in delight. Asking if they would continue, the other two appeared disinterested, exchanging idle chatter before retreating to their respective peaks. The following day unfolded similarly, however. As they engaged in several rounds, they noticed new figures approaching. Junior sister Qing? It was Chun Lianqing, the second disciple of the sect leader. Qing Zhoushui acknowledged him with a slight nod, and then caught sight of another gaze directed her way, scrutinizing her closely. To her surprise, it was Xiao Hong who, with his sword in his right hand and a durable wine flask in his left, smirked knowingly upon recognizing her. "What's this? The little brat has grown up," he remarked cryptically. He then redirected his attention to the training ground, asserting that since the lovely ladies had fought enough, it was now their turn. Wan Mingzhu found his demeanor arrogant. She glanced skyward, refusing to meet his gaze directly. Rolling her eyes, she thought, "First come, first served. I've worked hard for this spot. Why should I yield it to you?" With nothing more to say, Xiao Hong shrugged and unsheathed his sword. "Are you daring enough to fight?" Wan Mingzhu's temper flared.
"Let us go, then."
Bai Su seemed inclined to intervene, but the fiery figure of Wan Mingzhu had already surged forward, her blade ablaze as she struck towards him. Xiao Hong sidestepped, rolling on the ground, and then sprang up, firmly planting his heels. He brushed off the singed fabric of his sleeve, declaring that since they were to compete, they would adhere to the rules of the match. "Agreed." Qing Zhoushui suddenly interjected.
"Oh."
His gaze returned to her, laced with mockery. "You've become an adult now. Even if you were to break a leg, you wouldn't run to your master to complain, would you? If that were the case, I wouldn't dare to fight you." Qing Zhoushui remained silent, slowly drawing the Qing Shuang sword, which radiated a chilling aura. Meanwhile, Wan Mingzhu could no longer suppress her urge to battle. Her muscles visibly tensed as she hefted her large blade, aiming a fierce strike at his shoulder. Xiao Hong stood still, sword in hand, and, with a mouthful of wine, spat it out as flames erupted. The blaze ignited in the air, and before Wan Mingzhu could comprehend his movement, a silver sword lunged towards her abdomen with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from its lair. At that moment, Wan Mingzhu was suspended in midair, exposing her vulnerabilities. Her neck and head were now targets. Should she evade the thrust, she would inevitably leave her own attack unfulfilled. Gritting her teeth, Wan Mingzhu resolved to overcome her instinct to dodge, channeling all her strength into a decisive downward strike. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hong's sword was remarkably light. He deftly redirected his strike and nimbly sidestepped, exhibiting no desire to linger in battle. In that fleeting moment, the distance between the two widened. Qing Zhou Shui had previously experienced her senior brother's agility, akin to that of a monkey, so she was unsurprised. The emergence of the Qing Shuang sword directly obstructed Xiao Hong's path. Wan Mingzhu was ill-suited to confront such a nimble swordsman, yet Qing Zhou Shui, after years of diligent sword practice, could indeed match Xiao Hong's speed. As the Qing Shuang clashed with the silver sword, a chilling aura permeated into his very bones. Xiao Hong gazed at Qing Shuang with astonishment, exclaiming, "What a splendid sword!" Suddenly intrigued, he unleashed a flurry of sword strokes that deviated from conventional forms, resembling a tempest in their swiftness, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Qing Zhou Shui, with scant experience in combat, found herself struggling to keep pace. Her eyes fixated on her opponent's blade, her palms numbed from the impact. The force upon her wrist was particularly intense, evoking a familiar pain from memory. Unconsciously, she loosened her grip on the sword. Wan Mingzhu, having drawn her dagger from the ground, rushed over to assist. Chun Lianqing also unsheathed her sword, and the four of them were soon entangled in a chaotic melee of blades and flashes of light. However, the ice of Qing Zhou Shui and the fire of Wan Mingzhu countered each other, rendering their movements restrained and cumbersome as they felt impeded by one another. In contrast, the two senior brothers, both possessing golden spiritual roots, exhibited a seamless synergy, cutting through their adversaries with ease. The skirmish concluded with Wan Mingzhu sustaining a wound from a sword thrust to her shoulder, forcing her to retreat from the training ground. She pressed several acupoints to staunch the bleeding, appearing intent on continuing the fight. Yet, Xiao Hong raised a finger, shaking it in a dismissive manner, indicating, "We are merely here to practice swordplay, not to engage in frivolous brawls." Bai Su, supporting Wan Mingzhu, channeled gentle spiritual energy into her flesh, akin to suturing a wound, swiftly closing the injury. Qing Zhou Shui fell into silence, reflecting on the sword techniques she had just witnessed. For some reason, her defenses seemed to falter a moment too late. The fleeting shadows of the sword remained elusive to her perception. Suddenly, a resonant clang snapped her back to reality, only to find Wan Mingzhu lifting her dagger and storming away in anger. Upon returning to He Peak, Qing Zhou Shui found herself burdened with thoughts. 6 years prior, she had suffered a defeat at the hands of Xiao Hong, then still a child with insufficient strength and skill. Now, having faced defeat once more, she believed she had mastered every stance in the Gui sword manual to perfection, as natural as breathing. She too was a swordswoman, having trained for many years. Where, then, did the disparity lie? What was she pondering? The familiar fragrance of osmanthus enveloped her, as if the wind itself had stilled in that moment. Qing Zhou Shui's body stiffened, and she lowered her gaze obediently, stating, "It is nothing, master. I seem to have returned much earlier today." Yun Shuchen immediately noticed the dust on her disciple's brow, her slightly disheveled hair, and the sword that hung limply from her grasp. "Have you been fighting?" she inquired. "It was merely a sparring match," Qing Zhou Shui replied. "It is evident you have faced defeat. In the realm of conflict, victories and losses are commonplace. There is no need for excessive concern." Yun Shuchen, noticing her silence, chuckled and inquired, "Do you feel embarrassed?" She lifted her gaze and shook her head. Yun Shuchen removed her cloak. The weather was slightly cool. Qing Zhuxue quickly grasped her arm, but was gently restrained. "It seems I have never instructed you in martial arts," Yun Shuchen remarked, hanging the cloak aside and casually arranging her hair with an alluring grace. "How about we engage in a friendly duel, so I may discern your shortcomings." Chapter 21. Having known her for 10 years, Qing Zhuxue had never witnessed Yun Shuchen in a true combat scenario. She had only seen her employ a few minor spells. She was always serene and elegant, often found in the courtyard on a dusky afternoon or during gentle rains, attending to sect documents, pruning flowers, napping, or cultivating her inner self. This was Qing Zhuxue's general impression of her master, coupled with her frail constitution, which rendered her sensitive to temperature extremes, and her frequent bouts of illness. She had come to embody another layer in the apprentice's mind, like a delicate water lily in a lake, trembling at the slightest breeze, and likely to wither away under harsher conditions. And who did Qing Zhuxue usually practice with? It was her senior brothers from the Sword Pavilion, who stood tall and strong like pines, as well as Wan Mingzhu. Though Ruan Mingzhu was a girl, she possessed extraordinary strength. Able to wield a hefty blade with remarkable vigor, her arms well-defined beneath her clothing. Yun Shuchen stood a short distance away, having removed her cloak, her posture exuding an ethereal fragility, akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. Though it was rationally understood that she was a formidable practitioner of the Great Ascension stage. Qing Zhuxue hesitated, her strike losing some of its vigor. Was this little one allowing her to take it easy? From the gentle thrust of her sword, Yun Shuchen perceived an inexplicable fondness. She remained poised, effortlessly evading the icy blade that was about to graze her garments, her figure suddenly transforming into a cascade of starlight, vanishing from sight. Where had she gone? As a gentle grip encircled her shoulder, Qing Zhuxue felt a chill creep down her spine. Turning her head, she found Yun Shuchen standing there, declaring, right here. In the midst of real combat, being approached so closely without awareness was a perilous predicament. With resolve, Qing Zhuxue retaliated, aiming her sword at her master with all the speed she could muster, yet her strike met only emptiness. A few light-hearted laughs followed, too slow. With her slender fingers, she traced a line through the air, conjuring a torrent of water that surged forth. The water, seemingly imbued with vitality, coalesced, twisting into the form of a translucent azure dragon, soaring through the air, exhaling clouds and mist. Qing Zhuxue paused, observing the frost blade in her hand. Compared to the dragon's immense body, it appeared no larger than a toothpick. Yun Shuchen, with an air of leisure, orchestrated the spell, watching as the water dragon pursued Qing Zhuxue out of the courtyard, ultimately devouring her whole. Qing Zhuxue slid from the dragon's head to its tail, only to be expelled from its rear. She rose from the ground, drenched, and attempting to transform the soaring stream of water into solid ice. Alas! The current flowed too swiftly. Before it could freeze even the slightest inch, it had all reverted to lively water. When Yun Shuchen halted her hand, the water dragon instantly dissipated, showering down like rain. How does it feel? She gently coaxed the droplets adorning her body, gradually separating them. The droplets coalesced into a small fish that floated in the air, swimming playfully beside her, occasionally pecking at her face with its mouth. Qing Zhuxue touched the dampness on her face, observing the woman's charming smile, and inexplicably perceived this as a battle that was ostensibly instructive, yet truly a playful mockery intended to amuse her eccentric elder. Watching her smile so beautifully, Qing Zhuxue felt a sense of delight, devoid of any irritation, and unconsciously curved her eyes into a smile. "Master," she inquired, "how is it that you can evade my sword? Do you not find it slow?" Such words were undeniably disheartening. Yun Shuchen elucidated, "When you have practiced for a few more years and observed the movements of your junior disciples, you will comprehend my perspective on your abilities. Moreover, without understanding the method, clarity will elude you. Close your eyes." Obediently, Qing Zhuxue shut her eyes, and before her, the sunlight transformed into a warm orange hue. She felt a hand shielding her from the scorching glow, as silence enveloped her like the night. Do not perceive through mundane eyes. Her palm, cool and soothing, rested against her eyelids. Have you ever truly noticed the powers that you regularly employ? Only in tranquility can you truly observe. Yun Shuchen casually snapped a withered branch and placed it before her. As she focused on one point with her fingertips, the branch began to soften, becoming tender, then trembling, as from its seemingly lifeless tip, buds unfurled into bloom. Though Qing Zhuxue kept her eyes closed, she could vaguely sense the life force, stirred by her spiritual energy, striving to emerge and ultimately blossoming into a small flower. She could not discern its color or shape, yet she felt the currents of energy coursing through the veins of its leaves. During combat it is the same. Do not attempt to discern their movements. Instead, strive to perceive their intentions. Is it the flow of spiritual energy? Indeed, she was astute, grasping the essence immediately. Yun Shuchen continued. There are also the directions of muscle movement, the vectors of force, and various considerations, all derived from actual combat. You have been too well behaved, seldom engaging in fights. And it has cost you, has it not? Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. Qing Zhuxue opened her eyes and heard her gentle voice say, "In the future, I shall spar with you regularly and thoroughly." An inexplicable warmth dissipated, and Qing Zhuxue parted her lips, ultimately responding with an indeed. Yun Shuchen could not help but smile. Before laughter could escape her lips, she turned away, stifling a cough with her hand, perhaps a consequence of her recent exertion of spiritual energy. Observing the redness at the corners of her eyes from coughing, Qing Zhuxue felt a surge of concern and hastily guided her into a sheltered area of the house, pouring her a cup of tea. "Master, your health is paramount. Henceforth, I shall practice on my own." As she was about to speak, an unexpected sip of water caught her off guard. leading to a fit of coughing that seemed to seize her very soul, taking quite some time to subside. Meeting her disciple's increasingly worried gaze, Yun Shuchun let out a quiet sigh within her heart. Master, there is no need for you to force yourself. Since her defeat against Xiaohong and his companions, Wan Mingzhu had indeed become more composed. She had affixed several iron rings to the hilt of her sword, solid ones, to enhance her arm's strength. Day after day, she practiced with the 2 eagles she had raised, causing feathers to scatter in every direction. Bai Su still had little inclination towards violence. As a healer and one with a wood element spiritual root that nurtured all life, compassion and gentleness were her innate qualities. She evidently found greater interest in accompanying her master to provide consultations at Ling Su Peak. They were both rare talents, yet regrettably when combined, they resembled a scattering of sand. The sect leader was particularly concerned about the dynamics among these individuals, finding solace in their ability to gather together. However, contrary to expectations, they had not exhibited stronger prowess. Rather, they seemed to perform better in solitary endeavors. And what of Xiaohong? The sect leader sighed, pondering his condition. Lin Sunjun replied, Senior Brother Xiao and Senior Brother Chen have taken several junior brothers to compete. All disciples of the Sword Pavilion? The sect leader's headache intensified upon hearing this, and with a cold snort, he remarked that Xiaohong remained unchanged. This group of youths were all quite talented, yet their personalities bore a certain arrogance, some more overt than others. After a moment of contemplation, the sect leader inquired, Lin Ji, do you have the intention to participate in this competition? It is indeed a splendid opportunity. Although Lin Sunjun was the disciple of Elder Zhou, her exceptional abilities often led her to manage various sect affairs alongside the sect leader. She had single-handedly organized the previous external written examinations and the internal recruitment competition. The Xianwen Conference, held once every 50 years, was an opportunity no one would wish to forfeit, especially since those whose names appeared on the list were nearly guaranteed to be the next peak master. Lin Sunjun felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Yet her brow furrowed. Assisting the sect leader and her master daily, she feared she could not manage both tasks effectively. The sect leader waved his hand, no worries. The affairs of the sect are numerous, and it is indeed unreasonable to place such burdens solely upon you. Should you wish to participate, go without concern. Lin Sunjun replied affirmatively, yes. Which team do you prefer? The sect leader further queried. If one were to speak of talent, the 2 leading teams were those of Qingzhou Shui and Xiaohong. Lin Sunjun would only choose between these 2. For her, even if victory eluded her, meeting more remarkable peers would be a boon. From the sect leader's description, it seemed that the greater headache did not stem from Xiaohong, but rather from the other side. Lin Sunjun met the sect leader's gaze, contemplating briefly before expressing, I lean more towards Sister Qing's side. The former's cohesion is not yet perfected, leaving room for my contribution. Whereas Xiaohong and Chun Lianqing have been partners for many years, and should I join them, I would merely be on the periphery. A look of satisfaction emerged in the sect leader's eyes, and Lin Sunjun knew she had guessed correctly. At this moment, the crimson leaves of the maple trees were strikingly beautiful. A flurry of red foliage was swept from the nearby cliffs by the wind, resembling fluttering flowers, akin to butterflies ablaze in flames. As the crimson maple leaves fluttered down, they were caught by the blade's wind. Subsequently, a sword pierced through, returning the leaves to the ground, lifeless and scattered. Qingzhou Shui sheathed her sword, hearing footsteps behind her. Upon glancing back, she noticed a senior sister standing a short distance away, observing her sword practice. This senior sister possessed a graceful and dignified beauty, akin to a refined lady from an esteemed family. Your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, she remarked with a warm smile. It seems we met once during your childhood. Do you remember me? Qingzhou Shui recalled the first day she arrived at Crane Road Peak, recognizing the striking resemblance to the guiding senior sister from that day. Yes. She responded simply, her acknowledgement conveyed with a single word. Lin Sunjun pondered, for it was said that the eldest disciple of Crane Road Peak was aloof and reticent. This encounter proved otherwise. She explained her purpose, to which Qingzhou Shui nodded, pleased to have her senior sister join. What about the others? Lin Sunjun inquired, scanning the surroundings, only to find Qingzhou Shui alone. It appears the others are engaged in their own practice, she noted. Sister Bai is gathering herbs on Ling Su Peak, while Sister One has been feeling unwell these past few days, choosing to seclude herself for cultivation. With the competition approaching, Lin Sunjun shook her head, deciding to invite both of them next time. The following day, Lin Sunjun personally persuaded Wan Mingzhu and Bai Su to return. Perhaps after a few days of reflection, Wan Mingzhu greeted Lin Sunjun with a friendly nod, engaging in conversation. Discussing the competition, Lin Sunjun had certainly done her homework, yet her viewpoint leaned towards preservation. One must remain behind to ensure safety, she suggested, for instance, by Su. As long as she is able to heal, her wood element roots provide an inexhaustible source of power. Sister Wan, your spiritual roots conflict with those of Sister Qing. It would be unwise for you to fight together. We must designate one to stay behind. But who should that be? Qing Zhou Shui proposed. Let us test in the training arena. Today, it happens to be unoccupied. They returned to the training grounds and entered the illusory array, where the surroundings quickly enveloped in a mist. The day transformed. Within the array, opponents could adjust their realms. On a stone pillar beside the platform stood multiple distinct carvings, and a radiant gem could be placed in various locations to alter the difficulty, to simulate the most dire circumstances. Lin Sunjun elevated the challenge to the late Golden Core stage, 2 realms above their previous training. Illusory figures emerged, brandishing weapons and rushing toward them. Before Lin Sunjun could utter a word, she caught sight of a red figure darting forward, wielding a blade, and engaging in fierce combat with the apparition. A swordsman approached from the left, and in a bid to defend by Su behind her, Qing Zhou Shui unsheathed her Qing Shuang's sword to confront him. The swordsman's technique was equally swift, and before long, Qing Zhou Shui could only perceive blurred shadows dancing before her. She found herself struggling to keep up. As her hands grew weary and soft, she recalled the warmth of her master's hand resting upon her eyes, urging her not to perceive with mundane vision. This phrase suddenly flickered through her mind. She deflected a sword with a resonant clang. The wind of the blade howled past her ears, and in that fleeting moment, she steeled her resolve, standing firm like a pillar, and closed her eyes. In Chapter 22, when one ceases to rely on their sight, other senses become extraordinarily acute. Qing Zhou Shui calmed her mind and focused her energy, akin to observing the bloom of flowers. In this moment, even haste dissipated, and time seemed to flow exceptionally slowly. She became acutely aware of how a warrior grips their sword, how the muscles of the arm engage, and how spiritual energy courses through the body. She contemplated where the next strike might land. Upon reopening her eyes, she positioned her sword to block, her grip unwavering as she perfectly intercepted the incoming blade, finally perceiving its trajectory. Yet, suddenly, she heard Senior Sister Lin's voice calling out, "Stop." The illusionary array dissolved, and the warrior's figure vanished without a trace. Qing Zhou Shui and Wan Mingzhu turned to see Bai Su and Lin Sunjun being pushed out of the circle by the remaining phantoms. They needed to extract someone to safeguard their rear. Ultimately, they were left to fend for themselves. Lin Sunjun's tone was inevitably harsh. If this were a competition, they would have already lost. Wan Mingzhu, you charged in too recklessly from the start, leaving yourself wide open in an instant. If Bai Su were to fall, the opposing healer would still remain, and we would be faced with several indestructible foes. You're no different. Lin Sunjun looked at Qing Zhou Shui, questioning why she insisted on entangling herself with the warrior. Qing Zhou Shui had indeed been enraptured by the breakthrough in her swordsmanship, momentarily lost in concentration, oblivious to everything else. She lowered her gaze and nodded slightly. Wan Mingzhu merely pouted, saying nothing further. Shouldering her sword, she declared once more, with renewed determination. Wan Mingzhu tempered her approach slightly, but soon found herself provoked by several phantom warriors, unable to resist engaging in a chaotic battle, disregarding all else. The fiery nature of her spiritual root was as intense as the scorching temperature of the sword in her hand. Her excessive force even affected the entirety of the arena. Qing Zhou Shui felt increasingly uncomfortable in the searing air. The chilling aura enveloping her clear frost sword dissipated entirely, should she attempt to forcibly condense ice. It would require an even greater expenditure of spiritual energy. The warrior was already at the late Golden Core stage, 2 minor realms above Qing Zhou Shui. In her current disadvantageous position, she soon found herself on the brink of collapse. Once again, the arena faced imminent defeat. You should temper your flames, Lin Sunjun said. Her brow furrowed, at least refrain from affecting the side. After suffering 2 consecutive losses, Wan Mingzhu grew irritated. Why do you command me while you merely stand by? Just moments ago, you did nothing. What gives you the right to interfere with my fighting? She pulled Qing Zhou Shui closer, lowering her brows. I was fighting well with my sister from the beginning, without restraint, and now I must split my focus to protect someone and heed your commands. Bai Su felt somewhat awkward and softly suggested, in that case perhaps. Upon hearing this, Lin Sunjun placed her hand on Bai Su's shoulder, signaling that she need not elaborate further. She called out to Wan Mingzhu, I have heard that you performed exceptionally well before, yet you did not take the time to protect her. How is it that the 3 of you combined could not surpass even 2? Wan Mingzhu scoffed. And how would you know about this? Have you been lurking in the shadows for days? She weighed the knife in her hand and muttered, Isn't it merely a dual spirit root? What is so remarkable about that? Compared to Qing Zhou Shui, Wan Mingzhu, and even by Su's single spirit roots. Lin Sun's aptitude indeed fell short, and her cultivation progressed at a slower pace than theirs. The inner disciples may be few, yet they are immensely talented. This was precisely why she had not taken the master as her mentor, lacking the qualifications to become a sword cultivator. Regardless of her other outstanding abilities, they were of no avail. Lin Sun's complexion paled slightly. This was one of her lingering worries. She momentarily fell silent. Qing Zhuxue glanced at Wan Mingzhu and said softly, "Let us refrain from further words." Just as the atmosphere became tense, a graceful female voice interjected, "This is a place for combat, not for verbal disputes." Yun Shuchen approached them, her gaze sweeping over each of their faces, lingering a moment longer on Qing Zhuxue. Then she shifted her focus to Wan Mingzhu, offering a gentle smile. "What did you just say? Please repeat it." Upon seeing Elder Yun arrive, Wan Mingzhu was momentarily at a loss for words. However, being bold, she gritted her teeth and stated, "I said she is merely a dual spirit root. Her cultivation may be more arduous, and if she cannot compete, then she should hide behind me. What is so impressive about that? I am still a 5 spirit root." Yun Shuchen opened her palm, 5 luminous points swirling harmoniously in her hand, raising an eyebrow, "And I hold my position as peak master quite firmly. You ought to address me as senior. Should you not?" Qing Zhuxue was taken aback. She had only seen Yun Shuchen employ water or wood-based spells to nurture that branch. She had never considered the possibility of 5 spirit roots, as having so many would make cultivation exceedingly challenging, essentially rendering one incapable of pursuing immortality. Wan Mingzhu displayed surprise but quickly regained her composure, raising an eyebrow. "Well, that's impressive, Elder Yun. And previously, did you not think Bai Su was a hindrance?" Yun Shuchen remained unfazed and countered. "Then what of your master Lu, who is also a healer? How does she fare?" Wan Mingzhu pressed her lips together, her voice lowering as she stubbornly replied, "That is simply due to Master Lu's own prowess. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. With your haughty temperament, how can you predict what others will become?" Wan Mingzhu turned her head away. "Oh." She glanced at Sister Bai Su, her tone softening considerably. "I have no objections against you." Yet her demeanor suddenly sharpened. "I simply cannot abide those who always wish to play the teacher." Lin Sun was momentarily disinterested in arguing with her. Her heart was entirely focused on Yun Shuchen's words. She gazed at the 5 radiant points of light in the woman's palm, the pressure of the great ascension stage feeling utterly unattainable, as if it were a distant and arduous journey. How had she achieved such exceptional aptitude? A flicker of vague hope seemed to arise within Lin Sun's heart. Although Yun Shuchen had somewhat alleviated the atmosphere, the gathering ultimately ended on an unhappy note. Wan Mingzhu, with her strikingly beautiful and profound features, appeared rather unapproachable when not smiling. Departing with an indifferent expression, she cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xuanjin. Lin Xuanjin averted her gaze and bowed her head towards Yun Shuchen, seemingly filled with regret for the misstep of her disciple. She had not intended for any dispute to arise here, yet did not anticipate that junior sister Wan would be so forthright as to provoke laughter from the elders. As the one responsible for various matters of the sect, her demeanor was evidently much more gracious than Wan Mingzhu's, marked by obedience and courtesy. With a single phrase, she publicly took the blame while subtly emphasizing Wan Mingzhu's faults before Elder Yun, effectively casting blame in her direction. "This child possesses a shrewd mind." Yun Shuchen smiled, brushing it aside. Bai Su sighed, feeling somewhat guilty, stating that her senior sister need not speak thus, as it was ultimately her fault. The practice of healing was of utmost importance. There was no need for undue self-deprecation. Yun Shuchen offered her a word of comfort before turning her attention to her disciple, who was observing intently, eyes half closed, seemingly disinterested in the farce unfolding before her, remaining entirely silent throughout. Bai Su and Lin Xuanjin took their leave, departing together. Qing Zhuxue remained in place, as if lost in thought. Yun Shuchen waved her hand before her eyes, startling her back to reality. "What were you pondering so deeply?" "I was contemplating the commonalities between swordsmanship and magical arts," replied Qing Zhuxue. Yun Shuchen reflected that this child was indeed not of ordinary caliber. While her junior sister was nearly embroiled in conflict right beneath her nose, she remained remarkably composed. If Wan Mingzhu harbored a competitive spirit and Lin Xuanjin was inclined towards strategizing, Qing Zhuxue exhibited neither. Her calm demeanor bordered on indifference, and it was uncertain whether this could be deemed entirely positive. Yun Shuchen had long noted that her temperament was steadier than others. She displayed a much cooler emotional response to changing circumstances. The day was drawing to a close. "Let us return. We have yet to dine." "Why did you come to the main peak's martial arena today?" "I grew weary atop He Peak and sought a stroll, fortuitously encountering you." Yun Shuchen paused. Your junior sister wan proud and dismissive, yet her words meander. She possesses some strength and is bold enough to act on her convictions, quite straightforward in her speech. She treats you well, and forming a friendship with her would not be detrimental. Qing Zhouxue looked somewhat surprised, having thought that her master would favor Lin Xuanjin more. Thus, she inquired, what of senior sister Lin? Her? Yun Xuchen cleared her throat lightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She entered the sect earlier. I have known her longer than I have known you. She is far more astute than you, not in terms of innate understanding, but in worldly wisdom. Qing Zhoushue's attention shifted with her master's gentle cough. She removed an outer layer of clothing, walking slowly before draping it securely around Yun Xuchen.
Master.
Did you remember to take your medicine? Yun Xuchen nodded, clutching her outer robe, which bore the familiar scent of the 9 Harmonies incense from Crane Garment Peak, harmonizing with her own fragrance. Additionally, there lingered a fresh aroma of the verdant flora from her practice in the fields. Not cold?
Indeed.
Qing Zhousue responded promptly to this remark. It is no longer cold, Yun Xuchen replied gently, gazing at the shifting shadows of the mountains. The breeze was tender, and the beauty of the Taichu realm remained timeless, as splendid as it had been for 5 centuries. Her disciple persistently inquired about the same matter, as if she never tired of it. Yet, there was some effect from her attentiveness to temperature, for Yun Xuchen's health seemed rather stable. Over the years, the presence of another person on the peak had added a touch of warmth, a pair of chopsticks accompanying the meal. You have been busy practicing the sword these past few days. Have you continued to work on the techniques I taught you? Qing Zhousue affirmed, yes, master. I practice every night before sleeping, and I have completed the lessons. Perfect, then it is time to learn the next one, Yun Xuchen said. Do you still remember those books piled on the table, towering higher than you? No matter how many there are, if I take my time, I will eventually finish them. Qing Zhousue replied, unperturbed by the long road ahead. She turned to Yun Xuchen and added, I find these things quite interesting. Children like you are rare, Yun Xuchen remarked. Most would lament endlessly. I recall when several disciples under our ancestral master were racking their brains to fool the elders. Qing Zhousue remained unconvinced. Exploring alone is certainly arduous, and practicing the sword is no less so, but what? If I perform well, you will smile at me, she stated earnestly. When you smile at me, Master, I feel as if my heart is cleansed of all worries. Chapter 23. After so many years of cultivation, your tongue has become sweeter, Yun Xuchen pondered. Acknowledging that her disciple was indeed a person of truth, she must genuinely feel this way to express it. With a smile, she dismissed the thought. Upon returning to Crane Garment Peak, they shared a light meal. Originally, she intended to continue their practice, but Qing Zhousue had spent quite a long time outdoors, engaging in 2 or 3 sparring sessions, and now her inner garments were damp with a thin layer of sweat. Thus, she first decided to take a bath. The door was gently closed, and not long after, Qing Zhoushue's voice came from within. Master, I left my clothes outside. When she was younger, to prevent drowning, Qing Zhousue had always bathed in her room, standing in a wooden tub. Now, being nearly as tall as Yun Xuchen, she had no such apprehensions. And with their rooms being too far apart, she took advantage of Yun Xuchen's tacit consent to use her bathing area. Yun Xuchen was taken aback by her words. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the neatly folded garments beside her and, braving the rising steam, handed them to her. A veil of mist enveloped the scene as Qing Zhousue soaked in the tub. Her long hair spread in the water, resembling dark silk swirling gracefully, concealing much of her skin, rendering her figure almost invisible. As she drew near, Qing Zhousue heard a sound, and with a splash, she rose, water cascading from her like a waterfall. Her delicate bare feet touched the ground, startlingly white. Yun Xuchen's gaze seemed to scorch her, prompting her to swiftly turn away. Frowning as she coldly inquired, What are you getting up for? To fetch my clothes, replied Qing Zhousue, perplexed by her master's retreating figure. Master, what troubles you? Get dressed first, and then we'll talk.
Hurry.
With the garments in hand, she placed them behind her. Under her master's urging, Qing Zhousue reluctantly donned the loose attire, fastening the belt, and declared done. Yun Xuchen turned to face her. The ends of her hair remained damp, and traces of water adorned her skin. The fabric of her dress varying in shades like billowing clouds, occasionally accentuating her graceful curves. Qing Zhousue noticed Yun Xuchen's gaze linger at her neckline, and she had a question brewing in her mind about that very spot. After a moment's hesitation, she found herself somewhat hesitant to speak. She gently tugged at her collar and said, Master, for some reason, this area has often ached over the past few years. As she pressed on the tender flesh, she wondered aloud, is it some ailment? Through the hazy mist, Qing Zhou Shui suddenly perceived a hint of crimson bloom on Yun Shuchen's profile. The woman inexplicably bit her lip and cleared her throat, saying, "Stop rubbing it. It's quite normal. No need to dwell on it. You are 18 now, a young lady. Refrain from changing your clothes in front of others, and do not casually tug at your collar. Must I not do so even in your presence?" Noticing her apparent reluctance to elaborate further, Qing Zhou Shui lowered her hand, somewhat baffled, yet nodded in agreement. All right. As she exited the bathroom, her white garments clung to her form, her hair still dripping with water, but she paid it no mind. Yun Shuchen dismissed the fleeting images of spring that flooded her mind, and seeing Qing Zhou Shui in such a state, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Her clothes soaked and unbothered, only a child would be so careless. Or perhaps this girl truly embodied an ethereal being untouched by worldly concerns. With a flick of her fingers, all the droplets from Qing Zhou Shui's body fell away, merging into the pool below, and her garments and hair regained their dryness. Her little disciple, now immaculate, sat upon her bed, legs crossed in meditation, eyes closed. As she cultivated her energy, this endeavor proved once again to be a grueling ordeal, causing a thin sheen of sweat to bead on her brow. Ultimately, as dawn approached, exhaustion claimed her, and she succumbed to slumber. Yun Shuchen gazed down at the head resting on her shoulder. Qing Zhou Shui slept peacefully, devoid of any guard, her fingers lightly grasping a strand of fabric. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this time she did not rouse the girl nor hasten her from the bed, allowing her to rest soundly through the night. The following morning, Qing Zhou Shui woke promptly but found the room's decor somewhat unfamiliar, realizing she had not returned to her own chamber. Enveloped by a familiar and gentle fragrance, it was no wonder she had slept so well. Quietly, she rose. Yun Shuchen still slumbered, her back turned to her, breathing steadily. Qing Zhou Shui cast a glance at the sky and calculated the days, suddenly furrowing her brow. Today, the sect leader was to convene a routine morning assembly with the elders. Yet, it seemed her master showed no signs of hope for rising. Weighing her options, Qing Zhou Shui gently prodded her, causing Yun Shuchen's breath to falter momentarily. Displeased, she opened her eyes slightly, squinting at her disciple and murmured, "What? Master, the sect leader is already ringing the bell. He can ring it all he wants," Yun Shuchen replied lazily, turning over. She closed her eyes in contemplation once more, then glanced at her disciple. "Perfect, you shall go in my stead. Is that even permissible?" Hearing that visitors from other sects were coming to exchange ideas today, leaving her seat vacant would be inappropriate. "Do not worry. The last exchange between our sects occurred during the time of our ancestors. No one will recognize you." Yun Shuchen had already closed her eyes again, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You are the sole disciple of He Peak. This position will eventually be yours. Best to acclimatize now." Qing Zhou Shui remained hesitant. Moreover, Yun Shuchen furrowed her brow, burying herself deeper into the blankets, softly murmuring, "I feel a bit unwell today. Truly quite uncomfortable. Why has it not improved?" With a slight furrow of her brow, Qing Zhou Shui paused before departing. Yun Shuchen offered no reply, merely coughing softly. Reclining on the bed, internally reflecting, this tactic proves rather effective. Qing Zhou Shui finally unearthed her master's long-dormant elder's robe from the bottom of the chest. Shaking off the dust with a quiet gasp, astonished at how many years it had been since her master attended a morning assembly, she styled her long hair half up, half down into a bun, securing it with a jade crown, and a ribbon embroidered with the yin-yang symbol trailed down her back. The pristine white robe bestowed a solemnity upon her, accentuating her originally cool and distant features, exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. Yun Shuchen lay relaxed upon the bed, occasionally opening her eyes to appraise her disciple, clearly pleased. "You are far more suited for this than I. Yes. I shall entrust this duty to you henceforth." Qing Zhou Shui pursed her lips, her heart heavy as she flew towards the sect leader's hall. Since acquiring the Qing Shuang sword, she could travel effortlessly, no longer struggling across the peaks. The sect leader seemed to harbor no expectations for Yun Shuchen's attendance. After all, that woman had long used her frail health as an excuse. He pressed his fingers to his forehead and sighed. A soft voice interrupted the silence. "Sect leader, I will stand in for my master." At that moment, the members of the Lu Yunxian sect had yet to arrive, causing the sect leader to pause. Turning to look at Qing Zhou Shui, the other elders appeared to grasp the situation. Elder Yu from Huangzhong Peak chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, so a direct disciple can be utilized in such a manner. Truly Sister Yun is remarkable." Silence. The sect leader waved his hand, displaying a measure of leniency. "Since you are here, you may take your master's seat." She sat upright in the designated place, her attire immaculate, exuding a composed demeanor. Before long, Several elders from the Lu Yun Xian sect arrived to discuss their doctrines. Qing Zhou Shui listened attentively, remaining quiet, knowing that as long as she did not speak, no one would recognize her. The conversation gradually shifted to the matters of the Immortal Inquiry Conference. It is said that this year's rewards are exceptionally generous. The neighboring elder has boasted to the heavens and beyond, claiming that the total value could equal that of an entire peak. He has also spoken grandly of the precious Zhuangxin lotus, asserting that a mere whiff can cure countless ailments and a taste can render one immune to all toxins. Qingzhou Shui, however, is not particularly interested in the competition or in making a name for herself. Yet, upon hearing about the peak's value and the miraculous properties of this celestial plant, her eyes glimmer with newfound determination. And she begins to contemplate the possibility of victory in this contest. Although the crane garment peak has been restored, it has cost a considerable amount of silver, all of which has been paid out of Yun Shuchen's own pocket. Should she manage to win more, she could save up and compensate for her master's losses. The sect leader is unaware that his seemingly aloof disciple has been roused by the prospect of wealth. He observes Qingzhou Shui, who appears solemn and dignified, sitting in the elder's position with great poise, and is moved to tears, feeling a deep sense of pride. She far surpasses her master, who often either meditates with closed eyes or absent-mindedly snacks on seeds and grapes. Qingzhou Shui remains oblivious to the fact that in the leader's eyes, she has become the epitome of purity emerging from the mud, a resilient hope for the sect despite its flaws. With a heart full of thoughts, she disperses from the meeting. Upon returning to the crane garment peak, she changes her clothes. Yun Shuchen has just awakened from a brief nap, still somewhat groggy, her brow furrowed with fatigue as she leans against the corridor to catch the breeze. Seeing this, Qingzhou Shui cannot help but drape a warm garment over her. Yun Shuchen instinctively removes it, holding it in her hands. There is a certain chill that arises when a disciple feels their master is cold. Have you returned? The sect leader should be quite pleased, she remarks. Not sure, Qingzhou Shui replies, choosing not to elaborate. Master, is your chest still tight? She clearly remains concerned about this matter. Not any longer. I shall go practice my sword now. With the first round of selections looming, Qingzhou Shui, having set her sights on a goal, is no longer the easygoing spirit she once was. She gradually becomes busier. As the team struggles to unite as one, their training begins to diverge. Nevertheless, each individual remains focused on enhancing their own strength. After all, this is merely a selection. Should the others falter, one's own brilliance may shine brightly enough to catch the sect leader's eye and secure a place in the next round of competition. Even Wan Mingzhu, who previously idled between peaks, has retreated to practice diligently. A searing red lotus rises from beneath her feet, and as she slightly opens her eyes, the flames of her inner fire blaze momentarily before returning to tranquility, resembling a grand display of fireworks. Two golden eagles perch silently on nearby branches, releasing a serene cry. Since that day of revival, having absorbed the spiritual herbs, they have fortuitously awakened their intelligence, no longer mere ordinary eagles. A flicker of fire ignites in Wan Mingzhu's palm, radiating a clarity of both light and hue. With a smile, she springs to her feet, taking a step forward when a voice calls out from behind, "Disciple." Elder Zhong sighed, advising that one should not rush into cultivation. You've hastily broken through 2 minor realms. Your foundation is difficult to consolidate. What is the urgency? He suggested that one could always make up for it later. However, Wan Mingzhu dismissed his concerns, reasoning that if she could break through, it meant she was capable. Since I am capable, why should I hold back? Restraint will not yield any benefits. Elder Zhong frowned, remarking on her flawed logic. She merely smiled, raising her chin defiantly, and declared, "Just wait and see, my master. I shall not bring you shame." Chapter 24. A fortnight swiftly passed, and the time approached. This election was unexpectedly different from the usual. The sect master had kept the news under wraps, only revealing on the final day that this election would not follow the traditional arena battles and secret realms, but instead would involve practical experience outside the mountain. Practical experience outside? The disciples who had diligently trained for months for the arena felt a wave of despair, having relied on last-minute efforts. Early that day, a group led by Qing Zhuxue stood in line before the sect master's hall to draw lots. Shortly, they observed several senior brothers emerging from within, clutching bamboo sticks, their faces clouded with concern. Not to exterminate demons or compete, but instead, we are to teach those who farm? Wan Mingzhu raised her eyebrows at such a perplexing assignment. Perhaps it was more than just a simple task, it seemed rather random. Lin Xuanjing turned to Qing Zhuxue and said, "Junior sister, you should draw the lot." When their turn arrived, Qing Zhuxue casually selected a stick from the bamboo lot. As she picked it up, the 3 heads behind her leaned in closely. The lot indicated the third household beside the bamboo creek in Jushan village, an ordinary family with one male and one female. The task required instructing them in cultivation within a month, ensuring that at least one of them could channel qi into their body. Indeed, Qing Zhuxue mused, tucking the lot away with a gentle sigh. Lin Xuanjing inquired about the surrounding disciples, and unsurprisingly, they all faced similar tasks, albeit in different locations and with different targets. She pondered the sect master's deeper intentions in this endeavor. Wan Mingzhu, feeling the urgency, urged, "We must find our charges without delay." Jushan village was a tranquil little hamlet on the outskirts of the Taichu realm, known for its hilly terrain thick with bamboo. Upon reaching the designated household, Qing Zhuxue glanced around, but the first two households appeared to be two dilapidated thatch roof huts, seemingly uninhabitable. Standing before the only intact bamboo house, Qing Zhuxue knocked gently, cautiously, fearful of damaging the fragile door.
Who are you?
A slender youth opened the door, initially startled, then his expression transformed to one of surprise. "Hello. We are disciples from the Taichu realm," Lin Xuanjing politely introduced. "We are here to undertake some minor tasks for the sect, visiting households to teach basic methods for channeling qi into the body. Are you celestial masters?" His dark eyes blinked in astonishment, and his demeanor shifted to one of reverence. "Please, enter." From the kitchen direction came the sound of bones being chopped, and a woman's rough voice inquired, "Wang Wu, what is that noise?" The youth called out, "Mother, stop chopping. We have guests." The woman, clad in a coarse cloth apron, set down her cleaver and casually wiped the grease from her hands, muttering to herself, "In this desolate place, who could possibly come as a guest?" Suddenly, she was startled as four exceptionally graceful young women appeared in the mismatched, dilapidated bamboo hut. A pang of anxiety gripped her as she glanced at her son, wondering what was happening. Lin Sun patiently explained once more, and after a while, the woman finally comprehended. However, when she heard about the proposal for her and her son to cultivate the supreme technique of the primordial realm, she immediately shook her head in refusal. "Fairy, there is still much work to be done at home, and with the autumn harvest approaching, we barely have enough hands," she insisted, shaking her head. "We simply cannot spare anyone." "Mother," the youth interjected, "the fairies do not come every year." "We are mere rice farmers, not fairies," she reiterated, still shaking her head. "You cannot even be certain of your fate, yet we must still eat next year. Entering qi into the body requires no special talent. With diligent training, even ordinary folks can achieve results," Bai Su gently interjected. "Even if you do not pursue immortality, the benefits for strengthening the body and prolonging life are numerous. We cannot afford to skip this year's harvest. Next year, we would starve. Who can think so far ahead?" With that, the woman ushered them out, and the bamboo door creaked shut, muffling the sounds of argument from within. Yuan Mingzhu crossed her arms and remarked dismissively, "Forget it. Just pull that boy out for training." Bai Su hesitated. "That may not be appropriate." Lin Sun sneered. "Entering qi into the body is not a difficult task. Do you really think the sect leader only cares about the results? This is a selection process." He cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Mingzhu and continued, "There are certainly many eyes observing our performance right now. Since the selection no longer focuses on combat, there must be other criteria for evaluation. For instance, when imparting knowledge of the path to others, one's understanding can be demonstrated, as well as one's ability to solve current issues." "And what do you propose?" Yuan Mingzhu rolled her eyes. "Do you expect others to sympathize with our mission and relinquish their labor force?" Qingzhou Shui also sensed the tension in the atmosphere. She glanced between the two, sighed softly, and revealed a harsh truth. Upon closer inspection, she stated coolly, "If I am not mistaken, the mistress of this household possesses far greater aptitude for cultivation than her son. Let's not forget, she is also part of the cultivation plan." Qingzhou Shui pointed out again. The atmosphere fell into silence. At that moment, the bamboo door was resolutely shut. Lin Sun's assertion held some truth. Even for the sake of the primordial realm's dignity, they could not resort to coercion. Moreover, this was a selection process. To achieve excellence, merely having one person enter qi into the body would only be a passing mark. It was imperative that both individuals commence their training, as that would yield a truly commendable outcome. The group drew lots, dividing into two sides, one addressing the son, and the other the mother. Perhaps fate was playing a cruel joke, as Lin Sun and Yuan Mingzhu ended up on the same team. Lin Xuanjin initially had no intention of accompanying her. However, upon catching a fleeting glimpse of Yuan Mingzhu's momentary stiffness and sudden wrath, Lin Xuanjin smiled and changed her mind. To irritate her, after all, would be a unique form of delightful revenge. Unfazed, she said, "Junior sister Wan, shall you try grasping once more?" Yuan Mingzhu scoffed, "No need. her light-colored eyes arrogantly fixed upon Lin Xuanjin, resembling a proud eagle in the high skies of the prairie, narrowing slightly as she glared at the intruder. Do you think I am afraid of you? Qing Zhouxue and Bai Su appeared far more harmonious. After casually drawing from their resources, they decided to guide Wang Wu's mother instead. With 30 days remaining, there was no urgency. It would be inappropriate to disturb them twice in a single day. Having delineated their tasks, they returned to the Taichu realm for a brief respite. Wan Mingzhu, rarely descending the mountain, was reluctant to return and thus pulled Qing Zhouxue to stroll through the nearby marketplace of the Taichu realm. Although Qing Zhouxue was preoccupied with thoughts of her master's unbrewed medicine, she reassured herself that a gene would not forget. She quietly allowed Wan Mingzhu to lead her. Upon arriving at this chaotic domain, the pent-up anger within Wan Mingzhu seemed to dissipate, replaced by a radiant delight. She was known for her quick temper, which would vanish just as swiftly. Affectionately linking arms with Qing Zhouxue, she exclaimed, "Senior sister, today I shall take you to a marvelous place to broaden your horizons." "What wonderful place?" Qing Zhouxue inquired, her gaze settling on the familiar river and the well-known Vermilion Loft. As the strains of familiar silk and bamboo melodies wafted through the air, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia enveloping her. This was a place acquired by Yun Shuchen many years prior. The maidens within were not ordinary women. They were a group of enchanting female spirits indulging in earthly pleasures. The establishment was fortified with formations to suppress their ethereal essence, preventing any harm to mortals, while also providing refuge from the demon-slaying cultivators. Wan Mingzhu triumphantly remarked, "You've never been here, have you?" "Not only have I been, but I have also resided here." Qing Zhouxue recalled her master's teachings, knowing that discussing the brothel was not advisable. Thus she fell silent. Wan Mingzhu entered, her demeanor cheerful, as she slipped several silver notes into the bosom of the alluring proprietress. Madame Yaoshuan caressed her hand lightly while fanning herself, smiling gently, until her gaze shifted to Qing Zhouxue, surprised. "Ah, it's you?" Wan Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. She rushed to Qing Zhoushue's side, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Sincerely admiring, "Senior sister, you are indeed a person of hidden depths." Qing Zhousue replied coolly, I do not favor such places. I shall take my leave." Wan Mingzhu, with a look of disdain, restrained her, pressing her onto a table. "Oh, we are old patrons here. Even the proprietress recognizes us. Do not feign modesty. Bring forth a few jugs of fine wine and some signature dishes." During this time, Wan Mingzhu engaged in lively banter with several beauties. Observing that she had indeed ordered an exquisite spread, Qing Zhousue, adhering to her principle of not wasting or abandoning food, amiably sat down to partake in a bite. The tender and verdant asparagus is drenched in chicken broth, presenting a striking sense of layering. The osmanthus almond pudding, sweet and refreshing, is adorned with goji berries, reportedly crafted by a chef from afar, a dish that Qing Zhousue has never tasted before. The flavor has always been delightful. She cannot help but take a few more bites, for she felt she hadn't had enough during her last visit. Just as Qing Zhousue was indulging in her meal, she heard Wan Mingzhu let out a soft exclamation as her cup suddenly toppled, spilling wine onto the gown of the beautiful lady beside her. She stared intently towards the entrance. "Yun, Master Yun?" Upon seeing two familiar figures, Yun Shuchen was momentarily taken aback. Qing Zhoushue's hand froze, and she silently set down her bowl. In that instant, the atmosphere became so awkward that even breathing felt constrained. Elder Yun, having cultivated for 500 years, reacted swiftly. She slightly furrowed her brow and stated calmly, "I have heard that some of the direct disciples have been indulging in the pleasures of wine and revelry. The sect leader has ordered several elders to descend the mountain for inspection and capture those who stray. What do you two have to say for yourselves? Do you intend to act defiantly?" Yun Shuchen frowned again, addressing Miaoshuan with cold disdain. "What sort of business is this? To operate at the foot of Taichu Mountain? Do you not understand the meaning of shame?" Miaoshuan felt her grievances were beyond words and obediently complied. What the immortal said is true. Qing Zhousue was taken aback by her master's merciless reprimand. Wan Mingzhu regained her composure, asserting, "Sister, I was the one who coaxed her into this. It's not her fault. But this is my first time straying from the path." She forced a smile, adding, Master, why not let this slide this time?" Yun Shuchen seemed to ponder for a moment, lowering her gaze to smooth her sleeve. "Since it is a first offense, I shall let it pass." Wan Mingzhu exhaled. Sensing it was unwise to linger, she praised her master's wisdom and shot Qing Zhousue a look urging her to leave quickly, slipping out ahead. Qing Zhousue remained motionless, her asparagus falling back into the bowl, and she set her chopsticks down, clearing her throat softly. Glancing at Yun Shuchen and recalling the earlier incident, She smiled with her eyes narrowed.
What are you laughing at?
Yun Shuchen sat down relieved. She gazed at Qing Zhoshua, leisurely tapping the table. I haven't even asked you yet, what on earth is a young girl like you doing here? Qing Zhoshua cradled her bowl and replied candidly, eating. Yun Shuchen furrowed her brow, sensing a gap in understanding. Right. What brings you here, master? Don't ask, just eat your meal. Chapter 25. Despite this, Yun Shuchen did not touch her chopsticks, resting her chin on one hand as she regarded Qing Zhoshua. After a few bites, Qing Zhoshua began to feel uneasy and gently placed her bowl down, declaring she was full. Is that so? Yun Shuchen smiled. Take a few portions of that almond pudding back with you. How does master know I like this? Qing Zhoshua was taken aback, her guess proving accurate. Because you usually enjoy sweet dishes. Her gaze had lingered on the empty bowl earlier. Perhaps her master was simply accustomed to being meticulous, not just towards her. Yet, she had been watching her all along. This was merely an ordinary statement. Qing Zhoshua, enveloped in a serene sensation, felt an elusive joy akin to the gentle patter of spring rain. She was unaware of the reason behind her delight. Yun Shuchen noticed her disciple's uplifted spirits, her tone becoming markedly more buoyant, as if she had been listening to her master. Indeed, she was still a little glutton at heart, Yun Shuchen mused silently. For the moment, she could not fathom a deeper meaning, believing only that her disciple was simply pleased by the prospect of delicious food. The disparity in spiritual roots often correlates with one's temperament. Practitioners with ice spiritual roots are rare, inherently detached in desire and emotion, making them the most suited for cultivation. Compared to her peers, Qing Zhoshua's expressions of joy and sorrow were as if washed in water, hazy like flowers seen through mist, lacking clarity. It was a rare sight to catch her manifesting genuine happiness, prompting her to steal another glance. The following day, Qing Zhoshua accompanied her senior and junior sisters to Zhushan village's Suanxi in search of a certain household. The home stood empty, and as they searched the vicinity, they stumbled upon Wang Wu and his mother, barefoot, harvesting rice in the terraced fields. Upon seeing the group, the elder woman's brow furrowed in concern. Lin Xuanjing seemed to have devised a strategy, refraining from mentioning anything about cultivation, his gaze sweeping over a field of golden rice before returning to the woman, politely inquiring, Madam, do you require assistance? The woman, gripping her sickle, hastily waved her hand. You delicate cultivators would not engage in such labor. Qing Zhoshua pondered, seemingly grasping Lin Xuanjing's intent. She observed how Wang Wu gathered the rice, and then deftly cut it with the curved blade. She plucked a stalk, pinching it with her thumb, and asked, Should it be this long? Wang Wu nodded, perplexed. Suddenly, the white-clad female cultivator unsheathed her long sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy that effortlessly severed a row of rice, causing the grains to cascade down. The sickle nearly fell from her grip. Wang Wu stood frozen, nearly kneeling in awe. How impressive. What remained was merely the task of collecting. Lin Xuanjing remarked, This cannot be avoided. Let us gather together. With more hands, the work will be expedited. They collected the rice grains and proceeded to cut down all the straw, binding them securely and transporting them to the side. Before long, the once golden expanse returned to a barren state. No one had anticipated that this seemingly delicate group of young maidens could accomplish the work of 3 in a single day. How was this possible? Wang Wu gazed enviously at Wan Mingzhu, who effortlessly hoisted a bundle of straw thrice her size, moving swiftly and tossing it aside with ease, brushing off the dust from her shoulder. Do you understand? This is the marvel of cultivation. As the rice was harvested and the straw discarded, their dialogue took a turn. Wang's mother remained furrowed in thought, but after much deliberation, she finally resolved to offer her slender, monkey-like son to assist the esteemed cultivators in completing their task. Qing Zhoshua and Bai Su remained motionless, while Lin and Wan breathed a sigh of relief, leading Wang Wu to a clear area. Wang's mother rubbed her hands together, noticing Qing Zhoshua's penetrating gaze upon her, as if appraising her. Young lady, why do you stare at me so? It is nothing. Qing Zhoshua withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, stating that they would also teach her how to channel energy into her body. The old woman was momentarily taken aback. At her age, with bones grown rigid, what was the point of studying the path of cultivation? It was merely a directive from the sect. Qing Zhoshua lowered her eyes, her expression tranquil. The woman then diverted the conversation, claiming she had various household chores to attend to, leaving no time for such endeavors. Qing Zhoshua promptly offered assistance, saying that she and her senior sister could help with any tasks. Upon hearing these words, the woman's lips turned pale in an instant. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant sword light sliced through the air as Qing Zhoshua's frostblade rested against the woman's throat. You are not human, she stated coldly. With a swift motion, the figure vanished, and a slender, Pale yellow creature darted away from the edge of the blade, displaying remarkable agility. However, the icy aura of the frost blade could freeze instantly, and a chunk of grayish-yellow ice fell, revealing a writhing yellow weasel. Seizing the opportunity before the ice melted, Qing Zhou Shui grasped it by the scruff of its neck, only to be met with a foul stench. She held her breath, repulsed, and distanced it slightly. "It is a demon," she declared, turning to discuss their next steps with Baisu. "How did you detect it?" Baisu asked in surprise, noting the creature's knack for concealing its aura so effectively. "Instinct," Qing Zhou Shui replied. "From the very first day I arrived, I sensed its vigilance, a gaze akin to that of a natural enemy." She fixed her gaze on the weasel's greenish eyes, noting that a mere mortal should not possess such a look. For reasons unknown, her instincts had always proven accurate. In her youth, before she had donned the red cord bestowed by her master, Calamity had been her constant companion, ever ready to claim her life. It was this beast-like intuition that had allowed her to survive until the age of 8. The weasel, trapped and desperate, squeaked, "I have cultivated for many years, committing no heinous acts, nor have I feasted on human flesh or blood." Baisu shook her head. "Even if your actions were unintentional." Her words trailed off, worry etching her brow. "Qing, I fear I must check on Wangwu." They found Wan Mingzhu and others in the bamboo grove, and the sight before them was alarming. Wangwu lay on the ground, ashen-faced, his veins pulsating grotesquely, as if something were writhing within him, contorting his features into a mask of horror. Wan Mingzhu knelt beside him, patting his face, her brow furrowed as she called out his name. Lin Sunjin stood nearby, her expression grave, glancing at Qing Zhou Shui in surprise. "Sister, you are not supposed to be here." Baisu immediately checked Wangwu's pulse. "Has he begun to cultivate?" "Indeed." Lin Sunjun replied, "We just taught him some basic breathing techniques, and he has ended up like this. It is quite strange. He is a mortal, yet tainted with demonic energy, an unfortunate accident," Baisu said solemnly. "Moreover, he has just absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The two conflicting auras within his meridians threaten his very life." Upon hearing this, Wan Mingzhu's expression darkened. This young man must not perish. How could there be demonic energy? Their gazes converged upon the yellow weasel, gripped by Qing Zhuxue at its life source. This creature had disguised itself as Wangwu's mother, but what were its true intentions? Where was his real mother? Qing Zhuxue furrowed her brow. Baisu sighed, suggesting they return to Taichu realm. Saving lives took precedence. Strangely, those words seemed to agitate the motionless yellow weasel. A sharp pain shot through Qing Zhuxue's hand. Blood gushed from the pale skin of her wrist as she momentarily faltered, inadvertently allowing the beast to escape her grasp. "Return my children." The weasel, evidently possessing some degree of power, had merely been feigning weakness. Once on the ground, its demonic form fully manifested. It appeared to have lost all rationality, its body swelling to the size of a small mountain, eyes glowing a terrifying red, and its 3-foot-long claws lunged toward the group. Lin Xuanjing reacted swiftly, conjuring a water shield to block the claws. She turned urgently. "Quickly take Wangwu and retreat to Taichu realm." Qing Zhuxue and Baisu dragged Wangwu away just in time. The yellow weasel howled, intent on reclaiming Wangwu. Lin Xuanjing, unable to withstand its desperate struggle, felt the water shield crack, and she fell to the ground as the ferocious claws came mercilessly for her abdomen. The weasel's long, sharp fangs bared, almost sinking into her neck, accompanied by a foul breath that assaulted her senses. Her heart skipped a beat. She narrowed her eyes at the gaping maw, her body stiffening, paralyzed with fear. Yet, the anticipated pain did not come. A resounding clang echoed as the claws met a long blade, flames erupting from the edge of the sword. Lin Xuanjing lifted her gaze to catch a glimpse of a flash of red fabric, as scorching as the fire itself. Wan Mingzhu wrestled with the massive beast, her arm muscles taut with effort, yet her words were unyielding as she shot a glare at Lin Xuanjing. "I told you, if you can't fight, hide behind me." With a swift movement, she deflected the beast's claws. Scarlet flames surged from beneath the creature, scorching its feet and forcing it to momentarily lose its footing. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Xuanjing scrambled to her feet, ready to flee. However, she had barely taken a few steps before halting. Creatures capable of taking human form are formidable. They typically possess over a century of cultivation, and in this moment, they fought with their lives on the line. Ferocious beyond measure. She glanced back, observing Wan Mingzhu clearly at a disadvantage, already looking somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, the girl was as stubborn as a mule, refusing to retreat in the face of adversity. Lin Xuanjing harbored no fondness for someone so arrogant who had previously humiliated her in public. If Wan Mingzhu were to suffer grave injuries, she would be unable to participate in future competitions, erasing the only source of discomfort within her team. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, Lin Xuanjing took a deep breath and turned back. At this point, Wan Mingzhu had been cornered by the frenzied yellow weasel at the edge of the cliff on the bamboo mountain. Spotting Lin Xuanjing, she shouted urgently, "Get away! Don't be a hindrance." Lin Xuanjing paid no heed to her cries. Instead, she swiftly pondered how to extricate herself from the perilous situation at hand. Her heart raced like a drum, compelling her to regain her composure as she concealed herself behind a boulder, intently observing the fierce struggle between a human and a demon, searching for the opportune moment. As Wan Mingzhu executed a swift upward slash, the demon's maw gaped wide, its head tilting back in a grimace. Seizing the moment, Lin Xuanjin raised her hands, summoning a gentle stream of water that coalesced into a rope, ensnaring the demon's exposed fangs and forcing its neck to arch high. At that precise instant, its vulnerable abdomen was laid bare. Wan Mingzhu, understanding the cue, plunged her blade deep, splattering the demon's blood across her face. Lin Xuanjin swiftly surged forward, slapping a talisman onto the demon's crown just in time. A chilling scream erupted as it collapsed like a mountain, its massive form dissipating, leaving behind only a feeble, writhing mouse on the ground. Lin Xuanjin felt a surge of joy and relief, only to notice Wan Mingzhu's grip slacken, causing her blade to clatter to the ground as she knelt, pale and breathless. Chapter 26. Qing Zhouxue and Bai Su stood upon the clear frost sword, dragging along the twitching Wang Wu behind them. The spiritual sword traveled 1,000 miles in a day, and they hastened back to the Taichu realm with utmost urgency. Upon reaching Ling Su Peak, Bai Su hurriedly retrieved a pill from the cabinet and placed it into Wang Wu's mouth, following it with a dose of medicinal soup. As she was occupied, Qing Zhouxue, lacking knowledge of herbal medicine, could not assist and decided to step outside. Just as she prepared to return and aid Wan Mingzhu and Lin Xuanjin, she encountered two familiar figures, Yun Shuqin and Lu Xuanqin, who seemed to be engaged in conversation. Upon noticing her, Master raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Why have you returned?" Qing Zhouxue briefly recounted the events, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Was this arranged by the sect leader?" "Not at all," Yun Shuqin replied. "In principle, the subjects of this expedition were not solely the Taichu realm's unilateral decision. An announcement had been posted in town, allowing anyone with a desire to cultivate, regardless of wealth or talent, to leave their name. Wang Wu's mother is a demon." Qing Zhouxue frowned. How could she voluntarily leave her name? Perhaps Wang Wu was unaware of his mother's intentions. "Master, senior uncle, I must go find Sister Lin and the others." Just as she spoke, a cry of alarm echoed from inside the building. Lu Xuanqin furrowed her brow. What was that sound? Bai Su and a figure tumbled out together, entangled in a scuffle. Wang Wu, with a fierce countenance, lunged to bite Bai Su's neck. She exerted all her strength to fend him off, shouting, "Sister, help." Qing Zhouxue drew her sword, aiming to strike, but she could not harm Wang Wu, for their mission remained incomplete, rendering her movements cautious. She merely hoped to inflict enough discomfort to make him release her. However, as the blade pierced his back, blood gushed forth, yet he remained relentless, dragging his limp arm, contorting and lunging again to bite her. Elder Lu observed the chaos with cold detachment, her gaze unyielding as the two struggling entities threatened to ruin her precious seedlings. She approached with an air of tranquility, effortlessly lifting Wang Wu with one hand and striking down upon his crown, shattering it, thus restoring silence. "Master." Bai Su struggled to rise, disregarding the scratches adorning her body, her expression one of sheer astonishment as she exclaimed, "He is dead." Qing Zhouxue also found herself momentarily stunned. Each life has its destined fate. He should have perished over a decade ago. What purpose did his lingering serve? Lu Sunqin, with a flick of her sleeve, departed, leaving behind an enigmatic remark. Wang Wu's corpse was unlike that of an ordinary person. Once his life force was severed, a plume of dark energy erupted from his forehead, swiftly transforming into a decayed skeleton. He was never truly alive, though it seemed he remained oblivious to this fact. Not only he, but also the two lesser celestial masters, lacking sufficient cultivation, failed to discern the truth at a glance. Yun Shuqin sighed softly. Lu Sunqin had incisively articulated the matter at hand, how utterly tedious that woman remained, as she stood by, reveling in the disarray of her two disciples, finding it somewhat amusing. The power of demonic energy could preserve a corpse from decay, yet memories would eternally be anchored at the moment of death. With a sense of intrigue, Yun Shuqin raised her hand, and the skeletal remains slowly rose, its hollow eyes fixated upon the living, instilling a profound sense of dread. A hoarse voice emerged from the remnants of several incomplete teeth, gradually unraveling the narrative of past events. In the third year of the martial virtue era, in Jushan village by the Suanxi stream, smoke curled gently into the air, embodying peace and abundance. He was born to illiterate parents who named him Wang Wu, a name signifying a multitude of children, believed to herald good fortune. The household kept chickens and ducks, while dry meat hung outside, necessitating vigilance against the weasel. The elders warned against harming the yellow weasel, yet the younger generation deemed it a malevolent creature, dirtying the village. Common folk would slay it and incinerate its remains. However, children were oblivious to notions of good or evil. He simply adored all lively beings, much like one would cherish dogs and cats. At the tender age of 4, he sat upon the threshold, the adults too preoccupied to attend to him. His gaze wandered to the distance outside the door, where a small, clever yellow creature darted into view, its eyes glimmering with curiosity as it cautiously observed the half-fresh jerky hanging above. Yet, the creature dared not approach. He chuckled, causing it to scurry away several paces, though it paused to glance back, remaining rooted in place, watching intently. Wang Wu, rising onto his toes, tossed a piece of meat towards it from afar. Startled, the little creature hesitated, then swiftly vanished from sight. Disheartened after searching high and low, Wang Wu pouted and began to weep until his mother arrived to carry him away, admonishing, "Cry again, and the yellow weasel will surely devour you." Thus began his bond with the weasel. The creature, possessing a spark of intelligence, reappeared at the family's doorstep every few days. Overjoyed, Wang Wu risked punishment by tossing out more jerky, and this time, the weasel lowered its head, sniffing, and upon confirming the presence of food, swiftly snatched it up and fled. In a peculiar twist of fate, a beast and a man developed an unspoken familiarity, unbeknownst to others. At times, Wang Wu would discover small curiosities at the doorstep, shells, shards of jade, and occasionally, even fragments of gold. As he squatted down to collect these treasures, the yellow creature would watch him from a distance, patiently observing until he finished, before darting back into the thicket, vanishing from sight. He affectionately named it Xiao Huang. Like a mischievous spirit, every time he called out, Xiao Huang would appear from some hidden nook. However, after one spring, Xiao Huang ceased to return. Initially, Wang Wu waited, but gradually disappointment set in, and his longing began to wane. Until the following year, when new snow blanketed the fallen autumn leaves, and the spring grass timidly broke through the frost once more. One day, as Wang Wu opened the window, he was overjoyed to spot that familiar yellow figure again, Xiao Huang. Though now emaciated and with a dull sheen to its fur, it bore a swollen belly, suggesting it had birthed offspring. As Wang Wu reached for some jerky to throw to it, a sudden exclamation from his mother startled him. Before he could react, a broom struck him firmly. His heart sank, but upon lifting the broom, he sighed in relief as Xiao Huang scampered away. In recent days, there had been talk of the creature again. He overheard his mother cautioning his father to keep a close watch on the chickens in the yard. In the following years, Wang Wu saw no sign of Xiao Huang. He matured from a mere child into a young man. The years brought poor harvests, and the household burdens grew heavier. As he reached the age for schooling, he recognized the financial strain, noting the threadbare clothes on his mother and the lack of meat on the table for months. He unearthed some fragments of gold and jade he had saved over the years from beneath the straw, intending to contribute to the household finances. His parents grew suspicious of the scattered wealth, inquiring about its source. Wang Wu truthfully replied, "It was given to me by the Huang de Xian."
Huang de Xian?
"Surely, there are no such beings in this world," his father dismissed, attributing it to childish folly. However, his mother, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in fear. Gripping his shoulders tightly, glancing around nervously, and lowering her voice, "Such things are ominous. How did you come into contact with them?"
I have seen it.
She murmured incessantly, and as the autumn winds blew, she fell ill. Initially able to rise, within days she was bedridden, frail, and near death. Wang Wu's funds meant for schooling were diverted entirely to her medical expenses, akin to a tiny stick adrift in the vast sea that Jingwei sought to fill. After selling their land and home, and exhausting all relatives in neighboring villages, they found themselves in a dire predicament. His father, with weary eyes, implored Wang Wu to reveal the true origin of the gold. Is it possible that such creatures truly exist? Perhaps it is only when one faces utter despair that they become willing to entertain notions of the supernatural. As Wang Wu was about to speak, his throat constricted, compelling him to swallow his words. Instinctively, he sensed that revealing the whereabouts of Xiao Huang would not bode well. The man across from him gazed at him with a glimmer of hope, his eyes fixed intently upon him, until Wang Wu slowly lowered his head. "Do you have a way to find it? Our family is in dire straits. We need to borrow a little more money." Catching a glimpse of his ailing mother, who was struggling against her illness, a weight pressed upon Wang Wu's heart. He hesitated, mumbling incoherently before finally nodding gently. Xiao Huang.
Xiao Huang.
Resolute, he knocked on the threshold, calling its name. The little yellow creature nimbly emerged from a thicket, observing him from a distance. Wang Wu crouched down. Do you still have any gold? My mother is ill. We need money to save her. He pressed his lips together, assuring, rest assured, once we weather this storm, I will ensure that a grand shrine is built in your honor, allowing you to ascend to the celestial realm. Xiao Huang tilted its head, suddenly leaping up and turning its back to him, moving intermittently. Wang Wu's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly stumbled after it. He watched as Xiao Huang burrowed into a deep hole, then shifted its hind legs, digging at the dirt. Its supple body spun within the burrow, and then it emerged, clutching a fragment of gold in its mouth. Just as Wang Wu felt elated, he heard the sound of a bowstring being drawn from behind him. A gust of wind rushed past, and an arrow pierced the soft white fur of Xiao Huang's belly. The pristine white was instantly stained crimson. The gold that fell from its mouth rolled by Wang Wu's side, tainted with red froth. With wide eyes, he gazed back in disbelief. His father, having lowered the hunting bow, approached him, bending down to retrieve the gold. Wang Wu lunged forward, striking and kicking. You deceitful wretch. That is not what you said. He was flung aside with a single hand. You foolish child. The Taoist has said that perhaps this creature has brought misfortune. That night, Wang Wu was engulfed by a high fever, his mind swirling in delirium, his body heavy as if submerged in water. The incessant ringing of bells echoed in his ears, and he sensed an overwhelming scent of burning incense. It felt as though hundreds of Taoists surrounded him, chanting for his salvation, their voices buzzing in his head like a relentless drone. Ultimately, he could only see the blood-stained fur, an image that haunted him like a nightmare. Upon awakening, the dawn broke brightly. On the table lay 5 pristine pelts, 1 large and 4 small. His father conversed animatedly with a white-bearded Taoist, ultimately selling the large pelt and the 4 young ones at a most satisfactory price. With a single stroke of an iron hoe, 4 hungry little ones were pulled from the burrow, yielding a bountiful harvest. This creature had acquired a modicum of spiritual insight, posing a minimal threat, while its pelt was exceedingly rare, suitable for the Taoists' alchemical endeavors. To rid themselves of such a malevolent entity would surely improve their home's afflictions. Wang Wu attempted to sit up, his nails digging into his palms. He yearned to bite the bull-nosed Taoist as well as his father, who had been following him. He struggled like a stranded fish, until a broad hand rested upon his head, and a voice of comfort uttered, "Finally, your mother's life-saving money has come to fruition." Upon hearing these words, he stood frozen in place. Finally, he closed his eyes, feeling all his strength ebb away like threads being pulled. He reclined back down, tears streaming down his face. With the fortune he had acquired, Wang Wu's mother sought treatment in the finest establishment in the capital. The excess funds were sufficient to reclaim their previously sold estate. Their lives became increasingly harmonious. However, strange occurrences began to unfold in the village. Chapter 27. It was not unusual for several elderly villagers to pass away within a year, yet it did not raise any alarm. However, after the elder's demise, misfortune began to befall the younger generation. The first to succumb to madness was Wang Wu's own mother, who would weep and wail, claiming that a small ball was burrowing beneath her skin, causing excruciating pain. At times, she would frantically claw at her flesh, insisting that it had sprouted hair. Yet upon lifting her sleeves, her arms showed no signs of ailment. Despite consulting several doctors, none could discern any illness. Ultimately, in a fit of terror one fateful night, she ran headlong into a wall, meeting her demise. Blood flowed down the wall, soaking the bed. Before the funeral arrangements could be completed, further calamity struck. Wang Wu's father, on his second hunting expedition, inexplicably fell from a slope and went missing for several days. When he was found, his body was mutilated, bearing signs of wild animal attacks. From that point onward, bizarre events proliferated. Neighbors began to pass away in succession, their deaths occurring in mysterious circumstances, some hanging from beams, unnoticed for days, while others vanished only to be discovered days later, floating in wells. The entire village was engulfed in an atmosphere of death, with every villager on edge. As an invisible hand choked the life out of the villagers, extinguishing one after another, half of the population perished, instilling fear within the remaining inhabitants, prompting many to relocate with their families. However, before they could leave the village, a torrential flood descended upon them, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The once thriving village was almost entirely deserted overnight, with only Wang Wu remaining behind to tend to his parents' graves. In the process of repairing a shrine, The fragmented teeth of a skeletal figure stirred, ultimately articulating two indistinct words. When memories reached this point, clarity faded. As the ethereal powers dissipated, the decayed bones crumbled and fell to the ground. Ultimately, Wang Wu was left as the sole survivor of the village. His biological mother had long since passed away, and the apparition that had taken on her form, would he not harbor suspicions? This was undeniably illogical. Qing Zhou Shui pondered quietly when suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Is Master Lu present? Lin Sunjin, disheveled and appearing somewhat disheartened, partially supported the unconscious Ruan Mingzhu, a heavy bag dangling from his waist, panting heavily. You're finally back. What has happened? Bai Su exclaimed. During the fierce battle with that monster, Ruan Shimi suddenly turned pale, suffering from excruciating pain for reasons unknown. Lin Sunjun entrusted Ruan Mingzhu to Bai Su, allowing her to assist him into the medicinal chamber. She took a deep breath and unfastened the heavy bag from her waist, revealing the transformed Huang Daxian, now motionless, gasping for breath, with a talisman imprinted on its forehead. Lin Xuanjing was taken aback by the sight of the corpse on the ground and instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, Wang Wu is dead? He died long ago. Qing Zhouxue succinctly summarized the earlier memories. Junior sister, what shall we do about this trial mission? Lin Xuanjing asked, holding the creature carefully, fearful of extinguishing the last glimmer of hope. Surely, they couldn't afford to waste the cultivation of this yellow-furred creature and have to teach it again. Yun Shuchen chuckled lightly, there's no need for that. The sect leader is fully aware of your actions this time. His intentions are not as rigid as you might think. In such extraordinary circumstances, he will exercise discretion in his judgment. Elder Yun's words calmed their hearts, yet she continued. However, I am quite curious about the story behind this. Bring that half-dead little creature over. I wish to take a look. Lin Xuanjing complied, but was promptly blocked by Qing Zhouxue, who deemed it inappropriate. She glanced at Yun Shuchen, her brow furrowed. This creature bites, it grows wild in the mountains, and who knows what kind of disease it harbors. It would be best if you kept your distance, master. Lin Xuanjing was puzzled, contemplating that Elder Yun was a great cultivator. Could she truly be bitten by such a creature? Qing Zhouxue held the writhing mass, which began to emit faint sounds. You died long ago. What remains is but a thread of obsession, unwilling to enter the cycle of reincarnation. What could be the reason? Yun Shuchen used a modicum of spiritual power to gather the disoriented soul. Its memories unfolded like the latter part of a scroll, gradually revealing the true nature of this tragic entanglement. After being skinned and dying, its bare body was hastily discarded in the wild to rot, alongside its 4 similarly bare cubs, reduced to bones and dust. A lingering obsession prevented its soul from passing on, resulting in it wandering eternally in Zhushan village, clinging to an object. As a creature of malevolent nature, its deep resentment and bitterness disrupted the balance of the local feng shui. With each imbalance, its influence on the mortal realm grew stronger. Ultimately, it sought vengeance for the innocent demise of its 4 offspring. The villagers came and went. The once thriving town fell into decay, its doors shrouded in cobwebs. Yet, it did not kill Wang Wu. The souls of the 4 cubs were amalgamated and forced into Wang Wu's body, creating a somewhat cramped presence. The clash between the demon soul and the human soul inevitably led to the chaos of Wang Wu's memories, which became increasingly muddled. His soul grew frilier, teetering on the brink of death as his body gradually succumbed to the ravages of time, resembling a hollowed-out ancient tree, growing ever weaker. In truth, it had already perished long ago. All that remains is a fleeting thought, an incomplete memory, stubbornly preserving the bond between mother and child, transforming into the visage of Wang Wu's true mother, perceiving Wang Wu as her deceased child, tenderly caring for him. At times, she gazes solely at him, murmuring, 1, 2, 3, 4, as if fearing they might get lost or left behind. Wang Wu's spirit has been suppressed to the extent that his memory is fragmented. His final thought should be the promise he owes to Xiao Huang, to repair the ancestral shrine and enjoy the offerings, aspiring to ascend among the immortals. Perhaps through the twists and turns of fate, many memories have faded, leaving only the character for immortal, which coincidentally led him to inscribe his name in the grand roster of the primordial realm. The air hangs in silence for a long while. That demon, which had already fallen into tranquility, elicited a gentle sigh from Yun Shuchen, acknowledging the entanglement of karma. She then raised her hand, drawing the talisman from afar. In an instant, a crimson glow surged forth. Yun Shuchen prudently stepped back, forming a hand seal that enveloped the suddenly frenzied demon, along with Qing Zhouxue and Lin Xuanjin. Qing Zhouxue sensed a hint of danger, and then heard Yun Shuchen's calm voice from beyond the barrier. The celestial herbs on Lingsu Peak are plentiful. You may unleash your full strength within. This barrier permits entry but not exit, so there is no cause for concern. They watched as Yun Shuchen walked away, leaving only a light laugh carried on the wind, urging them to transcend it. Since this is your own trial, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. The two, along with the demon, exchanged glances, thus trapped in the same cage. Under the overwhelming presence of the demon, they resembled fragile radishes, easily crushed. The scarlet beast's eyes clung to them like shadows, its unyielding gaze sending chills down their spines. Qing Zhoshua looked up, her gaze heavy as it met the beast's eyes. Lin Xuanjin had previously collaborated with Ruan Mingzhu to subdue it, but at that time, the demon's malevolence had not yet reached such heights, and she possessed excellent talismans.
Now,
With empty hands, she could only muster the courage to face it directly. What cunning could they employ? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed, "Its abdomen is its weak point." The claw lifted, casting a chilling shadow, descending alongside a gust of wind. Qing Zhoshua took a small step back, then suddenly bent down, darting beneath its abdomen. Upon hearing Lin Xuanjin's voice, she instinctively raised her sword, making a delicate incision in its belly, only to find that as she emerged, the agile tail of the weasel demon swept across her waist, slamming her back against the barrier. The weasel demon's nostrils flared. The scent of blood provoked its already crimson eyes, which seemed to grow even more bloodthirsty and agitated. The cut from the Qing Shuang sword was too shallow to deliver a fatal blow, instead inciting its wrath. Lin Xuanjin, embodying the water and earth elemental roots, chose water as her primary element, soft yet firm, capable of controlling all things. Qing Zhoshua spat blood, propping herself up with her sword. As the next claw came crashing down, the water she controlled cascaded down like a waterfall, completely obscuring the demon's vision. Amidst the deluge, a figure, resembling a white crane, soared through the water, taking flight upon her sword. The frostblade coalesced all of her spiritual energy, its icy brilliance even saturating several inches of the flowing water beneath her. With a forceful thrust, she plunged it into the fragile nape of the monstrous creature, and in that instant, the gushing demon blood crystallized into frost, transforming into chunks of reddish-brown ice that tumbled to the ground. Just as she believed the battle would conclude here, Qing Zhoshua felt the body of the beast beneath her feet swell once more. With a swift turn of its head, it flung her away. It let out a series of roars, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to dislodge the sword, exhibiting no sign of yielding. This frenzied fiend could only be brought down if its dantian was pierced. Qing Zhoshua, now disarmed and suffering from internal injuries, found herself in a precarious situation. Lin Xuanjing, having endured 2 battles and summoned forth 3 torrents, was now depleted of spiritual energy, unable to conjure even a single droplet of water. The thought of escape was but a fantasy. Just as despair began to engulf her, the door of the medicine hut burst open violently. Ruan Mingzhu, pale as a ghost, had awakened unbeknownst to anyone. Detecting the demonic aura, she rushed toward the barrier with her blade drawn, without a moment's hesitation. Bai Su, taken aback, grasped her arm, imploring, "Your internal energy is in disarray. You must not use any spiritual power." Ruan Mingzhu, driven by a desire for vengeance after nearly being forced off a cliff by the beast, pushed Bai Su aside with determination, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Today, I will carve this beast into pieces, one slice at a time." Bai Su pressed her lips together, peering into the barrier, where Qing Zhoshua and Lin Xuanjing were in dire straits, compounded by Ruan Mingzhu's reckless behavior, escalating the situation further out of control. Having studied medicine under her master, Bai Su had never trained in martial arts. Every ounce of her spiritual power had been devoted to healing rather than harm. She had never faced such a ferocious creature in combat. Anxiety surged within her, her legs trembling. Yet she could not stand idly by and watch her junior sister perish before her eyes. Resolutely, Bai Su closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and charged into the barrier. Upon entering, Ruan Mingzhu forgot her internal turmoil, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Flames flickered at her fingertips, igniting the yellowish fur of the weasel demon. She drew its attention, and it momentarily ceased its rolling. With a snarl, baring its fangs, it lashed its tail and gathered strength to pounce upon Ruan Mingzhu, as if intent on devouring her flesh to quell its rage. Seizing this opportunity, Qing Zhoshua leapt onto the writhing tail, using it as leverage to elevate herself and grasp the frostblade once more. As she withdrew it, a large mass of icy shards and flesh erupted forth. The beast's stout neck was cleaved halfway through, landing right beneath Ruan Mingzhu's blade. With a mighty swing, she severed the beast's head, which rolled away. Yet, despite the decapitation, the dantian remained intact, and even headless, a powerful claw descended upon her. Wan Mingzhu barely managed to evade, but not without consequence. A ragged swath of flesh was torn from her shoulder, bringing her to the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a gentle, pale green light enveloped her shoulder like a spring breeze. Turning back, she saw Bai Su, eyes closed, softly reciting an incantation. The torn flesh swiftly knitted itself together, transforming the jagged wound into a smooth and tranquil surface. Meanwhile, Qing Zhouxue found herself in a perilous predicament, clinging to the nape of the demon's neck, nearly suspended from its towering frame. The headless body, devoid of sight, charged recklessly, its massive form crashing against the front and abdomen of Qing Zhouxue, who, already suffering from internal injuries, felt her organs writhing in agony as blood oozed from her lips. Yet, she did not relent. Her eyes tightly shut, teeth gritted, she remained silent and steadfast. Observing the dire situation, Bai Su could not help but channel a portion of her spiritual energy in an attempt to heal her. But the complexity of the injuries rendered immediate recovery impossible. As the body she clung to violently twisted again, Qing Zhouxue abruptly opened her eyes, nimbly leveraging the force to pivot around the colossal figure. Releasing her grip momentarily, she aimed precisely at its dantian, thrusting forward. This was not the disciplined training of their usual practice. It was filled with unpredictability and frequent disruptions. Her blade pierced halfway, mere inches from the demon's dantian, poised to shatter it with a slight further push. However, amidst the tumultuous upheaval, her sword lodged itself, and in a moment of misfortune, slipped from her grasp, prompting a sharp intake of breath from Bai Su below. With one hand gripping the fur, Qing Zhouxue reached for the sword with the other, yet always fell just short. Her fingers ached painfully, and after another violent shake, her grip weakened, entirely spent, causing the sword to fall. Her back hit the ground with a heavy thud, and she coughed up more blood. A massive claw descended upon her like a dark dome, obscuring all light. "Throw the knife," Lin Sun-jian exclaimed, glancing around, bewildered by the sudden surge of strength. Seizing the long knife from Wan Mingzhu's hand, she acted before Wan could react, flinging the blade with precision to strike the gleaming sword embedded in the dantian. The knife became a hammer, the sword's handle a nail, delivering the final blow. The Qing Shuang sword plunged deeper, shattering the dantian completely. The enormous demon body froze for an instant, ultimately falling silent as the black malevolence dissipated entirely, revealing a translucent white weasel spirit. As the onlookers marveled, the fluffy figure dissolved like mist, transforming into a gold ingot that clattered to the ground. At that moment, the barrier shattered as well. A gust of wind swept through, as if nothing had transpired. Had they finally departed? Lin Sunjian stood, stunned. The laws of fate in this world are capricious and unpredictable, leaving behind many regrets. Breath steadying, Qing Zhouxue lay on the ground, turning her gaze toward the gold ingot. It is said that upon a demon's demise, its spirit may attach itself to external objects, if burdened by excessive malice. It may seek to reconstruct its corporeal form, transforming into a malevolent entity. Only by dispersing these grievances, leaving behind a pure white soul, does one have the chance to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The ingot now shone brightly, free from bloodstains. Wan Mingzhu staggered a few steps before violently expelling a mouthful of blood, having finally exhausted her last reserve of strength and succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Bai Su hurriedly caught her, checking her pulse with a grave expression. Such recklessness might necessitate a visit to her master. After enduring this tribulation, the group was left utterly fatigued. Lin Xuanjing gently helped Qing Zhouxue to her feet, observing the retreating figures of the two individuals. After a few coughs, she remarked, "You have endured quite a number of blows. It would be wise to fetch some medicinal ointment." Thus concluded this lamentable yet peculiar incident. A few days later, Qing Zhouxue and Lin Xuanjing collected Wang Wu's ashes and interred them by the banks of Suanxi. The bamboo cottage, stripped of its mystical essence, instantly transformed into a heap of decayed bamboo, reverting to its former state. As Qing Zhouxue strolled past, she inadvertently caught sight of an aged artifact among the remnants of bamboo, a lifelike weasel, crafted from clay, adorably squatting within a rudimentary shrine. Rather than a shrine, it resembled a modest tower constructed with bricks, a testament to the child's sincerity. The first round of trials gradually came to an end, and Lin Xuanjing inquired with several fellow practitioners, some of whom had encountered peril. The journey had not been entirely tranquil. It was initially believed that this endeavor would be straightforward, yet only a scant few teams had successfully completed their teachings. Most had been chaotic, with many disciples struggling to convey the principles of their cultivation to others, despite finding it manageable for themselves. The sect leader, concerned about imparting erroneous practices to well-meaning mortals seeking to strengthen their bodies, had merely requested the simplest technique of channeling energy into the body. Nevertheless, the results remained disheartening. According to the master, the sect leader was not particularly satisfied. Qing Zhoxiue sighed softly, acknowledging, indeed, none have been successfully taught here. It seems this is the only place where a fatal incident occurred. However, her demeanor remained remarkably serene. Having completed the task, she saw no purpose in dwelling on it. She removed her Qingxuan sword, bid farewell to her master, and proceeded as customary to the main peak for sword practice. The autumn air was rich and vibrant, the fallen maple leaves beneath her feet crushed into a pulp. Over the 4 years of her training at the Sword Pavilion, many senior and junior disciples had become quite familiar with her. Among the sect leader's disciples stood a row of uniformed boys, and Qing Zhoxiue blended among them like a white lotus amidst the trees, drawing attention effortlessly. After practicing swordsmanship for the entire morning, Qing Zhoxiue prepared to return to her peak when she was halted by a junior disciple. She paused, inquiring, "What is it?" The youth, somewhat anxious, nervously touched his bent-fingered joint. "Sister Qing, do you have time this afternoon?" "Yes," she replied, curiosity piqued. "Just speak plainly." "It's nothing significant." He inhaled deeply. "It's the Moon Lantern Festival, and I would like to invite you to take a boat ride on the lake. It will be quite lively tonight." At the mention of the festival, Qing Zhoxiue shook her head, seemingly disinterested, and continued toward Hai Peak. "I shall not attend." As she entered, she took off her outer garments and noticed a small petal of an unknown wildflower resting upon them, which she promptly shook off. Yun Shuchen, glancing over with a smile, remarked, "Today is a festival. All the young people are off courting. Why have you returned to your training?" She replied, feeling no sense of discord. Yun Shuchen lifted her teacup, her gaze drifting to the young woman who had swiftly closed her eyes in meditation, sitting as still as a statue of Buddha. Since the conclusion of her training, the disciple has consistently adhered to a lifestyle of seclusion, venturing neither beyond the main gate nor the secondary entrance. Each day, apart from her pursuit of swordsmanship at the main peak, she exhibits little desire to wander further. Her routine consists of cultivating her skills, immersing herself in literature, concocting potions, and indulging in food and drink. Should she find a moment of leisure, her gaze inevitably drifts towards her mentor, infused with a hint of concern. Yun Shuchen, who has lived for over 5 centuries, sipped his tea and sighed inwardly, pondering whether it was a sign of premature aging that his 18-year-old disciple had already begun to embrace a life of retirement. This was quite inappropriate. Standing atop Crane Road Peak, they gazed down at the lively scene shrouded in mist below. Yun Shuchen remarked, "After all these years, it remains unchanged." Qing Zhoxiue suddenly opened her eyes and inquired, "Did you, master, partake in such revelries when you were young? What do you think?" The evening breeze tousled her hair, carrying the fragrant essence of the mountain foliage. She idly gazed at the indistinct silhouettes of distant mountains. It was quite the lively affair. Indeed, every year, it is just as bustling. At this juncture, no one thinks of study or cultivation. They scatter across the mountains as soon as classes are dismissed. Having spoken, she cast a glance at her disciple. "It is rare to see someone like you, always in close proximity to your elders." Qing Zhoxiue shook her head in response. "I merely find the clamor of crowds unappealing." "Very well," Yun Shuchen sighed. "If only you had been born a few centuries earlier and had Lin Qingya as your master." He would have been exceedingly delighted. Every festive occasion, our fellow disciples vanish, leaving not a trace behind. Qing Zhoxiue followed up with curiosity. "What do they engage in?" Yun Shuchen turned, contemplative, and suddenly a smile graced her lips. "Do you truly wish to know?" Chapter 28. The moon in the mortal realm is as round as that of the celestial mountains, and when a tangyuan falls into a bowl, it resembles the entire moon descending into the heart of a lake. Qing Zhoxiue picked up a ball of glutinous rice, applying a gentle pressure, causing the black sesame filling to ooze forth. Intrigued, she used her chopsticks to sample a bit of the dark filling. "You have never tasted tangyuan?" Yun Shuchen observed her method of eating. The tangyuan had become somewhat deflated, yet remained nearly intact. "I have never encountered it before, nor has a gene ever made it." Qing Zhoxiue replied slowly after swallowing. "It is too sweet, rather cloying. Yet it is quite delightful." Earlier, Yun Shuchen had whimsically taken her under the gentle breeze and soared into the bustling world below. In that era, it was rare for inner disciples to pair off. The Lantern Festival provided only a brief respite, rendering the occasion rather dull, which is why they merely strolled around the foot of the mountain. Encountering such a rare and festive occasion, there were numerous delectable delights and entertaining activities below, and to miss out would be quite a waste. Sure enough, this sheltered young disciple was utterly captivated by the myriad of street food. She rarely ventured out, shying away from crowds, and would typically evade the throngs at the marketplace. believing it merely a place for baubles and daily necessities, lacking any experience of the vibrant and varied fare that thrived within the bustling human realm. Yun Shuchen found it amusing. His disciple regarded wealth as inconsequential and beauty as a mere facade, yet she halted her steps for a bowl of tangyuan. How refreshingly simple and endearingly charming. Yun Shuchen pushed her bowl aside and urged her to rise. There are more delicious dishes than this. Silly child. If you fill up on this, there will be nothing left. Qingzhou Shui glanced at the bowl, a hint of regret in her eyes. It was strange to find that noodle soup had turned into the capital's signature mung bean rolls. Master, what is that? Qingzhou Shui furrowed her brows. Observing someone carrying a bowl of vibrant red oil soup, thickly coated with chili and sesame seeds. It could be chili oil. Just then, an acrid spiciness filled the air, causing both of them to cough. Yun Shuchen laughed through her tears and quickly pulled her along, suggesting they return later. The Lantern Festival is a traditional celebration in Taichu realm, said to be a blessing from the moon god, symbolizing good fortune as the common folk hang lanterns. Resembling a sea of stars, truly a beautiful sight. Under the lantern light, their silhouettes stretched long and slanted. Qingzhou Shui followed her, amiably walking behind. Yun Shuchen grasped her wrist through a thin layer of fabric. The coolness of her skin made Qingzhou Shui suspect she was cold. Without a second thought, she turned to hold her hand, ensuring a snug fit, sharing a bit of warmth from her palm. Yun Shuchen hesitated for a moment, as if about to withdraw her hand, but Qingzhou Shui held on tightly. After a brief pause, she relaxed and allowed Qingzhou Shui to lead. Qingzhou Shui was intrigued by the journey, relishing the sourness of the plum juice, the sweetness of the sugar figures, and the heavy oil and salt flavors that warmed her to the core. These unrefined tastes were quite different from the tranquility she usually sought in her practice. Didn't my disciple say you disliked spicy food? Yun Shuchen quietly disentangled her hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Qingzhou Shui's lips were slightly flushed, likely from the spice. She smiled, looking at the fiery food, seeming to find it acceptable and delicious. Unknowingly, they had walked the entire street. Yun Shuchen's gaze drifted to the remnants of warmth on the skewer in Qingzhou Shui's hand, signaling her to let her taste. But Uncle Lu said you should avoid spicy food and stick to a light diet. Her smile faded, and she spoke earnestly, eat sparingly. Occasionally is fine. All right. After a moment's hesitation, Qingzhou Shui selected a piece of tofu, but another hand grasped her wrist, shifting the skewer's position. Yun Shuchen tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and leaned down to take a small bite. They were so close that Qingzhou Shui could see every distinct eyelash. Her breath caught, and the hand holding the skewer loosened slightly. Yun Shuchen sampled only a small amount. The salty and spicy flavors awakened her senses, finally introducing a touch of vibrancy into her otherwise bland diet over the years. She often coughed, as such foods were typically unsuitable for her, and now the irritation was almost unbearable. Noticing her frown and the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Qingzhou Shui hurriedly sought water. Yun Shuchen suppressed a tickle in her throat and pressed her hand on Qingzhou Shui's shoulder, reassuring her it's nothing. As they passed the next street corner, Qingzhou Shui discreetly discarded what she held. From now on, it would be best to refrain from consuming such spicy fare in front of her master. They originally intended to witness the lights, but unexpectedly, as they turned a corner, a dark mass flew out from the crowd, nearly striking them. Yun Shuchen swiftly conjured a fragile barrier, catching the object. Upon closer inspection, it was not an object at all, but a gaunt child. She was flung back to the ground and subsequently restrained by several burly men. At that moment, a crowd gathered to observe, gasping in horror as a sharp slap echoed through the air, causing the child's lip to bleed. What right do you have to dine and dash? I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. Initially, some bystanders felt a pang of sympathy, but upon hearing that the child was a petty thief, they fell silent, merely content to spectate. Fists the size of vinegar jars rained down upon the child's frail form. She struggled at first, but soon her breath became shallow, and she coughed up a bit of blood. Stop! A well-dressed woman emerged from the crowd, frowning at the bloodstains on the ground, then casting a discerning glance at the brutish men. The men, intending to scold her for meddling, hesitated when they noticed the young woman beside her, dressed in white and adorned with a gleaming sword, her waist embroidered with the emblem of the Taichu sect, renowned in the area. Realizing they were of the same company, they refrained from further hostility and explained, "This wretched girl is a thief, and we are merely administering a lesson. Best not to get too close, lest you stain your eyes." Yun Shuchen retrieved a silver ingot from her handkerchief. "This child is on the brink of death from your beating. Take this money and spare her. Will it suffice?" "Indeed, it will do." His face lit up at the sight of real gold and silver, and he promptly ordered his companions to withdraw. The crowd, having lost their source of amusement, dispersed like birds taking flight. The ground lay barren, save for the child and the scattered footprints around her. She slowly turned onto her side, curling up and trembling. Yun Shuchen gathered her skirts and stepped closer, speaking gently. "Why did you take someone else's belongings?" The small creature whimpered softly, replying timidly, "I was hungry. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Would you like to return with me?" Yun Shuchen suddenly inquired. The question bore a familiar resonance, reminding Qing Zhouxue of her first encounter with her master, who had similarly asked her in a soft tone. The child blinked, wide-eyed, and nodded fervently. "What is your name?" "My surname is Yu, and my name is Ing." "Yuing, is it?" Yun Shuchen straightened up, casting a side glance at her disciple. Qing Zhouxue returned her gaze, evidently still processing the implication. Yun Shuchen raised an eyebrow, questioning her stillness. "What are you waiting for? Take her along." Qing Zhouxue looked at the small, filthy child, her face smeared with dirt, resembling a theatrical Zhang Fei, then turned to see Yun Shuchen stepping back a few meters, finally realizing her master's aversion to filth. If her master disdained dirt, then her disciple, no matter how much she cherished cleanliness, could not refuse. She let out a soft sigh, casting a few purification spells upon the child, who now appeared somewhat less disheveled, no longer a mere shadowy mass. Cradling the frail little one in her arms, she noted the delicate frame, surprisingly light, yet the scent was oddly reminiscent of something marinated in refuse. Qing Zhouxue inhaled deeply, then began to hold her breath, the air sustaining her all the way from the foot of the mountain to its peak. Yun Shuchen, returning to the summit, instructed Qing Zhouxue to deliver the child to the outer gate, assuring her that disciples would be there to provide care. Qing Zhouxue acquiesced, her curiosity piqued. "Does Master have a habit of rescuing children?" Upon returning to the peak and shedding her outer garments, she broached the subject. "What makes you think that?" Yun Shuchen replied, taken aback. "After all," Qing Zhouxue remarked earnestly, "I stumbled upon he peak in much the same manner." Surely this was divined by your master. Yun Shuchen chuckled lightly, yet with a hint of resignation. "It is not that I have a penchant for collecting children, but rather that the child we encountered possesses some unique qualities." "Unique?" Yun Shuchen merely nodded, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. As the moon ascended to its zenith, a tranquil silence enveloped the surroundings. The night was devoid of Ajin, who had likely wandered off to frolic with some wild cat under the moonlight. After her bath, Qing Zhouxue emerged to find her master displaying signs of fatigue, her eyes tinged with an unusual flush. Between her index and middle fingers, she held a delicate white chalice. "Master, before you retire," Qing Zhouxue approached, adjusting the potion in her hand. "Do not forget this." Yun Shuchen shook her head, propping her chin in her hand, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, unwilling to succumb to slumber. Each year on this day during the Moonlight Festival, she gazed at the luminous orb above, yearning for a sip of wine, though it was not without its consequences. "Be cautious not to indulge excessively," Qing Zhouxue advised softly, supporting her forehead and closing her eyes. "Just a little." Then, as if recalling something, she raised her gaze to her master. "After all these years, you have grown. How about sharing a few cups with me?" Seated opposite her, Qing Zhouxue accepted the cup, the wine a pale red, its hue peculiar and fragrant with a sweet intoxication. After a moment's hesitation, she tilted her head back and swallowed it in one go. It was bitter. A sharp taste assaulted her senses, leaving her scalp tingling with discomfort, failing to discern any delightful notes. Yet it was not entirely bitter. Yun Shuchen shot her a sidelong glance, asserting that it was initially sweet upon entry, transitioning to a spiciness, ultimately yielding only a lingering bitterness. Someone had named it half a lifetime. "Does this name carry any significance?" Well asked, she replied thoughtfully. "Indeed, the name has its origins. In the innocence of childhood, one is blissfully unaware, savoring the sweetness. In youth, one's brilliance can scarcely tolerate any hint of despair, thus the taste turns sharp. Upon traversing half a lifetime, one learns that not all matters unfold as desired, and the reminiscence is often tinged with bitterness. The various calculations for the future seem like a fleeting dream, ultimately vanishing without a trace. This is but one interpretation, another, more commonplace. It is said that this wine was brewed for a deceased wife, encapsulating the sweetness and quarrels of the first half of life, and the bitterness of separation in the latter half. Her eyes, clouded by inebriation, shimmered like a pool of autumn water, cascading down to the figure of Qing Zhouxue. "Which expression do you prefer?" "They are quite similar," Qing Zhouxue replied honestly. "Master, I cannot appreciate wine. To me, it simply tastes unpleasant." Yun Shuchen leaned on her arm, a silent smile gracing her lips, her eyes gathering a hint of solitude, barely noticeable beneath her long lashes. Yet, Qing Zhou Shui perceived it clearly. She slowly furrowed her brow, lifting the small cup to her lips, taking a silent sip, still bitter and numbing. Her heartstrings tugged at the sight of Yun Shuchen. The ancients often claimed that one could drown sorrow in wine. What sorrow could possibly require such bitter libations to suppress? Chapter 29. She claimed to drink, just a little, yet did not cease, one cup following another. Perhaps due to the familiarity with this child, she unconsciously relaxed in her presence. Yun Shuchen had never allowed herself to become intoxicated in front of others, yet today, she drank until she was moderately inebriated before finally setting down her cup. Qing Zhou Shui swiftly gathered the drinking vessels, preventing her from indulging further. The half-drunk woman leaned back in her chair, the delicate jade-white cup firmly gripped in her hand, momentarily difficult to move. It was only when Qing Zhou Shui took her hand that she finally released her grip. After tidying the table, she brought over a bowl of medicine.
Master.
Yun Shuchen cast a fleeting glance at the bowl, seemingly oblivious until her disciple nearly placed it before her. I do not wish to drink. She raised her eyes, using one hand to push away Qing Zhou Shui's offering, then steadied herself against the table to stand. As she rose, her form swayed slightly, and suddenly, the sound of shattering porcelain pierced the air, followed by a firm grip that steadied her. Yun Shuchen looked down at the broken bowl and the spilled broth at her feet. A voice beside her was tense, nearly causing her to fall. Just as she had stumbled, Qing Zhou Shui had no time to set down the bowl, immediately catching her instead. Let us discuss this later. She dared not release her grasp, supporting her master as they made their way into the room until she ensured she was seated properly on the bed. Just as she intended to leave, she was caught by a tug on her sleeve. You must not go. With a sudden pull, Qing Zhou Shui had no choice but to lean closer. Master, I am not going to prepare medicine. I merely wish to make you some soup to sober you up. Sober up? Qing Zhou Shui felt the warmth of breath against her neck, and then heard the woman's gentle voice. I originally drank to become intoxicated. What is it that you wish to accomplish, Qing? Very well. Qing Zhou Shui paused, acquiescing. Does master wish to sleep? Yun Shuchen remained silent for a moment. I cannot sleep. Yet it is time for rest. Qing Zhou Shui glanced at the moon's position outside, suspended in the night sky, round and white like a lotus seed. I cannot sleep, she reiterated, her brow knitting in concern. It feels a bit warm. She slightly loosened the collar of her garment. For reasons unknown, Qing Zhou Shui's gaze fell upon the expanse of her pale skin. This scene seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of a night when snow blanketed the earth. A sight glimpsed through a slightly opened window. A fleeting glimpse reveals the entirety of the pristine white. With a gentle thought, Qing Zhou Shui could not resist extending her fingertip to caress the slightly open neckline of her attire. Perhaps born delicate, even the lightest press left an imprint of crimson. Yun Shuchen grasped her fingertip, inhaling softly, cautioning her not to touch recklessly. She maintained her hold, arching her back to recline. Only releasing her grasp once, she had settled comfortably. Qing Zhou Shui knelt by the bedside, finding it somewhat challenging to remove her outer garment. Earlier, Yun Shuchen had already bathed, barefoot and without stockings. Noticing this, Qing Zhou Shui frowned and grasped her ankle, intending to tuck her into the blankets. The contact felt slightly ticklish, causing her legs to retract momentarily before she turned over.
Master?
Yun Shuchen, facing away, lifted the bedding that had been forcibly draped over her, closing her eyes in discomfort. It is indeed curious. Typically, even the most reticent individuals succumb to a degree of loquacity after indulging in drink, whether in folly, ecstasy, or deep slumber. Yet, while Yun Shuchen was usually gentle and amiable, her demeanor turned particularly aloof inebriated, her speech reduced to terse fragments, yet she resisted sleep. Observing her steadfast rejection of the covers, Qing Zhou Shui fetched a lighter layer to drape over her. She extinguished the lights and lowered the beaded curtain. Just as she prepared to depart, a soft murmur halted her steps. She wished for grapes. Qing Zhou Shui paused, her hand resting on the doorframe. It was now midnight, seemingly an inopportune time for sustenance. However, it was a festive occasion. Naturally, such celebrations ought to be flawless. Just as in the numerous New Year's Eves of her past, though conditions were modest, the requisite red paper and auspicious characters were present, and not a single firecracker was omitted. Perhaps due to Yun Shuchen's preferences, grapes were a staple in the fruit platters atop He Peak. Qing Zhou Shui gathered a handful, utilizing her magic to dispel any potential dust, and then, with a lingering sense of caution, she submerged them in water, rinsing them thoroughly. She returned, bearing them to Yun Shuchen's chamber. At some point, Yun Shuchen had sat up, leaning against the headboard, her expression distant and cold, perhaps burdened by a foggy mind as she pressed her fingers to her brow. Qing Zhou Shui instinctively softened her voice, letting it drift into the night like a gentle evening breeze.
You can eat now.
She plucked a grape, hesitated, and then placed it in her disciple's palm, lifting her gaze to say lightly, "You won't eat it unpeeled." Observing the disdainful expression on her face, Qing Zhou Shui felt an inexplicable sense of delight. In the past, when her master had been overly gentle, she often sensed an insurmountable barrier between them. She wondered how Yun Shuchen perceived her, having traversed over 5 centuries of life's tribulations. Perhaps she was merely a fleeting connection in her lengthy existence, one among many such encounters, meeting a myriad of individuals and parting ways with them. Yet for Qing Zhou Shui, her master represented the most vivid decade of her 18 years of life. Yun Shuchen's rare innocence provided Qing Zhou Shui with yet another reason to care for her, rendering her presence anything but inconsequential. Though she could not fully comprehend her sorrow, she could at least brush away this ephemeral melancholy, perhaps dissipating it considerably. In the depths of the night, one is often prone to overthinking. She stilled her thoughts, peeled a grape, and tenderly offered it to her lips. Yun Shuchen gazed at the grape, confirming it was indeed the kind she desired before savoring it with a sense of preciousness. Qing Zhou Shui, with hands slightly stained by grape juice, inadvertently brushed against her lips. Yun Shuchen slowly raised her hand, feeling an unusual coolness upon her lips. However, the bitter taste of wine lingering on her tongue was finally mellowed by the refreshing sweetness, causing her tightly furrowed brows to relax slightly. She opened her eyes to see her disciple still peeling grapes, her movements steady and rhythmic. Watching her, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Qing Zhou Shui, after meticulously peeling a plate of grapes, noticed that her master had unknowingly slipped down, breathing evenly, fast asleep. Her hand paused, and suddenly the plate of grapes felt awkward. There were occasional surprises in life, but when intertwined with Yun Shuchen, it added a touch of delightful intrigue to the mundane. Qing Zhou Shui, always of a gentle disposition, felt no regret. After consuming a few grapes, she decided to let the rest go to waste. She adjusted the thin blanket covering her master, ensuring there were no oversights, then tiptoed out of Yun Shuchen's room. As she fully closed the door, she couldn't help but glance back.
Master, good night.
Chapter 30. When Wan Mingzhu awoke, she realized she had slept through her trials and the Lantern Festival. She propped herself up in bed, her head still heavy, the air imbued with a faint medicinal aroma of Ling Su Peak. Senior sister? She looked at Bai Su in bewilderment. How did I end up here? You just broke through to a new realm, and it is quite unstable. You recklessly battled against that demonic fire, jeopardizing your foundation and nearly encountering a grave mishap. Had you delayed even a quarter of an hour, your entire cultivation would have been rendered futile. The authoritative voice resonated, tinged with a sense of exasperation. Wan Mingzhu shivered, raising her eyes to see her master standing at the door, a stern expression on her face. At that moment, your mind was restless in your practice.
And you claimed you would not disappoint me.
Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions? Wan Mingzhu opened her mouth, knowing she was in the wrong. Enough. Elder Zhong, usually amiable, had been vexed enough by his thoughtless disciple to lose a few strands of hair. You ought to sincerely thank Lin Xuanjin. She was quite considerate, administering a solidifying pill when she brought you back. Otherwise, do you think you could have recklessly continued to fight? Wan Mingzhu's amber eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Bai Su, who nodded in affirmation. After Elder Zhong departed, Wan Mingzhu lowered her head, her expression inscrutable. Bai Su gently inquired, "What is troubling you?" "Nothing." She furrowed her brow deeply, appearing somewhat pained. Sister Lin is quite amiable and handles matters with great meticulousness, earning high praise from both the inner and outer sex alike. Bai Su seems to understand her awkwardness somewhat. In truth, she is quite kind to you. What prompted you to speak in such a manner the other day? It was simply vexing. Wan Mingzhu tugged at a strand of her hair and huffed. Who could possibly be liked by everyone? That would be insincere. After venting her frustrations, she felt a twinge of guilt for her lack of reason. However, the thought of apologizing felt like prying open a stubborn clamshell. Bai Su sighed. That is not an easily obtained elixir. I have said my piece. So ponder it well. Qing Zhou Shui typically concluded her sword training at the sword pavilion, but on her way back, she encountered Lin Xuanjing. Sister, she called out softly, preparing to leave. Lin Xuanjing stopped her, saying, I have some good news for you. What is it? She paused and turned back. In the first round of selection, our team has all passed. The sect leader mentioned that although we were somewhat inexperienced, our cooperation was commendable, and the feedback was quite positive. Indeed, Qing Zhou Shui nodded. Has the result been announced already? Not exactly, Lin Xuanjing replied with a smile. It's just that I am quite efficient at relaying messages from the sect leader. In fact, There has been little to do lately, and we have a full 3 years until the next trial. Do you have any plans, junior sister? To cultivate, Qing Zhouxue answered, leaving Lin Xuanjing momentarily speechless. She glanced at the calm profile of her junior sister and pondered how such an unexciting girl could be left with nothing but pure cultivation in her life. Curiosity began to stir within her. Junior sister, what motivates your pursuit of the Tao?
Why?
Qing Zhouxue unconsciously slowed her pace, her gaze dropping. For my master. Lin Xuanjing was taken aback. Master Yin? What is the reason behind this? Qing Zhouxue replied softly, she teaches me to cultivate, and I admire her. I find joy in this. Upon hearing those words, Lin Xuanjing was initially startled, but upon observing the placid clarity in Qing Zhouxue's eyes, she felt perhaps her thoughts were unfounded. Clearing her throat, she smiled again. Junior sister, regarding the teaching duties at the outer sect, it is your turn along with Wan junior sister. This year, you shall likely remain quite occupied.
Outer sect.
Qing Zhouxue was momentarily taken aback, then recalled. Ah, there is indeed such a matter. Her performance in the inner sect's written examination had been commendable, and she had studied several techniques with Yin Shuchen. So teaching should pose no issue. However, the memory of the bustling scenes from that time made her head ache. Sensing her discomfort with speaking publicly, Lin Xuanjing kindly suggested, there are also duties beyond teaching. If you feel you have nothing to share or lack interest, you could also engage in law enforcement patrols. Yes, that would suit me well, Qing Zhouxue agreed. In the distance, a familiar figure appeared, clad in fiery red, her dark hair billowing. Wan Mingzhu spotted Qing Zhouxue and intended to greet her, but upon seeing the person beside her, she hesitated, her steps faltering. Lin Xuanjing turned to Qing Zhouxue and said, please inform junior sister Wan as well. Just as she was about to depart, having taken only a few steps, Wan Mingzhu, sensing the situation, hastily caught up to Lin Xuanjing, appearing as graceful as a flying swallow.
Stop.
Lin Xuanjing continued her stride, undeterred, until the fiery fabric of her robe nearly brushed against Wan Mingzhu. She halted, turned around, and courteously inquired, what wisdom does junior sister Wan have for me today? I called you. Why did you not turn back? Wan Mingzhu pressed her brow. What royal kin are you, that when you call, I must halt and await your response? Lin Xuanjing tilted her head in confusion, as though finding the notion quite absurd. You. Wan Mingzhu bit her lip, removing a spatial ring from her hand and thrusting it into Lin Xuanjing's palm. This time, I owe you my gratitude for saving my life. And I still owe you a solidifying elixir. Henceforth, I return it to you. It contains many treasures. Choose what you wish. Since we are fellow disciples, such kindness is expected. Lin Xuanjing tossed the ring back. Having served beside the sect leader for a long time, I possess ample solidifying elixirs. There is no need for repayment. Moreover, you were injured while rescuing me. It is only fair. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Wan Mingzhu with an inscrutable expression. The following day, Qing Zhouxue received a command from the sect to enforce discipline among the outer disciples. Her responsibilities were straightforward, to address conflicts among the disciples and restore order to the teachings, while also supervising her peers in their instructional duties. The outer disciples recognized her. Even if they could not recall her face, they had heard her name. It was said that she was the master sister who had subdued the leader. Possessing a singular ice spirit root and extraordinary talent, being the sole disciple of Elder Yun. Rumor had it that she was naturally aloof and taciturn, and upon meeting her, she appeared like a celestial being, her cold demeanor making her seem quite unapproachable. Wherever Qing Zhouxue walked, silence reigned. Only after she had passed did the outer disciples begin to chatter among themselves once more. Each day, she made her rounds through the outer sect, maintaining a tranquil atmosphere. Wan Mingzhu, not wishing to remain cooped up in the classroom reciting tedious scriptures to a room full of people, chose to accompany Qing Zhouxue. Unlike her more disciplined counterpart, Wan Mingzhu's intent was not so noble. She sought to enjoy some leisure under the guise of enforcement. After a thorough inspection, she guided her newfound freedom to the bustling market of the outer sect. Upon her return, Qing Zhouxue noticed Wan Mingzhu clutching several items, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she nearly collided with the wall. What is that? Wan Mingzhu's smile broadened, and she raised an eyebrow, handing a small booklet to Qing Zhouxue. This is quite good, visually appealing. Qing Zhouxue took it and flipped through the pages. The handwritten title catching her eye, The Affairs of the Seductive Widow and Her Sister-in-Law. As she turned another page, she found a scene depicting a voluptuous figure, causing the young woman across from her to suddenly avert her gaze, crimson hues blossoming upon her cheeks. Qing Zhouxue's father had once remarked that as a girl, she need not aspire to the imperial examinations. Thus, She had never studied the 4 books and 5 classics, remaining unaware of the intricacies of propriety. Being renowned as a notorious figure, the prospect of marriage seemed bleak, leading her to forego the study of feminine virtues. Instead, she immersed herself in the realms of poetry and travelogues, seeking to cultivate her character. Nevertheless, her previous readings were rather orthodox, and it was inconceivable that such frivolous and audacious descriptions could emerge. Her gaze seemed momentarily scorched, as she quickly averted her eyes, only to return after a brief pause for a few furtive glances. This glance proved to be momentous. Unexpectedly, the plot took a dramatic turn. After a series of bold portrayals, the scandal involving the widow and her sister-in-law was unveiled, resulting in the entire village dragging them to face their punishment. Forewarned, the two fled under the cover of night with silver in hand, only to be intercepted by a band of ruffians en route. Just as the tension escalated, Qing Zhouxue turned the page, only to find it was the final one, suddenly furrowing her brow in confusion. Why was it over? Wan Mingzhu explained that this was merely the first volume, with the second yet to be released. Why should they be prevented from being together? Their union posed no hindrance to anyone else. After finishing the tale, Qing Zhouxue found herself grappling with numerous perplexities. Wan Mingzhu blinked in astonishment, leaning closer. Are you genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance? What purpose would there be in pretending ignorance? Dear senior sister, these are 2 women. It would be strange for them to have it easy. Wan Mingzhu clicked her tongue, asserting that a union between a man and a woman was the proper order of the world. Proper order? Qing Zhouxue asked in bewilderment. Why should such a principle exist? Stumped by the question, Wan Mingzhu pondered deeply, only to find herself ensnared in her own reasoning. With a sigh, she seized the book, declaring it to be a narrative with a contrarian perspective, suggesting that no one should obstruct their path, lest the tale lose its charm. Although it felt somewhat forced, Qing Zhouxue nodded in agreement. Wan Mingzhu then rummaged through her sleeves to present 3 more volumes from different series, placing them before her. I have acquired many prior to this. They are quite captivating. If you are interested, I shall lend them all to you. Very well. On the night of the Lantern Festival, Yun Shuchen was inebriated to the point of oblivion, waking the following day with no recollection of events. Since the conclusion of the festival, her encounters with her disciple had diminished significantly. In the mornings, she practiced her skills in the sword pavilion, served as an outer gate steward during the day, and returned home swiftly after dinner, retreating silently into her room, leaving Yun Shuchen unaware of her activities. From a distance, as night descended, a small window flickered with light, as if determined to shine brightly through the darkness. Was she truly working that diligently? Reflecting on how long it had been since she last checked on her, Yun Shuchen gently knocked on her door. The sounds of rustling and the scraping of a chair could be heard, followed by footsteps on the floor. Soon, the door creaked open, revealing Qing Zhouxue with her hair cascading down, donned in a pristine white garment, standing in a blend of lamplight and moonlight, still grasping the door. Noticing the surprise in her eyes, Yun Shuchen remarked, You appear to have been working very hard these past few days. It would be wise to retire early. Her disciple's demeanor seemed somewhat unnatural, and she stiffly nodded in agreement. Sensing the oddity, Yun Shuchen tilted her head and inquired, What is the matter? Nothing, she quickly added. Perhaps I am merely fatigued from reading. Master, good night. Yun Shuchen recalled that when Qing Zhouxue was younger, despite her quiet nature, she would instinctively approach whenever she saw her, seeking a suitable place within 3 meters of Yun Shuchen's vicinity to sit obediently. If Yun Shuchen were to change her seat, the little one would linger at the original spot for a while, only to follow her once more, repeating the previous actions. After growing up, all that remained was the cold, detached phrase, Good night, master. The door opened slowly, but shut with surprising ease. Reflecting on this stark contrast, Yun Shuchen frowned with mild discontent. In Chapter 31, Qing Zhouxue closed the door to her room and leaned against it, exhaling a sigh of relief. She did not light a lamp again, nor did she delve into her books. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the bed, attempting to achieve a state of tranquility. The texts she once read were serene, yet the Taoist scriptures she now studied were steeped in a profound stillness and desire. She had thought reading was a means of calming the mind, but the books lent to her by Wan Mingzhu were vastly different. Each line intertwined with deep emotions and yearning, cliché yet fervent, burning with an intensity that felt palpable through the pages. Qing Zhouxue was unaware of such intricacies, as her 18 years of existence had rarely intersected with the outside world. Many worldly rules remained unfamiliar to her, for she had already entered the secluded realm of the immortal peaks. Closing her eyes, she found it impossible to quiet her heart. Thus, she lit the lamp once more and idly read. Wan Shimi had kindly shared the second volume of The Scandalous Widow and her sister-in-law with her after its publication. Qing Zhouxue bit her lip, her expression serious as she reached the end. The widow and her sister-in-law, encountering vile bandits, nearly succumbed to calamity. Yet fortune favored them as they stumbled upon a merchant caravan. Regrettably, the villagers arrived shortly after, insisting on not interfering in the family's affairs. The caravan leader, wishing to avoid trouble, abandoned the two. Bound back to the village, they secretly cut their ropes with a shard of stone, and once again united. They were pursued by a torch-bearing mob, ultimately embracing each other and leaping off the cliff in full view of the onlookers. The conclusion felt somewhat contrived, as the two awakened in the heavenly realm, revealed to be two celestial beings descending to undergo tribulation, ultimately becoming entwined. Following this was a tumultuous, heart-wrenching tapestry of passion. She lowered her gaze, her eyes wandering over the graceful curve of her neck, before gently parting the curtains, their silhouettes entwined. In the brief moments between breaths, she inquired why, in the mortal realm, one would dare defy the world's conventions to be with her. The other replied with a smile, "I have lost my senses in my affection for you. Regardless of status or circumstance, I would traverse mountains and seas, driven solely by a heart that desires." Qing Zhouxue gazed ahead, her heart relatively calm, devoid of excessive longing. Yet, as she pondered the phrase regarding status and circumstance, a figure flickered through her mind, a fleeting resonance of familiarity found within the text. Yun Shuchen. She suddenly recalled that day beneath the moonlit lantern, when Yun Shuchen leaned down to taste that piece of tofu, leaving her lips tinged with a delicate hue, akin to rouge, yet far more refined. However, this thought was but a fleeting whisper, like a shadow passing through the sky. Qing Zhouxue drifted into a vague slumber for the night, awakening somewhat weary. She deeply felt that such narratives could easily disturb one's heart, proving unsuitable for cultivation, and silently resolved never to read them again. Today, her master's gaze lingered upon her face a moment longer than usual. She suddenly raised her sleeve, delicately lifting her face with her fingertips. Qing Zhouxue was momentarily taken aback as the soft pads of her fingers brushed beneath her eyes, revealing dark circles. "Didn't I tell you to retire early? I want to do that again." Indeed, Qing Zhouxue had not slept well. Her lashes drooped, and her response was somewhat vague. Even her sword practice today had been lackluster. Spending the morning and afternoon at the outer gate, she was just about to return the novels to Wan Mingzhu when Wan Mingzhu waved her hand, stating that her master was collecting her writings, and it would be safer for them to remain with Qing Zhouxue for the time being. As Qing Zhouxue pondered where to best place these items in her room, she was distracted by a commotion emanating from a nearby room, accompanied by some crude banter. And she thought she even heard a few familiar names. The outer gate disciples inside seemed to be in high spirits, laughing uproariously. Qing Zhouxue pushed the door open, only to be met with a flurry of scattered papers that flew into her face. Upon noticing her presence, the students in the classroom fell silent, the atmosphere becoming as still as water. The young disciple at the podium, flustered and disorganized, finally breathed a sigh of relief, but upon recognizing Qing Zhouxue, he grew tense once more. Qing Zhouxue lowered her gaze to remove the paper from her face, discovering that its edges were torn, indicating it had once been stitched into a small booklet. As she glanced at the handwriting, she was initially startled, and after reading a few lines, her expression turned icy. It was a page from a novel, a handwritten draft, markedly different from the romantic tales she had perused. This one was imbued with vulgarity, seemingly dedicated solely to the depiction of sordid affairs, with incomprehensible scribbles scrawled alongside it. This alone did not provoke her ire. However, the names inscribed on the draft were glaringly clear: Yun Shuchen and the sect leader. Who wrote this? She placed the paper firmly on the table, her tone deceptively calm. Yet an inexplicable chill permeated the air. A young gentleman, adorned in opulent attire, rose, crossed his arms, and smirked sideways. "What is the matter, beautiful senior sister? My literary flair is quite commendable, wouldn't you say?" Laughter erupted from those surrounding him, barely contained. "Is there anything else?" Her expression remained impassive. The booklet was tossed towards her, and Qing Zhouxue caught it with poise. The young man whistled. "Such delicate sensibilities. It's not suitable for a young lady." Naturally, Qing Zhouxue had no intention of reading further. The image of her master's face flashed in her mind, and she felt a wave of revulsion at the thought of inspecting it again. The moment the booklet touched her hand, it felt as cold and hard as ice. She gripped it tightly, reducing it to mere dust. The young man furrowed his brows, his gaze darkening as he slammed his hand on the table. "Do you dare to touch my belongings? Do you know who I am?" Qing Zhouxue regarded him steadily, her grip on the hilt of her sword tightening. "And who might you be?" A nearby inner gate disciple gently grasped Qing Zhouxue's arm, whispering, "Sister Qing, This is the young master of the illustrious Li Shui Qin family, a talented individual from a prominent household. He has always cherished his freedom and may very well join the inner gate in the future. You should. No matter who he is, how dare he insult the sect leader and elders, disregarding the primordial laws. The outer gate is not a den of filth. Qing Zhou Shui abruptly interrupted him, her demeanor icy. According to the rules, you need not attend the subsequent lessons. Instead, proceed to the inner gate's disciplinary hall to receive a punishment of 100 strokes. Who do you think you are? He retorted. You've merely been appointed to oversee matters for a few days. That young master lifted his chin and squinted at her, seemingly intent on humiliation. Your name is Qing Zhou Shui? No wonder. You're still a disciple of Yun Shuchen. Your master is quite striking. That slender waist, who knows what it's like in bed? An aura of cold, sword-like fury suddenly surged forth, shattering the tables and chairs before him into splinters. He fell to the ground, looking up to find the icy tip of a sword pressed against his throat. Following the slender, sharp blade upwards, he met the gaze of a woman that bore no warmth. The surrounding disciples gasped and fled, while the inner gate's junior disciples clung nervously to their seats. Young Master Qin, having seen a thing or two in his life, quickly regained his composure after a moment of panic, tightening his grip on his sword and threatening. If you dare to touch me, the Qin family will ensure you won't leave unscathed tomorrow. You're merely a lowly inner gate disciple. Who would come to your aid? I have connections in the disciplinary hall as well. Who dares to lay a finger on me? Seeing Qing Zhou Shui sheath her sword, he mistakenly thought she had been cowed, a sneer of disdain creeping onto his lips. Yet he heard her calm voice say, "No one can punish you. Then I shall carry out the sentence myself." With that, Qing Zhou Shui wielded her sheathed sword like a staff, striking him forcefully on the backside. A wail erupted, accompanied by the sound of splintering furniture. The nearby junior disciple, taken aback, attempted to intervene. "Sister Qing, private punishment is not permitted." Qing Zhou Shui tightened her grip on her sword, unyielding. "It matters not. After I am done, I shall accept my punishment." Initially stunned by the first blow, the young master struggled to rise, drawing his sword in retaliation. His clumsy swordsmanship appeared nothing more than embroidery in the eyes of a true inner gate disciple. With another strike, she sent his sword flying from his grasp, pinning him down and delivering several more relentless blows. At first, the young man pressed his face into the ground, hurling insults at her with every ounce of humiliation he could muster, but Qing Zhou Shui remained unfazed, as if deaf to his pleas. Then, as he began to lose consciousness, begging for mercy, she remained unmoved. Eventually, he spat blood and fell unconscious. Yet the punishment did not cease. She was a woman of her word. 100 strokes meant precisely 100, no more, no less. The junior disciple beside her dared not utter a sound. Wan Mingzhu, drawn by the commotion, arrived to find the remnants of shattered furniture scattered about, just as Qing Zhou Shui was wiping the sticky blood from her sword sheath. Among the debris lay an unconscious figure. "Sister?" She stammered at the entrance, bewildered. "What happened here? Is this fellow dead?" "I do not know," Qing Zhou Shui replied, reattaching her sword at her waist. Once she confirmed the documents were beyond salvage, the chill in her gaze softened considerably. She turned to Wan Mingzhu, saying, "I am going to accept my punishment. Junior sister, I ask that you bear with the external gate's supervision in the coming days." With that, she departed in her proud white robes, a figure both striking and frigid. Wan Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. She intended to call out and inquire about the situation, but upon noticing Qing Zhou Shui's unfriendly countenance, she refrained. Yun Shuchen was brewing tea in the courtyard when a flamboyant figure leapt down from the wall, meowing a few times. This was not a good sign. The young master was in the admonition hall. What could she possibly want there? Her hands, which had been deftly preparing tea, came to a halt. Qing Zhou Shui was usually gentle and well-mannered, and Yun Shuchen momentarily failed to connect her disciple's breach of the primordial regulations with her character. After all, she was the sole disciple under her direct tutelage. Upon hearing the news, it was only natural that she would pay a visit. As Yun Shuchen entered, she immediately spotted the figure in white kneeling rigidly in the center, neither servile nor arrogant. The sect leader had also arrived and, upon catching sight of Yun Shuchen, let out an almost inaudible sigh. "Sister Yun, what is the matter with your disciple? Why does she not speak a word when questioned?" He gestured for her to speak with her. "What has happened?" Yun Shuchen inquired, smiling gently as she regarded Qing Zhou Shui. "She is usually so obedient. What could have prompted such behavior?" The managing disciple appeared somewhat conflicted as they brought forth the grievously injured young Master Qin. The faint scent of blood permeated the hall, and the disciple stammered, It is said that Sister Qing caused extensive damage to the furniture in the outer sect and then assaulted this outer sect disciple to such an extent. Yun Shuchen took a closer look at the pitiable figure before her. The young man's backside and back were bruised in shades of blue, red, purple, and green, seemingly not from sword wounds but from blunt force, making it a sight difficult to bear. It was hard to imagine that such violence could have been inflicted by her typically refined disciple. She waved her sleeve, dismissing the young man, and placed a hand gently on Qing Zhoushua's shoulder, speaking softly. "Did you strike this person?" "Yes," Qing Zhoushua replied, remaining utterly still. "Why did you hit him?" Yun Shuchen asked, her lips pressed together as she cast a glance at her mentor, choosing silence thereafter. Chapter 32. After a slight squeeze of her shoulder, noticing Qing Zhoushua's reluctance to speak, Yun Shuchen released her grip. Madame Chen, upon hearing of her son's brutal beating, hastened to the scene in a frenzy. She coincidentally encountered several young disciples carrying the injured one out. Upon seeing the bloodied back and the extensive bruising, her anger surged, nearly causing her to faint. She then embraced her son, weeping vehemently, her eyes, now red, turned towards Qing Zhoushua. Suddenly, she rushed over and raised her hand to strike her. Yun Shuchen swiftly closed her folding fan, using gentle force to block Madame Chen's hand. "The situation has yet to reach a conclusion. Why are you so hasty?" "A conclusion?" Madame Chen retorted in exasperation. "My son has been viciously assaulted by her, and you still seek a conclusion? She is merely a little girl from the inner sect. How dare she openly strike someone? Do you think the Qin family is without protection?" The sect leader grasped her arm, offering a few words of comfort, causing her anger to subside slightly. She looked at Yun Shuchen with derision, saying, "It seems the primordial realm is no different. All are merely bullies relying on their power." As the conversation veered towards her master, Qing Zhoushua's gaze turned cold as she addressed Madame Chen. "This child has been poorly raised and has spoken disrespectfully. He deserved to be punished." The remnants of Madame Chen's ire, which had begun to cool, flared up once more at Qing Zhoushua's calm assertion. One could hardly resist the urge to strike her again. Although she hailed from a prestigious lineage of cultivators, she did not quite measure up to Yun Shuchen and the sect leader, yet she stood far above Qing Zhoushua. If she mustered her strength to deliver a solid blow, the consequences would be dire. Yun Shuchen once more intercepted her hand, her lips adorned with a polite smile that did not reach her eyes, resembling a subtle warning. "I have watched this child grow. She is certainly not one to act impulsively or bully the weak." The sect leader spoke in a low voice, his protective intent evident, perhaps hinting at some underlying circumstances. "While it is wrong to resort to violence, a thorough investigation must precede any punishment. I ask that you wait a moment longer." Qing Zhoushua lowered her gaze, reluctant to speak further. She had no desire for Yun Shuchen to learn of the other's intentions toward her, nor how they conspired against her with the sect leader. Even without harboring resentment, it would only serve to increase her discomfort. She was unwilling to tarnish her master's reputation. Revealing such matters would inevitably harm their dignity. Hence, she preferred to remain silent and accept the punishment.
"Master."
A clear, bright female voice resonated from the entrance. Lin Xuanjing performed a respectful bow. The sect leader nodded, gesturing for her to enter. Behind her trailed a few anxious junior disciples, some of whom had just rushed out from the classroom, while others were unfamiliar faces. Lin Xuanjing spoke with composure, having already investigated the matter thoroughly. The eldest son of the Qin family had behaved frivolously, mocking and scolding in class, engaging in acts of insult and defamation. Qing Zhoushuo had entered after him, issuing a warning and directing him to the punishment hall. The sect leader nodded in agreement. Up to this point, Qing Zhoushuo's actions were entirely within the rights of a law-enforcing disciple and beyond reproach. However, when he continued to speak disrespectfully, it was possible that Qing Shimi had resorted to private punishment. Lin Xuanjing took a few steps back, asserting that her own words alone were insufficient for belief. As there were several witnesses present, the witnesses hesitantly chimed in, allowing Qing Zhoushuo's heart to settle. She knew Lin Xuanjing to be meticulous and thorough, undoubtedly aware that those statements would embarrass the elders. Thus, she had likely instructed these individuals to swallow their words and only vaguely reference what had transpired. Additionally, Lin Xuanjing nodded, recounting an incident from a few months prior that had left a negative impact on the outer sect. One of the involved junior sisters was unwilling to reveal her identity, while this young woman was her sister. The unfamiliar girl gracefully bowed to several elders, her eyes glistening with tears. "My younger sister has possessed some aptitude for cultivation since childhood, prompting our family to send her to the outer sect for training, anticipating her to take examinations in a few years. However, on the night of the Lantern Festival, that scoundrel dragged her away under the pretense of seeking guidance. then dared to commit vile acts against her, threatening her family's lives afterward. At this point, she was unable to contain her sobs, lamenting how her younger sister had contemplated ending her life several times at home, though I managed to prevent her. Yet, what good does that do? She is now lost in despair, unwilling to even step outside. Such a thing occurred? The sect leader's expression darkened. Madam Chun, if this is true, I fear you may need to stay a few more days. In any case, it seems that the truth is subjective. Are you to uncritically accept the words of these young girls? As the woman appeared poised to cause another uproar, she seethed, her eyes darting with determination. After all, the use of vigilante justice was inherently wrong, was it not? To impose no punishment would be indefensible. Breaking the rules necessitated consequences. Yun Shuchen chuckled softly, explaining that within the realm of Taichu, there existed a protocol. When a direct disciple erred, it was the master who would administer the punishment, and others were to refrain from interference. The sect leader, observing with a keen eye, pondered when this rule had come into effect within Taichu. Nevertheless, he remained silent, as Qing Zhuxue was indeed a disciple and a half-relative to him. A disciple from the admonition hall presented the disciplinary rod, to which Madame Chen expressed her dissatisfaction, stating that at the very least, a caning was warranted. Yun Shuchen coughed lightly, her tone soft and gentle, affirming that this was indeed the case. However, given her frail condition, she lamented that the rod was too heavy for her weak hands to lift, and thus, she could only manage a feeble attempt. Selecting a rod of moderate thickness, she grasped it in her hand. Qing Zhuxue turned her head, only to have the wooden ruler press against her chin, pushing her back. The rod was raised, and instinctively, Qing Zhuxue closed her eyes, tensing her spine in anticipation. To her surprise, a sound echoed, the impact akin to a slender willow branch brushing against the surface of spring waters, gentle yet teasing. Madame Chen continued to protest her treatment, and when she voiced her objection, the woman's brow furrowed, clutching a handkerchief as if she might cough up blood, as though the act of disciplining her disciple was a grave burden. The nearby disciples of the admonition hall, trembling with trepidation, urged, Elder Yun, perhaps you might temper your approach. Once the final strike of the rod had been delivered, Yun Shuchen declared, you may rise, Qinger. Thus, under the glaring guise of protection, Qing Zhuxue emerged and scathed from the admonition hall, leaving Madame Chen to vehemently argue her case with the sect leader. There was no need for concern. The Chen family's pampered scions were notorious for causing such scandals within the realm of cultivation. If they were afforded any more leniency, they would surely ascend to even greater heights. On the journey back to He Peak, Yun Shuchen gently squeezed her wrist, noting how seldom she had seen her so incensed. Is this matter related to you, or to me? Qing Zhuxue lowered her gaze, replying that the disrespect shown by that individual towards her elders should not weigh heavily on her master's mind. Observing her reluctance to elaborate, Yun Shuchen's thoughts shifted, and she began to grasp the situation. The quality of those outside the sect varied widely. Some, emboldened by a drink or two, would dare to fabricate all manner of tales. It was inevitable to encounter a few ruffians along the way. If it does not concern me. Yun Shuchen tilted her head to regard her, sighing softly. Might you also be affected? She was genuinely taken aback. Typically, when others spoke of her disciples' merits or faults, the young lady maintained an air of indifference. This was the first time she had witnessed her exhibit such fervor, akin to a hidden sword finally revealed, causing quite a stir. Perhaps she would not have acted so rashly had she not been provoked. After all, it led to a summons for Yun Shuchen to journey such a distance. In a soft voice, she murmured, Master, I apologize for the trouble. Yun Shuchen gazed at her pale, ethereal profile, her eyelashes resembling a pool of melted snow, crystalline and captivating, stirring affection within the heart. For the first time, she perceived the benefits of nurturing a disciple. The troubles were intermittent, and occasional financial loss was of little consequence. However, the depth of the girl's taciturn affection was profoundly moving. Why be overly polite? Yun Shuchen curved her lips and said gently, if you continue to be so formal, I shall have to strike you. Yet, the master's strikes were hardly painful. Qing Zhuxue thought this to herself, only to find her hand grasped by Yun Shuchen, the soft pads of her fingers grazing the palm, bringing forth a delicate tickling sensation. Why was she pulling her? She lagged a step behind, watching the evening breeze tousle her hair. Yun Shuchen merely held her hand, as if it were an unintentional gesture, and continued walking forward. Qing Zhuxue's exploits had gained notoriety both within and outside the sect. The masses were less intrigued by the disciplinary actions of the law enforcement disciples and more captivated by the notion of Sister Qing punishing the lecherous. Once, due to her ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being, many male disciples from the outer sect had admired her. However, since this incident, the number of male admirers had dwindled, while female admirers had increased. Ultimately, upon completing her sect duties and no longer needing to wander the outer sect, she received several letters soaked with her junior sister's tears. Though reluctant to discard them, she clutched them tightly. And just as she was about to cross the boundary of the outer sect, she found herself amidst a throng of dark heads. As if she were a solitary figure against an army. Qing Zhouxue instinctively took a step back, sensing an ominous air. The leading junior sister spotted her and exclaimed, "There's Elder Yun's disciple. Look, gather around." A surge of excitement ensued, and Qing Zhouxue nearly drew her sword in self-defense, but she was soon encircled. One junior sister grasped her hand, her eyes brimming with tears. "Sister Qing, I am Mu Li. I admire you." Qing Zhouxue nodded, acknowledging her sentiments, eager to conclude the scene swiftly. Unexpectedly, the junior sister's eyes widened. "I have long admired Elder Yun." Qing Zhouxue paused, stiffly nodding again. "I understand your feelings on her behalf. Please," the junior sister choked, "take these to her. Here are my heartfelt words. I hope she remembers my name." "Sister." A male disciple squeezed through, handing her a bag of sweet potatoes. "These are for my hometown. Large and sweet. I wonder if Elder Yun would like them. Please take them to her. I am Zhang Liling. Make sure to tell her. Get lost, you little brat." He was quickly swallowed by the crowd. And more hands reached out. Observing the thronging heads, Qing Zhouxue coldly declared, "Silence." The crowd quieted momentarily. Qing Zhouxue continued, "Let us establish a line here." She decisively brought over a chair, settled comfortably, and took out a sheet of paper, furrowing her brow as she began to register names one by one. Elder Yun held a prestigious position, her character gentle, and most importantly, she possessed remarkable beauty that captivated the younger generation. The affection of the youth was often rather superficial. Peak had never taken on disciples, making it impractical to send items. Moreover, Yun Shuchen rarely ventured into the outer sect, thus direct gifting was even less likely. A group of young men and women could only catch a fleeting glimpse of her during significant ceremonies, before retreating to suppress their fervent hearts.
Now,
with the singular presence of Qing Zhouxue, all connections intertwined during her comings and goings. The other elders, though not devoid of this privilege, find themselves overshadowed by the immense pressure surrounding Qing Zhouxue. She filled 2 spatial rings and watched as the shadows of the sun shifted from directly above to a slant at her feet, marking the tentative conclusion of this unforeseen calamity. Those junior disciples expressed their heartfelt gratitude before departing. With a soft sigh, she returned home laden with gifts. Many admired her, which ultimately could be seen as a blessing. Yet, for reasons unknown, as Qing Zhouxue touched the letters, she found herself ensnared in a web of complex emotions. Chapter 33. On He Peak. Qing Zhouxue recited a long list of names before Yun Shuchen, who propped his chin on his hand. After listening to just a few, he urged her to cease her recitation. "These are all for you. Just be mindful not to use them in front of the outer disciples. It wouldn't reflect well." Aside from various thoughtful gifts, a stack of letters awaited her. With leisure, Yun Shuchen casually perused a few, chuckling softly before setting them aside and instructing Qing Zhouxue, "You should respond to these as well." "Reply?" Qing Zhouxue exclaimed, bewildered. "How am I to respond? Aside from declining, what can I say?" "Precisely," he replied. "You will soon be required to study certain scriptures and literary compositions. This could serve as an excellent opportunity to hone your writing skills. Once she enters the inner sect, the depth of her studies will intensify. To prevent disciples from becoming mere practitioners devoid of knowledge or stagnating in a metaphorical quagmire, the previous ancestors established certain traditions. Every decade, several courses are set, taught by the elders of the 6 peaks and the sect leader, with modest requirements. All inner disciples must pass these courses. Should they fail, they must continue to attend in the subsequent session. Due to the overwhelming number of outer disciples, the situation is chaotic and difficult to manage. This privilege is reserved solely for the inner disciples. In their first year, they merely adapt to their respective fields, but from the second year onward, they must begin to study other subjects. The curriculum includes swordsmanship, alchemy, array formation, music recognition, artifact forging, and talismans. In recent years, examinations in literary composition and Daoist scriptures have also been added. Having been in the sect for nearly a year, Qing Zhouxue realized that the time for these examinations was fast approaching. Given her master's remarks, she had no objections. Sitting in the pavilion with a heap of letters, she began to respond to them one by one. "Dear Elder Yun, although I unfortunately faltered in the last inter-sect competition, I firmly believe that your smile that day was a beacon of hope for my future. I shall strive diligently over the next decade to gain admission into the inter-sect, ensuring I do not disappoint you. The mountains have trees, and the trees have branches. My heart rejoices for you, though you remain unaware. Though you may never accept one as humble as I persist. Qing Zhou Shui read this with a steely resolve. Dipping her brush into the ink, she spread out a sheet of paper, pausing momentarily as she found herself at a loss for words. After a stick of incense had burned, she inscribed the words persevere and strive on the paper. Yet, feeling that it lacked a definitive tone of refusal, she pondered for a while longer before adding 2 more words, do not disturb. She let out a sigh of relief and opened the next letter. This one was penned by a young girl, her handwriting elegant and her tone lively, her words exuberant. This is my first time sending you a gift, and I am uncertain of what you might like. I keep thinking how wonderful it would be if I could package myself and have my senior send me to you. Upon reading the beginning, Qing Zhou Shui hastily wrote back, no need, I am not accepting such offers at the moment. The next letter was written in particularly large characters, each stroke appearing as if it bore great weight, possibly authored by a robust man. I reside on the northwestern slope of the city outskirts, and I have heard that Elder Yun lives on the northwestern peak of Taichu. Perhaps this is destined fate. Might you grant me a chance? Where does such confidence stem from? Qing Zhou Shui frowned and replied, the message has been delivered. The fate has run its course. It must be said that aside from a few peculiar expressions, some individuals, especially the young women, exhibited commendable writing skills, articulating their sentiments with an abundance of tenderness intermingled with the innocent anticipation of a secret admiration. Every time I gaze at you from afar in the grand hall, I always find myself hoping for a glance, even if merely an unintentional one. It would bring me joy for a long time, allowing me to see the world free of worries. Upon reading this, Qing Zhou Shui suddenly paused. She reread the words several times, sensing a faintly familiar emotion. She too had yearned for such attention throughout her life. Though it may seem trivial, I cannot help but care for your well-being. Is your health well? Are you in good spirits? At times, I gaze at the round moon in the sky, pondering if the burdens of the sect have worn you down, and whether you have found rest. The letter she held crumpled in her grasp. She too could not resist the urge to concern herself with the other's comfort. Fearing that she might be unwell or uncomfortable, the aroma of incense wafted in from behind, a fragrance commonly used on He Peak. As Qing Zhou Shui lost herself in thought, she met a pair of exceptionally soft and affectionate eyes, as if they were filled with flowing mist. What was she thinking? Clutching her pen tightly, she regained her focus and instinctively called out, Master, do you miss me? Yun Shuchen smiled. For some reason, her heart now felt entwined in a swirl of clouds, a convoluted tangle, indistinct and unclear. Qing Zhou Shui let out a soft sound, realizing her words could be misinterpreted, and felt a tinge of discomfort. At that moment, Yun Shuchen had already moved behind her, her fingertips tracing the paper, reading a line, and remarked pointedly, Indeed, it is lacking. Master, what is lacking? Your words, Yun Shuchen sighed softly. With such a large sheet of paper, you could only muster these few words? I recall that you have read quite a number of books. This seems unrelated to the quantity of books read. During your written examination for the inner sect, your essays were clear and meticulously structured. Perhaps you simply lack profound insights. Your emotions may be too faint and shallow. The scarcity of words reflects a deficiency in feelings. If this were an exam, with such meager expression, you would likely not pass. Qing Zhou Shui found herself in a quandary, truly unsure of what she could write. As Yun Shuchen observed her still lost in thought, she kindly initiated a topic by gesturing toward the koi in the lake. Can you attempt to describe that? Upon receiving her master's encouraging gaze, Qing Zhou Shui remained silent for a considerable time before responding, albeit somewhat uncertainly, fish. Yun Shuchen paused momentarily, affirming, Indeed, fish. You might articulate it with greater detail. Fish. Qing Zhou Shui rummaged through her vocabulary, eventually delivering a rather dry response, koi. Yun Shuchen shifted her hand to her forehead, seemingly on the verge of laughter, yet she restrained herself and, adopting a tone reminiscent of coaxing a toddler learning to speak, gently inquired, What is the little koi doing? Recognizing the teasing undertone in her voice, Qing Zhou Shui replied sullenly, moving. Disciple, Yun Shuchen could no longer contain her laughter. Had you simply stated it was swimming, it would have exhibited a semblance of spirit, rather than appearing so insipid. Perhaps you lack insight into fish. With a touch of compassion, she altered the subject. Or, perhaps you might describe me. Upon hearing this prompt, Qing Zhou Shui felt her heart constrict momentarily. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, inching it across her master's lips. The graceful bridge of her nose, her smoky eyes, and willow-like brows, the woman regarded her with an air of elegance and warmth. It seemed there were countless thoughts she yearned to express, yet they eluded her grasp. Qing Zhou Shui parted her lips, but fell into silence. Just as Yun Shuchen anticipated another bland remark, her disciple softly articulated, "Unparalleled grace." This declaration brought joy to Yun Shuchen, leading her to decide to indulge her disciple further by relieving her of the duty to respond in writing, instead allowing her to record daily reflections on mundane affairs. Thus, amidst Qing Zhoushue's monotonous routine of sword practice, cultivation, and reading, an additional task emerged. Each day she would sit pensively at her desk, pondering for long stretches, unable to commit her thoughts to paper. As the weather grew cooler, winter arrived. One day, a sudden chill swept through, leaving the He Peak half-clad in white. This marked a period that Qing Zhoushuo particularly noted throughout the year. Another season of significance was summer, where the oppressive heat often left Yun Shuchen feeling quite unwell. In the cold, it was easy to catch a chill, necessitating greater attention to warmth. Yet, the woman's visage remained obscured beneath her thick fur cloak, and her palms, upon touch, were still icy to the bone. This winter proved especially frigid. Yun Shuchen's frail constitution seemed insurmountable by her cultivation, compelling her to make every effort to keep the indoors warm. A fire roared in the hearth, yet the night wind still whispered through the windows uninvitedly. One day, while delivering medicine, Qing Zhoushuo encountered a dimly lit room where Yun Shuchen had already retired. She quietly placed the medicine bowl down and approached her bedside. Her master lay cocooned in the blankets, her brow furrowed, suggesting a restless slumber, curled up and occasionally shivering. In recent days, she appeared genuinely haggard, her delicate makeup failing to conceal her pallor. After some contemplation, Qing Zhoushuo decided to bathe, using water that was quite warm. Emerging enveloped in steam, she shed her outer garments, leaving only a thin inner shirt, and slipped beneath Yun Shuchen's covers. Yun Shuchen was suddenly startled, as a pair of warm arms encircled her waist. "Master, will this help?" Yun Shuchen paused for a moment, furrowing her brow and inquiring, "How did you get up here? I noticed you seemed cold and uncomfortable." Qing Zhoushuo's legs brushed against hers, revealing her icy demeanor, which explained why the bedding felt so frigid. "The cold rises from beneath." Qing Zhoushuo had occasionally heard this phrase. She shifted slightly, grasping Yun Shuchen's ankle, only to find it equally chilling. She sighed softly in her heart. Yun Shuchen felt stiff all over, a delicate tingling sensation coursing through her ankles. Then, she was lifted slightly as Qing Zhoushuo changed her hold to embrace her calves, using her soft, warm abdomen to warm Yun Shuchen's feet. "This will be better," the girl said in a gentle voice that brought an immeasurable warmth. Yun Shuchen lifted her lashes but ultimately said nothing, letting them fall once more. Qing Zhoushuo's embrace was exceedingly warm, her body temperature unusually high. Yun Shuchen caught a faint scent of soap pod from her, and she began to understand the reason behind it. This foolish girl, she thought, not minding the scalding water. Yun Shuchen had not slept well for several days and was desperate for rest. Now, with this source of heat, she felt enveloped in a multitude of soft cotton, drifting into a drowsy haze. Her disciple seemed to have developed a light sheen of sweat, a warmth generated from their closeness. Yun Shuchen felt a vague discontent stir within her. She wished not to fall ill, yet it seemed her disciple had already gone to Lingsu Peak for medicine. She turned over, lifting Qing Zhoushuo slightly. Bathed in the cool moonlight, her face appeared even more ethereal and pallid. Yun Shuchen, exceedingly drowsy, slowly leaned in and embraced her. Qing Zhoushuo felt a gentle kiss on her forehead, followed by the soft murmur of Yun Shuchen saying, "Sleep now." The next morning, as she hazily awakened, she found herself gazing into a pair of inky black eyes. A soft voice whispered near her ear, "Are you getting up, master?" Yun Shuchen shifted slightly. Realizing how tightly she was holding her, their bodies pressed intimately close, separated only by 2 layers of undergarments. Clearly, she was hindering her disciple from rising. Yet Qing Zhoushuo remained still, obediently waiting for her to awaken. Upon waking, Yun Shuchen felt somewhat dazed. She had never favored being touched by others. How had she ended up in such a position? The face before her drew closer, and she felt a gentle brush of lips on her forehead before they withdrew. Startled, Yun Shuchen pushed her shoulder away, creating distance between them. A faint blush tinged her eyes, whether from embarrassment or irritation, she could not tell. Turning her head, she coldly commanded, "Get down." Qing Zhoushuo quietly mused, recalling the previous night when the woman's soft, icy body had nestled against her, burying her face in her neck. Sighing softly before planting a kiss on her brow, Qing Zhoushuo cherished these moments from her master, an inexplicable affection blooming within her. She had just gazed at her lips for a considerable time, a subtle yearning stirring within her, a desire for that soft, petal-like tenderness to once again grace her forehead. However, noticing the unyielding expression on Yun Shuchen's face, it appeared there was little room for negotiation. Qing Zhou Shui sighed inwardly, descending from the bed with an inexplicable sense of regret. Only after she had exited did Yun Shuchen, softening her posture, slowly sit up, leaning against the headboard. Biting her lower lip, her fingertips trembled slightly as they brushed against the damp, now cold fabric below. No, it could not be due to her. It was the result of the herbal concoction prepared by Lu Xuanqin, which had recently included a hint of sha shi flower. This herb, associated with fire, possessed aphrodisiac properties. A minute quantity could suppress the chill afflicting her. Yet, she had consumed it for too long. As the saying goes, a remedy can also be a poison. And over the years, the side effects of the potion had gradually manifested, making her prone to emotional stirrings that required diligent suppression through her cultivation. Lu Xuanqin had long advised her to seek a partner, preferably one with an ice spirit root, to harmonize the fiery herbs and guide the cold poison within her. A few adjustments could restore her to health. However, ice spirit roots were relatively rare. Water spirit roots could serve as a substitute. Yun Shuchen had consistently postponed this matter, disliking the feeling of being beholden to another, preferring instead to endure the burden through sheer will, which only exacerbated her frail condition. Lu Xuanqin had expressed dissatisfaction for quite some time, lamenting that her constant malady led others to question her medical prowess. Henceforth, she must not allow her disciple to engage in reckless embraces, for the girl lacked any sense of boundaries, risking the rekindling of emotional toxicity. Although this place was naturally endowed with high-quality ice spirit roots, it was still far from her inclination to be interested in the younger generation. Rubbing her temples, Yun Shuchen felt an unpleasant stickiness between her legs. She sighed and proceeded to bathe. Unbeknownst to her, Qing Zhou Shui was entirely oblivious to the arduous morning her master had endured. The cold weather compelled her to bring breakfast inside, and as she closed the door, the biting wind and snow outside contrasted sharply with the warm glow of the fire within. Just after Yun Shuchen emerged from her bath, for reasons unknown, Qing Zhou Shui noticed her cheeks flushed and her eyes shimmering with a languid allure. Indeed, a restful night had improved her complexion significantly during the day. Qing Zhou Shui attributed this transformation to the previous night's efforts, deciding to continue sharing her bed with Yun Shuchen during these chilly days, taking on the role of providing warmth. With 3 years until the next election, while there was no need for haste, it was time to begin preparing gradually. After breakfast, Qing Zhou Shui accepted Lin Xuanjing's invitation and returned to the familiar training grounds. The compensation for Wan Mingzhu had yet to be delivered, leaving her with a sense of indebtedness to Lin Xuanjing. Though their relationship could not be described as intimate, they managed to coexist amicably. They exchanged no words, practicing harmoniously for the morning, engaging in 3 simulated matches, which marked considerable progress compared to their previous chaotic encounters. Just as Qing Zhou Shui prepared to depart, she spotted a familiar figure on the training grounds. She halted in her tracks. It was Xiao Hong, skillfully wielding a sword, his movements graceful and swift. The 3-foot azure blade was held loosely in his grasp, yet it possessed an almost sentient agility, darting and weaving with remarkable versatility. A thrust was directed towards Qing Zhou Shui, causing her pupils to constrict as she involuntarily retreated half a step. In her childhood, she had been left with no room for resistance. This was the second defeat she had suffered, emanating from the very realm of swordsmanship in which she excelled and held the greatest potential. Such a blow was undeniably tangible, perpetually influencing her thereafter. Gradually, she became hesitant to engage with her senior brother Zhao's sword, instinctively yearning to withdraw her hand, fearful of repeating past mistakes. Even during practice sessions with other disciples at the sword sect, she was acutely aware that Xiao Hong wielded the most exquisite sword techniques among them, and she instinctively avoided confronting him. Yet, this sword was one she would inevitably have to break through. After a moment of contemplation, resisting the urge to flee, she resolutely turned her steps toward Xiao Hong. Just as he paused, tilting his wine gourd to take a few swigs, he caught sight of the glinting long sword drawn, pointed toward the ground. "What are you doing?" he inquired, setting down the wine jug. "I seek to learn sword techniques from my senior brother," the woman in white declared with determination. "Oh," Xiao Hong replied without even glancing at her, languidly adding, "As always, the old adage stands. If you lose, no crying, no complaints." Then he chuckled, "But wait, this time you came to me first. That old man has no reason to berate me profusely." The dialogue between sword practitioners often remained succinct. Once the other sword was unsheathed, the contest formally commenced. Xiao Hong lunged forward with a strike as swift as a dragon emerging from its lair, unleashing a fierce gale with his blade. His golden spiritual root allowed him to slice through iron with ease, rendering the sword wind formidable. Qing Zhou Shui sidestepped, yet her cheek bore several cuts. The second strike was unavoidable. The Qing Shuang sword emerged with a resonant clang to block it. Xiao Hong had not initially been serious, but after exchanging 10 strikes. He noted her stance remained remarkably steady, showcasing significant improvement compared to the past. The Qing Shuang sword exuded a frigid aura, nearly numbing his wrist. As an ice spiritual root cultivator, Qing Zhouxue thrived in the cold. Xiao Hong's interest peaked, his sword strikes quickened, appearing as mere shadows to the untrained eye. Remembering her master's teachings, she resolved not to rely on sight, focusing instead on the flow of spiritual power within his blade, anticipating and accurately blocking his attacks. Her expression was serene, her gaze level, seemingly oblivious, yet she absorbed the entire battlefield into her awareness. The Qing Shuang sword moved with both intention and poise. Impressive. Xiao Hong chuckled, finally sensing a worthy opponent. He executed a graceful flourish with his sword, and in the blurred motion, several sword shadows appeared to guard him. What was that? Qing Zhouxue's brows furrowed, retreating with caution. Where her toes touched, cracks formed in the ground beneath. Xiao Hong sheathed his sword at his waist, standing firm. That old man remarked you were exceptionally gifted. It seems your skills have indeed advanced significantly. You've mastered the Taichu 7-sword techniques quite well, and I must admit, I underestimated you before. What was that shadow from earlier? Xiao Hong tossed the wine flask to her, urging her to take a sip before he divulged more information. However, Qing Zhouxue merely held it, her expression revealing a hint of disdain. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Hong reclaimed the flask, cradling it as if it were a treasured possession. Is it so surprising that a young lady does not indulge in alcohol? How dull, he mused. That is the essence of sword intent. He slung the flask over his shoulder and settled down, reclining against the ground. Perhaps in a few years, you too may cultivate it. Do not fret. Before long, his snores filled the air, intoxicated to the point of resembling a lifeless dog. Any further inquiry would yield no fruitful answers. She would have to wait and consult the sect leader later. Qing Zhouxue touched the cut on her face, feeling a twinge of pain. As she pressed the wound, it soon began to heal itself, returning to its original smoothness. With a sigh, she exhaled, the breath transforming into a wisp of cloud in the frigid winter air. It seemed she had accomplished something that had once eluded her, a sense of exhilaration swelling within her. The speed at which Xiao Hong unleashed his sword was even more formidable than before, yet she parried every strike without faltering. After many years, she had succeeded. Glancing down, she noticed the Qing Shuang sword vibrating with a resonant hum. A smile graced her lips as she tightened her grip on the blade, filled with a rare sense of vitality, and began her journey back to He Peak. In the evening, Yun Shuchen was reviewing the assignments submitted by her disciples and had requested that they record some mundane yet amusing anecdotes from their lives, lest they find themselves devoid of inspiration for future compositions. From the elegant and precise script, it was evident that she had approached this task with sincerity. Yet, the content could only be deemed earnest at best. 13th day of the 12th month. Bitterly cold. The mutton soup served at lunch was gamey, displeasing. I practiced swordsmanship with senior brother Xiao Hong, and made some progress. Beyond expressing her dissatisfaction with the mutton, little else could be gleaned from her words. They were stark and straightforward. Yun Shuchen found the entry rather tedious, her gaze flitting past the extensive account of daily events until it halted on the final line, where she was momentarily taken aback. Last night, my master kissed my brow, a gentle warmth accompanied by a hint of coolness, as if touched by a cloud. For some reason, it brought me great joy. The paper crinkled beneath her fingers, mirroring her own tumultuous feelings. Her cheeks flushed as she perceived the girl's unguarded sincerity, realizing it took a profound honesty to document such sentiments with unvarnished precision. She had even drawn a comparison, adding the phrase of joy, which stood out as the most eloquent part of the entire entry and the peak of emotional expression. However, her grip relaxed as understanding dawned upon her. This very candor indicated that the girl harbored no ulterior motives, nor did she possess any romantic inclinations. She simply cherished the affection of her elder, devoid of any embellishments. Yun Shuchen set the paper aside, yet it felt as if a speck of dust had settled in her heart, stirring a peculiar dissonance, akin to a bittersweet sense of loss. Recalling the previous night, in that hazy state, her rationality had blurred. Once reason had receded, she had gazed into those cool, ethereal eyes and the pale visage, illuminated by moonlight, resembling a celestial being of exquisite beauty. She had watched her for many years, unknowingly witnessing the quiet passage of time as she had stealthily grown up. Between her brows and eyes, a distinct beauty that belongs uniquely to women began to emerge. No longer a mere semblance of innocence. Her thoughts were forcibly extinguished as Yun Shuchen, with a cold demeanor, rose from her seat, pushing the paper far away. She donned her outer garments and stepped outside, hoping the winds and snow of He Peak would bring her some tranquility. She despised that which lay beyond her control. Chapter 35. A fleeting chill passed, leaving the snow on the ground yet to melt. Since that night, Yun Shuchen had resolutely refused to share her bed with Qing Joshua, even casting her disciple out into the heavy snowfall, insisting she sleep in her designated spot. The girl seemed perplexed, clutching her pristine bedding, her hand resting on the tightly shut doorframe. Is it not much warmer to sleep together with my master? Surely, it would be more conducive to restful slumber. Qing is no longer a child. It is illogical for us to share a bed, Yun Shuchen replied with an air of indifference. Qing Joshua hesitated, then knocked softly on the door, only to be met with silence. Realizing that Yun Shuchen was indeed unwilling to let her back in, she reluctantly returned. Yun Shuchen lowered the beaded curtain and extinguished the light. As she nestled back into the bedding, warmth eluded her, and in moments of true discomfort from the cold, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to Qing Joshua. Rationally, she understood, yet her heart yearned for that warmth. That night had indeed been the most restful she had experienced. However, Yun Shuchen underestimated her disciple's persistence in certain matters. Qing Joshua could not shake her concern for her master sleeping alone, especially when she heard the muffled cough of a woman within, a sound that tugged at her heartstrings. Days later, Yun Shuchen found that familiar silhouette once more upon her bed, having quietly slipped in without her notice. Before she could shoo her away, the disciple calmly rose and softly declared, "I have warmed the spot. Master may return to sleep." The girl, dressed in white, neatly arranged her clothing, glanced back at her once, then wrapped herself tightly against the wind and snow, vanishing into the closing doorframe. Yun Shuchen observed her shut the door and walk away in silence, her gaze fixed upon the door panel, letting out a deep sigh. Alone with her outer garments, she sought solace in that tender warmth, drawing the bedding close. The lingering essence of the girl enveloped her like an inescapable mist. He Peak was accustomed to the delicate and soothing fragrance of Juha incense, ideal for calming the mind. Yet, there always lingered an undercurrent of chill, likely from the dew of grass and wood that clung to her after morning sword practice. When this familiar scent was mingled with something else, it felt akin to a hint of warmth added to a long, cold night. The effect was not profound, but it was better than nothing. However, such pleasantness was short-lived. The warmth within the bedding did not endure for long, merely allowing her a moment of respite. As the midnight chill encroached, Yun Shuchen found herself unable to sleep, diverting some of her energy to ward off the cold. Like searching for a needle in the ocean, she could not find a single comfortable position. After all, this was not merely cold, it was a frigid poison lodged deep within her bones, ready to resurface at the slightest drop in temperature. In this world, many challenges arise not merely from enduring prolonged darkness, but from fleeting moments of clarity that plunge one back into the depths of despair. She coughed a few times, propping herself up in bed. With a flick of her wrist, she ignited the stove, finding a modicum of comfort in its warmth. However, this source of heat could not be relied upon for long, for it would soon leave her throat parched and aching, leading to another bout of discomfort. Moreover, the chill of the cold poison, once stirred, seemed to emanate from her very marrow, rendering any ordinary warmth insufficient to penetrate her flesh. Rising, she poured herself a cup of tea, her wrist stiff and slightly trembling, and in a moment of carelessness, she spilled it, staining the floor with a deep hue. "Master?" Perhaps the noise had been too great. Before long, a familiar voice of concern drifted from outside the door. Listening to the mournful sounds of the wind and snow, Yun Shuchen understood that standing for too long was not advisable. Thus, she quickly permitted, "Come in." Qing Joshua entered, surveying the shards of porcelain strewn across the floor without uttering a word. She lifted her gaze to Yun Shuchen, her brow furrowed. "Is it very cold? I heard Master coughing painfully just now." A corner of the room was left ajar, and although Qing Joshua had closed it swiftly, some cold air inevitably seeped in. Unable to withstand the chill, her body shivered slightly, prompting Qing Joshua to rush forward to assist her back to bed. Yun Shuchen quietly raised her eyes, a strand of her disciple's dark hair brushing against her hand. Her gaze shifted along that lock of hair to meet Qing Joshua's face. It was unbearably cold, a piercing chill that ached to her bones. An overwhelming weariness washed over her. She truly did not wish to bear this burden alone. Though she had endured similar trials in the past, now there existed alternative choices that could alleviate her suffering. After enduring torment for nearly half the night, she silently conceded, propping herself up slightly as she grasped Qing Joshua's arm. Qing Joshua leaned down, gently touching her forehead. "It's so cold. Might I stay with you?" Her voice was soft and tentative, as if her recent expulsion had left her uncertain. Yun Shuchen's hand drifted back to the bed at the question. Feeling a wave of relief, yes. She shed her garments and slipped beneath the covers, the motion fluid and seamless. As she drew close to Qing Zhouxue, the icy currents coursing through her ceased, as if the snow had finally cleared. She had not bathed in hot water today, yet the mere presence of her disciple seemed to banish the chill, a comfort unmatched by any number of stoves. When Yun Shuchun inquired, Qing Zhouxue replied earnestly, I have pondered for many years, believing that as an ice spirit root, I could not only gather cold energy, but also devise a means to dispel it. She turned to face Yun Shuchun, explaining that by reversing her cultivation, she could draw the cold energy from her masteress body into her own, allowing it to flow through her dantian to nourish her spirit root, thus alleviating the cold before gradually returning it. This way, Master can sleep better, and I can practice through the night, she asserted confidently. It benefits us both. Yun Shuchun listened with her eyes closed, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Is this merely a haphazard experiment? Not at all, her disciple replied with an inexplicable pride. This is the 11th version, divided into winter and summer types. The cooling method for summer has already reached maturity. However, the efficacy of the warming technique remains rather inadequate and requires further refinement. Qing Zhouxue rested her chin upon her shoulder, saying, Master, if it's still not warm enough, shall I take a hot bath? She was too close, nearly able to perceive the steady, powerful heartbeat beneath another's skin, as well as the graceful curves of the woman. Yun Shuchun pressed her down, whispering, No need. Do not move. You are not permitted to touch me. The master reiterated these 3 prohibitions. Yet Qing Zhouxue found it impossible to refrain from contact while attempting to cultivate from a distance. Just as she intended to clarify this, she was turned around by a gentle push on her shoulder. Yun Shuchun embraced her from behind, securing her arms as if enveloping her with wings. Only I may hold you. Do you understand? This arrangement was far more agreeable, providing warmth without the risk of entangling emotions through indiscriminate contact, a perfect compromise. The disciple, ever obedient, nodded in agreement and settled down as a makeshift pillow. At last, Yun Shuchun could enjoy a restful slumber, untroubled by the cold. Just as she was drifting into a dream, a voice, soft as falling snow, whispered, There will be intimacy tonight. Suddenly, Qing Zhouxue's waist was pinched, eliciting a soft sound from her lips, yet the words remained unvoiced. As spring approached, the current batch of inner disciples commenced their lessons. With the number of inner disciples being rather few, they gathered atop the main peak for their classes. Qing Zhouxue inquired about the year's curriculum. The first year would encompass teachings on foundational scriptures, formations, alchemy, and swordsmanship. Since she was already a sword practitioner, she needed no special training in that discipline,
leaving only 3 subjects.
Among these, the formation course was taught by Yun Shuchun. In the first lesson, she encountered Master Lu. Lu Xuanqin, clad in a blue robe, stood with her hands clasped behind her, perhaps due to her concern regarding the influence on her disciples, finally setting aside the ever-present pipe. Watching the disciples as they attempted alchemy, her expression remained one of cold indifference, as if scrutinizing a group of failures. The young apprentices trembled under her gaze. For they were not practitioners of medicine, most had merely come to dabble in hopes of gaining some insight. Qing Zhouxue maintained her composure, having perused several texts on alchemy beforehand, which allowed her to perform relatively well. As she concentrated, a poke on her shoulder drew her attention. Wan Mingzhu whispered, How many grams of tianyang grass do we need? Lacking any genuine interest in alchemy, Qing Zhouxue found the task overly meticulous, tedious, and dull. After 3 failed attempts resulting in explosions due to incorrect measurements, Wan Mingzhu sensed that Master Lu's gaze had shifted from disdain to one of deathly seriousness. Cold sweat trickled down her back. 5 grams, Qing Zhouxue replied. Wan Mingzhu, feeling grateful, tossed half of it into the mixture, only for it to explode in a burst of flame, releasing a cloud of black smoke. She met Lu Xuanqin's eyes with a nervous smile. Master Lu, it seems I am not very adept at this. You are entirely inept, Elder Lu retorted, her gaze unyielding. Wan Mingzhu coughed lightly and withdrew her hands, resorting to her book to start anew. As the group of novices fumbled their way into producing seemingly pristine round pellets, someone inquired if they could submit their work to Elder Lu. With a nod, she affirmed, You may consume the fruits of your labor. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd as they exchanged bewildered glances, ensnared in a profound stillness. This marked their inaugural attempt at alchemy, and many intricate details eluded their comprehension. They had anticipated that presenting their concoctions to the elder would suffice for evaluation, yet none foresaw that the elixirs required personal ingestion. Meals may be consumed recklessly, words may be spoken thoughtlessly, but potions are a different matter altogether. The consequences of failure could range from madness to sudden demise. Such mistakes are not merely unfortunate, they are catastrophic, potentially destroying one's foundational essence. Lu Xuanqin surveyed the assembly, noting the paralyzed expressions of her peers. And with a cold sneer remarked, "If you lack the courage to consume the potions you have crafted, who else would dare partake?" With that, she strode past a group of disciples standing rigidly. A few, feeling guilty, lowered their gazes slightly. "I have been studying medicine since I was 13, and for over 5 centuries, every remedy I have formulated for human use has been flawless." Her tone was devoid of warmth. Yet each individual present felt a tremor in their hearts. It became evident that her prowess was not merely a product of innate talent. Every potion, even poisons, had been tested upon herself. Crafting antidotes amidst the throes of toxic agony was a commonplace endeavor for her. Though you may not pursue the path of medicine, your practice in other disciplines will likely mirror this principle. It is imperative to understand the essence of your actions rather than merely following a protocol to impress your mentors. Lu Xuanqin's slender figure appeared somewhat diminutive among the disciples, yet none could deny their admiration and respect for the woman before them. Truly worthy of the title the greatest apothecary of the 9 provinces. Qing Zhuxue lowered her gaze, caressing the alchemical furnace, reflecting upon the recent adjustments in temperature, proportions, and sequence. Once she found no significant discrepancies, she raised her head and swallowed the potion with water. After a customary interval of incense burning, she experienced no adverse effects. Aside from a slight enhancement in her vitality, there were no other reactions. Lu Xuanqin nodded in approval, indicating it was satisfactory. She turned and inquired, "Is there anyone else?" With Qing Zhuxue setting a precedent, a few individuals, pale-faced, also ingested the concoction. After waiting a similar duration, they realized they had not encountered any misfortune, and thus, jubilantly exited the premises. Others, less certain, consulted the text to refine their potions once more. Mishaps were rare. At worst, they only experienced mild abdominal discomfort. Gradually they dispersed, relieved to conclude the arduous lesson. Wan Mingzhu walked behind Qing Zhuxue, marveling. Lu Xuanqin's standards are exceedingly stringent. "Sister, I must endure a challenging regimen." Turning to her, she asked, "By the way, when did you learn alchemy?" Qing Zhuxue reflected on the day's teachings, committing them to memory, then replied, "I possess a certain fascination with pharmacology." She considered that acquiring more knowledge would equip her with a general understanding of her master's ailments, should she be unable to provide treatment, thereby placing particular emphasis on this subject. Wan Mingzhu chuckled. Enough, enough. I am truly intimidated by you. Is there any aspect of cultivation or study that does not pique your interest? Chapter 36. The protracted journey of coursework continues, occurring approximately 3 to 5 times a week, culminating in a considerable amount of academic endeavor. In contrast to the intimidating presence of Elder Liu, who could induce a cold sweat, Yun Shuchun's environment feels like a gentle spring breeze. While studying formations, Qing Zhuxue gazes at her master, adorned in a flowing silk gown that drapes elegantly, her hair partially styled, embellished with a delicate silver lotus flower. Each smile she offers invigorates her students. Wan Mingzhu holds great admiration for her. Straightening up to attentively listen to Yun Shuchun recounting intriguing tales from the marketplace, wholly captivated. Unintentionally, she turns her head and notices Qing Zhuxue lost in thought, her expression a mask of indifference, seemingly having transcended worldly concerns, her eyes devoid of expression. Curiosity piqued, she lowers her voice and inquires, "Sister, what occupies your mind?" Qing Zhuxue, as if awakening from a dream, shifts her gaze to Wan Mingzhu's face, scrutinizes her momentarily, then returns her attention elsewhere. "Nothing." Wan Mingzhu, enlightened, observes Qing Zhuxue gazing intently at Elder Yun, clarity flashing in her eyes for a fleeting moment before she resumes her contemplative reverie. "Is she not beautiful?" she teases, leaning slightly towards Qing Zhuxue, her eyes sparkling with mischief. However, Qing Zhuxue suddenly furrows her brow and glances at her, whispering, "I believe Master speaks remarkably well." Considering that the class has yet to conclude, Wan Mingzhu struggles to suppress her laughter, stifling it momentarily. Were she alone, she would undoubtedly unleash her mirth. It recalls the time of the intersect competition when Qing Zhuxue had resolutely proclaimed, "What does appearance have to do with it?" Wan Mingzhu imagines an invisible hand delivering a sharp slap to her sister's face. Abruptly, she hears Yun Shuchun calling her name, startling her. What could be so amusing? Although Yun Shuchun had not intentionally observed Qing Zhuxue, she occasionally glanced at Wan Mingzhu, who was tilting her head and laughing, nearly leaning against Qing Zhuxue. Her disciple had slightly turned her head, nearly brushing her lips against the girl's ear, seemingly whispering something. Wan Mingzhu, stand up and laugh once more. Deliberately mimicking Qing Zhuxue, exclaiming, "I believe Master speaks splendidly, hence my joy." Qing Zhuxue casts a frosty glance in her direction. I see." Yun Shuchun raises an eyebrow. "Then tell me, what did I just say?" She bites her tongue, pondering how to respond, having been too preoccupied with jesting at Qing Zhoshua. This shall not happen again. Yun Shuchen's engaging anecdotes abruptly cease. After instructing Wan Mingzhu to take her seat, she shifts the conversation toward the main topic, leaving a group of eager disciples feeling somewhat unfulfilled, exhaling deeply. Qing Zhoshua senses her master's gaze brushing across her face, imbued with a hint of chilling detachment. Consequently, she bows her head, diligently focusing on her studies. The study of formations is a profound discipline, yet for the majority of the disciples present, it is merely an auditory experience, a means of cultivating their character. Given that formations require the harmony of the 5 elements, those most suited to this path possess 5 spirit roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lacking one makes it challenging to unleash their true potential. However, the 5 spirit roots are generally of mixed aptitude, rendering cultivation nearly impossible. Encountering a balanced 5 spirit root is exceedingly rare, akin to a once-in-a-century event. To compound the challenge, the abundance of spirit roots necessitates the same spiritual energy to nurture all 5, resulting in an exceedingly sluggish cultivation speed. One must either expend vast resources to compensate for their progress or risk stagnating at the foundation establishment stage. Yun Shuchen is neither of these. Her remarkable aspect lies in the fact that, despite possessing 5 spirit roots, she possesses an extraordinary speed in absorbing spiritual energy, which does not hinder her cultivation. It is as if she has 5 flourishing singular spirit roots. Unfortunately, not everyone is graced with such prodigious fortune. The prominent cultivation clans and sects are unlikely to invest significant resources in nurturing a 5 spirit root, hence the art of formation remains sparse and desolate, scarcely able to sustain a lineage. Elder Yun has languished on Crane Garment Peak for many years, not due to a disposition toward solitude, but rather the awkwardness of being unable to take on a disciple. Recently, she reluctantly accepted Qing Zhoshua, who practices the sword path, demonstrating a commendable purity in her swordsmanship. The sect leader, once deeply impressed by Qing Zhoshua's splendid aptitude, grappled with a desire to claim her as a disciple, yet refrained, perhaps out of sympathy. Thus, Qing Zhoshua transitioned from the sect leader's closed-door disciple to becoming Yun Shuchen's inaugural disciple. Finally, this new disciple has settled into her role and begun to earnestly engage in her studies. Before her lies an open scroll, where she meticulously records the crucial points with ink. Occasionally, Qing Zhoshua pauses, captivated by her master's gentle and melodic voice. Yet her thoughts often drift away from the material at hand. The characters inscribed on the scroll are undeniably familiar to her, each appearing orderly and upright. However, through her pensive gaze, they seem to waver and float aimlessly, eluding her comprehension. Today, her master is dressed rather lightly. The door beside her master is not securely closed, and the window is left ajar. When her master momentarily hesitated while speaking, did she wish to cough? It seems she has not sipped water in quite some time. The tea at her side emits no warmth. Surely, it has turned cold. Her master's smile is truly captivating, and she possesses a wealth of knowledge. In a fleeting moment, those errant thoughts are swiftly reined in. She steals glances at Yun Shuchen, her mind clouding like smoke, only to pull herself back once more. In this tug-of-war of thoughts, she endures a lesson that feels utterly nonsensical. Ultimately, Qing Zhoshua raises her gaze, locking onto her master. She observes Yun Shuchen's fingertips subtly move. 5 ceaselessly revolving points of light, akin to stars, deftly manipulated to weave intricate and vast formations in the air. She finds great delight in this sight. Every gesture exudes an effortless elegance, a blend of grace and subtle pride, a sight she never tires of witnessing since childhood. After class, Qing Zhoshua gathers her belongings while grappling with her inexplicable emotions, declining Wan Mingzhu's invitation to leave together, stating she would return with her master. Wan Mingzhu responds with a meaningful hum, seemingly aware that Qing Zhoshua longs to observe her master further along the way. At that moment, the fragrant scent of Juha incense envelopes her, like a gentle breeze caressing flowering trees. Qing Zhoshua turns to see Yun Shuchen approaching them. "Are you all together?" Yun Shuchen softly spoke, casting another glance at King Haoxu. "I shall take my leave now." Wan Mingzhu quickly stepped aside, chuckling, "Master Yun, it seems my senior sister is rather displeased, showing no inclination to accompany me." Unbeknownst to her, she flitted away like a crimson sparrow, lost in her own laughter. Yun Shuchen continued on her path, not waiting for King Haoxu. Her young apprentice promptly followed suit, silently trailing behind like a shadow. They were a fitting pair, one clad in icy white, exuding a serene chill, while the other donned vibrant red, radiating warmth. Even the taciturn disciple could engage effortlessly with that dazzling maiden. Yun Shuchen found herself pondering this inexplicably. glancing back at her. After scrutinizing both sides, she felt that King Haoxu appeared more agreeable, obedient, and considerate, talented in both the arts and martial skills, save for her slight reticence, rendering her nearly flawless. Elder Lu Feng held her in high regard.
Yet,
This comparison seemed to bring her no joy. Instead, it birthed an array of unwarranted troubles in the twilight of Hai Peak. "Come here," Yun Shuchen called. "Why do you tread in my shadow?" Following her command, King Haoxu walked beside her and naturally took her hand, releasing it only when she felt the warmth was just right. However, Yun Shuchen did not immediately let go, her fingers lightly curling around King Haoxu's. Perhaps her gesture was too subtle, too restrained, for King Haoxu remained oblivious. The apprentice swiftly withdrew her hand. Suddenly, Yun Shuchen brushed her sleeve and advanced swiftly, and as King Haoxu attempted to follow, she was met with a sharp glance. "Stay behind me. Do not draw closer." Already sensing her master's displeasure, King Haoxu was left in a fog. Her master beckoned her to come, yet forbade her from getting closer. What could this mean? "Contemplate it yourself," came Yun Shuchen's flat tone, devoid of emotion. That night, King Haoxu engaged in deep reflection. After much thought, she glanced at the half-finished notes from the day, realizing her master must be displeased with her lack of focus on her studies. Furrowing her brow, she resolved to concentrate on the formation techniques imparted by her master. Thus, she lit a lamp and immersed herself in her studies. Though spring had arrived, the chill of early spring lingered. Moreover, Hai Peak, being elevated, welcomed the season later than the lower valleys, and the flowers upon the mountain bloomed later than those at its base. For several nights, King Haoxu had shared a bed with Yun Shuchen. Yet tonight, engrossed in her studies, she lost track of time, utterly absorbed in mastering the intricate formations. Yun Shuchen, alone beneath the cool moonlight, found the absence of her apprentice, who had become accustomed to sharing warmth, left her feeling the chill until the moon reached its zenith. King Haoxu, however, truly learned until the moon hung high. It was only when she set her book aside that she realized the hour was late. A chill ran through her as she quietly entered her master's room. Gently opening the door, by the soft glow of moonlight, she discerned the figure within, restless in slumber, her body trembling slightly. Quietly, King Haoxu lifted the covers and lay down beside her, only to discover that Yun Shuchen had not been asleep and showed no inclination to embrace her. It was the disciple's fault for losing track of time in her studies. As Qing Zhouxue gently embraced her waist from behind, whispering tender words, the displeasure that lingered in her heart dissipated considerably, and for a moment, she did not struggle as she had previously. Qing Zhouxue began to channel her energy, guiding the cold essence to gather in her dantian. Yun Shuchen felt much better and slowly turned around, her languid gaze meeting his. "You actually remember?" she asked. "As a disciple, I must remember all that concerns my master," came her cool yet gentle reply, making it difficult to reproach her. Indeed, the words sounded pleasing and comforting. Yun Shuchen regarded her, and a fleeting image of her disciple standing side by side with Ruan Mingzhu flashed through her mind. She subtly furrowed her brow, feeling an odd discomfort, as if something of her own had been borrowed by another. Cold, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "It's still cold." Qing Zhouxue tightened her embrace, yet sensed the woman's supple form stiffening slightly. With a soft sigh, she felt a warmth flowing through her lower abdomen at the thought of any further movement.
all right.
She murmured, "Do not move." Chapter 37. The curriculum within the inner sect was not overly burdensome, and Qing Zhouxue navigated it with ease. However, whenever her master was lecturing, her thoughts would invariably drift, prompting Ruan Mingzhu to chuckle at her distraction countless times. Eventually, Qing Zhouxue resolved to go with the flow and cease her struggles. Each evening, she would study diligently in advance, allowing her the freedom to watch her master's lectures without concern during the day. Unbeknownst to her, this cycle of daily practice brought them to the day of examination. With her head lowered, Qing Zhouxue wrote with clarity and elegance. She had no other model to emulate, having secretly imitated Yun Shuchen as handwriting in her childhood, resulting in a style that carried 7 parts of her master's grace, yet bore a touch of her own neatness. Everything proceeded smoothly until the written examination for alchemy arrived. Ruan Mingzhu wore a grave expression, appearing rather desolate. Although she possessed considerable talent in cultivation and martial arts, she had never taken to alchemy, and the dense text of the alchemical scripture made her head throb with discomfort. Typically, the invigilators for such assessments were senior disciples from previous years who tended not to be overly strict. As the incense burned down to its end, Qing Zhouxue completed her final character and paused to allow the ink to dry. Setting her brush aside, a small paper ball containing Ruan Mingzhu's entire hope landed with a soft thud upon her hand. She furrowed her brow and shot Ruan Mingzhu a glance. The girl was propped up on one hand, motioning toward the paper ball. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Zhouxue raised her eyes to the supervising senior disciple, who appeared to be distracted and silently unfolded the small paper ball. It bore Wan Mingzhu's scrawled handwriting. How do you concoct the Peiyuan pill? Initially, she intended to toss the paper back unchanged, but as her gaze fell, she noticed a line that read, "Please, please, senior sister. There will be generous rewards for your assistance." The line extended beyond the page, with an arrow pointing to another phrase. It pertains to someone you'll find intriguing. Someone. Qing Zhouxue pondered this carefully, and upon meeting Wan Mingzhu's earnest gaze, she suddenly understood that it distinctly referred to Yun Shuchen. For some unknown reason, in recent days, Wan Mingzhu seemed to be particularly concerned about the matters between her and her master. Qing Zhouxue crumpled the paper ball along with her inner turmoil and set it aside. After a moment, she finally sighed, unfolding another sheet of paper and resignedly transcribing her understanding onto it. A secret arc traced through the air. Wan Mingzhu caught it steadily, stealing a glance, and in the remaining half a stick of incense's time, her pen moved as if guided by divine inspiration, writing effortlessly. She was utterly engrossed, completely oblivious to Qing Zhouxue, who, after several fruitless attempts to attract her attention, had already resignedly covered her forehead, as well as the woman standing behind her. A hand reached over, picking up the small paper ball, leisurely reading it through. Wan Mingzhu was startled, just about to snatch it back, when she heard a voice, half laughing, asking, "Who wrote this to you?" She froze, looking at the elder Yun, who had appeared unannounced. In the secluded chamber of the back mountain, Qing Zhouxue once again sat neatly alongside Wan Mingzhu, facing the tranquil Yun Shuchen, who was sipping tea. "Master Yun," Wan Mingzhu lamented, her face drawn. "Has the scope of the sect leader's orders extended from the brothel at the foot of Taichu Mountain to such minutiae?" "I am not so idle," replied Yun Shuchen. "I happened to pass by and saw the little paper balls flying about." Suddenly recalling youthful memories, Yun Shuchen lightly rested a folding fan against her chin, seemingly nostalgic. Wan Mingzhu, sensing a glimmer of hope, gazed intently. "Isn't that right, Master Uncle? You also during your time." Yun Shuchen curved her lips, speaking each word deliberately. "Then you shall copy the scriptures 100 times. The back mountain's confinement is in order. Your ancestral master followed the same rules." In an instant, Wan Mingzhu wilted. Her beautiful eyes shifted back to Qing Zhouxue, scrutinizing her inch by inch. Qing Zhouxue maintained a demeanor of calm, unable to resist straightening her back, ever ready for her master's judgment. "Have you grown in skill?" came the woman's voice, cool and detached. Qing Zhouxue lowered her gaze and shook her head. Just moments ago, Yun Shuchen had spoken to Wan Mingzhu in gentle tones, laced with teasing, but when it turned to Qing Zhouxue, her tone seemed to harden, encased in a thin layer of ice, turning cold. "Junior sister Wan remains loyal. Master Uncle, I truly coerced her," Qing Zhouxue interjected. The chair opposite was pulled back as Yun Shuchen stood, gripping the armrests, and proceeded to walk outside, disregarding Wan Mingzhu's words. "Qing Zhouxue," she called, the sunlight slanting outside, illuminating half her face as she paused in the doorway, resembling a deity, her expression inscrutable. "Come with me." Suddenly addressed by her full name, Qing Zhouxue tightened her grip on her clothes. She stood, adjusted her chair, and hurried a few steps to catch up with her master's shadow. Wan Mingzhu looked outside, opening her mouth, but despite Master Yun's gentle demeanor, the pressure of her anger rivaled that of Lu Xuanqin. Now she had led the sect's most virtuous disciple into trouble. If the sect leader were to find out, it would likely not be as simple as a few years of lost lifespan. She might also have to drink from the same cup. She furrowed her brows, sullenly resting her chin on her hand. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Would Qing Zhouxue be able to console Yun Shuchen? As she pondered, a myriad of romantic tales flitted through her mind, invigorating her spirit and dispelling her gloom, causing the corners of her mouth to involuntarily rise. Outside, Yun Shuchen walked amidst the budding spring, where life revived and the landscape was adorned with fresh greenery. However, her mood was not particularly bright. The gentle warmth of spring felt stifling to her. Her disciple had seemingly reverted to the quiet little tale of yesteryears, habitually clutching a corner of her sleeve. Neither too close nor too far, a trait that the passage of years had not eroded. Her ever-docile disciple remained obedient, never overstepping boundaries. Yet, each time she strayed from the rules, it was for the sake of others. Qing Zhouxue truly treated her junior sister well, one aiding the little sister in her deceit, while the other feared for her punishment. The two sat opposite each other in the confinement room, resembling two steadfast mandarin ducks facing adversity together. Initially, Yun Shuchen felt no particular sentiment, but this realization stirred a tinge of displeasure within her. She had once remarked that Wan Mingzhu, with her bright and candid demeanor, was not a bad influence for Qing Er. Yet now, the drawbacks appeared numerous. Instead of learning the good, her disciple spent her days frequenting brothels, slacking off in class, and cheating on exams. What kind of companions were these? Master, I was wrong. The girl she had raised tugged lightly at her sleeve, gradually tightening her grip. Finally, she reached out to grasp her wrist, her voice barely above a whisper. Those eyes, as dark as jade, gazed unflinchingly at her. Yun Shu-chen averted her gaze, refusing to meet her eyes. Was a mere apology sufficient to absolve her? Master, please do not be angry, she murmured. It is not good for your health. All punishment shall be borne by me. Punishment? Yun Shu-chen replied, of course. There must be punishment. Since Wan Mingzhu is already confined, you shall also reflect on your actions in your room for the next few days. Qing Zhou Shui halted. I shall go to the confinement room at the back mountain. And allow you two to stir together? Such a fortunate circumstance is not to be had. Yun Shu-chen said, her brows knitted in displeasure. Stay right there. Qing Zhou Shui looked at her in confusion, her brow furrowing slightly, her long, dark lashes framing eyes that seemed to peer into one's soul. In that moment of eye contact, Yun Shu-chen realized she was uncertain of her own actions. Remaining at He Peak would suffice. After a long pause, her tone softened. Qing Er, in the future, have your own opinions and do not blindly follow others. Qing Zhou Shui stiffened, unsure whether to nod. Her own opinion was merely a curiosity about Wan Mingzhu's heavy gratitude. Ultimately, she replied, I understand, Master. As evening fell, Yun Shu-chen surveyed the assortment of books and a stool that had been brought to her room, enveloped in profound silence. What are you doing? Qing Zhou Shui, clutching a pile of texts, traversed between her room and Yun Shu-chen's. Upon hearing her master's inquiry, her confusion was remarkably candid. Didn't he, Master, instruct me to remain confined in my room? Why have you brought the books into my room? Qing Zhou Shui expressed her surprise, pondering how she would warm her master's bed at night if she were confined indoors. Yun Shu-chen found the term warm the bed particularly jarring, yet the girl spoke with such clarity and righteous conviction. Momentarily taken aback, she paused, lowered her gaze, and sighed softly. It should simply be warm the body. No, that's not right either. Warm the quilt doesn't fit either. No matter how one phrases it, it sounds rather odd. The well-read elder Yun was momentarily stumped, rummaging through her thoughts to prevent her disciple from uttering any more outrageous statements. Qing Zhou Shui pondered the distinctions between warming the bed and warming the body, finding them as bland as 2 bowls of plain water. She silently felt a pang of inadequacy regarding her lackluster literary talent and sincerely remarked, if Master says warming the body, then it shall be warming the body. In truth, Yun Shu-chen was not so stringent as to confine Qing Zhou Shui within her quarters. However, her disciple exhibited an exceptional propensity for meticulousness, adhering strictly to her master's directives. Thus, when told to remain indoors, she genuinely settled in Yun Shu-chen's room and refrained from venturing out. Yun Shu-chen observed the poised figure at her writing desk, diligently wielding her brush, her elegant silhouette illuminated by the flickering candlelight, resembling an ethereal being. After completing her assignments for the day, she extinguished the candle and proceeded to bathe, subsequently climbing into bed to nestle beneath the covers, awaiting her master's embrace. Her delicate profile was cool, yet inherently gentle, possessing a natural straightforwardness laced with a hint of charm. Yun Shu-chen, perhaps due to years of watching her, found her increasingly agreeable, akin to the snowflakes fluttering atop Crane Garment Peak, crisp, pure, and immaculate. As Qing Zhou Shui closed her eyes and breathed deeply, she surrendered to the fragrant atmosphere enveloping her, feeling utterly relaxed and unguarded. Yun Shu-chen silently raised her hand, gently tracing the girl's transcendent contours with her fingertips, captivated by such an alluring presence. Chapter 38. After the confinement was lifted, Wan Mingzhu recalled her promise and discreetly handed Qing Zhou Shui a note containing Yun Shu-chen's date of birth. Given the long lifespan of cultivators, they often abandon the notion of birthdays, resulting in few remembering their age by the end of their lives. When the two met later, Wan Mingzhu explained that she had painstakingly deduced the date after persistently inquiring with Elder Wu Feng and poring over the essays of their ancestors. In any case, it should be correct. Qing Zhou Shui furrowed her brows, questioning, why do you concern yourself with such matters? The girl shot back, I'm doing this for your benefit. You could easily win her favor. Win her favor? After days of confinement and having to retake an exam, this news was somewhat pleasant. Yet, Qing Zhou Shui couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. How does winning my master's favor benefit you? Wan Mingzhu found herself surprisingly verbose for the first time. Who does not know how deeply you are enamored with her? Having dragged you into this predicament several times before, let this matter serve as my apology to you. If you will, do not concern yourself with my affairs. In any case, senior sister, is this compensation to your satisfaction? Qing Zhouxue silently recited the events of that day in her heart, tightly grasping the note in her hand, her brows curving slightly in a smile. Wan Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, for on the usually impassive countenance of her senior sister, which seemed to embody the eternal cycle of life and death, there blossomed an unexpected smile. A twinge of bittersweetness filled her heart. How deeply must senior sister cherish Uncle Yun? After Qing Zhouxue departed, she could not resist pulling out a recent novel she had been engrossed in, utterly captivated by its contents, which prominently featured the suggestive title Transgressing Authority. Wan Mingzhu had once reveled in the beauty of exquisite individuals, but after reading such tales, her tastes had grown oddly peculiar, discovering that the sight of beautiful souls entwined was far more delightful than solitude. Upon sensing the subtle discord between Qing Zhouxue and Uncle Yun, she secretly delighted in acquiring this novel about the master-disciple relationship. The narrative was remarkable, portraying the humble apprentice's profound infatuation for her aloof mentor with intricate twists and turns. Utterly enthralling. Even her typically unrestrained nature was moved to tears. Observing the way Qing Zhouxue gazed at Uncle Yun was akin to witnessing the pages of the novel come to life. Just as she became engrossed once more, an astonished female voice broke through her reverie. Wan Mingzhu snapped the book shut with a resounding clap, turning with an unfriendly expression. Upon seeing Lin Xuanzhen's face, she was initially startled, but her countenance darkened further. What do you want? Lin Xuanzhen caught a glimpse of the scandalous narrative and took a tentative step back, as if confronted by a ghost. Where did you acquire such an inappropriate work? Typically composed and dignified, Lin Xuanzhen's flustered demeanor was quite novel. Wan Mingzhu found this amusing and waved the book, its pages rustling audibly. Would you like to see? It's quite captivating. Lin Xuanzhen's expression turned frosty. A teacher for a day is a father for life. As an elder, one should be respected. Is it not disruptive to one's moral compass to read such material? How is it different from the novels that junior sister Qing destroyed back in the outer sect? Wan Mingzhu arched an eyebrow. What fatherly role are you referring to? In this case, both master and disciple are female. Lin Xuanzhen was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the absurdity. What is this? Wan Mingzhu shot her a glare. I am merely enjoying my reading. Must you interfere? I have no intention of meddling in your affairs, Lin Xuanzhen replied, regaining her composure, her face still stern. I came to find you. The sect master has some matters that require your attention. You must come quickly. The message has been delivered. Her gaze fell upon the book again, her brow furrowing as she struggled to accept such blatant disregard for moral propriety. Sensing Lin Xuanzhen's disapproval, Wan Mingzhu clicked her tongue playfully. Are you truly not going to take a look? I am not charging you for it, Lin Xuanzhen, her face cold, shoved the book back towards her, genuinely vexed. Just read your own. After practicing her swordplay today, Qing Zhouxue did not return to Crane Robe Peak, but instead descended the mountain. From the moment of her birth, she had inadvertently caused her mother's death, and the anniversary of her birth coincided with the day of mourning. Thus, she had never experienced the joy of celebrating her birthday. Over the years, she learned about such customs only through the words of others. The 11th day of the 12th lunar month marked her master's birthday, which was remarkably close, differing by just one day. Qing Zhouxue chose to disregard this particular day, feeling a sense of satisfaction in their unspoken understanding. For so many years, she had worn garments purchased by her master, adorned her hair with hairpins given by him, and even wielded a sword she had sought out herself. Reflecting on this, it seemed she had never truly gifted her master anything in return. In reality, it was spring now, and the 12th month felt like a distant memory. She pondered this matter deeply, feeling the need to plan ahead. Taichu town remained as prosperous as ever, bustling with people, dressed in ethereal white. Qing Zhouxue walked gracefully down the street, exuding an otherworldly chill that drew the attention of many passers-by, though she remained oblivious to their gazes, her eyes scanning the storefronts. Her master had purchased outfits as complete sets. The jewelry was not haphazardly arranged. The antiques and curios were meticulously displayed according to their eras. As for the magical artifacts used by cultivators, they were already neatly categorized in the storerooms of Crane Robe Peak. Qing Zhouxue understood that Yun Shuchun had no need for such items. For the first time, she felt a twinge of frustration at her master's penchant for collecting. Even though Crane Robe Peak had suffered destruction once, those possessions had been reorganized into another system by Yun Shuchun. This habit had placed her disciple in a dilemma of choice. After wandering for an afternoon, lost in thought, Qing Zhouxue reached the end of the street, where human presence had dwindled. An amiable elderly woman sat on the steps of her home, stitching shoes. Noticing the beautiful young girl frowning in solitude, she kindly advised, "It's getting late, dear, you should return home soon." "Excuse me," Qingzhou Shui pondered momentarily before asking, "How does your family celebrate birthdays?" The old woman, having little to do, paused her work, delighted to engage with the young one. "At my age, we keep it simple, just a bowl of longevity noodles. However, my little grandson always invites some relatives over for a lively gathering." Qingzhou Shui contemplated inwardly, pondering what gifts might be appropriate. "That depends on the person," the woman replied with a smile. "For distant relatives, one should choose something respectable to avoid losing face. For family, it's different." This was the first time Qingzhou Shui had heard such insights into human relationships. She committed the information to memory and inquired further. "What makes it different?" "It's all about the sentiment," the elderly woman explained slowly. "When the intention is genuine, the essence of celebrating a birthday is nearly fulfilled. Whether it's a sumptuous feast or some jade stones, as long as it conveys goodwill, it matters not how many coins are spent or whether the gift is of practical use." "My dear girl, who do you wish to gift?" "Sentiment," she softly repeated, as if struck by enlightenment. "Thank you." Upon returning to Crane Road Peak, Yun Shuchen set down his book and looked at her, saying, "Though it pertains to elixirs, I have decided to deduct half for you. The other subjects, when combined, are truly the most outstanding among the inner circle. Qing'er is quite remarkable." The master smiled gently at her, then raised a hand, gesturing for her to come closer. Her hair was delicately brushed aside by a woman's hand, resting behind her ear. Qingzhou Shui felt a tingling sensation where she was touched, and a soft voice whispered near her ear, inquiring what kind of reward she desired. As she approached, her heart inexplicably raced. Qingzhou Shui suppressed a strange emotion, feeling unperturbed. The master could reward her with anything. Yun Shuchen smiled lightly, indeed, quite casual. "You have posed the question to me again. As a frail individual, I cannot afford such reflections." Qingzhou Shui furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating. She raised her gaze to meet Yun Shuchen's, who was also looking back at her. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and raised her hand, tapping her brow. "A kiss." Yun Shuchen was momentarily taken aback, concealing the slight unnaturalness in her gaze. She calmly asked, "Is this what you want? Nothing else? If so, I shall be quite pleased." She had already closed her eyes, extending a hand, lightly grasping the corner of Yun Shuchen's garment. In the flickering candlelight, her closed eyes beheld a sea of orange red. When Yun Shuchen leaned in, she obscured the light, leaving only a tranquil darkness. Her chin was gently elevated by a woman's fingers. Qingzhou Shui caught the scent of jasmine, refreshing and elegant. However, at such close proximity, the fragrance seemed to intensify with warmth. She felt something cool and silky brush against her neck, likely the long hair cascading down from her master's temple. Following that, a soft warmth pressed against her forehead, lingering just for a moment. Brief, yet it was only that instant. As she pulled back, slightly, her breath lightly brushed against Qingzhou Shui's face. The dim candlelight cast the two figures in a shadow that suggested intimacy. Qingzhou Shui opened her eyes to find Yun Shuchen still very near, inexplicably not having risen. One of her hands rested on her shoulder, yet to be withdrawn. Yun Shuchen noticed her hand was held down by her disciple's grip, being gently tugged downwards. The girl tilted her head back and placed a kiss on her brow. Curious, will this make the master happy? In a corner of her heart, something soft seemed to nudge against her. Yun Shuchen paused, did not respond, but instead said, "Qing'er, in the future, do not kiss others casually." As she stood, she coughed lightly, suddenly feeling the room was stifling. She opened a window slightly, attempting to let in a cool breeze to dispel the heat within her heart. Seeing this, Qingzhou Shui also stood up, wrapping her arms around Yun Shuchen's waist from behind. Yun Shuchen's body stiffened abruptly. If you wish to feel the breeze, come closer to me. That weight won't be too cold." With two soft forms pressing against her back, a solid weight rested there, while her waist was embraced, bringing a slight tingling sensation. Yun Shuchen had not perceived the chill. Instead, she felt the wind growing increasingly warm. Eventually, unable to endure it any longer, she closed the window with a determined gesture, allowing herself to finally relax. Chapter 39. Since that night, the essence of spring had gradually thickened, and the gentle winds were warm. Yun Shuchen's bed no longer required anyone else's warmth, as Qingzhou Shui had moved back to her own room. That kiss upon her brow under the lantern light seemed but a fleeting illusion. Occasionally, Qingzhou Shui would tenderly rub that spot, pondering over her. She suddenly realized that aside from sharing a space at night, her interactions with her master were scant. They merely crossed paths in the courtyard, exchanged a few words, and then went about their own pursuits. Recently, this had posed no inconvenience. Qing Zhuxue found herself with matters to attend to as well. She sat in her room, holding a piece of jade, meticulously carving it with a chisel. A rough sketch lay spread across her table, and she would glance at it from time to time, then lower her gaze to scrutinize the nascent form in her hand. Crafting this piece was a challenge, and she practiced her technique with some lesser quality scraps. While a pristine piece of jade, as white as mutton fat, sat atop her bookshelf, clearly intended for her final creation. Though the carving appeared simple, it required considerable effort, to the point where her hands were nearly blistered. A slip of her hand resulted in an errant cut, ruining her work, prompting a sigh of resignation. Nearby, a small basket overflowed with an array of discarded scraps, each flawed for various reasons, whether from excessive carving or unsightly cracks. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. She rose swiftly, tidying her workspace and stacking the materials behind the bedside table. Upon opening the door, she found Yun Shuchun standing there.
I plan to go out for a while, she announced.
Qing Zhuxue, taken aback, quickly inquired, "May I accompany you?" Her master scrutinized her for a moment before smiling and replying, "I shall not take you with me." What kind of expression is that? It's not as if I am leaving for good. With a soft sigh, Yun Shuchun added, "Take good care of yourself. I know you are sensible, and there is nothing I need to impart. Remember to practice and review your techniques when you have the time." Qing Zhuxue barely had the chance to ask about her destination before she saw that graceful figure disappear into the shadows of the winding corridor. She had left. Qing Zhuxue gazed at the empty courtyard for a while before gently closing the door. Returning to her chair, she selected another piece of jade, grasped her chisel, and etched a line upon its surface. The smooth jade felt somewhat off in her hands, as if she had lost all inspiration with the departure of her companion. She played with the cool jade until it warmed to her touch. Setting the jade back in its place, she arranged the chisel neatly beside it. The cat, sensing her solitude, approached her, curling into a fluffy ball beside her leg and dozing off. In the following days, Qing Zhuxue's life unfolded in a routine manner. Mornings were spent practicing swordplay, afternoons in class, evenings dedicated to meditation and completing her assignments, and before sleep, she would jot down her daily reflections. Although she had gradually adapted to a life devoid of sharing a bed with Yun Shuchun over this period, the acuteness of a cultivator always allowed her to sense his presence atop this peak, even from a distance, with a lengthy path between them. This connection afforded her a tranquil slumber each night. However, that sense of tranquility has now vanished along with her master. In Qing Zhuxue's journal, there remains little eloquence, merely a line of text recording her master's absence. On the first day of his departure, she felt ill at ease. On the second day, she experienced longing. By the third, she found herself aimlessly adrift. The more she reflected on these notes, the more she felt they were better left unrecorded. For the departure of that woman seemed to draw many vibrant hues from her life. Each day was reduced to the monotony of study, and her pen no longer yielded anything of substance. From a young age, her disposition had been such that when Yun Shuchun was present, her attention was singularly focused on him. With her master gone, it was akin to the time she had secluded herself for 6 years in her youth, and her attention began to wane. She occupied herself with numerous tasks, tending to the flowers and weeding in Yun Shuchun's courtyard, and even resorted to revisiting a mountain of martial arts techniques out of sheer boredom. As she perused the texts, her gaze inadvertently drifted to novels. The works of Wan Mingzhu resided in her bookshelf, with the new ones yet to be completed. Upon opening the first page, a flicker of hesitation flickered within her. It seemed she had resolved some time ago to forsake such distractions to avoid becoming absorbed. Yet, after merely scanning a line, her eyes became glued to the page. And it was only under the moon zenith that she realized how engrossed she had become. The tale she now held in her hands was that of a pair of sister disciples. The fragrance upon the elder sister's garments was remarkably delicate, akin to the bloom of orchids. Her younger sister had always enjoyed trailing behind her, inhaling that subtle girlhood scent. Now, it once again permeated her senses, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Upon reaching this passage, Qing Zhuxue silently adjusted the incense burner beside her, intensifying the aromatic smoke. She inhaled deeply, nearly choking on the scent. Just then, a Jin passed by with a bundle of bedding in hand. Spotting him, Qing Zhuxue called out, "Wait." The cat demon halted, standing still. "Little master, do you have a command? What do you carry?" "It is the master's bedding. She instructed me to wash it." "Is that so?" Qing Zhuxue paused. "Give it to me. I shall wash it myself." Although the youth appeared somewhat puzzled, he complied, handing over the freshly changed sheets to Qing Zhuxue. She took the fabric and, maintaining her composure, swiftly retreated into her room, closing the door with great haste. Leaning against the door, She inhaled deeply, the scent lingering on the sheets. The faint aroma of the woman, lacking the intensity of the incense, had absorbed into the very fabric of what had once been close to her. This was as it should be. Ultimately, the bedding was not washed and was successfully spread upon her own bed. Qing Zhou Shui enveloped herself in a soft cocoon, gazing at the flickering lights while perusing the remaining chapters of her book. This intimate closeness felt akin to Yun Shuchen resting beside her. The fervent emotions seemed to elude her grasp. Perhaps it was the recognition of her own uniqueness that kindled a yearning to comprehend this elusive sentiment, resembling a child's clumsy imitation of adult behavior. Qing Zhou Shui discovered that only in proximity to Yun Shuchen could she glean a fragment of inspiration from her reading. Though it still felt as if washed in water, lacking the clarity and fervor found within the pages, she was nonetheless content. Yun Shuchen returned home one deep night, unfastening her cloak and holding it in her hands. She glanced toward her disciple's window, only to find the light still aglow. Curiosity drew her closer. She gently knocked on the door, urging her to sleep. The silence that followed was unsettling. What could be the matter? Placing her hand on the door, she hesitated for a moment before slowly pushing it open. The room was awash with light. Qing Zhou Shui lay on her side, one hand dangling over the edge of the bed, precariously holding a book that threatened to fall, while her head rested on the other arm, her expression serene in slumber. She had cocooned herself snugly, her sleeping posture adorably endearing. Yun Shuchen watched, a subtle smile curving her lips, revealing a tenderness she had not realized she possessed. How diligent she was, so engrossed in her reading that she had drifted off, without notice. Her gaze swept over the patterned fabric, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Wasn't he that hers? As Yun Shuchen approached, Qing Zhou Shui's book finally slipped from her grasp, landing with a resounding thud on the floor. Startled awake, she found a familiar figure bending down to retrieve her book. "Master," she murmured in confusion. "When did you return?" Yun Shuchen caught sight of a few words on the cover and found herself momentarily frozen. "Senior sister, are you there?" Upon awakening, Qing Zhou Shui was still heavy with sleep, failing to grasp the situation until her eyes fell on the book in Yun Shuchen's hand, which felt like a sudden cold shower, jolting her awake. The atmosphere thickened with silence. Yun Shuchen casually flipped through the book before placing it back on the bedside, inquiring nonchalantly, "Is it interesting?" The girl, wrapped like a dumpling, bit her lip and shyly raised her eyes to meet her gaze. "It's all right." Sisterly affection? Qing Zhou Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment, acknowledging the source of her inspiration. With a swift motion, she tossed the book back onto the desk. Yun Shuchen maintained a gentle demeanor, as if casually discarding it, though the sound was somewhat loud, leaving Qing Zhou Shui momentarily unsure of her emotions. Yun Shuchen's hand rested on Qing Zhou Shui's shoulder, adjusting the tightly wrapped blanket. "Why are you wrapped in my blanket?" "I can't sleep," she replied candidly. "Is this how you expect to find rest?" Yun Shuchen remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Aren't you hot? This way, it feels like you are here with me." Qing Zhou Shui countered, shaking her head, her thoughts drifting away from the book. Yet, Yun Shuchen's hand slightly stiffened before she lifted her sleeve to extinguish the light. When the lights extinguished, the room was left bathed in moonlight, dim and indistinct, obscuring the expressions of those within. In the depths of darkness, Yun Shuchen's gaze lost its usual warmth. She leaned slightly forward, applying a gentle pressure with her hand upon Qing Zhou Shui. Behind Yun Shuchen, the faint glow of the moonlight filtered through the window, enveloping Qing Zhou Shui, who sat on the bed, entirely shrouded in her shadow. Unbeknownst to her, the oppressive nature of the position went unnoticed, as did the subtle tension that lingered in the air. She tilted her head back, gazing serenely at Yun Shuchen, completely unaware of how her mentor's eyes meticulously measured every inch of her in the obscurity, the curve of her shoulders, her exquisite profile, and the delicate ankle that peeked out from the shadows. A voice, still tender, resonated in her ears. "Qinger, you seem to enjoy reading these tales. Is there someone you fancy?" "Perhaps not. Then it would be wise to read less." Yun Shuchen's tone was casual, suggesting that while the narratives may not be false, they certainly lacked authenticity. "I understand, master." The initial embarrassment of being caught engrossed in a story had dissipated considerably. Qing Zhou Shui loosened the bedding and leaned closer, whispering, "I truly won't read them again." Yun Shuchen felt her waist encircled by Qing Zhou Shui's arms, the boundaries between them blurred and undefined. As the girl remained still against her, the disciple, nestled against her waist, inhaled deeply, and as she exhaled against Yun Shuchen's clothing, the warmth of her breath was palpable. It was too close. For a fleeting moment, Yun Shuchen's thoughts wandered, her eyelids fluttering downwards as she focused on the girl at her side. Though she did not hold her tightly, their closeness was unmistakable, each inch of skin along the curve of Qing Zhou Shui's arms pressed against her waist. In this affectionate silence, Qing Zhouxue eventually asked, "Master, where have you been these days? Are you feeling well?" "I visited some old acquaintances. Nothing serious," Yun Shuchen replied, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Her hand gently caressed the top of Qing Zhouxue's head, a soft gesture that lingered. Her lips moved before she finally uttered, "Let go." No one knew the internal struggle Yun Shuchen faced when those two words escaped her lips that night. Perhaps the poison of a sandflower had seeped into her very marrow. She felt as though she had suppressed herself for far too long. Even the casual embrace of a young girl could ignite tumultuous waves within her being. It was a peculiar habit of the girl to suddenly draw near at unexpected moments. In an absurd instant, Yun Shuchen even contemplated yielding to the embrace, relishing such closeness. Her disciple was typically understanding, never clinging to her. Yun Shuchen was aware that when she said let go, Qing Zhouxue would comply. Yet, when she finally released her grasp, a chill enveloped Yun Shuchen's waist, the sense of confinement dissipating, and she found herself grappling with an inexplicable yearning. Could it be? Might there be a way to defy such obedience? After such yearning, every time I gaze into the pure, unblemished black eyes of Qing Zhou, the emotions of a mentor become exceedingly intricate. This cannot continue. This morning, the sect leader and the elders, as if confronted by a specter, all directed their attention towards an unexpected figure. Yun Shuchen met their collective gaze, glancing around. The morning meeting had reached a point of silence, as if they were merely staring at one another in bewilderment. The sect leader scrutinized her closely, inquiring if anything had transpired at her peak. What could possibly have happened? Is she on the verge of ascension? That seems unlikely. Is her health satisfactory? Yun Shuchen rubbed her temples, questioning whether they believed her to be on the brink of death, attending the morning meeting merely to bid them farewell. The elders remained silent, contemplating that there could be no other reason for such a frail individual to rise from bed at this hour. Long ago, the position Yun Shuchen now occupied had been vacant, eventually filled by her versatile disciple, albeit reluctantly. However, that young nephew sat there with a solemn demeanor, more authoritative than the sect leader himself, prompting the elders to consider their image in the eyes of the younger generation, resulting in an atmosphere of hushed reverence within the hall, save for discussions of doctrine. Today, however, her nephew was absent, and their topics of conversation expanded like a vast prairie, allowing for a more relaxed discourse. The sect leader, on this particular day, broached a significant matter. He set down his chrysanthemum and goji berry tea and cleared his throat, announcing that the Beiyuan Lingxiu sect intended to cultivate amicable relations with the Taichu realm. In recent years, they had dispatched several disciples to study in Taichu. Lingxiu Zi had invited the leaders of various sects to discuss the sect's affairs and to stay at Lingxiu for a time of philosophical exchange, a proposition difficult to decline. Yun Shuchen casually picked up a grape and began to peel it, pondering how long this temporary absence might last. Perhaps a month for the round trip, the sect leader remarked, asserting that the Taichu realm could not be without a leader for even a day. Elder Zhou nodded in agreement, asking if she intended to abdicate in favor of another. To make way for the capable, Yun Shuchen affirmed. I find myself rather unoccupied. Suddenly a woman, partially revealing her shoulder, perked up, winking at the sect leader and saying, Old man, consider me? You may as well forget it. Lu Xuanqing coldly inhaled smoke, offering the only opinion voiced in the room, directed at her junior sister, Yu Chang'e. What about me? She retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Xuanqing, arching an eyebrow. Here I am, on Huangzhong Peak, reduced to the point where even my personal garments have been pawned. If a mere piece of fabric is unattainable, isn't that indicative of a grave issue within the sect? If I were the sect leader, I would never allow an elder to degenerate to such a state. Perhaps it is indeed a significant issue. The sect leader, maintaining a stoic expression, envisioned the entire sect in destitution, unable to procure even fabric. He then decisively overlooked Yu Chang'e. He had already calculated his course of action. Junior Sister Yun, how do you feel about temporarily assuming the role of sect leader? First and foremost, excluding Yu Chang'e from consideration, the remaining elders either had too many disciples to manage or, like Lu Xuanqing, were preoccupied with numerous responsibilities regarding the medicinal peak. The only one capable and suited for this role was none other than Yun Shuchen. Yun Shuchen examined the translucent grapes in her hand, peeling them with utmost concentration, treating them as if they were delicate works of art. Upon hearing the master's words, she was not particularly surprised, yet she pondered for a moment. It was a perfect opportunity to engage in something, freeing herself from the monotony of facing an unsuspecting being. With a sense of delight, Yun Shuchen agreed. That unsuspecting individual had just finished sword practice earlier and had spotted their master rising and departing towards the main peak, only to vanish from sight thereafter. Today, The master was somewhat unusual, refraining from speaking to her and even neglecting to spare a glance. Qing Zhuxue, reflecting upon herself that day, found herself unable to pinpoint any faults. For reasons unknown, the inner sect had recently suspended classes for several days, stating that there would be no lessons for the time being. After her daily sword practice, she found herself at a loss, waiting for Yun Shuchen to return. Yet her master seemed exceedingly busy, spending almost all day outside and only returning at night to rest. Since she had retained her memories, Yun Shuchen had never been this occupied. Typically, she would spend her days recuperating meticulously on Crane Road Peak, leisurely passing time, occasionally perusing sect documents and reviewing a few scrolls, which hardly felt taxing. The evening glow on Crane Road Peak remained gentle and beautiful, with the pale purple clouds resembling a light veil, dancing across the vast sky with a hint of tenderness. In the twilight, Qing Zhuxue caught sight of a familiar figure, her master. Yun Shuchen glanced at her, gave a slight nod, and without pausing, she seemed to respond casually, dissipating like a wisp of morning mist, disappearing into the mountains. Yun Shuchen entered the room and closed the door. The last sliver of light in the sky vanished, and the night descended heavily. Qing Zhuxue stood outside, gazing at the warm lights within, initially intending to knock and enter, only to realize that she had no compelling reason to seek her out. Perhaps it was best to let it be. She truly seemed preoccupied. She retreated, her shoes slightly dragging on the steps as she made her way back to her own room. Inside, Yun Shuchen held her brush, hesitating to set it down, until she caught sight of her own graceful reflection on the window. After several attempts to raise her hand and then letting it fall, she ultimately left quietly. Qing Zhuxue arrived in silence and departed just as quietly. Yun Shuchen cast her eyes downward, sighing at the stack of papers cluttered on the table. She was unsure of the source of her sigh. She had never been fond of things beyond her control, including emotions. When she first found Qing Zhuxue, she had contemplated whether to distance herself from the child's instinctive dependency. However, Qing Zhuxue's nature was inherently serene and composed. She was rarely clingy and could dutifully find her own pursuits. Thus, Yun Shuchen set that thought aside, gradually allowing the relationship to simmer, akin to a frog in warm water, leading to a situation that was now difficult to articulate. Though her disciple was not clingy, she paid meticulous attention to her. Yun Shuchen relished this care, growing accustomed to it to the extent that it became second nature. Until the moment of their embrace, her body had never betrayed the slightest hint of discord. It was only when she finally realized that she could no longer endure Qing Zhuxue's lack of attention that she felt a twinge of resentment, even regarding her camaraderie with her junior sister, which now appeared to her as a source of unease. It was akin to a soul that, having experienced warmth, could no longer tolerate the excruciating chill of a long night. This dependence was, after all, rooted in her bond with her beloved disciple. Having lived for so many years, she should have comprehended the repercussions of extending an irreplaceable reliance. When Qing Zhuxue descended the mountain the following day, she discovered that the sect had undergone a dramatic transformation. The stones at the entrance of the Tai Chu realm had been shattered piece by piece and piled into a small cart for removal. Lin Sunjin stood nearby, seemingly directing the proceedings alongside several other senior sisters. As Qing Zhuxue approached, she inquired, "What is happening here?" Lin Sunjin, preoccupied and busy, had not seen her for some time. She held a ledger, recording notes as she spoke. Elder Yun stated that the bricks at the entrance have been worn down over the years, damaged in many places, and are no longer presentable. They require repair. I must hurry to the next location, junior sister. Seeing that Lin Sunjun was too occupied to converse further, Qing Zhuxue nodded and watched her hastily depart. She turned around, intending to visit the library on the main peak to borrow a book. However, upon her arrival, she was met with a sight of the library, half its wooden panels dismantled and precariously swaying in the air. What is this? She wondered aloud. The library is not open for lending today, a disciple explained as they noticed her presence. Elder Yun said this place has fallen into disrepair over the years, gathering dust, rendering the book's beauty into mere shadows of their former selves, which is aesthetically displeasing. Thus, it is to be renovated. My master? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Are you not aware? The sect leader has descended the mountain, and Elder Yun is acting in their stead. The acting leader is currently seated within the spring and autumn hall, having moved the traditional chair of the sect leader, which she found uncomfortable, to her own storeroom. It is a carved chair with a base of white jade, cushioned with a soft layer of animal hide. Beside her, a dish of freshly washed fruits lay, while on the other side, a captured young disciple busied himself with fanning her. The elders below exchanged glances, realizing that the once austere atmosphere of the spring and autumn hall had transformed entirely. At the entrance, exquisite potted plants adorned the space, and a small fountain, seemingly sourced from the eastern sea, gurgled softly. The little Qilin, usually resting above, had been relegated to the entrance as a guardian spirit, while its former resting place was now meticulously cleaned. Yun Shuchen, with her legs crossed, surveyed the assembly and, upon seeing that everyone had gathered, raised her hand slightly. Esteemed officials, from today onward, the court sessions will be moved to the afternoon. I find it difficult to rise early. She leaned back, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Unfortunately, it seemed that her esteemed officials were somewhat rebellious, their expressions suggesting a brewing insurrection. With a soft sigh, Yun Shuchen noted their reluctance to speak. Since you appear hesitant, allow me to be frank. The Taichu realm is undergoing extensive renovations, and the national treasury is running low. Do you harbor any sentiments of loyalty to the crown and patriotism? It appeared they did not. In that case, I shall issue a decree to open the Taichu mountain mines. Surely, there will be no objections? The intention behind the words was not merely to discuss wine. She let these words slip slowly, falling into the silent hall like a stone, creating ripples across a still pond. As her voice faded, the room was filled with astonishment. Chapter 41. The mineral veins of the primordial realm are not composed of ordinary jade, gold, or silver. Rather, they are the accumulation of the essence of heaven and earth, deposited within mountains, rivers, and lakes. The founder chose to establish the sect here not for the picturesque scenery or the lofty peaks, nor for the mystical feng shui, but for the treasures hidden beneath. As long as these treasures remain, the primordial realm will be protected, allowing practitioners to cultivate their abilities more effectively than they could in the outside world. Upon hearing Yun Shuchen's words, several elders were taken aback, never expecting her to cast her ambitions in this direction. This cannot be. Elder Zhong, her senior, spoke first. Regardless of the circumstances, the spiritual mind must not be exploited. It is the foundation upon which the primordial realm stands. If anything were to go awry, Zhou Shannon fanned himself, adding, it would be embarrassing to ascend and face the founder. However, this matter does not concern me. The decision rests with you, the acting leader. Yun Shuchen turned her gaze towards Yu Zhangge and Lu Xuanqin, raising an eyebrow as she inquired, what do you think? There are numerous mineral veins in the primordial realm. Lu Xuanqin replied, maintaining her focus ahead. As long as we don't disturb the foot of the Lingsu Peak, it should suffice. But why do you wish to exploit the mineral veins of the primordial realm? If it is merely for profit, it would be a loss. The woman seated in the leader's position raised her sleeve, revealing her palm, from which gathered glimmers of spiritual light, coalescing into a grand, vivid depiction of the entire primordial realm before the assembly. She outlined several remote areas, stating, I have deduced through formations. Excluding these locations will have minimal impact on the overall situation. The excavated pits can be repurposed for cave dwellings, while another portion can be used for storing resources. As for the spiritual mines, they are highly coveted, and the scraps can be sold. The purest materials can be refined into elixirs for the inner doors, training rewards, and competition prizes. Yun Shuchen scanned the assembly, ensuring her audience grasped her point. What are your thoughts? She asked, concentrating the essence of heaven and earth into a single, small elixir, which can be consumed to significantly enhance cultivation, is truly something that can be internalized. In comparison, the various treasures and weapons awarded by the sect are merely external embellishments. For instance, for sword cultivators, if one could truly embody the spirit of the sword, even the falling petals could become embodiments of sword intent. Why then, should one cling to external objects? In times of peace, many inner disciples have seen through this path, losing interest in sect affairs and focusing solely on secluded cultivation, hoping to ascend sooner. This perspective is indeed quite clear for oneself. However, within such a vast sect as the primordial realm, there must be individuals who undertake the mundane tasks, engage in training, accept bounties, and explore secret realms. This is the lifeblood that sustains the normal operation of both the inner and outer doors of the primordial realm. Consequently, this will inevitably lead disciples to forego considerable cultivation time. The benefits derived from these minor tasks, aside from providing practical experience, pale in comparison to an hour of tranquil meditation. Just how lazy have the current generation become? I would rather spend an entire morning striking at the illusory warriors in the training grounds than delve into the lair of an ancient monster to fish for a substantial prize. The elixirs, serving as rewards, not only enhance the overall strength of the sect's disciples, but also act as bait to rouse their languid spirits, prompting them to contribute vigorously to the sect's flourishing, like a source of water that flows endlessly. No sooner had I spoken than a delicate hand, infused with immense force, struck the table, declaring, open. Elder Yu's brows danced with excitement. Why had such grand ambitions only now come to light? Senior sister, without discussing anything else. Shouldn't the elders also receive a more considerable share if we unearth this treasure? Yun Shuchen had no intention of targeting the primary vein of the Taichu realm, which eased the minds of the others. After this explanation, despite lingering doubts, the plan seemed feasible. Although the designated spirit mines were few, their total still amounted to a significant quantity. Elder Zhong inquired, who will undertake the excavation. I have heard that there are over 6,000 outer disciples, who, while cultivating and dining, have accumulated merit over the years in the Taichu realm. It is time to repay that debt. Yun Shuchen smiled gently and continued, historically, the private treasury of the sect leaders has housed numerous valuable items. Since they are merely gathering dust, why not take stock of them, sell the useless ones, and distribute the useful ones among the various peaks? What do you think? As has been said by our ancestors, most people's temperaments tend to be moderate. Simply suggesting the mobilization of the sect leaders' private treasury would not easily elicit agreement from the elders. However, if one were to persuade them regarding the excavation of the spirit mines, such a comparison would render the issue of accessing the sect leaders' treasury relatively trivial. After a lengthy deliberation, the acting sect leader assured the elders that should this plan be executed, the monthly stipends for each peak would no less than double. They confirmed that the rationale behind this proposal was sound, and thus, no one voiced any dissent. Qing Zhuxue had been in seclusion at Crane Garb Peak for several days. One day, she visited the sword pavilion for training, only to find that her senior brothers were absent, leaving the entire main peak desolate and eerily quiet. As if the sound of her footsteps echoed in the stillness, a stark contrast to the usual vibrancy. She then made her way to the spring and autumn hall, where she found no one else but Yun Shuchen, who was quietly seated in the high seat of the sect leader, her eyes closed, bathed in the dim, slanting light that illuminated the floating dust before her. Master? Yun Shuchen slowly opened her eyes and regarded her. What brings you here? I came to learn swordplay, she replied, but there is no one on the peak. As expected, upon seeing her, the disciple instinctively moved closer. In the brief exchange, Yun Shuchen observed her approach from the entrance to the seat beside the sect leader, a position that was relatively spacious, her gaze falling to the side.
Seemingly wishing to sit beside her.
Yun Shuchen discreetly lowered one hand, casually resting it on the soft cushion beside her, subtly conveying her refusal. Qing Zhuxue halted beside her, refraining from advancing further. Yet, her gaze unabashedly lingered on Yun Shuchen's face, noticing that her complexion had paled further. Master, you haven't returned at night lately. Have you not been sleeping? The recent turmoil in the Taichu realm had indeed kept Yun Shuchen awake and restless for several days. She pressed her fingers against her forehead, pondering how she had fallen asleep. Your arrival has disturbed my rest. Such sleeping positions are detrimental to the waist. Qing Zhuxue remained unfazed, gently asserting, Master, you often sit for extended periods to handle these affairs, which is already taxing on your back. You must take care. Enough, Yun Shuchen replied, still rubbing her brow. Her disciple, merely 18 years of age, appeared composed on the surface, yet often spoke of health matters with the tone of someone far older. Suddenly, a piece of white silk fell before her eyes, drifting like clouds across the sky. It was the sleeve of Qing Zhuxue, who then parted the fabric with her fingers. Unbeknownst to her, Qing Zhuxue had circled behind Yun Shuchen, applying gentle pressure to her temples as she began to massage them. The coolness of her fingertips brushed against the corners of Yun Shuchen's eyes. Yun Shuchen turned her head away, hoping to maintain some distance, but a token of authority dangled before her eyes, swaying gently. Qing Zhuxue, holding the token, stated with earnestness, Master, upon seeing this, according to the laws of the Taichu realm, you must heed my words. The wooden token bore signs of age, a gift from the sect leader during Qing Zhuxue's first year in the Taichu realm. Yun Shuchen paused momentarily. Pleased, the disciple retrieved the token, then lowered her head to continue quietly massaging Yun Shuchen's acupoints. A strand of dark hair fell by Yun Shuchen's ear, occasionally brushing against her cheek, causing a delicate tickle. The technique was undeniably adept, comfortable, and devoid of any novice clumsiness. Yun Shuchen, curious about this newfound skill, inquired, Where did you learn such techniques? I recently sought guidance from Sister Bai Su, the disciple replied, her voice clear and gentle, as her fingers shifted to press against Yun Shuchen's shoulders. I can do this here as well. Yun Shuchen envisioned a scene, Qing Zhuxue and Bai Su sharing a similar intimacy, one seated while the other stood, teaching and learning in perfect harmony.
Just as they were now.
With this thought, Yun Shuchen paused again. Why should she dwell on such matters? In the midst of her thoughts, Qing Zhuxue inadvertently pressed on a particularly tender spot, and the ache in her shoulder was precisely alleviated. As she contemplated this, Yun Shu-chun instinctively let out a soft sound of relief. Did I hurt you? Qing Zhou Shue's hands froze. What pain? What nonsense was she uttering? Though aware the girl meant no harm, the words struck her like fire, momentarily leaving Yun Shu-chun frozen before she regained her composure. No, she suddenly stood, taking a few steps forward, glancing back to say, "You seem quite at leisure." The abruptness of her movement left Qing Zhou Shue's hands suspended in the air, unsure of what to do, gazing at Yun Shu-chun in confusion. Aren't you continuing? Yun Shu-chun casually picked up several volumes from the table and handed them to Qing Zhou Shui without sparing her another glance. Since you're free, you should oversee the work. As Qing Zhou Shui exited the grand hall, she sensed something was amiss with Yun Shu-chun's demeanor. However, she could not pinpoint what exactly was amiss. Nevertheless, from a certain day onward, Yun Shu-chun's demeanor towards her had grown significantly distant, the reasons remaining elusive. Matters that eluded her understanding, Qing Zhou Shui decided to temporarily set aside, believing that perhaps in due time, enlightenment would strike her like a flash of clarity. As she perused the roster in her hands, she found most of the names unfamiliar, belonging to the outer disciples of the Taichu realm. Upon arriving at the mining site, the scene before her was utterly staggering. Groups of outer disciples labored tirelessly, their blackened sweat flowing as they transported ore. It resembled the monumental effort of constructing the Great Wall under Emperor Qin. Wan Mingzhu had also come to join the fray, although she was responsible for overseeing the work. She occasionally lent a hand in moving a few piles of ore. Spotting Qing Zhou Shui, her eyebrows arched in amusement, exclaiming, "Ah! The celestial being has finally descended from the peak." Qing Zhou Shui chose to ignore her jest and inquired, "What is the purpose of this endeavor? Is news from your peak so stifled?" Wan Mingzhu sighed. After Master Yun's reformation of the sect, she turned her attention to these matters. "We do not quite grasp her intentions, but we simply follow along. I regret joining so early." With a tinge of envy, Wan Mingzhu gazed at the spirited outer disciples, saying, "Do you know? They work for just a morning and can feast for free at the outer disciples' cafeteria. If they labor for an entire day, they receive Qingxin pills. And if they persist, there are monetary rewards as well. If they excel for a consecutive week, they might even receive a treasured inscription from Elder Yun herself." At that moment, a disciple suddenly convulsed, frothing at the mouth, prompting others to swiftly surround him and carry him to the medicinal peak. Unexpectedly, midway, he sprang back to life, energetically thrashing about on the stretcher, shouting, "Put me down. I must claim Elder Yun's inscription. I can still work for another 49 days, ha." Qing Zhou Shui stood frozen, nearly allowing the roster in her hands to be swept away by the wind. "Master, how remarkable," she mused. Wan Mingzhu waved her hand in disdain, exclaiming, "How embarrassing. Quickly, take him away." Chapter 42. Regaining her composure, Qing Zhou Shui pondered Wan Mingzhu's words, for the first time in her life savoring the subtle sweetness that came with status and honor. Since the age of 8, she had been permitted to peruse all of Yun Shu-chun's books and writings. Her master had imposed no restrictions on her quest for knowledge, even encouraging her to explore broadly. Consequently, she had practiced calligraphy not by copying from others, but by directly requesting her master's writings, tracing each character one by one. Losing them was of no consequence, as they were not rare artifacts. Reflecting on this, her mood visibly brightened. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Junior sister, what is the value of those novels you possess?" "What is it?" Wan Mingzhu exclaimed, startled. "Did you lose them?" "Losing them would be preferable." Qing Zhou Shui sighed inwardly, her expression unchanged as she replied, "Master has taken them away." After their encounter that day, Yun Shu-chun had stated it was for her peace of mind. So she would no longer sneak out at midnight to read those works, and had removed the novels from her room without room for negotiation. "They're just a few books. If they're no longer wanted, then so be it. Your master has not punished you, has she?" "She has not." It was indeed from that fateful night that Yun Shu-chun had grown increasingly distant from her. Distant, rather than indifferent. The master's tone remained gentle, yet lacked the familiar warmth it once held. In daily interactions, it seemed she deliberately avoided any form of physical contact with her. Qing Zhou Shui suddenly realized this, her recent contemplations finally coalescing into clarity. Yet, for perhaps the first time, she found herself unable to feel joy at this newfound understanding. She grasped Wan Mingzhu's hand, articulating her thoughts with precision. "Junior sister." Wan Mingzhu, noticing her serious demeanor, instinctively lowered her brow and asked, "What is it? Is it about that matter again?" In the context of their current society, would anyone truly find it inappropriate for a woman to harbor feelings for another woman? Before Wan Mingzhu could respond, a few female disciples nearby, engaged in idle chatter, erupted into laughter upon hearing her words, some expressing disdain and whispering, How disgusting. Qing Zhou Shui heard them, and as she beheld their hasty retreat, she stood frozen in place. Wan Mingzhu spat in their direction, exclaiming, "What does it matter to you? Your own mother is the truly disgusting one." When she turned back, however, she found Qing Zhou Shui staring blankly ahead, as if her very soul had been lost. "Do not heed their words," Wan Mingzhu urged, frowning. "In any case, I see nothing wrong with it. There's no theft or deceit involved, so why should we fear?" "I am not afraid of that," Qing Zhou Shui replied, shaking her head, her mind in disarray. Qing Zhou Shui had never been concerned about the opinions of others. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, people's perspectives varied widely, and it was futile to seek unanimous agreement. The fleeting connections forged in life's currents did not necessitate persuasion. Yet, the master was not just anyone. She was the one closest to her heart. Qing Zhou Shui feared that Yun Shuchen, influenced by those derogatory remarks, might harbor resentment and hesitate to engage with her further. Would the master deem her interest in such narratives equally distasteful? After supervising the tasks for an entire morning, Qing Zhou Shui found herself at He Peak, uncertain of how she had returned. She replayed the events in her mind, increasingly convinced that her suspicions were likely accurate. The master was a gentle soul. If she truly disapproved, she would not show overt disdain, but rather maintain a measured distance, as she had been doing. On that day, she had merely stated that such narratives should not be taken seriously before casually taking the book away. Yun Shuchen had never interfered with her studies, even when it came to fantastical tales of deities and spirits, which seemed of little consequence. However, it was only the book's senior sister above that she forbade her from reading again. As Qing Zhou Shui ascended He Peak, the distant purple haze remained gentle and affectionate. Yet, for the first time, she found herself devoid of the desire to appreciate the scenery that lay so close before her. Unbeknownst to her disciple, Yun Shuchen sat alone at the edge of her bed, a book spread open across her knees. It was that very senior sister above she had taken from Qing Zhou Shui. One could not help but admire its eloquent prose and heartfelt emotions, as well as its captivating plot. Even aside from its subject matter, Yun Shuchen found herself reading with a degree of appreciation for the child's discerning eye. She flipped the book back to its cover, her gaze falling upon the author's name, Zheng Yu. It felt strikingly familiar, the work of her wayward junior sister, Yu Zhangge. Anyone acquainted with her knew that she had always signed her name with those two characters since childhood, bold and unwavering. What was there to write about a senior and a junior? Yun Shuchen's brows knitted together, a chill settling in her eyes. Rising to her feet, she touched a concealed box at the head of her bed, and suddenly an entire wall of her bedroom peeled away, revealing rows upon rows of neatly arranged books, a vast ocean of literature. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Shuchen inserted this book between two others from the sisterly series, which she had read long ago. Qing Zhou Shui had never seen these books, as she would never recklessly enter Yun Shuchen's room. Even on the rare occasions she did, she would not dare to touch anything, making it nearly impossible to discover this hidden wall. She would not uncover that this entire wall was filled with tales of love between women. These stories had been collected by Yun Shuchen in her idle hours, scoured from every corner of the world. Unfortunately, she had lost a few volumes after the reconstruction at Crane Garment Peak, which she lamented. Yun Shuchen closed the book wall, transforming it back into a smooth surface, revealing no signs of any anomaly. Just as she intended to step outside for some fresh air, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette lingering by the window. The girl stood alone at the doorway, her gaze lifting to meet Yun Shuchen's, evoking an instinctual desire to embrace her. Yun Shuchen furrowed her brow, suppressing her thoughts. She expected her apprentice to approach as she usually did, yet to her surprise, upon seeing her, Qing Zhou Shui's expression shifted momentarily, and then she pressed her lips together and turned to leave.
Departing?
It struck her as peculiar. Had her recent coldness finally prompted her to retreat within certain bounds? She was a perceptive girl. Such realizations were not entirely surprising. This was precisely the outcome Yun Shuchen had anticipated. Yet, in that moment, as she watched Qing Zhou Shui's retreating figure, a sense of reluctance washed over her. Logically, this was for the best. However, she pondered whether Qing Er had encountered some other difficulties, or if something had transpired that day. She wished to inquire. Yet she remained rooted in place, watching the graceful figure clad in white vanish into her room. The commotion surrounding the excavation of spiritual mines in the Tai Chu realm was nearing its conclusion. While one side took a pause, the other busied itself. The entire Ling Su Peak working in unison, stoking the cauldron into a roaring flame, preparing to refine pills infused with the essence of heaven and earth. When Lu Xuanqin heard Yun Shuchen's plans, she realized that she would soon be occupied. Though somewhat displeased, she took comfort in the fact that her apprentice, Bai Su, was understanding, taking on many of the repetitive tasks. The barrier around Ling's Su Peak exhibited slight fluctuations. Lu Xuanqin glanced toward the horizon, realizing that the acting sect leader had arrived. Yun Shuchen cast her eyes toward the blazing cauldron, meticulously arranged within the tidy room, where the temperature felt palpably elevated. She smiled, expressing her gratitude for the hard work. What is it? Lu Xuanqin has never engaged in idle chit-chat, for such conversations are mere trivialities. I have come to seek you. What else could there be? Yun Shuchen sighed, taking a seat across from her, naturally drawn by the disheartening state of her own body. I observe you to be at peace, with nothing amiss. This is not a recent ailment. She paused, pondering, can I no longer partake of the usual remedy? Or, is there an alternative? Lu Xuanqin regarded her with a measured gaze, asking why. Is it due to the side effects of the sha xihua? On her table lay a small quantity of the flower's crushed powder, resembling rouge. She dipped her finger into it, staring at the faint crimson hue. Now that I have ceased the medication, the poison of love lingers within me. What difference does it make? Is there truly no other remedy? Your situation is rather complex. I cannot fathom an answer at present. Lu Xuanqin's medical expertise is unparalleled throughout the realm, and if she has no alternative thoughts, there is little need to inquire further. I do not quite comprehend. Lu Xuanqin took a contemplative drag from her cigarette, wisps of mist escaping her lips as she spoke. Is it so arduous for you to find a suitable partner? Those with the ice spirit root not only counteract the fierce nature of the sha xihua, but are also more susceptible to drawing out the cold poison. Mutual cultivation is all that is required. Yun Shuchen lightly played with the jade bracelet on her wrist, momentarily lost in thought. Moreover, Lu Xuanqin remained silent for a moment, noting that a particularly pure and exceptional ice spirit root was right beside you. Although Lu Xuanqin is a healer, she possesses little of the benevolence typically associated with healers, unburdened by ethical constraints. In her view, one should not cower in fear of societal judgment. The path of medicine should be devoid of taboos, daring to think and to experiment. Consequently, her colleagues have often criticized her for being cold-hearted and lacking compassion, claiming she has lost the true essence of the healing arts. Yet her ability to cure ailments that others cannot is sufficient to silence her detractors. Yun Shuchen, a woman somewhat of a blemish on her medical career, has dragged the cold poison along for centuries. That blemish, upon hearing her words, rose once more, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips as she uttered her polite refusal. Since that is the case, I shall not trouble you further, senior sister. Yun Shuchen had not held out much hope and did not feel disappointed in her return. With scarcely any matters to attend to at the spring and autumn hall, she decided to return to the peak. The grand undertakings of repairing the Taichu realm and mining were fervently underway, taking advantage of the absence of the sect leader. As time flowed on, winter gradually descended, unbeknownst to her. Hei Peak, situated at the forefront of the vast Taichu realm, faced the wind, characterized by steep slopes and frequent rain and snow. Almost every day in winter, snow would fall, layering new upon old. Yun Shuchen wrapped her robes tighter, exhaling a breath of white mist. From spring to summer and into winter, she had been preoccupied with various affairs outside, rarely returning, and Qing Zhuxue had gradually ceased to seek her out. The courtyard of Hei Peak was expansive, with winding corridors, unless one was specifically searching for someone. Encounters were rare. She had not seen her disciple for several months. Those nights of embrace and the heart-fluttering accidental touches seemed to fade with time. So much so that when she thought of Qing Zhuxue, she felt no particular emotion. And that was just fine. Yun Shuchen, in an unaccountable manner, found herself wandering to the summit of Crane Garment Peak at the pinnacle of Dream Cliff. At this moment, the sun was descending in the west, and the heavy snowfall had quietly ceased. The setting sun hung above the distant mountain peaks, no longer scorching, resembling the vermilion ink of a brush stroke. The golden afterglow began to transform, imbued with layers of deep purple and soft pink. Atop the solitary mountain, shadows danced and intertwined. Yun Shuchen beheld a figure that was strikingly familiar. The graceful posture of the woman wielding her sword was as elegant and ethereal as a white crane taking flight amidst the vast, swirling snow. The cold sword, held firmly in her grasp, appeared to be a natural extension of herself. With a sudden flourish, she flicked the sword, sending gusts of wind that stirred the snowflakes around her. As her swordplay intensified, the swirling snowflakes multiplied, seemingly animated, encircling her being. In an instant, she came to a poised halt, her sword twisting with a flourish. The snowflakes that had gathered in the wind abruptly dispersed, akin to the awakening of spring breezes, resembling a myriad of pear blossoms drifting from the heavens. They fell gracefully, a cascade of tender affection, utterly magnificent. Yun Shuchan was momentarily entranced. Amidst the flurry of snow, the woman in black hair and white attire deftly ceased her swordplay and approached her. "Do you find it pleasing, master?" she inquired, producing from her bosom a lotus pendant carved from white jade. She took Yun Shuchan's hand and placed it within her palm. Meeting those ink-black eyes, Yun Shuchan smiled gently. "Master, happy birthday." Chapter 43. The pendant appeared small, yet it was a testament to Qing Zhoushue's imperfect craftsmanship. Here a piece was shaved off, there another was removed, until it was ultimately reduced in size. However, after more than 8 months of meticulous refinement, it had become quite exquisite. Yun Shuchan grasped her hand, noting that besides the thin calluses left from sword practice, there were faint scars from the carving knife, now so subtle they were nearly imperceptible, suggesting that much time had indeed passed. "Did you make this yourself?" Yun Shuchan released her hand. The jade in her palm was slightly rough due to the intricate carving, still warm with her body heat. Qing Zhoshua nodded. "I know master often comes to this place to stroll. Thus, I waited here for you." In truth, Yun Shuchan could scarcely recall the exact day of her own birth, perhaps somewhere in winter. Yet, she had only celebrated a few birthdays in her youth before they ceased altogether. She wondered how her disciple had discerned such details. It seemed she had ample leisure time. Yet, this spare time was devoted to her. Yun Shuchan lowered her gaze, gently caressing the charming little lotus, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. "Your craftsmanship is truly beautiful." She tucked the jade away, noticing that the flurrying snow had lessened, creating a tranquil atmosphere, while the swordplay remained stunning. Qing Zhoshua let out a sigh of relief. "As long as master does not hold any disdain on that day." Yun Shuchan, taken aback, inquired, "Which day? When have I ever disdained you?" "You ventured out to reminisce with an old acquaintance." Qing Zhoshua walked alongside her, then returned late at night, only to find her engrossed in a novel. Was it necessary to be so concerned? Yun Shuchan sighed helplessly, remarking that it was merely a tale, one she had indulged in during her youth and still did. As the conversation drifted, Qing Zhoshua's tone dipped, hinting that perhaps her master did not indulge in such narratives. Yun Shuchan assumed she referred to the series about sister disciples. And despite the passage of time, fleeting images of Qing Zhoshua and Wan Mingzhu resurfaced in her mind, evoking an unwelcome sentiment. Her gentle voice grew somewhat distant as she conceded. Indeed, she did not care for such stories. Soon, she noticed her disciple had fallen silent. However, Qing Zhoshua was generally reticent, often lapsing into silence mid-conversation, which did not strike Yun Shuchan as particularly strange. She walked through the chilly winter night, the wind biting through to her bones, while Qing Zhoshua clasped her hand, channeling her energy to transfer warmth and dispel the cold. Having vaguely sensed something amiss, Yun Shuchan had long built mental barriers to guard against her wandering thoughts. Yet, when her disciple smiled, wishing her a happy birthday and placing a small lotus flower and a pair of scarred hands in her palm, she felt the foundations of her resolve begin to crumble. If the ancient Yu struggled with the floods, how could she hope to control her own fluttering heart? Thus, one fateful day, the dam collapsed, plunging her into an indescribable emotional turmoil, which, having lain dormant for some time, now surged forth with clarity. As Qing Zhoshua opened the door, she insisted Yun Shuchan enter first, then helped her remove her thick outer robe, hanging it on a rack. "Master," she said, raising her gaze, "I shall no longer indulge in those tales, nor will I mimic them. Can you cease avoiding me?" Her voice, soft and low, fell to the ground like a fragile whisper. Qing Zhoshua was never one to hesitate in speech, her words ringing like pearls dropped into a basin. Yun Shuchan rarely heard her disciple speak so cautiously, and this demeanor stirred a bittersweet feeling within her. Perhaps the inexplicable distance of the past months had unsettled her disciple as well. Having lived for over 5 centuries, Yun Shuchan was acutely aware of her burgeoning feelings for her disciple, feelings that transcended the bounds of mere mentorship. She recognized the signs of this disquieting inclination and endeavored to extinguish it promptly, yet the recurrence of such thoughts proved insurmountable. She tightened her fingers slightly, pondering that sometimes allowing the natural flow of things was preferable to imposing restrictions, since fate had led them to this juncture. Imposing barriers could easily birth inner demons for those on the path of cultivation, ultimately yielding more harm than good. Perhaps it was worth a try. The gaze of her disciple stirred within her an overwhelming desire to embrace her, but she raised her hand, forcing herself to quell that urge. When Qing Zhoshua noticed her hand brushing against her face, tucking away stray locks of hair, she paused for a moment. The night was frigid, biting sharply. Yun Shuchan hesitated, then gently proposed, "Qinger, would you stay with me tonight?" In the soft glow of the dim light, she discerned a flicker of brightness in her disciple's eyes. In the dead of night, A gust of wind stirred, as if heralding the onset of a heavy snowfall, creating a delicate rustling sound. Qing Zhou Shui slightly propped herself up, gazing at the window, which was veiled in a blanket of white. She then reclined back, tightly embracing the woman beside her. "Is Master cold?" Yun Shuchen, somewhat drowsy, stirred slightly at her touch, waking up and lazily pressed her down, murmuring, "Sleep. No talking." Qing Zhou Shui observed that her master's sleeping posture was perpetually elegant, with one hand instinctively resting on the waist of the person beside her when lying on her side. Suddenly, she found herself unable to sleep. After a long time, she caught a whiff of the gentle fragrance emanating from her. The warmth of her hand resting on her waist felt like a heated stone, pressing against her. Just as she contemplated inching closer to assuage the indescribable longing within her, she abruptly recalled Yun Shuchen's attitude towards romantic tales, causing her entire being to stiffen, her heart, once ablaze, now cooling like the remnants of extinguished flames. She relinquished the thought. Her master was unlike her. She would turn away during her baths, subtly pushing her away during intimate moments. And all signs indicated her disinterest in feelings between women. Even a mere glance at such tales could keep her away for months. Qing Zhou Shui closed her eyes, remaining perfectly still. It was best not to get too close, lest she provoke discomfort in her master. The sect leader, from the northern source Lingshu sect, had gathered with various powerful beings for several months. Today, he intended to return to the Taichu realm, his heart laden with a hint of concern. As he descended upon his flying sword and approached the mountain gate, he stepped onto the immaculate white stone steps. After taking a few steps, he turned back to scrutinize the grand characters inscribed above the gate, Taichu realm. He had not gone astray. Oddly, the floor tiles had transformed to white. Venturing further inside, he discovered the Taichu realm enveloped in swirling auspicious clouds, an awe-inspiring sight. The martial arts arena had expanded to twice its size, exuding grandeur, with the Inyang Taiji diagram on the ground freshly redrawn and distinctly visible. Ascending to the main peak, the previously understated library had undergone a complete transformation, its corners curving as if to soar, exuding majesty and power. As the sect leader made his way, he silently calculated his funds and resources. Trembling, he entered the equally refurbished spring and autumn hall. Surrounding him were meticulously arranged potted plants, the sound of the fountain cascading melodiously. Each floor tile within the hall was crafted from high-quality bluish-gray stone, adorned with elegant and noble patterns. As he gazed along the path, a striking sight met his eyes, a white jade dragon chair. The acting sect leader smiled, their eyes meeting from a distance. She was holding two small mermaid pearls, reclining against a soft cushion, while Qing Zhou Shui diligently peeled fruit beside her. "Senior brother has returned." Yun Shuchen nodded slightly, a hint of formality in her welcome. The sect leader raised a trembling hand, pointing at the evidently expensive jade chair, stammering this. Yun Shuchen reassured him this was purchased some time ago. However, it did not quite match the courtyard style, so it remained stored away. The sect leader sighed in relief. But Yun Shuchen's next words nearly caused his heart to seize. "Yet the floor tiles, potted plants, fountain, and that most valuable pearl hanging from the beams are no longer mine. How much do you truly owe? I need to have a clearer understanding." The sect leader rubbed his temples, lamenting that the extravagant journey from the outer gate to the inner gate could not be repaired even if the Crane Robe Peak were sold. "This illustrates the lack of trust from my senior brother." Yun Shuchen, seemingly indifferent, as the acting sect leader, would never allow the Taichu realm to spiral into debt. To speak accurately, there has been no loss, and there is even a surplus of funds. Just as a flicker of vague hope stirred within the sect leader, Yun Shuchen once again plunged a metaphorical dagger into his heart, piercing even into his lungs. The private treasury of the past sect leaders and the spiritual minds of the Taichu realm, when combined, are more than sufficient. As soon as Qing Zhou Shui stepped onto Crane Robe Peak, she busied herself with repairing the protective mountain array and the encompassing barrier, her expression one of confusion. "Has the barrier been damaged?" Yun Shuchen meticulously reinforced it, confirming that it hadn't. The sect leader, being at the same ascension stage as me, remarked that their political views differed significantly. Should conflict arise, no benefit would be gained, so it is wise to remain cautious. Qing Zhou Shui momentarily found herself at a loss for words, as she perceived the sect leader to be quite amiable, incapable of such harshness. Observing her contemplative disciple, Yun Shuchen's thoughts shifted. "If I were to truly engage in battle with that old fellow," Yun Shuchen glanced at her, "whose side would you take?" The sect leader could be considered her mentor in the way of the sword, often treating her as a cherished disciple. Qing Zhou Shui lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment. "Yours. But what if the sect leader is in the right?"
Still you. Why?
"I fear that if my master were to become angry during a confrontation, It might lead to unforeseen complications. The disciple looked at her with utmost sincerity. Am I truly so weak in your eyes? Yun Shuchen sighed inwardly, yet found some satisfaction in this impression. She smiled, intentionally clearing her throat. How chilly it is. Suddenly anxious, Qingzhou Shui hurriedly grasped her hand, leading her to a sheltered spot from the wind. Yun Shuchen allowed her to guide her, leisurely following behind, her gaze resting on their intertwined fingers. Quietly, she loosened her grip, shifting to intertwine their fingers more securely. This way holds more tightly, less likely to slip away. She feigned nonchalance, her eyes sweeping over Qingzhou Shui's profile, but the disciple seemed solely focused on her coldness, oblivious to the change in their hands. Yun Shuchen observed this with a mix of relief and a hint of disappointment. After a few moments of silence, she recalled the ice spirit root that Lu Xuanqin had mentioned. It seemed that fate had a peculiar way of subtly urging people together. However, Yun Shuchen found it difficult to envision reaching the stage of dual cultivation, sensing something amiss. Just then, Qingzhou Shui squeezed her hand, concern evident in her eyes. Are you still cold, master? She scrutinized her closely, those eyes merely gazing at her with a touch of appropriate care between master and disciple. Beyond that, there was nothing more. She likely regarded her as an esteemed elder, a close mentor. Nothing more than that. Chapter 44. After all repairs within the Taichu realm were completed, the disciples' lives gradually returned to their normal course. It has been rumored that Elder Yun and the sect leader hold differing views, leading to a prolonged tug-of-war between the two. They have engaged in extensive debates during morning meetings, yet the ultimate outcome remains a mystery to outsiders. When Qingzhou Shui stepped onto the training grounds once more, she found the area had significantly expanded. From the perspective of the disciples, her master's endeavors over the past few months have indeed rendered their training experience more comfortable. On the day of their life-and-death struggle against the Weasel Demon, the group performed surprisingly well, albeit their lack of practical experience led to some disarray. At that time, Wan Mingzhu was drained and lacked sufficient vitality, but this did not affect Qingzhou Shui, allowing them to avoid hindering each other. However, this did not fundamentally resolve the issue. Both of their strengths were considerable, and diminishing one side would be wasteful. Wan Mingzhu could not consistently suppress her power in every battle henceforth. Their strategy ultimately mirrored that of Lin Sunjin. Since they could not appear simultaneously, they would adopt a more measured approach, advancing and retreating as necessary. Unlike Wan Mingzhu, who was impulsive and combative, Qingzhou Shui willingly took a step back to safeguard the bigger picture. As a result, their days of combat against the phantoms on the training ground were relatively stable. Yet, the phantoms were not sentient beings. The more they fought, the more predictable and rigid their patterns became. Now, Qingzhou Shui could deflect those swords even with her eyes closed. This training yielded no further benefits. This morning, they were startled to see Qingzhou Shui, accompanied by a calm woman who walked half a step ahead of her. The disciples greeted Aunt Yun. Lin Sunjun bowed respectfully, inquiring about her visit. She had been leisurely at the peak with no pressing matters. With her sleeves lowered to conceal her hand intertwined with her disciples, she smiled. I have come to join you in your practice. Qingzhou Shui furrowed her brow slightly. Her master had not expressed this intention before leaving. She had merely mentioned her boredom and desire to observe how her juniors performed, insisting she would not tire herself. Only then did Qingzhou Shui agree to bring this esteemed figure down the mountain. Wan Mingzhu eagerly nodded. Wonderful, Aunt. By the way, I have yet to inquire about the methods of the Great Ascension phase. Suddenly, she received a somewhat cold glance from Sister Qing. With a sly smile, she silently mouthed, Stop being so sour. Qingzhou Shui was not inclined to engage with Wan Mingzhu. She merely felt it unnecessary for her master to exert herself over the disciples' training. Just then, Qingzhou Shui noticed the hands holding hers tightening, and Yun Shuchen's smile gradually faded into a tranquil calm. Let us begin, she said softly. The grip on Qingzhou Shui relaxed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Yun Shuchen's figure vanished from the square training ground. The four were left bewildered for a moment. Suddenly, they sensed a shift in the atmosphere. What had been a clear day turned ominously overcast. In the nearby woods, flocks of birds suddenly took flight, chirping and soaring into the distant sky. Qingzhou Shui felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yun Shuchen's voice, soft and ethereal, echoed gently in their ears. Relax. I shall only use 20% of my strength. With the strength of the golden elixir stage, one is naturally more than capable. Yuan Mingzhu tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, while Lin Xuanjin remained vigilant of their surroundings. Bai Su felt her heart pounding in a suffocating rhythm, escalating rapidly, as if the very air had stilled in that instant. It felt as though a razor-sharp blade hung overhead, poised to strike at any moment. As darkness enveloped them like the depths of night, the hearts of the few cloaked in shadows raced to their limits. A fissure tore through the void, and then vast billows of white mist began to rise. Qing Zhouxue sensed an ominous shift. A low, resonant dragon's roar echoed faintly in the air. Amidst the swirling clouds, a colossal dragon claw, sharp as a sickle, emerged, revealing a slender, sinewy dragon body. The four youthful cultivators felt their legs weaken as they looked up to see the slumbering water dragon slowly open its eyes. How are we to confront this? Bai Su had always harbored a slight fear of such massive beings, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Yuan Mingzhu ignited a small flame at her fingertips, which leapt onto the dragon's tail, hissing as it released wisps of white mist. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lin Xuanjin quickly pulled her back, warning that water extinguishes fire. One should not act recklessly when at a disadvantage. Ice and water are intertwined. It would be better for Sister Qing to take the lead. Yuan Mingzhu cast a glance over her shoulder, and after a moment's pause, she let out a soft snort, saying nothing further. As she pointed the tip of her sword to the ground, Lin Xuanjin had already prepared for her impulsive advance. But she was surprised that such a simple remark had deterred her, leaving her momentarily astonished. The azure dragon, just awakened, seemed to recognize Qing Zhouxue. It instinctively sensed her as an intriguing little creature, recalling their previous joyful encounter. With a swift flick of its tail, it lunged towards her. The surging vapor drenched everyone, but Qing Zhouxue summoned her speed to conjure an ice-sculptured duplicate of herself and rolled away. She tumbled several feet before the azure dragon returned to the sky, clutching the ice sculpture in its transparent claw and swallowing it whole. It transformed into water, each scale rippling with delicate waves, its enormous and majestic form soaring through the clouds, embodying a profound beauty. The water deity Xianming guards the northern formation. Ordinary cultivators merely manipulate the elements, controlling water flows or forming water shields. This water dragon was born from the quintessence of Yunsu Chen's elemental roots, refined to perfection. Although Lin Xuanjin did not practice formations, her control over the elements shared many similarities with Elder Yun's expertise. She gazed in awe at the undulating azure dragon, powerful and beautiful, as if it were a divine being commanding all creation. Her heart was profoundly shaken, and her eyes momentarily stung with tears. How many years of cultivation would it take her to reach such a realm? However, Qing Zhouxue had no time for lamentation, for the water dragon, seemingly in tune with its master's whims, joyfully consumed the ice sculpture, and then flicked its tail, sweeping Qing Zhouxue into the current, affectionately nudging her head with its chin. Yun Sichen observed from outside the formation, watching her disciples' bewildered expression, and couldn't help but smile, silently admonishing, "Do not bully her alone." The water dragon, momentarily immobilized, suddenly hurled Qing Zhouxue aside, pulling in several others for a chaotic entanglement. Yun Xuchen could not help but chuckle, as the feeble abilities of these disciples rendered Xianming incapable of connecting them with their adversary, leading him to mistakenly perceive them as charming little pets. Amidst the torrent, Wan Mingzhu violently shook off droplets, cursing, "Is this dragon deranged?" Qing Zhouxue maintained her composure, seemingly accustomed to such turmoil, allowing the tip of her sword to droop as she awaited the tempest to pass. Yun Xuchen raised her hand, binding the azure dragon with her spiritual power. In an instant, the water dragon shook them off, its presence becoming ominously formidable. It twisted its body into a powerful arc midair, bellowing fiercely as it dove downward, unleashing a surge akin to a deluge. Qing Zhouxue touched the water surface with her sword, forming a thin layer of ice at a relatively tranquil spot, thickening it as she and the others precariously stood upon it, finally catching their breath. Yet, a startled exclamation from Bai Su and Lin Sun caught her attention. "What is that?" In the distance, a fiery sunset seemed to herald the emergence of something searing and tumultuous. The scarlet wings, ablaze with flames, unfurled from the heavens, brushing past them with an intense heat. On the precarious ice, the group instinctively bent low, but still, the singed scent of their hair reached their nostrils. Qing Zhouxue's eyes stung as she strained to gaze at the flaming creature that had transformed into a vermilion bird. A chill ran through her. One dragon was already a formidable challenge. Why had their master summoned the fire god Zhu Rong from the southern array? The water surged violently beneath their feet, making it impossible to maintain balance, while above loomed a fierce and combative vermilion bird, clutching them tightly. It shrieked piercingly, its fiery tail attempting to scorch everything in its path. What should they do? Qing Zhouxue could no longer withstand the oppressive heat. She suddenly rolled off the ice and plunged into the depths below. Wan Mingzhu, about to reach for her, cried out, "Senior sister." But she could not grasp Qing Zhouxue. Just then, A howling wind rushed past her ears. She swiftly pivoted the blade in her hand, aiming at the bird's neck as it dove. The blade grazed the flames, only to swiftly mend itself. Before she could react, a powerful wing struck her, sending her crashing back onto the ice, creating a web of cracks. The skin seared by flames began to heal rapidly under Baisu's wood-based regenerative energy. This creature could not be slain. Wan Mingzhu rose, wiping the blood from her lips, her expression grave. She glanced at Lin Sun, questioning whether to douse it with water. Lin Sun appeared to share the sentiment, but at that moment, the crimson apparition dove once more. She had no time to respond, balancing her wavering stance while manipulating a tumultuous wave of water that surged upward, splashing enough to extinguish half of the vermilion bird's flames. The fiery creature emitted a mournful cry before spiraling back into the skies. Junior sister Qing is still below, Baisu remarked, peering into the depths. Why, isn't she coming up? At this moment, beneath the water surface, in the tranquil flow, Qing Zhou Shui found an unexpected peace within her heart. She had spent many years in the company of Yun Shuqing, familiar with the aura that enveloped her, and it seemed that none of the currents was devoid of her trace. Water and ice, intrinsically united, if forcibly detained upon the surface, would only be burnt to ashes by the fiery phoenix, rendering any counterattack futile. Qing Zhou Shui plunged into the depths, her body chilled, holding her breath as she perceived the dragon's pupil amidst the murky currents, which appeared significantly brighter than the waters elsewhere. The Qing sword slipped from her grasp, striving to pierce through the flow, aiming directly at the immense pupil. The dragon's eye blinked, tilting its head to evade, yet soon it was provoked, swiftly pursuing Qing Zhou Shui. Seemingly disinterested in combat, she kicked off the water, disregarding the sword, and ascended with the swiftness of a fish. As she broke the surface, two figures on the ice layer seized her arms, pulling her up with haste. However, emerging from the depths alongside her was the colossal dragon's head, glaring furiously. Chapter 45. Behind them loomed the massive dragon's head, exhaling mist, while ahead was the phoenix, its wings resembling clouds descending from the heavens. The four of them, diminutive as grains of rice, stood upon a fragile ice raft amidst the vast azure waves. The phoenix circled high above, while the water dragon lowered its body, emitting a low growl, seemingly gathering strength for a strike. Qing Zhou Shui directed the tip of her sword towards the surface, perpetually freezing any water that could be solidified. Striving for a foothold, water and fire are adversaries. In the brief tranquility preceding the impending storm, Qing Zhou Shui uttered a single phrase. Lin Sun gazed into Qing Zhou Shui's eyes, and, recalling the recently diminished arrogance of the phoenix after being doused in water, he suddenly comprehended the reason behind the water dragon's retreat into the depths upon the phoenix's emergence. In that fleeting moment, she grasped Wan Mingzhu and Baisu, urgently conveying a few words to them. The dragon coiled into its most powerful stance, soaring to a height of 1,000 feet before descending upon the fragile ice layer. Water splashed violently as the surface fractured beneath its weight, vanishing into the tumultuous currents. Qing Zhou sweated sharply, grasping the Qingxuang sword that had been weaving through the water, then leaping onto its spine to break through the surface. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky. The phoenix above resembled a blazing sun, its proximity rendering her cheeks scorching. Wan Mingzhu emerged from the water, nearly expelling her lungs, and upon witnessing Qing Zhou Shui confronting the phoenix, she recalled Lin Sun's earlier words, directing her dagger towards the water dragon. Lin Sun held Baisu, concealed beneath the water, using the water spirit root to invigorate the currents around Wan Mingzhu, propelling her forward. With this aid, she became as agile as a fish in the water. The dragon's claws reached from the depths, and Wan Mingzhu evaded, fiercely thrusting her long blade through the translucent dragon's body. This action caused the surrounding waters to surge violently, forming a whirlpool that seemed ready to engulf her completely. Hurry! Faintly, Lin Xuanjing's voice called out to her, as Wan Mingzhu's long sword was ensnared in the vortex, sinking deeper and deeper. Reluctantly, she relinquished her blade, loosening her grip, her body becoming lighter as she swiftly swam towards Qing Zhou. Strands of Qing Zhu's hair were singed by the sparks, nearly scorching her skin. She soared on her sword, brushing past the resplendent firebird that shone like the sun several times. No matter how she provoked it, the fiery deity Zhu Rong remained reluctant to risk approaching the water summoned by Xianming. However, its blazing feathers fluffed up, as if about to explode. Thoroughly incensed by Qing Zhu's disturbances, the flying sword was agile, yet the creature's massive form had lost some of its advantages, resulting in several missed pecks. As it flapped its wings, stirring up a wave of flames, Qing Zhu seized the opportunity to retreat into the distance. Perhaps the fiery beings, proud and volatile by nature, let out a long cry, finally losing their composure as they pursued the tail of the flying sword. Qing Zhuxue caught a glimpse of Wan Mingzhu struggling through the water, with the dragon's head once again spiraling up behind her, mouth agape. She turned back briefly on the rapidly moving sword, the zhuke hot on her heels, the scalding air nearly searing her skin. Thus, she steadied her heart, exchanging a glance with Wan Mingzhu, lowering her center of gravity as she mentally counted the distance. 10 feet, 9 feet. Closer still. As she brushed past Wan Mingzhu, in a flash, Qing Zhuxue reached down into the water, grasping her, pulling her onto the flying sword as they soared upward. A wave of turbulence erupted behind them. The zhuke and the Tsanglong collided without time to alter their course, the intense flames extinguishing while simultaneously vaporizing the dragon's body into white mist. A thunderous crash resounded. Yet, Qing Zhushue's sword still did not entirely escape the fallout, and she was swept away by the scalding wave, tumbling down alongside Wan Mingzhu. The temperature of the water and fire could utterly reduce one to ashes. At that moment, a gentle spiritual force enveloped them, dissolving all pain, the charred flesh, and the rusted taste of water choking their lungs upon contact with this ethereal light. When they fell to the ground, they were unscathed. Bai Su let out a sigh of relief, finally lowering her hands. To accurately envelop the two of them in midair required unwavering concentration. Though she remained still, it took considerable effort. The surrounding water gradually receded, and the sky brightened. The formations finally lifted. Before them lay the familiar training grounds. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Yun Shuchen, who had found a shaded spot nearby, leisurely sipping Westlake Longjing tea in a rattan chair. Wan Mingzhu rolled her eyes, utterly spent. Then, without regard for decorum, she flopped backward, sprawling across Qing Zhuxue. Qing Zhuxue felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon her. She pushed with all her might, but could not budge Wan Mingzhu. Ultimately, it was Lin Xuanjing. Deeming the position too ungraceful before Master Yun, who used a water barrier to separate them, bouncing Wan Mingzhu back to the ground. Yun Shuchen withdrew her gaze, her eyes descending upon the verdant, crystalline surface of the tea in her hand. Suppressing the coolness in her eyes, she paused momentarily, then lifted her lashes once more, allowing a gentle smile to grace her lips. It was indeed much improved compared to the initial moments. Each individual played their role without concern for the extent of their contributions. Rather, it was about maximizing each person's effectiveness to its sharpest edge. Were it not for the vigilant support of Lin Xuanjin and Bai Su below, success would have been far more elusive. Yun Shuchen nodded slightly towards them. She inquired with a smile, "Shall we continue practicing?" "No need," responded Qing Zhuxue, observing her.
Master, you should take a moment to rest.
In their usual training sessions, whether rolling about in the sword pavilion or sparring with Wan Mingzhu, Qing Zhuxue had never called for a pause. Though Wan Mingzhu lay on the ground, reluctant to move. Upon hearing this, she suddenly felt a flicker of understanding and couldn't help but click her tongue in her heart. "Then we shall conclude here for today." Yun Shuchen finished the last sip of her tea and rose to her feet. After bidding farewell to her junior disciple, Qing Zhuxue accompanied Yun Shuchen on their way back to the peak. "Master, did you feel any discomfort after using your spiritual energy this time?" Qing Zhuxue intended to grasp her hand but, for reasons unknown, hesitated and let her hand fall. Yun Shuchen was not fatigued. Xianming and Zhurong possessed self-awareness, and she had hardly exerted control over the spell, merely guiding it at critical moments. She took a few steps forward, emitting a nonchalant hum, perhaps due to the many years that had elapsed since she had wielded such a large-scale spell. "Next time, Master, it would be best if you refrained from exerting yourself to practice with us." Qing Zhuxue observed her for a while, but could not discern anything amiss, her brow furrowing all the while. Yun Shuchen, on the other hand, quietly awaited a gesture from her disciple, yet did not see her extend a hand as she typically would to offer support. She noted the inch of distance maintained between them, which persisted until they entered the door. "Is it just this one remark?" A subtle displeasure stirred within her. Upon entering, Qing Zhuxue immediately busied herself, recalling that her master had yet to take her medicine for the day, and thus diligently set about preparing the concoction. After a fierce bout, Qing Zhushue's wrist trembled slightly from exertion, causing the bowl she held to ripple restlessly upon its dark surface. As she was about to place it beside Yun Shuchen, another hand gently grasped her wrist. Yun Shuchen guided her hand to bring the bowl to her lips, tilting her head back to slowly swallow the contents. After enduring bitterness for so many years, she displayed no extraordinary expression while drinking, only furrowing her brow as she neared the end of the bowl. Qing Zhuxue had not anticipated this manner of administering medicine today and carefully held the bowl, fearful of choking her, tilting it ever so slightly at the edge. The potion was not only bitter but also carried a hint of spiciness. As she observed her master frowning while drinking, Qing Zhuxuan noticed her eyes narrowing slightly, as if veiled by a delicate mist, with the corners of her eyes tinged with the faintest blush of lotus petals. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the graceful curve of the woman's neck as she tilted her head back, moving delicately with each swallow, presenting an enchanting sight from above. As Qing Zhuxue watched, a restless sensation stirred within her chest. Lost in thought, she leaned a little closer, only to hear a soft sound of discomfort as Yun Shuchen choked slightly, covering her mouth to cough. Master? Qing Zhuxue snapped back to reality. Feeling a twinge of regret, she set down her bowl and hurried to soothe her back. It's nothing, Yun Shuchen managed to say, recovering her breath. A smile playing at her lips as her fingertips touched the medicinal liquid, finding it bitter. Qing Zhuxue offered her a piece of the prepared candied fruit. Noticing that Yun Shuchen seemed oblivious to the fact that she had never before fed her personally, no matter how meticulously she had cared for her in the past. Seeing her obedient demeanor eased Yun Shuchen's heart, and she casually instructed, "You may leave now." With a bowl of medicine that sloshed about and a heart that mirrored its unrest, Qing Zhuxue complied. That night, she sat at her desk, reflecting on the day's events, her mind filled with a torrent of thoughts that she dared not dwell upon. Half of her thoughts drifted to the strands of hair that adorned her master's neck, while the other half conjured images of intertwining shadows from the stories she had read. The connection between these two scenes, one unfolding before her and the other within the pages of a book, eluded her understanding. A vague sense of transgression stirred within her, akin to the salacious tales she had torn apart in the outer sect, all of which tarnished her master's image. In that moment, guilt surged forth, prompting Qing Zhuxue to purge her thoughts, cleansing her mind entirely. She softly recited the Pure Sutra a few times, then focused her energy for a full cycle. And when the ripples in her heart finally settled, she calmed herself to meticulously document her gains from the day's practice, the meal she had enjoyed, and the small birds she had seen by the roadside. As her pen touched the final line, Qing Zhuxue pressed her lips together, seemingly compelled to inscribe a single word. Her. There was no context, no continuation. The pen lingered for an extended moment, ink pooling as her thoughts drifted, leading her to write that solitary word. Perhaps, no matter how straightforward a young woman may be, there exists an inherent subtlety, all encapsulated within that ambiguous her. Chapter 46. When Qing Zhuxue realized she had restrained all desires to draw near to her master, Yun Shuchen no longer resisted sharing her bed. After experiencing a sense of inexplicable loss, she felt a surprising lightness within her heart. Was this truly the reason? Reflecting back, she recalled her earlier insistence on sharing the bed, which must have caused her master considerable discomfort. Yet, now she was still willing to embrace herself in sleep, suggesting she had not yet crossed any boundaries. She slightly tilted her head to glance at the woman beside her. Yun Shuchen's sleeping posture remained unchanged, as long as she did not feel cold. She would lie beside Qing Zhuxue, one hand resting upon her waist. Qing Zhuxue cautiously lifted her hand, then lowered it, preparing to rise and practice her swordplay when she felt a gentle touch at her waist. Yun Shuchen's hand lightly rested upon her again. After repeating this action 3 times without success in getting out of bed, she sighed softly, ceasing her struggle, and lay quietly on the bed, facing Yun Shuchen. With her eyes closed, Yun Shuchen's lips curled into a slight smile, but in an instant, her expression returned to a tranquil slumber. Previously, when observing her work, Qing Zhuxue noted the ink stains upon her writing, which had been rather conspicuous. Yun Shuchen, unaware of whom she referred to, chose not to dwell on it, dismissing it as something she had never seen. However, upon this sudden encounter, a sense of concern stirred within her. Whenever she was troubled, she had a childhood habit of seeking to irritate others. How patient could her young disciple be? The result was remarkably good. Thus, Qing Zhuxue remained motionless, calmly accompanying her until the sun was high in the sky, eventually closing her eyes, as if she too was becoming drowsy. Are we not practicing swordplay today? Yun Shuchen finally opened her eyes and looked at her, a hint of amusement glimmering within. We can go in the evening as well. What shall we do now? Qing Zhuxue pondered for a moment, refusing to succumb to despair. Practice? Suddenly, she felt her cheek being gently pinched as the woman teased in a low voice. Are you a little fairy that fell from the heavens? Looking at her, Qing Zhuxue wondered why her master would say such a thing. Yun Shuchen sat up, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry to become an immortal? Are you not returning to the heavenly court to report? Qing Zhuxue remained silent, focusing intently on Yun Shuchen's silhouette, and the longer she looked, the more convinced she became that it was Yun Shuchen who had fallen from the skies. I need to step out for a bit. Sitting before the bronze mirror, Yun Shuchen casually picked up a comb, Upon glancing into the mirror, she noticed her disciple's serious expression. What is it? How many days will master be gone this time? Yun Shuchen set down the comb, leaned against the table, and looked back at her, asking, Why do you inquire? You shall accompany me. Qing Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes brightened as she nodded in agreement. She quickly rose from the bed to fetch her outer garments, moving with the lightness of a breeze. Yun Shuchen took her time grooming herself, and as she arranged the last strands of hair into an elegant bun, she turned to find her disciple already seated beside her, waiting patiently. She surveyed her for a moment, smiling. Come here. Qing Zhou was gently guided by the shoulders to sit in the chair Yun Shuchen had just occupied. Leaning down from behind her, Yun Shuchen lifted her face. She had always possessed such a pure and delicate appearance, her dark hair simply tied back with a ribbon cascading down her back. Yun Shuchen, unexpectedly inspired, plucked a white jade hairpin and deftly twisted a few strands of hair into an elegant arrangement. In the entire Taichu realm, you will find no other fairy as exquisite as you, Yun Shuchen remarked softly. After finishing, she placed her hands lightly upon Qing Zhou shoulders. Gazing into the mirror, Qing Zhou also looked at her reflection, yet having seen her own face for many years, she felt it was quite ordinary. Her gaze shifted slightly, landing upon Yun Shuchen's face, and an inexplicable thought arose. How wonderful it would be if they could be on equal terms. It was not until they flew past the mountain gate that Qing Zhou recalled, Master, where are we headed? It was nothing of great significance. Proceeding northeast, there lies a temple. Many years ago, I borrowed a book from their library, and now it is time to return it. Yun Shuchen glanced at Qing Zhou, remarking that she had been cooped up in the mountains for so long, as if she were about to sprout grass. The intention was to take her out for a bit of amusement. After traversing several towering mountains, they landed, and from the temple's entrance, they heard the faint, ethereal sound of bells, accompanied by the delicate aroma of incense. They stepped over the threshold into the temple. A young monk recited a Buddhist chant and offered them a gesture of respect. Esteemed benefactor, is Master Huijua still here? The abbot has always been present. The young monk nodded. Please follow me. The abbot? Yun Shuchen murmured, seemingly surprised. They passed through several dilapidated red doors and turned into a side hall, where the scent of incense had already thickened. Qing Zhou looked inside. The light was not overly bright, illuminated from below by clusters of lotus lamps, their flickering flames resembling countless stars within the hall. A monk sat cross-legged before the lamps, his back slightly hunched, rhythmically striking a wooden fish with a steady, muffled sound. Yun Shuchen approached. Master Huijua? It has been years. You have indeed become the abbot. The monk paused his wooden fish, raising his gaze to the woman before him. Amit Ba. It is indeed you, Fairy Yun. Yun Shuchen retrieved an ancient scripture from her sleeve, its appearance distinctly different from the neatly arranged new books on her own shelf. Clearly not belonging to her. Qing Zhou recognized the cover, the diamond Arhut formation. Huijua rose, lifting his monk's robe, and descended from the mat to receive the book. Fairy Yun, have you come to return the scripture? He glanced at Qing Zhou and this is my disciple, Yun Shuchen replied with a smile. Besides returning the book, I also owe a favor. If the abbot does not mind, may we stay for a meal? It was not yet noon, so he suggested. Then please wait a moment. Very well. Yun Shuchen turned to Qing Zhou. I wish to reminisce with this master, which may be rather dull for you. Since it is your first time at a temple, if it becomes too tedious, perhaps you could let the young monk show you around. As Yun Shuchen conversed with her old friend, Qing Zhou remained in the hall, feeling neither awkward nor out of place. Thus, she nodded and followed the young monk. The hall's door returned to its half-open state. Huijua withdrew his gaze from Qing Zhou, contemplating, that young benefactor, your fate is intricately intertwined with hers. Such a connection is indeed rare. From an astrological perspective, it seemed to hold true. Yun Shuchen acknowledged, though uncertain whether it boded well or ill. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery. Huijua sat down with her, poured a cup of tea, and observed Yun Shuchen, slowly furrowing his brow. Amit Ba. Fairy Yun. It has been many years, and it seems the burdens of karma upon you have grown heavier. In the journey of life, one inevitably attracts various encounters. Yun Shuchen took a sip of tea, lifting her gaze. Over the years, I have meticulously documented the means to unravel every Buddhist formation in your possession. They are all inscribed within the pages of my book, and I believe there are no significant errors. The Arhut formation, lost by your ancestors, has also been restored. Even if it does not perfectly mirror the original, it may capture about 70 to 80% of its essence. She turned her attention to the monk and spoke slowly. Huijua, may I now receive the fulfillment of your promise in exchange for this? Outside the hall, King Haoxu followed the young monk around the temple. Though he spoke little and was still quite young, He exuded the serene demeanor characteristic of a monk. Inquiring if she wished to pay homage to the Buddha since she had come. King Haoxu had never visited a temple before, but she inferred from her readings that there were numerous halls within, each dedicated to various deities, each governing different aspects of life, some overseeing relationships, others fate, each fulfilling their respective roles in a complex tapestry. What is the purpose of paying homage to the Buddha? There are many reasons, unsettled matters in the heart. Trials and tribulations, essentially, all that feels out of alignment. The young monk pondered for a moment, noting that most visitors came with such intentions. If one were to enter and pay their respects, would it truly bring resolution? The young monk smiled, stating that sincerity of heart brings forth divine responsiveness. King Haoxu was not particularly devout, yet, as the monk suggested, offering a prayer could bear no harm. What could she wish for? It seemed there was little in her life that felt unjust. Ever since meeting her master, each day had been splendid. Although some days appeared dimmer, when they brightened, they shone even more brilliantly. Life is often fraught with disappointments, and she too bore a share of them. Yet, with the gentle companionship of a clear breeze and a bright moon, she sought nothing more. Her master had achieved longevity, yet she frequently encountered various ailments. The years of consuming medicine were visibly taxing on King Haoxu. If only she could attain longevity as well. Then, she would wish for her master to enjoy health and happiness year after year, free from illness and worry. King Haoxu, accompanied by the young monk, paid her respects to all the deities and Buddhas. She made but one wish, regardless of the deity's domain, be it love, promotion, or personal enlightenment. This wish was neither grand nor trivial. It encompassed the passage of years, yet was focused on a single individual. The two dined on vegetarian fare at the temple, engaging in light-hearted conversation with their host before bidding farewell to Master Huijua. King Haoxu remained unaware of the discussion between her master and the abbot. Yun Shuchen did not disclose it, and she did not inquire further, a tacit understanding shared between the master and disciple. Soaring back into the skies this time, King Haoxu wielded her sword with grace. Yun Shuchen felt a sense of ease, content to stand behind her. A few tendrils of wind tousled the hair at the back of King Haoxu's head, accentuated by the white jade hairpin, lending her an ethereal quality. Just as she was engrossed in her sword flight, she suddenly heard Yun Shuchen's voice behind her. This hairpin suits you admirably. Wear it henceforth. The master seems to always act this way. Whenever she catches sight of something delightful, she whimsically urges her to try it and then bestows it upon her. Qing Zhou Shui has never indulged in purchasing small trinkets, yet inexplicably, she often receives many from Yun Shuchen. Reflecting on small items, Qing Zhou Shui recalls the little lotus flower she carved. Made of jade, she believed it to be quite lovely. Yet after gifting it to her master as a birthday present, she has never seen her wear it.
Does she not like it?
With a sense of unspoken disappointment, Qing Zhou Shui silently contemplates whether it might be better to present something more practical next time. As they soared over the snowy expanse of He Peak on their swords, they discovered a figure standing starkly against the white ground. Dressed rather lightly for the biting cold, her fragrant shoulders partially exposed. Upon recognizing the person, Yun Shuchen's expression abruptly stiffened. It was Elder Yu Zhang, who twirled a lock of her hair around her finger and coldly scoffed, "You unfaithful woman. You summoned me, only to frolic with another young lady, making me wait here in vain for so long. Is this how one conducts oneself?" Elder Yu Zhang approached them, and Qing Zhou Shui caught a whiff of an intense floral scent. Though common, it was as captivating as gardenias, lingering in the air. The woman noticed Qing Zhou Shui and cast her a flirtatious glance. "Little apprentice, you haven't been taking your master's place lately. Your master uncle has been missing you dearly." She then turned her attention back to Yun Shuchen. "Hey, you unfaithful woman. I've written those stories you asked for." Yun Shuchen's gaze narrowed, intensely fixating on Yu Zhang. Under that scrutinizing stare, Yu Zhang inexplicably swallowed hard, blinking in confusion. "Why are you looking at me so meaningfully? Let us discuss this inside," Yun Shuchen said, guiding Qing Zhou Shui away, as if she feared Yu Zhang might taint her innocent disciple. The short walk was fraught with restlessness for Yun Shuchen, as a woman's voice incessantly echoed in her mind, complaining, "Last time, when you asked about the master-disciple stories, I said there weren't any, and you were displeased. Now, under duress, I've written a new one and brought it to you, yet you still seem discontent. What is this all about? Women are truly difficult to please." Yun Shuchen's steps faltered, and she bit her lip, feeling inexplicably flustered. Qing Zhou Shui seemed to sense her discomfort. "What is it, master?" She shook her head. "It's nothing." In the pavilion, Qing Zhou Shui gazed at the two elders with confusion. They exchanged glances, with Yu Zhang occasionally letting out a laugh, while Yun Shuchen appeared somewhat unsettled. consuming several cups of tea in quick succession. Typically, the master savors her tea delicately, unlike today as hurried consumption. Qing Zhou Shui found this peculiar and speculated that they were communicating through their minds. Thus, she took the initiative to say, "Master, I shall go practice swordsmanship now." Yun Shuchen responded with a soft acknowledgement, her hands tightly clenched in her sleeves, relaxing only slightly as she watched that white-robed figure fade into the dense trees of the courtyard. Yu Zhang cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "So, what do you think? This brand new storybook, I had several young disciples read it, made some revisions, and they all gave it rave reviews." She cast a lingering glance towards the place where Qing Zhou Shui had vanished, inquiring, "What has sparked this newfound interest in you? In the past, it was always a matter of me writing and you reading." Yun Shuchen remarked, "Your themes are always the same, nothing but the deep bonds of sisterhood, which have grown tiresome." Indeed, Yu Zhangge laughed. "Ah, this is the first time I am penning such forbidden content. It truly fills me with shyness." Yet, from Yun Shuchen's enchanting visage, one could detect no trace of embarrassment. Yu Zhangge was utterly distant from such feelings. Yun Shuchen offered a stack of paper. "Seeing you toil away, I thought I might share a token of my appreciation." Upon opening it, Yu Zhangge gasped, "I do enjoy doing business with you." After Yu Zhangge departed, Yun Shuchen lightly traced the 4 characters below the imperial edict inscribed on the book, the cool pages feeling almost scalding to the touch. She pinched the edge, slowly turning a page, reading a few lines that seemed too shameful to bear, and quietly tucked it into her sleeve. Qing Zhou Shui would never fathom that after her sleepless nights from reading such tales, her master would also embark on a path of no return. However, since they shared a bed at night, Yun Shuchen found it inconvenient to indulge in such readings, opting instead to seize the opportunity during her disciples' sword practice in the daytime. This book, too, is divided into 2 volumes. The narrative unfolds within a sect known as the Qing Su sect. Xiao Qingyu, the sect leader, is renowned not only for her exceptional cultivation but also for her ethereal beauty. One year, while descending the mountain for travels, she took in a promising child she found abandoned on the streets, enduring great humiliation. Moved by compassion, Xiao Qingyu took her as a disciple, unaware that this decision would sow the seeds of a tragic fate. The young disciple, named Qiu Yu Bai, blossomed into an adorable figure, particularly affectionate. Although Xiao Qingyu was not one for words, she was not devoid of warmth. The unexpected addition to her life brought vibrant colors to her otherwise solitary existence, and she grew fond of her little disciple. As the years slipped by, Qiu Yu Bai matured, naturally far removed from the tranquil demeanor expected of a cultivator. With a captivating appearance and a lithe figure, she resembled a mischievous sprite. In the intimacy of their daily companionship, she began to develop complex feelings towards her lofty master. Despite multiple attempts to gauge her master's awareness, Xiao Qingyu remained oblivious. In the face of repeated disappointments, Qiu Yu Bai's yearning remained unquenched, forcing her to bury her emotions deep within. Yet, suppression does not equate to absence. The fervent desires of love quietly flourished in this shadowed existence, growing ever more robust despite the stifling conditions. By the time Xiao Qingyu recognized the inner demons tormenting her disciple, it was too late. Qiu Yu Bai, deeply entrenched in her obsession, found no path of return. On a rain-soaked night, trembling hands utilized the bond of trust between master and disciple, as she poured the powder of He Huan San into her master's teacup. Inside the chamber, flickering red candles cast a myriad of shadows. 2 slender figures drew perilously close. Such audacity! Xiao Qingyu attempted to channel her spiritual energy, yet it sank into silence like a stone cast into the depths of the ocean. She lifted her gaze coldly towards Qiu Yu Bai, for the first time perceiving her once familiar disciple as a stranger. Her smile remained sweet, untouched by darkness, as her eyes gradually swept over the graceful figure concealed beneath Xiao Qingyu's robe. Slowly, she leaned closer, tilting her master's chin, her gaze profound, her crimson lips parting slightly. "I cherish you so deeply that I would forsake my life, yet you forever regard me as a mere child. Master, have you ever truly looked at me over these years?" Her hand descended, grasping the woman's collar, a light laugh escaping her lips. "If that is the case, I shall no longer wait." Yun Shuchen, witnessing the scene, cast a casual glance downward, and indeed, she found herself confronted by a depiction that was far from decorous. She struggled to control her thoughts, telling herself it was merely a fleeting glance, just a moment of curiosity about this subject. Her initial inquiry to Yu Zhangge had been born of a sudden whim. But was it truly just a whim? As she closed her eyes, she recalled the innocent voice of Qing Zhou calling her master. At this thought, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, alongside a secret sense of solace that she did not wish to ponder deeply. Continuing to read, Yun Shuchen felt a slight warmth spread through her body. She used the book as a fan, subtly creating a breeze, as if it would alleviate her discomfort. Yet, the heat felt as if it had been simmering for an eternity, teetering on the brink of boiling, yet cooling down was a distant prospect. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed from outside. "Master?" A flash of white light appeared as she tucked the book into her jade bracelet, pausing in silence before entering. Qing Zhouxue slipped through the door, holding a bowl of vibrant red fruits, freshly washed. She set them beside Yun Shuchen and took a seat. The disciple harbored little attachment to the mundane world, save for a few lingering desires for sustenance. She often projected her own needs onto her revered master, just as she did with this bowl of fruit. Taking one for herself, she looked at Yun Shuchen and asked, "Master, why are your cheeks so flushed?" Yun Shuchen, caught off guard by the inquiry, cleared her throat and maintained her composure. "Ah, it feels a bit stuffy in here." Qing Zhouxue promptly rose to crack open a window just a sliver. The opening did not face Yun Shuchen, but rather directed toward herself, to avoid a chill from the breeze. Yun Shuchen awaited her departure to resume her reading, but soon noticed Qing Zhouxue had taken a second fruit. Quietly observing her with no intention of leaving, reluctantly she inquired, "Qing'er, do you have something to discuss?" The subtle sound of chewing ceased momentarily before resuming. Qing Zhouxue was accustomed to this. She would not speak until she had finished whatever morsel she had, a stubbornness seemingly innate to her. Yun Shuchen found this rather exasperating. So she waited patiently until Qing Zhouxue swallowed the fruit. Once finished, Qing Zhouxue spoke softly, "This month, will master not teach me any cultivation?" In response, Yun Shuchen had been instructing her in various practices, typically a few times each month. However, she did not deliberately seek to exert control. If the thought occurred to her and her disciple happened to be nearby, she would impart some guidance. If not, it was of little consequence. There would always be another opportunity. After all, the path to immortality is long and does not hinge on a few moments. At the very least, it occurred at least once a month. Though she had no intention of establishing a routine, her disciple seemed to have internalized this rhythm, diligently coming to her with earnest inquiries at the end of each month. Yun Shuchen could not help but smile, finding her disciple endearing. "Now take a seat on the bed," she instructed. The beaded curtain was drawn aside, then allowed to fall again. She grasped her disciple's wrist, closing her eyes as she guided her through the meridians, reminiscent of their past excursions. In the past, Qing Zhouxue had been quite devoted to her cultivation, understanding that the essence of Taoism lies in tranquility. Finding stillness was crucial. Yet for reasons unknown, today Qing Zhouxue seemed preoccupied, unable to settle her mind, resulting in a sense of heaviness and a faint, lingering pain. As she continued her practice, beads of perspiration formed on the tip of her nose, gathering and then trickling down. Yun Shuchen opened her eyes, observing the restrained expression on her disciple's face, and felt a surge of tenderness. One bead of sweat, as she tilted her head slightly, fell onto her upper lip and slowly traced down her chin, lingering at the delicate curve, suspended in midair. Yun Shuchen lowered her gaze, fixating on that droplet, inexplicably reluctant to let it fall. In that dimly lit room, a languid atmosphere enveloped them. Unbeknownst to her, swayed by some unseen allure. She inched closer until they were nearly touching. Just a slight lift of her lips would suffice for a kiss. Yet, as she was about to brush against her disciple's chin, Yun Shuchen halted, quietly raising her eyelashes to regard her for a moment, gradually regulating her breathing to restore its evenness. Reason prevailed at the last moment, pulling her back from the brink. With an air of nonchalance, Yun Shuchen straightened her posture, lowering her head as her other hand lifted to smooth the wrinkled cloud pattern on her sleeve, a pattern that was exquisite yet seemed to cut into her fingertips. Chapter 48. As Qing Zhouxue meditated with closed eyes, a faint, elusive fragrance lingered near her nose. Her breaths were restless, her heart even more so, as an unsettling agitation stirred within her. The beaded curtain hung down, and the doors and windows were tightly shut, allowing only a vague, ambiguous light to seep in from the misty outside. The silence enveloped her, and she could hear the rhythm of Yun Shuchen's breath alongside the beat of her own heart. At some point, the scent she inhaled seemed to carry a warmth, growing ever more fragrant and gentle. Qing Zhouxue felt her master draw nearer, yet in her meditative state, she hesitated to open her eyes and divert her focus. Ultimately, Qing Zhouxue bore the discomfort, driven by an inexplicable compulsion, and lifted her eyelids just enough to steal a glance at her master. She could not clearly discern Yun Shuchen's expression, for both were seated on the bed, their heavy outer garments removed. She caught a hazy glimpse of her master's slightly open collar, her alabaster skin adorned with a small, vermilion birthmark upon her chest. "Focus," she admonished herself. With that vibrant sight fading into the enveloping darkness, Qing Zhouxue closed her eyes fully once more. It seems she has witnessed something she ought not to have seen. Despite this, her heart remains restless, burdened by myriad thoughts. Following the lingering scent that refuses to dissipate, a small blush has also emerged. Is there some unspoken concern weighing on her mind today? As the incense in the burner extinguishes the last flicker of flame, Qing Zhouxue opens her eyes, still as weary as ever. When Yun Shuchen inquires about her well-being, Qing Zhouxue finds herself at a loss for words. She yearns to express that her heart may be somewhat unsettled due to her presence, yet articulating the nature of this desire proves elusive. She longs to gaze at her, but hesitates, fearing that a more intense stare might be perceived as sacrilege. She must not do so. She must not provoke her disdain. Unable to resist, she grips a corner of the bedspread. Suddenly, a hand lifts her chin gently, reminding her that her master is speaking. Why look down? Qing Zhouxue raises her eyes, instinctively touching the hand on her chin, only to withdraw her own at the touch, as if scalded by hot coal. I have no worries, she declares, shaking her head. Perhaps just fatigued. If you are tired, then sleep. There is no need to force yourself. After a prolonged silence, Yun Shuchen sighs inwardly and releases her. The space, though not particularly spacious, is imbued with an ambiguous warmth. The coils of incense continue to burn silently, enveloping them in a haze that clouds the mind. She lifts the beaded curtain, slips on her shoes, and steps outside. Just a moment more, and she would have lost control and kissed her. Yun Shuchen strives to restrain herself, dismissing the earlier incident from her thoughts. Even if she harbors some affection for her, there is no need for such obsession. All things require a gradual approach. The chill of the wind outside jolts her senses, awakening her from her reverie. Winter respite is palpable, while spring has yet to arrive. She hears that the world below is adorned with red lanterns and auspicious characters, as families gather to celebrate the new year. Cultivators typically observe the spring festival in solitude. The revered elders of the sect often remain in seclusion for decades, inadvertently missing many New Year celebrations. If they were to emerge every year for the festivities, it would only add to their troubles. However, during the spring festival, classes at the Taichu realm are suspended, allowing the disciples to celebrate in their own ways. Most outer disciples, still entangled in worldly affairs, return home, while those in the inner sect generally remain idle atop the peaks. Wan Mingzhu, accompanied by Bai Su, invited Qing Zhouxue and, somewhat awkwardly, included Lin Sunjin, suggesting that it would be far more enjoyable to descend the mountain together than to merely stare at their respective masters. At this, Qing Zhouxue furrows her brow. Wan Mingzhu casts a knowing glance at her reclusive senior sister, aware that she prefers to spend every day watching her master, which is indeed quite amusing. Qing Zhouxue, however, remains unperturbed, her gaze fixed ahead. She truly possesses a charming wit. Wan Mingzhu shakes her head with a sigh.
Baisu,
Oblivious to the tension, remarks with a smile that the camaraderie between the junior sister and Yunshu uncle is enviably strong. The four of them arrive at a restaurant in the town of Taichu Realm, where they order an exquisite feast. This establishment is quite renowned locally, boasting a rich history. Frequented not only by ordinary folk, but also by a few idlers seeking to indulge their cravings. As the year-end approaches, while other shops have closed their doors, this one remains open, welcoming patrons. Wan Mingzhu clamored for wine, requesting the server to bring her 2 pots. With such an atmosphere, the others also filled their cups. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation began to flow more freely. Wan Mingzhu, noticing that Lin Xuanjing was downing cup after cup without a hint of hesitation, widened her eyes in surprise. Who would have thought you possessed such a remarkable tolerance for alcohol? Lin Xuanjing replied, is it something one can discern in everyday life? Indeed. Wan Mingzhu, resting on one leg, tilted her chair back curiously. I always assumed that someone as proper as you would rarely have the opportunity to engage in drinking contests. It's merely innate, he responded. However, excessive drinking is ill-advised. It can be detrimental to one's health and lead to misfortune. Qing Zhouxue and Bai Su, unable to drink, opted for tea instead, focusing on the dishes before them. Wan Mingzhu had already begun to compete with Lin Xuanjing over drinks, and it appeared that Sister Lin was also becoming somewhat spirited, chatting idly while matching Wan Mingzhu cup for cup. Bai Su occasionally interjected with comments, while Qing Zhouxue, with utmost seriousness, diligently wielded her chopsticks, savoring various cuisines and quietly upholding traditional virtues. Where did you acquire that sword? A woman's incredulous voice chimed in. The group turned toward the source of the voice, a young woman in a yellow dress, whose delicate features pointed at the Qing Shuang sword resting beside Qing Zhouxue. After scrutinizing it a moment longer, she turned away, visibly agitated, and said to the young lady beside her, Senior sister, Isn't that the one you ordered last time? Her senior sister, impeccably dressed and exuding an extraordinary presence, wore a long sword at her waist, clearly a swordsman. Upon hearing this, her brow furrowed as she glanced at the Qing Shuang sword, its shimmering, slender beauty unmistakable. I am Gu Ruoxue from the Xian sect of the Flowing Clouds. May I inquire where you found that sword, young lady? The woman stood, her tone somewhat frosty, though her words remained polite. Qingzhou Shui set down her teacup and replied, I acquired it from a shop in the eastern sea of Penglai. The young woman in yellow became incensed. Do you not realize that this sword was promised to us in advance? Qingzhou Shui summoned the sword with a flick of her hand, and it fit perfectly into her palm. The Qing Shuang sword chose me. Perhaps it is fate. What she spoke was indeed the truth. Yet the selection of a spirit sword is a rare occurrence, scarcely documented. Her words, however, bore an air of ostentation, even if Qingzhou Shui had no such intention. Ridiculous. The Qing Shuang sword is one of the famed swords of the realm. Could it possibly choose a mere golden elixir stage cultivator as its master? The young woman before them, clearly lacking in understanding, bristled with indignation. Not only do you disregard the order of precedence, but to use such claims is utterly shameless. At this moment, Wan Mingzhu set her cup down, scoffing. Swords and blades are acquired through skill. Their allegiance is based on strength. Are you suggesting that mere words can lay claim to what is yours? Then I assert that your sword originally belonged to me. Will you return it or not? Lin Xuanjin held the wine, quietly observing the young lady who introduced herself as Gu Ruoxue, clad in a dark robe adorned with swirling cloud patterns at the sleeves. She exuded an air of elegance that suggested she was no ordinary disciple of a sect. Lin Xuanjin subtly pressed down on Wan Mingzhu's hand, signaling her not to indulge in unnecessary banter. Junior sister, let's not entangle ourselves further. Gu Ruoxue glanced at the spiritual cranes embroidered on their belts, recognizing them as disciples from the Taichu realm. You may keep the sword. Let this serve as a means for tranquility. No matter how I argue, I would not be at a loss for this one treasured blade. After settling the bill, Gu Ruoxue paused as she walked past Qingzhou Shui, stating coolly, I hope to see you at the immortal meeting. What began as a delightful meal turned rather tasteless by its conclusion. The group tidied up, their appetites waning, and departed. Bai Su observed Qingzhou Shui lost in thought. Junior sister, these matters tend to be trivial. Do not take them to heart. Qingzhou Shui snapped back to reality. Noticing her companions gazing at her, their expressions varied. She surveyed the surroundings. Is there something on my face? The garlic sautéed cabbage at this establishment was quite commendable. She cleared her throat, seeing her friends remain silent, merely watching her, and assumed the conversation had stalled. Unfortunately, my master does not enjoy garlic. She finds its flavor too overpowering. This fellow had always maintained a sense of calm. Her sisters released a sigh of relief, feeling as though their hearts had been tossed into turmoil. Rather than worry about Qingzhou Shui's spirits, they were more concerned about whether Wan Mingzhu's sharp words would provoke the girl opposite to anger. Indeed, who would bother to contend with them? Wan Mingzhu snorted dismissively. That group is just chattering away. Let us go shopping. By the time they returned to Crane Road Peak, it was already late at night. Wan Mingzhu wished to continue their revelry, yet Qingzhou Shui insisted on returning, claiming she had matters to attend to, and thus they acquiesced to her wishes. Qingzhou Shui noted the deepening darkness. Her heart tightened slightly, as her master should be asleep by now, and she wondered if she was cold. A fresh layer of snow had recently fallen and now lay still around them, the surroundings eerily quiet. As Qingzhou Shui approached the door, preparing to enter, she noticed Yun Shuchen wrapped in a thick cloak opening it.
Master?
Upon seeing her, Yun Shuchen extended her hand. Qingzhou Shui offered her own, feeling something cool and delicate in her palm. As she examined it under the moonlight, she realized it was snow. The snow lay thick on the ground, yet in her hand, it resembled pale, ethereal pear blossoms. As the warmth of her breath enveloped it, it softened and began to melt, trickling down the lines of her palm. Drip, drip. The first handful of snow in early spring. A lightness graced Yun Shuchen's expression. For the first person I met this year. Qingzhou Shui felt her heart stir slightly, though her palm was cold. She suddenly found the night's gentle breeze and bright moon exceptionally tender, rendering everything in the world lovable for a fleeting moment. Yet it melted away. She only realized how childish her earnestness sounded when she heard the person before her chuckle, the corners of her brows lifting in amusement. Yun Shuchen invited her in, securely closing the door behind them. From her sleeve, she produced a letter crafted from red paper, a token she had not seen since the spring festival of years past. Uncertain if the customs still persisted. Though the snow had melted, this must be preserved. Qingzhou Shui delicately handled the weighty red envelope, discovering within it a multitude of silver notes. With this, my little disciple shall not be taken by the beast of the new year. The woman smiled softly, tilting her head to gaze at her, gently proclaiming that after the new year, auspicious times would follow. Chapter 49. The snow resting in her palms and her heart melted into a single entity, Qing Zhouxue clutched the red envelope tightly against her chest, removing her coat, which bore the chill of the season. Where have you been reveling?
You reek of wine.
Yun Shuchen sat upon the bed, engrossed in a serious tome. Qing Zhouxue inhaled deeply, indeed aware of the myriad of mingled scents that clung to her from the tavern. She hastened to the bathing chamber to cleanse herself before returning. She had grown increasingly meticulous, no longer forgetting to bring a change of clothes. As Yun Shuchen observed her orderly departure and return, an inexplicable pang of regret stirred within her. Regret is merely regret. However, should she truly wish to witness it, it would seem particularly glaring. Perhaps the awkwardness of humanity lies in such contradictions. Qing Zhouxue settled onto the bed, the warmth in her palms still feeling somewhat frigid. She quietly observed Yun Shuchen's profile as she read, noticing her subtly pressing at her waist, a small motion that nonetheless caught her attention. Is your back hurting? Perhaps you've been in the same position for too long today. Yun Shuchen sighed lightly, setting down her book, extinguishing the candlelight. It's late. We should retire. She typically retired much earlier, but today there was no pressing matter, and she was unlikely to remain awake at this hour. Yun Shuchen had likely kept the lamp lit, awaiting her return, which caused her prolonged reading to result in discomfort. Qing Zhouxue reached out, nearly placing her hand upon her waist, yet hesitated, maintaining a respectful distance. Master, I have learned a bit from Sister Bai Su. May I offer you a massage? She had indeed matured in her understanding, no longer approaching without reservation as before. At this moment, Yun Shuchen suddenly realized that her disciple had been consistently cautious in maintaining a respectful distance in their physical interactions these past months.
Now.
Even a simple touch required inquiry.
Why?
Habits are easily formed, and change is always deliberate. Could it be that she had gleaned insight from those romantic tales? A newfound clarity dawned upon Yun Shuchen's mind, yet as she met her disciple's clear and concerned gaze, she faltered. She had intended to refuse, aware that her own delicate constitution would render her unable to rest if touched by Qing Zhouxue. Yet, the secret yearning and the tempting curiosity continually beckoned her. After a moment of silence, she acquiesced with a nonchalant feigning indifference as she lay down. Unexpectedly, she had consented. Qing Zhouxue, initially believing her master would deny her the closeness, was momentarily taken aback. Master, just lie down comfortably. As her cool hands pressed against the small of her back, Yun Shuchen clutched the quilt tightly. Though a delicate tickle coursed through her, it was still bearable. Qing Zhouxue seemed lost in thought, her touch light and ineffective, akin to the gentle brush of a swallow's wings upon water, creating ripples that danced endlessly. Enduring the itch, Yun Shuchen softly urged, apply a bit more pressure. It was as if the person behind her had finally awakened, and the real weight of her touch descended. When she began to knead with a gentle firmness, Yun Shuchen felt a twinge of regret. Qing Zhouxue's pressure was subtle yet deft, seemingly targeting several acupressure points. As Yun Shuchen furrowed her brow, enduring a slight discomfort, she gradually acclimated. The soreness where she had been pressed melted away, replaced by a delightful tingling sensation. Unable to restrain herself, she sighed softly, stifling a more inappropriate sound between her lips. Is this pressure adequate? Qing Zhouxue inquired from behind her. Taking a breath, Yun Shuchen replied, it's fine. Thus, Qing Zhouxue fell silent, her grip unwavering, while her gaze uncontrollably wandered to the figure beneath her hands. The fabric of her master's clothing was light, revealing a form devoid of excess, with no further need for reduction. Furthermore, she possessed an exquisite beauty, her skin fair and delicate, her physique harmonious. Qing Zhouxue fought to restrain her gaze, inching her fingers to the appropriate areas, ultimately closing her eyes and whispering, Master, you are truly beautiful. At that moment, Yun Shuchen felt a haze envelop her mind, nearly unable to comprehend Qing Zhouxue's words, her head buried in the soft bedding, her earlobes flushed crimson. The delightful tingling radiated from her waist, converging in an indescribable place, rendering her unable to resist. Yet, the pressure Qing Zhouxue applied lingered just slightly above the ideal spot, akin to scratching an itch through a boot, still insufficient, perpetually unsatisfactory. She furrowed her brow in discomfort, gradually tightening her grip on the quilt beneath her. Warmth enveloped her, a thin sheen of perspiration forming upon her skin. For reasons unknown, as Qing Zhouxue diligently alleviated her discomfort, Yun Shuchen suddenly clasped her legs together, her body trembling slightly as she whispered, Stop. What's the matter, master? Please, no more pressure. She turned over, her voice imbued with a watery quality. Irritation flaring within her. I wish to sleep. After the spring festival, 2 years remained until the second selection for the Taichu realm. Previously, everyone had seemed leisurely. But now a sense of urgency began to permeate the atmosphere. The academic commitments of the past year had concluded, while the current year promised courses in music theory, artifact crafting, talismans, and literary composition. Rising at dawn to practice swordsmanship, her days were consumed with training alongside her junior and senior sisters at the martial arena. Leaving little time for respite, Qingzhou Shui found herself wholly absorbed in her studies, sometimes toiling late into the night before finally retreating to bed in darkness. To prevent her master from feeling the chill, she rose early each day, striving to make incremental progress in her studies, thus allowing time to become more flexible, enabling her to retire to bed at a reasonable hour. This flurry of activity persisted for half a year. As the ice and snow melted away, the essence of spring faded, and the first chirp of summer insects heralded the blooming of vibrant red flowers across the mountains and fields. As the scorching summer sun blazed overhead, a few esteemed guests arrived from the Lu Yun immortal sect, extending a sincere invitation to the Tai Chu realm for a friendly exchange of skills. The sect leader naturally acquiesced. The Lu Yun immortal sect, renowned as the foremost sect in the realm, possessed formidable strength and would undoubtedly serve as the sole rival to the Tai Chu realm at the upcoming Immortal Inquiry Conference, an unyielding cornerstone that had never been surpassed. Such an exchange would only benefit the disciples of the sect. Following the recent turmoil instigated by Yun Shuchen, the treasury of the sect had diminished, yet there remained an abundance of spiritual elixirs. The sect leader, with unwavering resolve, decided to utilize these elixirs, crafted from the essence of spirit ores, as incentives to encourage the younger disciples to actively participate in the competition. Qingzhou Shui and her companions, as the emerging leaders of the Tai Chu realm, were naturally required to attend the contest. The venue for the competition was set within the familiar confines of the Tai Chu realm's martial arena. Despite being an impromptu event, the setting was adorned with great grandeur, and the elders from both sects had already gathered at a distance to observe. Would they encounter the two individuals they had seen at the tavern? The thought crossed Bai Su's mind, and it seemed highly probable. Lin Sun had indeed mentioned that he had inquired about a girl named Gu Ruo Shui, who was the prized disciple of the supreme elder of the Lu Yun immortal sect and the chief senior sister of the sect. It was rumored that she was the reincarnation of a natural sword soul, possessing unparalleled talent in sword cultivation. Such an individual would undoubtedly receive rigorous training and participate in numerous competitions. Facing her would be beneficial. Wan Mingzhu hefted her blade, eager to test her mettle and see if she was worthy of being the chief. The notion of a sword soul struck a chord with Qingzhou Shui. She had encountered such records in Yun Shuchen's collection, and for some reason, her master had marked them specifically. Approximately 5 centuries ago, a soul crystallized from ancient sword intent emerged from the sword tomb, existing neither within the 3 realms nor the 5 elements. Could it truly have reincarnated into a human after 500 years? This realization rendered the opponent formidable. Qingzhou Shui had already set her sights on the reward of the Immortal Inquiry Conference, the Scarlet Heart Lotus. Upon learning of this item, she had occasionally inquired with Elder Lu during her visits to Ling Su Peak, asking whether this herb would benefit her master as health. Lu Sun Qin pondered for a moment before affirming that it was indeed rare and beneficial. With this assurance, Qingzhou Shui felt a sense of determination and direction. Regardless of the opponent's formidable prowess, she resolved to strive for victory at the Immortal Inquiry Conference, refusing to yield easily. As she lifted her gaze towards a radiant expanse of sunlight, the imposing presence of the Lu Yun immortal sect was unmistakable. Several disciples bore large banners adorned with cloud patterns. Flanking them were agile spirit beasts, the Wenbal. At the forefront stood a woman clad in deep black, exuding an extraordinary nobility, accompanied by several junior disciples. Her expression remained inscrutable, and she surveyed others with a habitual glance from beneath her lashes. Although her demeanor and words were impeccably courteous, a palpable chill of aloofness emanated from her, distinct from Qingzhou Shui's warmth, tinged with an underlying arrogance that felt like shards of broken ice, cutting deeply into one's spirit. This was Gu Ruo Shui of the Lu Yun immortal sect. Leading her fellow disciples, she approached the disciples of the Tai Chu realm to perform the sword salute and seek guidance in their arts. They reciprocated the gesture, welcoming her to share their knowledge. The competition has yet to officially commence, and numerous procedures of drawing lots are underway. In the distance, the elders from both sects engage in pleasantries. Yun Shuchen surveyed her surroundings and learned that the most esteemed elder of the Luyan Xian sect had retreated into seclusion for self-cultivation and would not be attending. Only the elders were present. She responded with casual pleasantries, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted toward a figure bathed in the scorching sunlight. Her disciple, possessing the ice spirit root, ought not to suffer from the heat. However, it was quite reckless of the young lady to expose herself to the sun without seeking shelter. Yun Shuchen formed a gesture with her hands, quietly conjuring a dark cloud above her disciple's head, creating a canopy to shield her from the glaring rays. The distant figure seemed to sense this change and looked skyward. Only then did Yun Shuchen feel satisfied and allow the cloud to drift with the winds. Unbeknownst to Yun Shuchen, her young disciple felt a momentary disarray as the cloud approached, even lowering her head to inspect the red cord wrapped around her ankle. It was only after sensing her master's aura that she calmed down. In her childhood, she had narrowly escaped a lightning tribulation that nearly claimed her life. As she grew older, a subsequent tribulation inflicted immeasurable losses upon Yun Shuchen. Henceforth, upon witnessing dark clouds and hearing the rumble of thunder, an instinctive urge to flee would arise within her. Especially during thunderstorms, her heart would race incessantly, making sleep elusive. Thus, Qingzhou Shui held a particular aversion to summer afternoons. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu Ruoshui's obsidian sword, and she was momentarily taken aback. Flickering bolts of electricity danced around it, dazzling and radiant, resembling a twisting silver serpent. Qingzhou Shui instinctively took a step back. She was, after all, a mutated lightning spirit root. Chapter 50. Once the drawing of lots had established the order, the competition commenced. The representatives from the Luyan Xian sect were few, yet Qingzhou Shui and her companions navigated through to the finals, encountering some peril but ultimately maintaining a steady course. Inevitably, they faced Gu Ruoshui. The elders had observed the previous battles closely. The chief sister of the Luyan Xian sect had hardly exerted herself throughout, though she wielded merely a sword. It appeared as if thousands of hands of guanyin were manifesting in the shadows of her blade as she struck. Qingzhou Shui, also a sword cultivator, beheld the dark long sword entwined with sword spirits, evidently forged from numerous other weapons. Suddenly, she comprehended why someone with a lightning spirit root would favor the frost sword, which emanated a chilling aura. As she approached the arena, Qingzhou Shui met Gu Ruoshui's gaze, striving to disregard the prickling sensation coursing through her body. I have heard you are among the foremost sword cultivators of the Taichu realm, Gu Ruoshui spoke softly, inquiring if she might engage in a private exchange of techniques with Miss Qing. That would contravene the competition rules. Not at all, this is not a formal contest. Merely an exchange of insights. Perhaps we could consult the elders. She turned toward the distant stands. A few elders from the Luyan Xian sect stated that since this was the domain of the Taichu realm, such requests would primarily be at the discretion of the realm's head. After a moment of contemplation, the head, acknowledging that the Taichu realm was founded on sword cultivation, found it difficult to decline and lightly nodded in assent. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your understanding. Gu Ruoshui once again turned her attention to Qingzhou Shui. Wan Mingzhu grasped Qingzhou Shui's arm, tightening her grip slightly. I believe this woman is here for you, senior sister. Be cautious. Qingzhou Shui nodded, drawing her long sword from her waist, a veil of white frost enveloping her surroundings. As she advanced a few steps, the sensation of unease intensified throughout her body. She halted, locking eyes with Gu Ruoshui, whose gaze flickered with a hint of silver lightning, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Standing tall, with her sword at her side, Qingzhou Shui maintained an air of composure, embodying the dignity of the Tai Chu realm and the respect of her master. She knew well that she could not afford to show fear, yet only she could feel the faint beads of sweat forming in her palms. The sect leader had been observing them, first scrutinizing Gu Ruoshui, and then focusing intently on Qingzhou Shui, sensing something amiss in her unusually pale complexion. Surely, she should not have sustained any injuries. She was anxious. Yun Shuchen had been watching her disciple closely and had already detected the unease. The keen eyesight of a cultivator allowed Yun Shuchen to notice Qingzhou Shui's thumb nervously rubbing the hilt of her sword, a repetitive gesture. After years of practice, Qingzhou Shui's swordsmanship was typically clean and precise, devoid of unnecessary movements. This anxiety seemed to signify an inner conflict. Her disciple was usually unflappable, even in the most formal of circumstances such as the inter-sect competition, where she remained stoic, a mountain unshaken by calamity. Why was she now so tense? Yun Shuchen found herself puzzled. In the training arena, in an instant, Gu Ruoshui unsheathed her sword and lunged forward, her blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of silver lightning in its wake. Any contact with flesh would result in a charred mark. Qingzhou Shui evaded the dazzling electric arcs, yet brushed against the force of the sword wind, a lock of her dark hair falling askew. It landed upon the surface of her Qing Shuang sword, freezing into a needle-like shard before dissipating into the wind. She refrained from striking, using her sword as a pen and the ground as parchment, crafting a thin layer of ice amidst her swift movements. The heat of the day was not in her favor, compelling her to refrain from hasty attacks and instead lower the temperature within the arena. With her exceptional agility, she dodged the razor-sharp blades that occasionally grazed her hair. As Gu Ruoshue's strikes missed their mark, a glimmer of coldness appeared in her eyes. She closed them momentarily, reopening them to unleash a serpentine bolt of electricity from her sword's edge, enveloping Qing Zhouxue from above. The lightning moved in the blink of an eye, traversing vast distances. However, where Qing Zhouxue pointed her sword, the air seemed to thicken, giving her a precious moment to roll to the side, leaving a series of explosive sounds in her wake. Just as Gu Ruoshue prepared to pursue her advantage, stepping forward, an ice spike erupted from the ground, obstructing her path. Years of training had honed Qing Zhoushue's reflexes. Before her mind could fully process the situation, her body had already risen from the ground. With a push from her toes, she seized the opportunity, thrusting her sword through the shattered ice towards Gu Ruoshue's shoulder. This was indeed a prime moment. After 5 years of practice, this strike would not miss its target. Amidst the sound of shattering ice cones, an overwhelming aura mingled with distant thunder reverberated through her mind, leaving her dazed. In an instant, memories surged forth, as if she had reverted to that helpless young girl, pursued relentlessly by lightning. Her heart raced as she tumbled down a slope, fleeing desperately for survival, oblivious to when she might vanish within the blinding light of the storm, perhaps in the very next heartbeat. Then came the moment of tribulation. Her master was absent, and bolts of heavenly thunder descended in unison. She felt the ground beneath her collapse as the lightning scorched everything in its path, turning vibrant flora into desolate ash. Helplessly, she watched the familiar world around her disintegrate in an instant. In that moment of distraction, a sharp pain pierced her chest as a jet-black sword thrust through her shoulder, sending her crashing to the ground, where she spat forth blood.
Sister.
Suddenly, she heard a cacophony, as if Bai Su and Lin Sun were lifting her, calling her name with urgency. Qing Zhoushue's vision darkened, and she fell into unconsciousness once more. When she awoke, her surroundings were tranquil, and the delicate scent of medicinal herbs wafted to her from the air. Initially, she believed she was in Lingsu Peak, but the fragrance also bore a hint of Jiuhe. Qing Zhoushui relaxed, opening her eyes to find Yun Shuchen seated nearby, stirring a bowl of medicine with a spoon. "Does your wound still ache?" Yun Shuchen placed the bowl on the bedside table and gently parted her shoulders' clothing. The flesh there was charred but showed signs of healing, no longer seeping blood. "I don't." She attempted to sit up, but the movement aggravated her wound, rendering her momentarily silent in pain. A soft sigh reached her ears, and her shoulder was gently pushed back down. The bed dipped slightly. Yun Shuchen wrapped one arm around her, allowing her to lean against her shoulder while the other hand held a small vial filled with powdered medicine. She carefully sprinkled the powder, applying it delicately with the pads of her fingers. Leaning against her, Qing Zhoushui inhaled the sweet scent emanating from her neck, suddenly finding solace in this embrace amidst her injuries. It felt remarkably comforting, and she savored the moment. A wave of fatigue washed over her, and she heard the gentle patter of rain outside, striking the gray eaves. As Qing Zhoushui relaxed, a sudden clap of thunder jolted her, causing her to kick her legs instinctively, nearly toppling off the bed. Fortunately, Yun Shuchen caught her in time, frowning with concern. "What is it?" Feeling somewhat flustered, Qing Zhoushui clutched at her sleeve, biting her lip and remaining silent. Rarely did she reveal such vulnerability. Yun Shuchen, ever observant, noted the unusual demeanor of her companion that day. Listening to the thunderous roars, she connected the dots with the girl of the thunder root, piecing together the puzzle in her mind. "Are you afraid of the thunder?" By the time Yun Shuchen finished applying the medicine, the wound had nearly healed. She gathered the fabric of Qing Zhoushui's clothing but did not withdraw, ensuring she had a source of support. Just as Qing Zhoushui was feeling tense, she was suddenly turned onto her side, her chin resting upon Yun Shuchen's shoulder. A gentle hand caressed her back, and the woman spoke softly. "Now there is a red thread. No lightning can harm you. Do not be afraid, Qing. Qing Zhoushui lay still for a moment, contemplating the unexpected embrace initiated by her master. Perhaps it was permissible to forego some reservations. Instinctively, she reached out to encircle Yun Shuchen's waist as another flash of lightning illuminated the sky, closing her eyes and aligning her form closely to his. She exhaled softly, her thoughts drifting to the day's events, leaving her momentarily lost for words. Grasping the fabric of her master's robe tightly, then loosening her hold, she uttered a mere 3 words. "I am sorry." It seemed she had caused her master some embarrassment. Feeling anxious was commonplace. Yet, Yun Shuchen bore her no ill will, speaking with a soothing tone that conveyed the gravity of the moment, assuring her there was no need for guilt. Commonplace? Qing Zhoushu mused that such feelings were not frequent in her everyday life. Indeed, it was commonplace. Humans, born amidst the thickets of nature, traversing the land and enduring the elements, were far from the ferocity of wild beasts. In times of vulnerability, what did one rely on to survive? Humanity's innate wisdom, perhaps. She reflected that intelligence was not universally employed nor consistently accessible. Yun Shuchen remarked that the fear of death, deeply ingrained in one's being, could compel individuals to toil endlessly, to unite in solidarity, and to struggle relentlessly for a sliver of hope amidst the vastness of existence. This was the plight of most living beings. With her hand resting gently on Qing Zhoushu's back, the fears that once loomed large had long dissipated. Therefore, it was entirely natural, and there was no cause for guilt. Though her master had taken a roundabout approach, Qing Zhoushu later realized that her words bore little relevance to the present situation. Nevertheless, upon hearing them, the dust in her heart was unwittingly cleared away, and the thunderous downpour that echoed in her ears no longer seemed so terrifying. Perhaps the crux of it all lay in the fact that she was being embraced, akin to a solitary boat finding shore, unafraid of the tempestuous winds and waves. Gradually, she relinquished her worries, fatigue enveloping her as the familiar scent lulled her into the arms of Morpheus. Yun Shuchen perceived the evenness of her pupil's breathing and the gradual relaxation of her grip. In truth, she had the power to quell the rain and silence the thunder. The incantations were already poised at her fingertips, yet for reasons unknown. After Qing Zhoushu's spontaneous embrace, her intention began to wane. Her disciple had grown, no longer seeking proximity, and the distance between them had widened. Yun Shuchen pondered that this growing estrangement might stem from her own past rejections of affection. Her pupil displayed no struggle, seamlessly accepting the shift. However, as Qing Zhoushu genuinely embraced this change, Yun Shuchen found herself gradually regretting it. Moreover, as she reflected, with each fleeting moment of emptiness, her feelings of regret, initially light, began to compound, transforming into a profound melancholy intertwined with the burden of nostalgia and remorse. Such moments were rare, and each embrace seemed to diminish in frequency. Yun Shuchen lowered her gaze and closed her eyes, allowing her disciple to lean against her for a while longer, exercising restraint against the temptation to indulge further. She eventually gently nudged Qing Zhoushu away, allowing her to slide onto the bed. Rising, she opened the door, only to be met by the gaze of two emerald-green cat eyes, perched atop a branch, playfully flicking their tails. Yun Shuchen lifted her gaze, instructing you to embark on a journey to discern the movements of the flowing cloud immortal sect. From this moment forth, it is imperative to document every detail, no matter how minute. The items previously delivered to me were somewhat rudimentary. Let her not be burdened with the task of sifting through them. Go forth. A rustling sound emerged from the shadows of the trees, and the silhouette of a cat swiftly vanished. Chapter 51. Qing Zhoushu is undoubtedly one of the most distinguished figures among her peers in the primordial realm. Her defeat cast a shadow over the hearts of her fellow disciples. Gu Ruoshue's swordplay was exceptionally elegant and graceful. Many present that day only glimpsed the sword's silhouette, as swift and powerful as a brilliant flash of lightning. However, the disciples accompanying the flowing cloud immortal sect were not taken aback. In their eyes, the chief senior sister was the reincarnation of a sword spirit, possessing extraordinary talent from a young age. She had never suffered defeat in the realm of swordsmanship among her contemporaries, and thus, such a defeat was deemed inconceivable. She stood as an insurmountable pinnacle in their minds, one that could only be admired from afar. On that day, senior brother Xiao did not participate in the competition, for he was inebriated beyond measure, akin to a lifeless creature, and no one could rouse him. This missed opportunity led to a severe reprimand from the sect master, who seized him by the ear and scolded him soundly. Subsequently, he spent several months in solitary confinement, reflecting on his misdeeds. As soon as he stepped out of the confinement chamber, a piercing gaze fell upon him. Senior brother, wait. Xiao Hong looked at the enigmatic Qing sister, emanating an aura of coldness, perplexed by her sudden appearance. What brings you here? Do you wish to duel? He instinctively reached for his waist, where his treasured wine flask should have been, only to find it absent, having been confiscated by the sect master. Frustration welled within him, and he regarded her with mild irritation, waving his hand dismissively. Another time, I am off to drink. Yet Qing Zhoushu interjected, hold on. She rummaged through her storage ring, recalling that she had requested several jars of wine for herself and Bai Su when she descended the mountain with Ruan Mingzhu, but had not partaken. A beautifully crafted wine flask materialized in her hand. She tossed it through the air, and Xiao Hong caught it effortlessly. He removed the cap and inhaled the fragrant aroma of exquisite wine. Standing poised with her sword, Qing Zhoushu persisted, Now that we have wine, shall we engage in a duel? Xiao Hong was taken aback, but did not hesitate. He tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful, savoring the rich flavor. He sighed contentedly. This is truly delightful. Far superior to that scoundrel Yan Qing. The empty wine flask soared into the air alongside his long sword, and with a flourish, it shattered into countless pieces. The Qing frost sword responded in kind, resonating with a vibrant hum. Qing Zhou Shui advanced lightly, finding it remarkably effortless to parry each of his strikes, and even sensed an opportunity for offense. However, she was not satisfied with mere defense. She fixated on the sword intent woven within his techniques. As Xiao Hong unleashed his sword with rapidity, it appeared as though several swords accompanied him, cutting through the air with unparalleled strength and speed. This was the path a sword cultivator must comprehend, the fusion of one's spiritual roots with a sword, achieving a harmonious unity that allowed for effortless transformations. Her Qing frost sword now flowed with the grace of frost itself. Yet she pondered why such afterimages had never manifested before. During their previous encounter, she had observed Gu Ruo Shui wielding a deep black long sword entwined with layers of sword spirits. Though distinct, there were also similarities. As her long sword swept forward, it weaved through the myriad sword shadows and clashed with Xiao Hong's blade, resulting in a resounding collision, with neither side yielding. In this round, the outcome was a draw. When Qing Zhou Shui inquired once more about how he cultivated his sword intent, Xiao Hong pondered for a considerable time before slowly replying, I was drunk, indulging in a bout of drunken revelry. Upon awakening, I found that the master had transformed the purple bamboo grove into mere bamboo skewers. He continued after that. As I danced with my sword, I glimpsed 3 or 4 shadows. At first, I thought I was merely seeing things due to the intoxication. Qing Zhou Shui fell silent, then expressed her astonishment. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Xiao Hong replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. However, I heard from those old fellows that each person's path is unique, and one cannot impose expectations. How you might cultivate your own sword intent remains a mystery to me. Though the jug of wine had proven insufficient, it had awakened his craving, and he hurriedly dashed down the mountain like a bird returning to its nest. Qing Zhou Shui, oblivious to the moment Xiao Hong had vanished from sight, continued to ponder the elusive concept of sword intent, still perplexed by it. She realized she was still somewhat lacking in strength. While she could not force it, she found herself at a loss for alternative methods. Steeling her resolve, she decided to embrace the situation and hastily made her way towards the outer gate. It had been a long time since she had tread this path. It remained as bustling as ever, filled with a lively atmosphere that far surpassed the inner gates. Having given all the remaining wine in her storage ring to her senior brother Xiao Hong, she wandered through the market at the outer gate, successfully locating a tavern and bringing back a barrel of wine. As she passed by the disciples' quarters, she unexpectedly collided with a young girl. The girl was carrying a wooden basin filled with clean clothes, and due to her petite frame, she appeared to struggle with the load. Upon raising her gaze and spotting Qing Zhou Shui, her eyes brightened and she exclaimed, Immortal maiden? Qing Zhou Shui halted, observing her with a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they had met. Immortal maiden, I am Yuri. The girl grasped her sleeve with excitement. Yuri, Qing Zhou Shui repeated. And suddenly a memory flashed in her mind of the Lantern Festival when her master had entrusted her with a child to bring home, whose little face had been as dark as coal. Now, the girl was clean, taller, and had grown rounder, exuding a youthful charm. Hello. Qing Zhou Shui finally remembered and nodded at her, then corrected herself with a touch of formality. You may simply call me senior sister. Senior sister, Yuri replied, having just returned from her chores, not paying much attention until she noticed a smudge of gray dust on the snowy white sleeve of the woman before her. She instinctively released her grip, eager to clean it. Qing Zhou Shui, however, paid no mind, casually brushing it off, restoring the sleeve to its pristine state. As a child picked up by her master, she felt a sense of duty to care for her and thus rummaged through her storage ring. This small storage device, of excellent quality, was capable of preserving food from spoiling. For instance, she later discovered that the delicate white pastries she had fed Yun Shuchen during their first meeting were actually relics from a bygone era. There had been a few extra pieces, and since her master believed the set was incomplete, she had generously gifted them to her. On the day of the Lantern Festival, she had purchased an abundance of snacks. The master remarked that it is rare for inner disciples to venture down the mountain. Since she had encountered something delicious, she decided to purchase a few and bring them back. She retrieved several pieces of candy from within, placing them in the little girl's palm. After a moment of silence, unsure of what to say, she finally whispered, Cultivate diligently. Yuri stood frozen, gazing at the figure in white as it departed. After a brief moment, She clenched the candy in her hand and tucked it into her pocket, bending down to lift the wooden basin, trudging laboriously towards the riverbank. On Crane Road Peak, Yun Shuchan had ventured out today and returned, looking around but failing to spot her disciple, who might be tucked away in some corner, diligently practicing. As she traversed the long corridor, she inadvertently glimpsed a figure leaning against the railing in the pavilion. Qing Zhoshue was half reclining, her gown, as white as silk, cascading into the pond, shrouded in mist. Unaware of her surroundings, she half closed her eyes, holding a wine flask, tipsily bringing it to her lips. Yun Shuchen approached her slowly, retrieving the flask and hiding it behind her back. Though Qing Zhoshue was intoxicated, she bore no visible signs of inebriation, her expression as impassive as ever. However, her hand, which struggled to grasp the flask, betrayed her state. When Yun Shuchen seized the flask, she seemed unperturbed, her fingers loosely gripping the railing. Her gaze fixed on Yun Shuchen without flinching. Yun Shuchen curled her lips into a smile, extending a finger and playfully waving it before her. "Do you still recognize who this is?" Qing Zhoshue squinted, focusing intently on the moving finger, momentarily perceiving 3 hands. After a while, feeling dizzy, she closed her eyes and murmured, "It's you." This response, though affirmative, was rather ambiguous. While Yun Shuchen was puzzled by her disciple's sudden drinking, she found her adorably muddled demeanor irresistibly charming. Leaning precariously against the railing, half of her gown had already dipped into the water. Yun Shuchen employed her spiritual energy to lift her gently, guiding her back to the pavilion to sit securely, and also took the liberty of drying the damp fabric. The girl lowered her elegant brows, gazing at the now-dry fabric, murmuring, "So impressive." Her words floated softly, like a delicate cloud circling a peak. "Master." Yun Shuchen playfully poked her cheek with a finger, smiling gently as she asked, "Am I truly your master?" She was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you?" "No." The woman replied softly, "Call me sister. Let me hear it." Qing Zhoshue stared at her for a moment, then silently shook her head. "My mother only had one." She had anticipated that her disciple's gentle tone would render the address tender. However, Qing Zhoshue, with her remarkable ability to disrupt the atmosphere, proved otherwise. Yun Shuchen felt a chill permeate her anticipation, as if doused in cold water, ultimately forcing a stiff smile as she murmured, "You truly have a way with words." For reasons unknown, Qing Zhoshue suddenly sensed a notable chill in the gentle voice at her ear. She raised her gaze, looking into the light at Yun Shuchen's profile. She extended a finger, tracing the air lightly. "Master." The cheeks of Qing Zhoshue finally bore a hint of color, reminiscent of the summer breeze that blushes the tips of lotus petals. The ethereal aura that once lingered at the corners of her eyes and brows had considerably faded. In this manner, she no longer resembled a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Instead, she appeared as a heavenly fairy, having descended into the entanglements of the earthly realm, adorned with vibrant hues yet retaining her lofty spirit. Yun Shuchen merely observed her, committing every detail to memory, burying them deep within his heart, and attempting to awaken from the pain of clenching his fist, restraining himself from reaching out. Eventually, she sighed softly, stating that she must not indulge in such drinking again, and rose, instructing her master to assist her back to her quarters to rest. Upon sobering, it seemed that Qing Zhoshue had not intoxicated herself to the point of embodying the noble spirit of her senior brother Xiaohong, for she continued to wield her sword with the same fervor as before, yielding no additional revelations. Indeed, her efforts were in vain. This method was too obscure, and her own expectations were modest. Thus, she felt no sense of disappointment. However, it appeared she had perhaps overindulged the previous day, as her memories were fragmented. Did she encounter her master yesterday? It seemed not. She thought uneasily that she must have been quite inebriated, leading her to retreat to her room for rest. Awakening from her hangover, a dull ache persisted in her head. Qing Zhoshue was not fond of alcohol, and after forcibly consuming it, she had never anticipated such suffering. It was likely that she would refrain from such indulgence henceforth. With her brother unreliable, Qing Zhoshue, suffering from a headache, felt lethargic and disinclined to practice martial arts. Not wanting to squander her time, she reluctantly dragged herself to her master's study. Due to the presence of a young disciple eager to master the sword, Yun Shuchen's library had, over time, amassed an abundance of texts related to swordsmanship. These included all sword manuals from the rudimentary to the profound, as well as the mental cultivation methods and handwritten notes compiled by predecessors, all meticulously organized. Had it been a gene arranging the books, that mischievous spirit, lacking in literacy, would have aligned them solely by size and thickness, as if stacking bricks. Qing Zhoshue's fingers glided over the spines of the volumes, which were ordered chronologically by their publication dates. In cases where dates could not be confirmed, They were arranged from the simplest to the most intricate, evidently adhering to Yun Shu-chen's meticulous habits. Whatever she procured, it was always in sets, rarely a solitary piece. If a solitary volume happened to be found, she would exert great effort to seek out additional copies from distant lands to complete her collection. Such quirks of hers were perpetually endearing. Reflecting on this, even her headache eased considerably. Qing Zhou Shui perused several substantial tomes, yet found no records pertaining to the essence of swordsmanship. By chance, she retrieved a volume titled Notes on Sword Training, only to discover it was handwritten, the rows of ink characters neatly arranged and elegant. In my youth, I wandered the world, witnessing verdant peaks and azure rivers, myriad wonders of nature, and countless paths of enlightenment, all unfolding naturally. I rowed a small boat, journeying from west to east, accompanied by the gentle breeze upon the river. Compared to the rigorous training, this manuscript contained more travelogues and reflections on the world. The prose was refined and exquisite, standing in stark contrast to the dry scriptures. That night, the sky was clear and serene. All was silent. The river's surface mirrored the stars, shimmering with countless lights, a breathtaking sight. I danced with my sword upon the boat, lost in the moment, oblivious to my surroundings. It is at such moments that one may inadvertently grasp the natural laws of the universe. The essence of the sword embodies both emptiness and reality, moving in accordance with one's heart. The text only mentions this in passing, and despite multiple readings, Qing Zhou Shui remains perplexed. It appears that truly comprehending such matters is indeed a matter of chance. She closes the book, wearily rubbing the corners of her eyes. At this rate, her chances of participating in the Immortal Inquiry Conference seem bleak, and how shall she obtain the Crimson Heart Lotus? Since this matter remains elusive for now, it must be set aside. She has another pressing concern to address, conquering her fear of thunder. As long as the Liu Yun Immortal Sect continues to partake in the Immortal Inquiry Conference, an encounter with Gu Ruo Shui and others is inevitable. As long as Gu Ruo Shui retains her thunder root, Qing Zhou Shui finds herself unable to draw the sword with composure due to her own issues. Yet, she must undoubtedly break through this barrier. Chapter 52. Today, her disciple has once again left early. Yun Shuchen watches her disappear through the door before turning back into the house with a sense of relief. Though the surroundings are bright, she tightly shuts the windows and doors, igniting the lamp by her bedside. She spreads open the book titled Transgressing Authority and continues reading. It is unclear what nonsensical thoughts occupy Yu Changji's mind, or perhaps he is merely catering to the whims of the audience. Nevertheless, the writing is exceedingly banal. As Yun Shuchen flips through a few more pages, the characters are entangled in passionate embraces, and what began as a flush on her face gradually transforms into fatigue, leading her to a state of calm where she can objectively assess such relationships. Yu Changji's narratives tend to be meticulous in description yet stingy in elucidating the reasons behind the character's love. The more she reads, the more her brow furrows. She finds it difficult to comprehend how Xiao Qingyu has fallen for Qiu Yubai. This younger individual, with questionable methods and character, appears to be merely an immature girl, impulsive and obstinate, possessing no virtues beyond her youthful exuberance. How could her master have been so inexperienced with beautiful women? Reflecting on this, Yun Shuchen loses interest in her reading, even feeling a touch of nausea as she tosses the book aside. Occasionally, she recalls that this year, Qing Er is merely 20 years old, quite tender in nature. Although at this age, one might already be eligible for marriage in the mortal realm, to Yun Shuchen, she remains as fresh and green as a newly sprouted bud. Judging by the discerning eye required for selecting a partner, age and experience are significant drawbacks. While she may be a standout among her peers, such a foundation pales in comparison to the 500-year-old predecessors. She opens the window, taking in the splendid light outside, feeling a slight disarray in her emotions, prompting her desire to take a stroll. Step by step, she ascends Dream Cliff. Ever since her disciple performed a dance of snowflakes here, Yun Shuchen gazes at the desolate cliff and senses a loss of vibrancy. What could she possibly admire in her? Is it her ethereal beauty? Or perhaps her cool exterior coupled with a warm tenderness, a purity that she holds dear? Or is it the enduring companionship that imparts a sense of tranquility, assuring her that her disciple will not depart? Gazing out at the mountains aglow with crimson clouds, their brilliance remains as fiery as ever. Yun Shuchen gazed into the distance, gradually unraveling her thoughts. She felt that each event and each matter, when isolated, seemed inconsequential. Yet upon closer examination, they all bore her essence. Unbeknownst to her, her shadow filled every corner of her heart. She questioned herself, but found no answers, for 1,000 words could scarcely convey her feelings. She had intended to dissect the chaos with reason, perhaps to uncover the root of her troubles, to remind herself that it was merely a fleeting imbalance. After all, she had lived a somewhat solitary life. Just an ordinary girl who was not as remarkable as she imagined, content with simple affections. Like a self-deceiver, she tried to suppress the swelling, almost visceral emotions within her. Yet, the nature of love was absurdly irrational. Qing Zhouxue, wielding her sword, silently soared to the edge of the primordial realm. She chose an expansive clearing, sparse with flora and devoid of human or animal presence. Removing her jade hairpin, she carefully stowed it away at a distance. After accounting for the items on her person, she left only the Qing Shuang sword at her waist. Once prepared, she looked skyward, crouched down, and slowly untied the red cord that had never left her ankle. In that instant, as the cord was severed, the world around her abruptly transformed. The winds that had roamed the wilderness for 1,000 miles ceased in an instant. Opening her eyes to the darkening sky, the clouds morphed into inky hues, gradually turning gray and black as thunder seemed to gather strength. In the oppressive atmosphere, Qing Zhouxue drew her sword and began to execute her learned techniques with precision. The first strike, gentle cloud emerging from the gorge, thrust forward with a blend of softness and strength. At this moment, the air became stagnant, devoid of even the slightest breeze. She stepped lightly to the left, then pivoted to deliver her second strike. The weary bird knows its return. This move was fluid and unexpected, as the storm clouds thickened above. The third strike, surging rainbow piercing the sun, was a powerful thrust, swift as a rainbow. When she executed it, the heavens echoed with a faint rumble of thunder. Under the pressure of the looming storm, Qing Zhouxue's hands trembled slightly. She pressed her lips together and gripped the swords hilt tightly, raising the tip to complete her fourth strike, pouring wine to the moon's reflection, almost lifting off the ground, her white robes billowing like a crane poised to take flight. At that moment, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the world as if it were midday, revealing her slender, graceful figure and her luminous, clear eyes. The fifth and sixth strikes followed swiftly, a frantic dance as if she were racing against the impending thunderbolt. The final move of the 7 swords of Primordial, the azure sea awakens the tide, sent forth a gust of sword wind, and beneath her feet, the ground subtly cracked, resembling splashing waves. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens were being cleaved open once more by the mighty hammer of Pangu. In that instant, Qing Zhouxue's heart stopped, and her sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Without the luxury of contemplation, she hurriedly bent to retrieve the red cord, carefully readying it around her ankle. She sank to the ground, patiently awaiting the storm to subside, and soon, the skies cleared, basking in brilliant sunshine. A layer of cold sweat had already formed on her forehead. After several deep breaths, she gradually calmed her mind. Before long, she picked up the Qing Shuang sword beside her again, removing the red ribbon from her ankle. Once more, time and again, she would ultimately gain some improvement. Qing Zhouxue could not conceive of any clever methods. She could only confront her fears head-on, wielding her sword beneath the oppressive weight of the thunder tribulation until the day she could wield it without hesitation. However, she was so engrossed in her sword practice that she failed to notice the figure standing at a distance, silently observing for quite some time. Yun Shuchen had attached a thread of her consciousness to her disciple's red ribbon. Whether she was wearing it or not, regardless of her location, she could sense a faint awareness of her. Feeling an unease in her heart atop the dream cliff, she had come to take a look, witnessing this scene. The tenacious girl was tying and untying the red ribbon, enduring the pressure of the thunder tribulation, repeatedly picking up the sword, as if dancing in shackles. At first, her hands trembled frequently, and with each clap of thunder, she would drop her sword. Yet gradually, she improved significantly, visibly advancing. The color of the thunder tribulation seemed unusual, presenting a magnificent shade of purple. As she watched, Yun Shuchen calculated with her fingers and realized that her disciple's realm had shown signs of loosening. Initially taken aback, she then sighed with a smile toward the vast sky, standing still for a while longer without disturbing her, before quietly departing. A few days later, in the training grounds, Wan Mingzhu and the others looked at Qing Zhouxue. "You were injured that day. Are you fully recovered now?" "Yes, I am well now," Qing Zhouxue replied. "But I did not come today for training. I fear I may not be able to come for the next few days." Lin Sunjun was taken aback. "Senior sister, what is the matter?" "Master said he wants to take me down the mountain to find some materials to break through my realm. It will probably take about a week." Upon hearing this, Wan Mingzhu laughed. "Just the two of you? Go on, go on. I've asked for leave from the intersect classes for you." After Qing Zhouxue left, Lin Sunjun and Bai Su exchanged astonished glances at Wan Mingzhu, who was brimming with laughter in her amber eyes.
Bai Su said,
"What is it between you and junior sister Qing?" Why do you look so happy as soon as she leaves? What do you mean I'm happy just because she left? Wan Mingzhu replied, puzzled. I'm happy because I see her leaving with her master. Her words were somewhat profound. Bai Su did not quite understand, but Lin Sun-jun recalled previous events and comprehended. Furrowing her brows, she said, you know she has been cultivating on the mountain since childhood and is not very familiar with worldly affairs. Do not lead her astray with your notions. I haven't led her astray, nor would I dare. If anyone is leading her astray, it would be her master. Are you fabricating stories about Master Yun again? Lin Sun-jun replied coldly, as one of the elders of the Six Peaks, how could she act in such a manner with her disciples? Although it is merely your words, it could tarnish her reputation if overheard. It would be best if you spoke less of such nonsense. Wan Mingzhu, unable to bear it any longer, glared at her. What do you think of Master Yun? I see chemistry between them. They are always exchanging glances. Yun Shuchen is indeed the esteemed and revered elder whom Lin Sun holds in the highest regard. The image of this venerable figure is perpetually shrouded in a halo of sanctity. It is rare for Lin Sun to engage in earnest discourse, as you suggest. Is it merely a matter of exchanging glances between master and disciple? They even hold hands, which is quite natural for women, not just holding hands, Wan Mingzhu retorted. The last time I went shopping with Qing Zhuxue, I spotted a particularly lovely garment and asked if she wanted to buy something for Master Yun. The result? Well, what was the result? She cast a quick glance at the size and instantly declared it unsuitable. Look closely, Lin Sun. How did she know? Such precision cannot be merely memorized. Following this, Bai Su and Lin Sun fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances. Qing Zhuxue, unaware of the depth of the argument that could arise from such trivialities among her senior sisters, felt no particular sentiments about going out. Nonetheless, with her master by her side, the vast world felt like an inviting place to explore. On this warm day, Yun Shuchen donned a light azure robe, accentuating her crimson lips, reminiscent of a blossom floating on spring waters. Walking alongside Qing Zhuxue, she felt at ease, hardly sensing the heat. Enveloped in a refreshing coolness that brought immense comfort, Yun Shuchen slowed her pace to match Qing Zhuxue, their hands nearly touching, subtly suggesting an imminent clasp. With your diligent cultivation, a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage should be within a few years. Ascending beyond the golden core stage, each tribulation becomes perilous. So one must proceed with caution. Do you understand? At last, Yun Shuchen took her hand, naturally squeezing it, seemingly emphasizing the significance of this matter to her disciple. Yes. Qing Zhuxue responded, looking at her. Master, what kind of alchemical materials are we seeking? In a certain secret realm, Yun Shuchen replied with a slight tilt of her head, smiling at Qing Zhuxue. You will know when we arrive. It was there that I broke through to the nascent soul stage, and the scenery is quite beautiful. The materials are not particularly rare. In fact, Lu Xuanqin should have everything we need. However, Yun Shuchen refrained from voicing this small thought, as her primary desire was simply to take a stroll with Qing Zhuxue. At this point, she glanced at Qing Zhuxue, who seemed entirely oblivious to her master's intentions. Her gaze fixated on a vibrant string of candied hawthorns lining the street. In a charming little inner monologue, Yun Shuchen, lost in contemplation, I do not harbor such strong feelings for her, hence my restraint stems from a lack of deep affection. To reiterate, she is merely an ordinary little disciple, and logically, I should not be preoccupied with her daily. Once more, I must clarify, how could I possibly become infatuated? Although my little disciple does appear somewhat admirable, I can only admit to a faint fondness for her. My 5 centuries of integrity shall not allow me to succumb to emotional entanglement. In the realm beyond the sage's time, Yun Shuchen seizes every opportunity to descend the mountain with her disciple for solitary rendezvous, conducive to her schemes. Today, adorned in a new garment, the azure hue accentuates her complexion, yet her ungrateful disciple seems oblivious, not even glancing at her. The master finds herself in a temporary state of contradiction between thought and action, chuckling softly. Surely, after a while, harmony will be restored. Chapter 53. Is that candied hawthorn truly so exquisite? Yun Shuchen inquired, casting a sidelong glance. The fruit gleamed with a vibrant hue, its sugary coating substantial. The oblivious disciple, deeply engrossed in analysis, conceded that amongst the candied hawthorns she had previously encountered, this one was indeed appealing. Retracting her gaze, she finally focused on Yun Shuchen, realizing that the array of delicacies in this street seemed far superior to those beneath the Taichu realm. Master, where have we wandered to? Yun Shuchen cast another glance at her. So preoccupied with food, she had lost sight of their path. Are you not afraid that I might sell you off? At this juncture, Yun Shuchen halted, scanning her surroundings, lost in contemplation. Where exactly have we arrived? Qing Zhuxue couldn't help but chuckle, though her smile quickly faded. Perhaps concerned for her master's potential embarrassment, she adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Allow me to inquire for directions." Thus, one fixated on candied hawthorn and the other on her little disciple, after a series of turns, finally found their way back to the right path. "This is the place." Qing Zhuxue observed the cliff, significantly lower than Dream Cliff, with a gentle stream flowing beneath and a waterfall cascading nearby, not particularly extraordinary. Yet the aura of spiritual energy in this location felt unusually potent. "Are you prepared?" Qing Zhuxue took a half step back, unwelcome memories flooding her mind. A chill running down her spine. Yun Shuchen grasped her small arm, guiding her to stand face to face, with Qing Zhuxue's back towards the precipice. With a light smile, she teased, "Are you afraid? If so, just hold on to your master." Qing Zhuxue, of similar stature, leaned forward, encircling her with arms, holding on tightly, but soon realizing, she slightly relaxed her grip. She closed her eyes. Yun Shuchen leaned forward, embracing her as they leaped off the cliff, their garments billowing in the fierce wind. Indistinguishable from one another. The familiar sensation of weightlessness prompted Qing Zhuxue to instinctively clutch onto the last remnants of support, as if to embed herself within it. In the midst of their rapid descent, she acutely sensed the spiritual energy surging around them. They plunged into a formation, and, upon being released, found themselves only a few feet above the ground. Qing Zhuxue, acting on instinct, turned to cushion Yun Shuchen's fall, and they tumbled onto the soft grass. After a solid roll, Yun Shuchen found herself atop Qing Zhuxue, whose cascading black hair spread beautifully across the vibrant green ground, strikingly lovely. She still clutched Yun Shuchen's waist tightly, only releasing her grip when she opened her eyes. Their breaths were nearly intertwined. "You were not as brave as you thought," Yun Shuchen murmured with a soft laugh, her heart racing. Yet, Qing Zhuxue seemed hesitant, caught between words. It is not solely frightening," she whispered. "Is it?" Yun Shuchen suddenly contemplated a possibility, pausing momentarily, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her cheeks, and slightly rising. Indeed, she nodded earnestly. The two helped each other to their feet, surveying their surroundings. This was a paradise, a realm of wonder, inexplicably detached from the passage of time in the outside world. Night had fallen, and the Milky Way shimmered above, dazzling like the colorful robes of the weaving girl, illuminating the entire sky. Qing Zhuxue lifted her gaze to the brilliance of the stars. They had just plummeted downwards, yet now lay upon a flat expanse atop a mountain, a marvel indeed. The night breeze was cool, and Yun Shuchen cleared her throat lightly, while Qing Zhuxue leaned against her, remarking that it was unwise to search for items in the dark, suggesting they wait until dawn. Very well. They sat side by side on the mountaintop, retrieving a thick garment from within a jade bracelet, draping it over both of their shoulders. Qing Zhuxue leaned her head against Yun Shuchen's shoulder. Yun Shuchen gazed up at the resplendent starry river, marveling at the beauty of this secret realm. "It is indeed beautiful, albeit somewhat chilly. Master, are you cold at this moment? This is the utility of bringing you along. It ensures we remain neither too cold nor too warm." Yun Shuchen quietly admired the scenery for a moment before raising her hand to trace several gestures in the air. Points of spiritual light scattered like fireflies, seemingly about to manifest before their eyes. Qing Zhuxue instinctively held her breath, exhaling softly to avoid disturbing the myriad tiny lights so close at hand. After some time, Yun Shuchen finally shaped the lights into a representation of the Milky Way amidst the night breeze. One could pluck the stars from the heavens. Yun Shuchen lowered her hand and leaned against her shoulder, chuckling softly, "Is it not?" Qing Zhuxue did not look at the stars. Instead, she gazed into Yun Shuchen's eyes, which were reflected with twinkling lights. For some reason, she felt that the true river of stars resided not in the sky, but within her own eyes. The following morning, they descended the mountain, intending to venture into the depths of the dense forest in search of a jade tassel flower. This small flower, with 5 petals, lived up to its name, delicate and lovely, dotting the ground like scattered stars, not particularly rare. When influenced by spiritual energy, it would retreat into the earth for self-protection, much like a small turtle, and could only be harvested by gentle hands. Perhaps it was this instinct for self-preservation that made it the most common herb used by cultivators during their tribulations, serving as a life-saving elixir. Yun Shuchen observed as Qing Zhuxue held a small basket, bending down to delicately pluck the cloud-like flowers. Her posture in a white dress resembled that of a spirit emerging from the mountains and fields, exuding an ethereal serenity. Just as time seemed to flow peacefully, Qing Zhuxue suddenly caught a faint whiff of demonic aura. There was a gathering force. She straightened her posture, alert to her surroundings. Yet before long, the sensation dissipated without a trace, as if it were merely an illusion. Yun Shuchen quietly withdrew her magical power, subtly nurturing the atmosphere without her disciple's awareness. In such tranquil moments, she was reluctant to be disturbed. Maintaining her composure, Yun Shuchen gently reassured, "It is nothing. You may continue to gather." Though King Shixu was somewhat perplexed, she obediently lowered her head and filled a small basket. As she emerged from the dense forest, she encountered numerous demon corpses strewn about haphazardly, seemingly perished from shattered dantians. Their abdomens ruptured, leaving hollow cavities. A faint, acrid scent of blood permeated the air, causing King Shixu to furrow her brows. Yun Shuchen cast her gaze upon the grim scene. Taking a small step back, her brows slightly knitted, revealing her discomfort. The bizarre manner of their demise prompted her to keep her distance. Unbeknownst to her, King Shixu once again took Yun Shuchen's hand, guiding her forward. A subtle smile graced Yun Shuchen's lips as she felt the warmth of the palm in hers. Choosing not to voice any further thoughts, this was sufficient. Perhaps a remnant of her role as a mentor held her back, while she accepted this uncontrollable affection. She had yet to fully embrace the desires that naturally arose from it. Gazing at her disciple's untainted visage, she felt an instinctive restraint, preventing her from thinking too deeply. How old was her master when she broke through to the nascent soul stage? King Shixu mused as she surveyed the surrounding scenery, the dense forest, flowing streams, peculiar stones, and even a golden forsythia sprouting from a crevice. It seemed to suggest that she was merely a year older than herself. In this secluded realm, where human footprints were rare, the landscapes seldom changed. The thought that all these sights had been experienced by Yun Shuchen at the tender age of 21 stirred an inexplicable feeling within King Shixu. What must she have been like at her age? Turning to her master, the dappled light filtering through the trees danced across her face, accentuating her gentle and affectionate demeanor. Surely, in her youth, she was not a dull individual. Yet, it was difficult to imagine the vibrant and naive Yun Shuchen at 21. She observed her in contemplation for quite some time until a gentle squeeze on her palm and a teasing voice reached her ears, urging her to watch where she was going. "Collect the flower properly. We must retrieve another item tomorrow." As the daylight waned and the shadows lengthened in the forest, Yun Shuchen led her deftly towards a cave. As they walked, she remarked that there was a hot spring nearby, and indeed, they soon felt the warm, humid air enveloping them, accompanied by the sweet scent of water. King Shixu tested the water's temperature and found it pleasantly warm, suffused with a layer of ethereal spiritual energy, suggesting it was no ordinary spring. Having not bathed yet that day, she instinctively shed her outer garments and stepped into the water. Remembering her master's advice, she made a modest effort to avert her gaze while undressing, turning her back as a mere token gesture. Immersing herself in the pool, she felt enveloped by its warmth. A desire to invite her master to join her bubbled up within her, yet she swallowed her words. Deep down, she understood that Yun Shuchen would never disrobe before her, nor would they bathe together. Just then, her master turned away from her. Unexpectedly, Yun Shuchen's hand rested on her waist, pausing for a moment before slowly loosening her belt, the sky blue gauze slipping away. As Qing Zhouxue gazed upward in astonishment, the delicate, pale skin of the woman's shoulders subtly emerged as her garments slipped away. When the fabric descended to her waist, she hastily loosened her hairpin, allowing her hair to cascade down and obscure much of her back, revealing only a slender waist. Yun Shuchen's earlobes, flushed with a hint of crimson, perhaps from the heat, she feigned composure and said, "Please move aside." Her young disciple obediently shifted to the edge of the spring. Though modest in size, the spring comfortably accommodated too. Qing Zhouxue cast a glance at her before diverting her gaze to the water's surface, adopting an expression of serene detachment, mindful not to offend her master. She had already been corrected for gazing at her while walking before, a behavior she found displeasing. Once again, Qing Zhouxue reminded herself of this. Meanwhile, Yun Shuchen discreetly assessed her disciple, noting her expression was one of indifference, her demeanor cool. Even her reaction to entering the water was less animated than that of a dumpling being plunged into boiling water. The tales her disciple cherished suggested an affinity for women, yet her dispassionate gaze after a mere glance indicated otherwise. Yun Shuchen's hand instinctively brushed her own cheek, a sudden thought tugging at her heart, evoking a tinge of melancholy. She found herself reminiscing about her youth, her emotions a tangled web of complexity. With her years of experience, she surmised that a young girl enamored with women might lean towards those possessing a spirited vigor, yet her disciple did not fit that mold. However, if that were the case, it was puzzling that her disciple's heart raced in proximity.
Why?
With her brows slightly furrowed, Yun Shuchen found herself perplexed, caught in uncertainty. Although Qing Zhouxue did not directly observe her, her peripheral vision betrayed a fraction of awareness, subtly drifting towards Yun Shuchen. Having always been uncompromising, She either looked or did not. There was no middle ground. Unbeknownst to Qing Zhouxue, she wrestled with this perplexity, summoning the tenacity forged from 11 years of arduous training to carve away the turmoil within her heart. She silently recited the Sutra of Tranquility, closing her eyes, believing that by shutting out the world, she could quell all disturbances. Yet, to her surprise, the shapes of her imagination became more pronounced in the darkness behind her eyelids. While her eyes might retain composure, the restlessness within her heart was not so easily dismissed. Instead, it stirred like a tempest, creating creases of unease. At times, she wished to banish such thoughts, yet a persistent string of consciousness played on repeat in her mind, its echoes lingering. She furrowed her brows in a quiet struggle against this inner turmoil, oblivious to the fact that she was on the verge of slipping into the depths of the pool. Suddenly, she felt weightless, instinctively reaching for anything nearby to steady herself. To her dismay, her hand encountered soft skin, and recognizing what it was, she recoiled as if burned. Yet, her wrist was seized, lifting her slightly from the water. Could one truly drown in such a shallow pool? A gentle laugh wafted by her ear, a reminder that bathing alone could indeed be a perilous endeavor. Qing Zhouxue choked on some water, rubbing the droplets from her eyelashes. Her vision blurred momentarily before being drawn to her master's shoulders, which broke the water's surface. Her gaze shifted restlessly, overwhelmed by the all-encompassing whiteness around her, rendering it impossible to linger on any one thing for long. Unable to resist, Qing Zhouxue raised her eyes to meet her gaze. Those eyes, glistening with mist, held a hint of tenderness. Upon their meeting, her heart raced, leaving her immobilized, as if frozen in place. In this fleeting moment, their bodies were closely aligned. Yun Shuchen, initially uncomfortable, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her as she clearly discerned the blush blooming on Qing Er's face, dissipating her unease into nothingness. It appeared that the girl was not entirely unyielding. This little wooden beauty was redeemable after all. Why had she been too shy to look at me earlier? Qing Zhouxue gradually regained her composure, reluctant to offend her master. She recalled that during their journey, her master had seemed displeased when she stared for too long. Yun Shuchen felt a headache coming on. She had nearly forgotten that sentiment, yet this girl remembered it so vividly. Realizing the need to clarify her feelings, she wished to prevent future misunderstandings that might lead to inexplicable melancholy. It was not as she thought. Casting a sidelong glance at her, she explained that sometimes, despite not showing it outwardly or even speaking of it, one might feel quite pleased within. Do you understand such profundity? Qing Zhouxue furrowed her brow in surprise, struggling to comprehend her master's indirectness. However, knowing that her master's words were always wise, she bit her lip and nodded. Relieved that her master did not reject such sentiments, Qing Zhouxue steadied her gaze and looked at her with the usual openness. Her master was indeed beautiful. She sighed softly, feeling her heart flutter restlessly as it had when they had leaped from the cliff. Earlier, her little disciple had been fearful of looking at her. Yet now, as she caught her serene gaze, it became clear that the one truly embarrassed was herself. This stalemate endured for a moment, as Yun Shuchen felt a warmth spreading within her, prompting a twinge of regret. Unable to maintain her silence any longer, she remarked that staying in the water for too long was unwise and suggested that Qing Zhouxue should come out. Qing Zhouxue responded with a soft acknowledgement, rising from the water like a white lotus emerging from the lake's surface. Yun Shuchen experienced a sensation akin to that of being unable to gaze upon Guanyin, her eyes discreetly lowered to focus on the frayed red string around the girl's ankle. It was worn. Yun Shuchen mused. Shall I get you a new one when we return? Yet Qing Zhouxue shook her head, insisting, I wish to keep this one. I am very fond of it. She had always been a harbinger of misfortune. Perhaps even the heavens were not particularly fond of her. The first precious blessing bestowed upon her in this world was woven into that very red thread. On the following day, they finally emerged from the dense forest. Qing Zhouxue found the journey to be rather peculiar, having wandered for quite some time without encountering a single living beast. According to the tomes, places like these secret realms are teeming with opportunities and often harbor various creatures that consider the area their territory. However, Yun Shuchen informed her that they were about to venture beneath the belly of a dragon to seize treasure, which promised to be a fierce battle. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Yun Shuchen, Qing Zhouxue surmised that the impending conflict was relative to her, rather than a measure of her master's own experiences. As they traversed several small hills, Qing Zhouxue suddenly pondered aloud, Master, why do we not fly from above? Yun Shuchen turned with a smile, remarking that traveling by sword would cause them to miss many scenic vistas, a thought that evoked a sense of regret. Indeed, this secret realm was adorned with breathtaking beauty. The mountaintops sparkled with countless stars, and descending from the peaks led to expansive forests. Within the woods, certain flowers and grasses emitted a ghostly blue glow at night, their small clusters delightfully charming. Emerging from the thicket, they found themselves in a vast meadow where a sea of purple blossoms had already burst into bloom. With a slight curl of her lips, Yun Shu-chen welcomed the breeze that rustled through the delicate lavender flowers, walking leisurely alongside her disciple. The rich purple of her attire harmoniously complemented the lighter hues around her. With no signs of civilization nearby, they had no path to follow but meandered gently through the vibrant flowers. Qing Zhou Shui was enveloped by the fragrant blossoms, her eyes squinting in delight as she glanced at Yun Shu-chen, who, clad in ethereal shades of smoky purple, moved gracefully among the blooms like a fairy among flowers. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Qing Zhou Shui felt a sudden tickle at her temple, realizing someone had placed a flower there before swiftly removing it. Accompanied by a teasing remark of its vulgarity, Yun Shu-chen then plucked a delicate blossom of a softer hue, akin to the fleeting shadows cast by the clouds at dusk, and gently adorned Qing Zhou Shui with it. Tilting her head, Qing Zhou Shui heard her master leisurely declare, "This one is lovely. Do not pluck any more." Previously, she had perceived her master as a paragon of composure and maturity, distinctly different from the lively temperament of peers like Wan Mingzhu. Yet as Qing Zhou Shui matured, she began to discern traces of childlike innocence beneath her master's poised exterior, an observation she should have made long ago. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the end of the path. After crossing the floral expanse, they encountered towering mountains once more, revealing a secluded, deep pool nestled among the rugged peaks. "Is this the place?" Qing Zhou Shui inquired. "Indeed," Yun Shu-chen replied, surveying the surroundings. At the bottom of this lake grows a herb known as duogu, sought after by cultivators during their trials to refine their essence. Alas, this spirit herb typically flourishes in deep pools rich in spiritual energy, often guarded by dragons that feast upon fresh flesh. When I first came here, I exerted great effort to procure this herb, narrowly escaping being devoured by the dragon. "Did you come here alone, master?" Qing Zhou Shui asked. Yun Shu-chen sighed lightly. "No, but your grandmaster was quite lazy, bringing along a chair to simply observe." With that, she retrieved a wicker chair from her jade bracelet and settled comfortably in a shaded spot, clearly enjoying the moment. Yun Shu-chen leaned against the railing, and at that moment, I vowed that should I take on disciples in the future, I would ensure they experienced the myriad hardships of the mortal realm. Qinger idly twirled a strand of her hair, gazing absent-mindedly, urging caution. It appeared that this was a tradition of the sect. Qing Zhou steeled herself, parting the lush foliage, and gazed into the abyssal pool, which resembled a colossal azure eye intent on swallowing her whole. She removed her shoes, stockings, and outer garments, grasping the Qing Shuang sword, holding her breath as she descended slowly. Previously, entangled with the water dragon in her master's 5 elements formation, she had become somewhat accustomed to such endeavors. Yet, this pool was unfathomably deep, colder than usual waters. After sinking several fathoms, darkness enveloped her, rendering her sightless. Silence reigned. Even the sound of water was stilled, as if time itself had frozen. She followed her senses downward, searching the depths for an extended period until, at last, she discerned a glimmer of light in the water. The so-called celestial treasures were unlike ordinary flora. They thrived quietly amidst the silt at the bottom, surrounded by an ethereal aura of spiritual energy. Perhaps due to their innate aquatic nature, they were somewhat grotesque, unaware of their own appearance. Through the dim spiritual radiance, she observed that the crimson branches bore sharp thorns. Dancing menacingly, Qing Zhou first prodded the red branch with the tip of her sword, eliciting no response, before cautiously gripping the thornless section just above the soil and slowly pulling it from the earth. The moment she secured the spiritual herb, she swiftly swam upward, striving to remain silent. As she finally glimpsed the faint light of the lake surface, she utilized the force of her Qing Shuang sword to propel herself out of the water. Drops of water splattered around her as she emerged. Gradually, the water began to swirl into a massive vortex. Qing Zhou, disregarding her need to breathe, hastily stored the spiritual herb within her shumi ring and retreated from the pool. A sudden downpour extinguished her escape route, nearly blinding her. The Qing Shuang sword formed a layer of ice in front of her, which was quickly swept away by the rushing current. A serpentine creature, adorned with fine scales, elongated, and with long, narrow eyes and 2 sharp horns atop its head, burst forth from the water, fixing a chilling gaze upon her and emitting a roar. Riding the force of the rain it had conjured, it swiftly advanced towards her, seemingly intent on dragging her back into the depths. As the demon serpent opened its maw, it exhaled a wave of damp, rancid air, starkly contrasting the majestic presence of the true dragon she had previously encountered. Thus the oppressive aura it exuded was far less intense than her last experience. Just as Qing Zhouxue prepared to draw her sword in defense, she heard Yun Shuchen's calm voice beside her, commanding, "Enter the formation." Chapter 55. As soon as the master's words fell, Qing Zhouxue felt the world around her shift, and alongside the serpent, she was drawn into the formation conjured by Yun Shuchen. The enveloping sound, infused with internal power, resonated in her ears, ethereal and otherworldly. "Shall I allow my disciple to experience the thrill of commanding the winds and clouds?" Before she could fully comprehend, she was lifted by a current of water, rising into the air to meet the serpent at eye level. The dragon seemed to faintly sense the presence of high-level cultivators, agitated yet hesitant to launch a reckless attack. It crashed violently against the boundary of the formation, but was unable to break through. Bloodied, it turned to lock eyes with Qing Zhouxue, the metallic scent of blood causing its elongated, serpentine eyes to glimmer ominously red. Caught off guard by the sudden surge of water that had elevated her to such a precarious position, Qing Zhouxue could scarcely react before a dark shadow loomed over her, seemingly intent on swallowing her whole. Just then, the water flow receded unexpectedly, leaving her unprepared. And the dragon missed its mark, causing her to plummet once more, ultimately landing in a pool of water below. Having been toyed with by the current for several rounds, she sensed her master's good humor. Was it amusing? Qing Zhouxue lingered on the brink of life and death, narrowly escaping the dragon's jaws time and again. Much like a morsel of meat skewered on a stick, persistently waved about to tease a cat or dog. Perhaps Yun Shuchen had finally tired of such amusement, for the water flow suddenly softened, gently cascading beneath her feet and occasionally splashing up, diminishing the force of the dragon's assaults. As a stream of water tenderly coiled around her wrist, synchronizing with her pulse and breath, Qing Zhouxue found that with a mere flick of her sword, she could effortlessly conjure a vast expanse of ice. In that moment, she comprehended the true meaning of commanding the winds and clouds. Every entity in the universe possesses strengths and weaknesses. While sword cultivators wield formidable power, they are generally less adept at controlling the elements. Her ability to manifest ice stemmed from both the Qing Shuang sword and her innate talent, though she remained but a shadow of Yun Shuchen's prowess. Ice is born of water. Qing Zhouxue felt a profound surge of spiritual energy coursing through her limbs, a seamless connection with Yun Shuchen. With her eyes closed, wherever her consciousness extended, a thick layer of frost enveloped. Warmth dissipated entirely, leaving behind an all-encompassing, bone-chilling cold, rendering the air nearly stagnant. The dragon's movement slowed, its jaws agape as if unable to close, frost even forming upon its teeth. It seemed to realize that this morsel was not easily devoured and contemplated retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Zhouxue leapt forth with the current, taking several strides, and poised herself to draw her sword. The Qing Shuang sword emanated a profound chill, releasing a dense mist, as if to pierce through an entire winter. The dragon, compelled to coil its body and close its scales, appeared deceptively soft, yet was remarkably resilient when tensed. With a hint of sarcasm, it narrowed its eyes, confident that it could withstand at least one strike from a cultivator at the transformation stage, completely dismissing the young golden elixir practitioner before it. The mockery in its serpentine gaze crystallized in that instant. An elongated blade of ice mercilessly pierced through its protective scales, penetrating flesh and even shattering bone, effortlessly obliterating its dantian. Following this was the overwhelming pressure of a great ascension cultivator, enveloped in pure frost, erupting within its body and obliterating the coiling dragon in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Above and below, the world was engulfed in frost, blanketed in a haze of white. As Qing Zhouxue descended onto the ground, the intricate formation before her unfurled once more. No longer did she behold ice and snow, but rather the lush vegetation she had glimpsed prior to her entrance, alongside Yun Shuchen, who sat gracefully in a rattan chair. Her master smiled and inquired, "What do you think?" Qing Zhouxue savored the moment, nodding in agreement. She truly felt invigorated. Her dantian brimmed with an unprecedented fullness, as if it were an inexhaustible reservoir, empowering her to cleave through mountains with a single stroke. Yun Shuchen rose, retracting the rattan chair, and ambled toward her with hands clasped behind her back. Then, with an air of casualness, she allowed her hand to fall to her side, inadvertently grasping Qing Zhouxue's hand. After years of companionship with her disciple, a tacit understanding had blossomed between them. That singular sword transformed liquid into ice, rendering the softest of substances into a rigid form, an exquisite display. The myriad elemental transformations within the formation, though grand in scale, required meticulous concentration to manage, rendering it susceptible to collective assaults, yet challenging to focus power into a singular point. In a serendipitous test, Yun Shuchen validated her long-held hypothesis from years past. Her quest to discover the missing sharp edge within the formation had finally led her to completeness. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced the corners of Yun Shuchen's lips. In this world, all things are interconnected, as if there exists a puppet master pulling strings, causing ripples across countless layers. She realized that another thread had woven itself between her and her young disciple, akin to a red thread tightening its embrace, lifting her spirits immeasurably. Given their circumstances in the wilderness, the past few days had been somewhat rugged, with no shelter for the night, thus they had not rested, opting instead to meditate for a few cycles of the heavens, allowing the long night to pass. This journey felt more like an expedition than a mere treasure hunt. The two resumed their journey homeward on the afternoon of the second day, carrying their newfound treasures. Upon returning to He Peak, twilight was approaching. Qing Zhou Shui glanced up to behold a vast expanse of gentle evening glow, resembling a delicate lavender veil. A sense of nostalgia stirred within her, as if after several days of wandering, she had begun to yearn for the comforts of her little nest. After Yun Shuchen bathed, she emerged with her hair cascading down. Seated at the edge of the bed, she leaned against the soft, slanted moonlight filtering through the half-open window, idly observing her disciple tackle the assignments she had neglected during their travels. Was it truly necessary to be so diligent on their first day back? She regarded her with a calm gaze for a while. It was not arduous at all. Qing Zhou Shui sat poised at the writing desk, focused and unwavering, her pen gliding effortlessly across the paper until the task was swiftly completed. Yun Shuchen realized she had misjudged. This steadfast little beauty was entirely devoted, her mind brimming with the principles of natural philosophy. Consequently, Yun Shuchen decided to forego waiting for her, reclining first. At this moment, the heat of summer was at its peak, yet the elevated terrain of He Peak brought a refreshing coolness to the night, making the temperature quite pleasant. There was no necessity for Qing Zhou Shui to accompany her in slumber. However, Yun Shuchen intentionally refrained from broaching the subject, and it seemed Qing Zhou Shui had developed a habitual inclination, both of them tacitly agreeing to share the same bed from early spring through the height of summer, perhaps intending to continue this way indefinitely. As Yun Shuchen nestled into the bedding, closing her eyes, she initially believed Qing Zhou Shui regarded her solely as an elder. Yet, during their recent excursion, she had dared to draw closer and probe, discovering that her disciple was not entirely indifferent. Despite her occasional bouts of nervousness and shyness, they were rather limited, easily overlooked without careful consideration, and it was difficult to ascertain whether it stemmed from a sense of restraint in the presence of her elders. Yun Shuchen's emotions swirled like the delicate smoke rising from an incense burner, lacking any straightforwardness. After finishing several days' worth of assignments, Qing Zhou Shui finally set down her pen, alleviating a burden from her heart, which allowed her to sleep peacefully. Yun Shuchen lay on her side and shifted slightly. Qing Zhou Shui noticed a hint of discomfort in her demeanor and inquired, "Master, what troubles you? Could you check the cabinet over there for any remedies that invigorate blood circulation and alleviate bruising?" Yun Shuchen replied softly, "My ankle aches." Qing Zhou Shui, realizing the situation only then, recalled how her master had rarely ventured beyond the confines of her home, resembling a refined young lady. Yet, in the past few days within the secret realm, she had traversed steep mountains and rugged paths, each step taken with purpose. It seemed she had exhausted herself. Taking the medicine, Qing Zhou Shui lifted the bedding and discovered a slight redness around her master's ankle, which felt somewhat swollen to the touch. Despite her efforts to keep her warm and comfortable, this unexpected ailment had arisen. Qing Zhou Shui silently chided herself for her oversight, her expression turning serious as she became increasingly cautious, realizing that her master not only needed to avoid extremes of temperature, but also should refrain from excessive walking, particularly on uneven terrain. Making a mental note of this, she opened the medicine bottle, extracted a small amount of ointment, and applied it carefully to the swollen area of her master's ankle, gently massaging the inflamed spot with utmost delicacy. "Will this help?" Yun Shuchen murmured, her eyes closed. Qing Zhou Shui, initially massaging in a routine manner, found her gaze drifting to the exposed portion of her master's calf. Now sitting upright against the headboard, Yun Shuchen appeared to be resting, her eyes lowered in contemplation. Due to her legs being crossed, the creases in her clothing created a slight gap, revealing several inches of her thigh. Yet, her attire was modestly cinched at the waist, enhancing the contrast and producing a more striking impression. Qing Zhou Shui was caught off guard by the sudden revelation of skin, and she instinctively lowered her gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of transgression. It was no longer a question of whether Yun Shuchen felt affronted. Even she herself sensed the impropriety of the moment. A fine itch coursed through her calf, compelling her to tense up and clutch the bedding beneath her. Yun Shuchen endeavored to mask her erratic breaths, glancing down to see Qing Zhoshue half kneeling on the floor, her long hair cascading smoothly down her back. The apprentice's eyelashes were remarkably long, fluttering delicately as if akin to the wings of a butterfly. Her obedient and compliant demeanor stirred an inexplicable longing within Yun Shuchen. While Qing Zhoshue maintained an expression of calm, her heart was in turmoil, causing her grip on the massage to loosen, transforming it from a firm kneading to a gentle caress, as if she were handling a rare treasure. The ankle being massaged subtly slipped away, stretching forward until her toes lightly pressed against Qing Zhoshue's shoulder with a modicum of force. That will suffice. It won't be resolved immediately. It's getting late. You should come to bed now. She leaned back slightly, her steps light, seemingly intentional yet casual. This night, Qing Zhoshue rarely experienced the torment of sleeplessness. When her eyes fluttered open, the spring light had vanished, yet when she closed her eyes, the vivid curves and delicate whiteness from her memories were strikingly clear. The pressure on her shoulder felt as if it had pierced straight to her heart, leaving her restless. Her hand brushed against the smooth, pale skin and bone, the sensation reminiscent of cool white jade. An inexplicable warmth surged within her, and when it came to alleviating it, she found herself at a loss. Almost instinctively, she cautiously leaned against her master. His hand rested on her waist, and she nestled closer, as if seeking to be enclosed within his embrace. Yun Shuchen sensed a shift and quietly opened her eyes in the darkness, a silent smile gracing her lips. Following her unspoken wish, she fully embraced him, her hand now resting on her back, gently caressing, refusing to let go. Chapter 56. On Huangzhong Peak. Elder Yu was indulging in her hedonistic lifestyle, coiled up in her lair, listening to a few pretty disciples clumsily play the lute. The young disciples played for a while, but stopped abruptly, gazing at her with longing eyes, saying, "Master, we are hungry." Upon hearing this, Yu Chang'e felt a surge of irritation. She glared at them. "Did I not instruct you to diligently cultivate and fast?" The young girls looked increasingly aggrieved, protesting that they were not full and lacked the strength to practice. Unmoved, Yu Chang'e raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, one little girl began to wail, reminiscent of a tangyuan bursting its filling. Soon, a chorus of cries erupted, loud and overwhelming, akin to a mountain collapsing. As a practitioner of sound, Yu Chang'e's ears, sensitive as they were assailed by the cacophony, leaving her with a throbbing headache. Yet, known for her extraordinary talents, she could not dismiss the cries of her disciples. Clutching a handkerchief, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, lamenting their plight. They have no money. They are nearly exhausted, a bunch of heartless little beasts. One of her disciples cried even louder, "But the beasts on Yun Shuchen Peak are fed better than I am." At that moment, Yun Shuchen floated gracefully on a cloud, and as she stepped onto this realm, she was taken aback by the chorus of lamentations from Huangzhong Peak. She paused, observing for a moment, and upon confirming there were no funerals or mourning, she proceeded with delicate steps. Yu Chang'e, sensing an outsider's presence, immediately ceased her lamentations, her tear-streaked face still evident. Calculating with her fingers, she brightened, exclaiming, "Disciples, your savior, the Guanyin Bodhisattva, has arrived. Go forth and weep before her." As Yun Shuchen entered the hall, a cluster of tender little faces surrounded her, pitiful and clingy. "Greetings, Yun Shuchen." Familiar with the situation, Yun Shuchen produced some small silver coins from her sleeve, intending to appease the disaster, distributing a few to each girl. Their spirits lifted, they dispersed joyfully, like stars scattered across the sky. Yu Chang'e, with a gleam in her eyes, mused, "The celestial fairy from beyond the clouds has graced us. What urgent matter brings her here?" Yun Shuchen glanced back at the disappearing figures of the little girls and, with a hint of exasperation, shot a sidelong glance at Yu Chang'e. "Hasn't your salary doubled? Why then do you still live in such squalor? If only you could spend a little less time in revelry, perhaps things would not have come to this." Alas, as I lie back, my phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowed, I reflect on life as fleeting nature and the importance of seizing joy in the moment. Yet, I must admit, this group of young maidens can be quite bothersome. This year, I have taken in several more. After sipping some wine, I suspect the outside world has grown chaotic once again. The Taichu realm, sheltered by celestial beings, remains a secluded sanctuary, untouched by the flames of mortal conflict that have ravaged the lands throughout the ages. Consequently, the villages and towns near the Taichu realm thrive in peace and prosperity. Whenever turmoil erupts elsewhere, the Taichu realm, as a bastion of purity, has welcomed many fleeing souls. However, like a swarm of ants seeking refuge, The masses have migrated en masse, but the Taichu realm is merely a small celestial mountain and cannot accommodate them all. Thus, during times of war, the ancestral master would cast spells to envelop the mountain in dense mist, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders and safeguarding the tranquility of the inhabitants within. Yet, mountains, rivers, and lakes are interconnected through flowing streams. Occasionally, I stroll by the riverbank and witness numerous dismembered bodies and remnants of iron drifting downstream, along with floating wooden boxes that cradle infants peacefully asleep in their swaddles. Upon closer inspection, most are baby girls, resembling frail little frozen kittens, evoking a sense of pity. Should no one attend to them, they would surely become small, starved corpses upon these azure waters. Since rescuing one, I have taken to fishing for children by the river when I have idle moments. Yun Shuchen vaguely recalls her desperate search for rice porridge and goat's milk over 30 years ago. Now, she has gathered a thriving community of disciples, young and old, in harmonious formation atop this peak. The sect leader disregards the rules of reporting and does not chastise her for taking in disciples without informing the sect. Nevertheless, despite the reprimands, it is ultimately a benevolent act, and no formal investigation has ever been initiated. However, the peak has become quite populous, and the peak master, disinterested in amassing wealth, spends without discretion, leaving them in a rather precarious financial state, with little more than tattered trousers to show for their efforts, accompanied by a troop of little disciples. Yet, according to her perspective, a lively gathering is preferable to solitude, and she currently shows no signs of regret.
Indeed. These are challenging times.
Yun Shuchen softly echoed the sentiment, then seated herself across from me. After a moment of silence, she inquired about the book you wrote last time. Was it enjoyable? Mediocre, Yun Shuchen replied nonchalantly.
How could that be?
She exclaimed in surprise. So many have read it, and you are the only one. A gold ingot then fell onto the table with a resounding clatter. The conversation abruptly halted as I gazed upon the golden object, its pungent metallic scent stinging my eyes, nearly bringing me to tears. Would you care to write another? Her wealthy senior sister, showering money with such grace, shone brightly in the summer breeze. Most splendid, I said, my finger resting gently on the gold bar, my tone instantly softened. What would you like to see? The tale of imprisonment has already been penned. How about the one involving the whip and the ice prison? Yun Shuchen felt a slight flush on her cheeks, perplexed by the manner of a woman like Yu Chang'e, who spoke so indiscreetly. However, this was not her true sentiment, and thus she lowered her gaze, shaking her head ever so slightly. Noticing that her ancestor remained silent, Yu Chang'e cautiously inquired, "Do you have any requests?" Yun Shuchen tightened her grip on the teacup, her expression unchanging, and with a subtle smile, she replied, "Guess." Yu Chang'e, feeling disheartened, thought to herself that she was not a mind reader, unable to fathom Yun Shuchen's convoluted thoughts. Then, Yun Shuchen slowly remarked that while the initial premise was acceptable, the plot required refinement. For instance, the master need not always be subjugated by the disciple, teetering on the edge of life and death. It was simply illogical. Yu Chang'e appeared bewildered. What was so captivating about the notion of life and death? When she met those profound and beautiful eyes, a realization dawned upon her. Ah, so the disciple's struggle for life and death could indeed be intriguing. Yun Shuchen rested her folding fan against her chin, pondering for a moment before demurely stating that although she had never contemplated such a scenario, it sounded rather novel and encouraged Yu Chang'e to explore it further. Receiving the gold ingot with a smile in her eyes, Yu Chang'e teased, "Your recent peculiar fascination is quite strange. Have you perhaps taken an interest in one of your disciples?" "You only have one." Qing Shizhi, Yun Shuchen replied, "is upright in character and possesses a graceful appearance. It is a pity for her to be tarnished by an old woman like you." Accepting the money, she clicked her tongue, reverting to her previous demeanor. The way this person spoke was devoid of any affection. Yun Shuchen's eyes turned slightly cold, yet she chuckled lightly. "Old woman? Is that not the case?" Yu Chang'e leaned back, glancing at her with a playful tease. "You could easily be mistaken for someone's great-great-grandmother." However, she soon noticed that Yun Shuchen was not engaging in their usual banter. Instead, she paused, her brow furrowing slightly. It seemed she genuinely minded the jest. Yu Chang'e, once smiling, felt her expression gradually fade under Yun Shuchen's silence. Finally, she cleared her throat and asked, "Do you truly mean it?" "Truly mean what?" "Just write your script." Yun Shuchen replied, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, maintaining her indifferent rhythm. Since Qing Zhoshue returned, she had resumed her tranquil life of lessons and cultivation. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Yet, the experiences from the secret realm had left indelible marks upon her heart, with numerous fleeting scenes lingering in her mind, as if veiled in a light gauze that she could not shake off. That night felt somewhat heavy. She detected a familiar fragrance, and for reasons unknown, as she pondered, a sense of unease settled within her, making sleep elusive. Suddenly, a thin veil obscured her vision. She could not distinguish the visitor, yet felt someone leaning close to her neck, breathing warm air softly, the voice tender and lingering. Qing'er. Who? Qing Zhouxue strained to open her eyes, but could only make out a hazy silhouette. A pair of hands brushed her cheek gently before pinching it lightly, and then releasing. Qing Zhouxue could vaguely sense the warm, moist breath against her face, the distance between them evidently very close. Her hand glided down her face, slowly peeling away the fabric from her shoulders, lifting it bit by bit. Yet, Qing Zhouxue felt no chill. Instead, her entire being radiated warmth from the proximity. Was this her master? In a hazy state, Qing Zhouxue sensed her heart racing, each beat striking like a small hammer, nearly painful. The woman's soft palm lingered on her abdomen, and she silently absorbed the sensations, her body gradually igniting with an unbearable heat. What are you doing? Qing Zhouxue jolted awake from her dream, realizing Yun Shuchen had one hand resting on her forehead. In her sleep, she had unconsciously nestled closer to her master. One of her legs remained pressed against Yun Shuchen's, while half her face rested upon her shoulder. Had it not been for Yun Shuchen's hand, which prevented her from encroaching further, she might have ended up entirely atop her master. Master. Qing Zhouxue hastily withdrew, returning to an appropriate distance. Typically, she was a placid sleeper, yet tonight, she had been restless before slumber. Once asleep, she had unconsciously gravitated toward her companion. Yun Shuchen observed as her disciple gradually inched closer, her hand following suit, and half her face pressed down, murmuring softly in her sleep, as if entranced by a dream. What is happening? With the persistent closeness, Yun Shuchen felt a sense of discomfort, fearing a night of sleeplessness lay ahead. Nevertheless, witnessing her disciple's bewildered expression upon awakening, she could not muster the heart to rebuke her. Her voice remained gentle as she inquired. Qing Zhouxue's breath was somewhat erratic, taking a long time to steady. Her gaze slowly drifted to Yun Shuchen's face as she asked, Master, may I hold you for a moment? Yun Shuchen surmised that her disciple had experienced a nightmare and required comfort. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to deny her, simply responding with a soft allowing her disciple to embrace her waist. Suddenly, Yun Shuchen sensed something amiss, a warm dampness pressed against her slightly bent knee. The pure and ethereal beauty had wrapped her legs around one of Yun Shuchen's, sighing contentedly, Master, this feels wonderful. Chapter 57. She was utterly defenseless, presenting herself as if ready for the taking. Even her innocent words and actions seemed entirely natural. Perhaps her naivety allowed her to express herself as freely as one indulges in the necessities of life. How could she have encountered such a girl? Yun Shuchen closed her eyes to suppress the tumult within her mind, letting out a soft sigh, maintaining her position as she watched the moonlight shift across the window, ultimately remaining awake throughout the night. At her age, it was entirely normal to experience such stirrings. It was simply too sudden. Yun Shuchen rationally considered that it might not be directed at her after all. She was accustomed to analyzing her thoughts. Once they veered beyond her calculations, she would delve deep into contemplation. In this manner, she could foresee numerous possibilities, meticulously consider outcomes, and remain unafraid of unforeseen complications. The following day, Qing Zhouxue unusually managed to sleep in, while her master, in a departure from her usual routine, rose early. She closed her eyes and reached out to the edge of the bed, only to find the blankets warm but empty. She presently feels considerably better, her spirit rejuvenated. The peculiar sensations she experienced yesterday seemed to be linked to the tales she once read. However, those tales have all been taken away by Yun Shuchen, and Qing Zhouxue had previously made a conscious effort to avoid recalling them. Now, when she seeks to unearth the old pages buried in her memory, she finds them elusive. In truth, the few books she perused appeared rather liberated in her eyes, yet when placed alongside more salacious texts, their language could be deemed quite subtle and reserved. She was unable to comprehend the entirety of the narrative from them. Sitting on her bed, she pondered but ultimately remained baffled as to why she felt so many unfamiliar sensations within her body, akin to those of yesterday. After donning her garments, she exited her room, but could not find that familiar and graceful figure. Thus, she made her way to the training grounds, having delayed her practice for several days. Today was an opportune moment to resume. Upon arriving at the training field, she discovered that her senior and junior sisters were not engaged in training but were diligently attending to the refugees who had crossed into their territory. Sister Bai Su led the other disciples of Yao Feng, marking out a section of the expansive training ground, erecting a shelter to tend to the sick and injured. bustling about in a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Lin Sun-jun furrowed her brows, making a few notes before lifting her gaze toward the training ground. Something was amiss. The promised 6,000 individuals had now swelled by an entire 1,000. How were they permitting such numbers to enter? Chun Lianqing found herself in a quandary. As soon as the barrier was lifted, the populace surged forth. Even with the combined efforts of myself, Brother Xiaohong, and other disciples from the Sword Pavilion, it was difficult to contain them, and we had to be cautious not to harm anyone, which may have resulted in inadvertently allowing too many to pass. With such negligence, where am I to find space to accommodate them? Lin Sun-jun lamented, observing the training ground. Since Yun Shuchen's renovations, it had become sufficiently spacious. Yet now it was overcrowded with throngs of refugees, and a portion of it had to be allocated for Yao Feng. Amidst the densely packed crowd, a figure clad in fresh garments stood out conspicuously, moving back and forth, distributing tokens to the entering citizens. After what felt like an eternity, she finally finished, only to glance back and see yet another dark mass of people. Wan Mingzhu called out to Lin Sunjin, using her inner strength, "Hey, we're running low on tokens. Is there anything else available? Otherwise, those who don't receive tokens will simply be sent back." Chun Lianqing sighed softly beside her. The 6,000 count given by the sect leader was meant for us, the disciples, to follow the rules and act accordingly. Lin Sun-jun weighed her options, but contemplated further. If they offered hope only to plunge them into despair, those citizens who had not received tokens might resort to desperation, potentially inciting a riot, which would be even more challenging to manage. How would she explain that to the sect leader? Xiao Hong removed the blade of grass he had been chewing and suggested, "I noticed that the confinement room in the back mountain of the sect leader is still empty. Why not relocate that unfortunate child who has been transcribing scriptures for the time being?" Chun Lianqing regarded him with disdain. "Surely, you're not suggesting this to spare yourself from future scriptural duties?" Although Xiao Hong's proposal was absurd, it struck Lin Sun-jun like a sudden flash of inspiration. Her eyes brightened. The pits left from Elder Yun's order to mine spiritual ore had not yet been officially utilized for cave dwellings and storage. Extracting those individuals may not be exceedingly arduous when one has 1,000 at their disposal. The surplus tokens have already been dispatched for collection. For the moment, Wan Mingzhu does not feel an urgent need to distribute them. Upon raising her gaze, she encounters Qing Zhoxue and, arching an eyebrow, inquires, when did you return? Could you assist me in distributing the tokens shortly?" Qing Zhoxue stands silently at the side, contemplating the scene before her. What accounts for the appearance of these individuals? Perhaps the ongoing conflict has led to famine once more. For Wan Mingzhu remarks, "Look at that little girl. She is but skin and bones, truly pitiful." Following her gaze, Qing Zhoxue struggles to discern that the frail figure before her is indeed a child. She appears more like a small skeleton, stumbling along, her skull precariously balanced atop a fragile frame. As she trudges forward, she suddenly sinks to her knees, her disproportionately large skull striking the ground. Wan Mingzhu gasps in alarm, and a nearby disciple from Yao Feng hastily lifts her, carrying her into the shelter. Moments later, Bai Su lifts the curtain and steps outside, exhaling a sigh. Behind her is a delicate little body, seemingly lighter than the white cloth that covers it. "This can still be saved," Wan Mingzhu exclaims in disbelief, grasping Bai Su's wrist. Why not save her? Meeting her sister disciple's earnest gaze, Bai Su feels a wave of guilt surge within her. Before she can articulate her thoughts, Wan Mingzhu furrows her brow and retrieves a handful of spiritual pills from her pocket, attempting to place them into the child's mouth. However, Qing Zhoxue intervenes, stating, "I recall the precepts. Practitioners of the Tao must sever worldly ties and must not use any spells or elixirs to directly interfere with the fate of mortals, lest they incur divine retribution." "That is indeed the case," Bai Su softly affirms. "Our purpose here is to save lives, without the use of supernatural powers, akin to ordinary physicians. Often, we must leave matters to fate. For instance, that child may only have a final breath left. Even if we were to provide her with nourishment, she would lack the strength to swallow it." Wan Mingzhu clings to the handful of pills. Thwarted by Qing Zhoshua's firm hand, she stands frozen, watching as the white-clad figure is carried away. What if it were a close friend or a beloved one who fell? Her amber eyes narrow in confusion. After transcending to immortality, are such matters beyond her concern? Qing Zhoxue reflects on the scriptures she has studied, concluding that it should indeed be so. "I am discovering for the first time that, even as a celestial being in the heavens, one cannot act according to their whims. It is rather unremarkable." She pauses for a considerable time, returning the spiritual pills one by one to her pocket. Upon hearing this, Qing Zhoxue remains silent, her brows knitting slowly in contemplation. It is at this moment that she begins to truly grasp her own incompleteness. lacking intense hatred or fervent love. Emotions of love and resentment feel as though they are submerged beneath a veil of water, rendering her numb. She observes death and the suffering of sentient beings, as if merely a spectator, unable to stir deeper ripples within her heart. Wan Mingzhu's words linger in her mind. If friends and loved ones were to perish, what would she do then? Her father had once met a tragic end before her very eyes when she was merely 8 years old. In that moment, she merely reddened her eyes, feeling no tangible pain in her heart, nor any profound sorrow that one would expect after 8 years of nurturing. Instead, she was left with only a fleeting sense of sadness and bewilderment, emotions so shallow they could be deemed almost indifferent. Throughout her life, it seemed she had always been recording various rules: to repay kindness, to coexist harmoniously with her peers, and to avoid becoming a burden to others. When someone close to her passed away or vanished from her life, she effortlessly redirected her attention elsewhere, numbly choosing not to dwell on their absence, as if it had never occurred. Upon first encountering Yun Shuchen, her initial concern stemmed from a desire to repay a debt of gratitude to her master. However, unbeknownst to her, this concern gradually morphed into a habitual care, a sentiment that deepened over time, eventually blossoming into an inexplicable yearning. It was as if everything in her life unfurled like a grand tapestry in the presence of Yun Shuchen, where the few joys and sorrows she experienced became increasingly vivid. Suddenly, Qing Zhouxue discovered the reason behind her childhood inclination to linger around her master. It was only in her presence that she felt truly alive. "What troubles you today?" Yun Shuchen inquired, noticing her disciple staring blankly at the pond, seemingly struck by some profound blow. She approached and gently touched the corner of her hair. Qing Zhouxue snapped back to reality, having spent half the day issuing tokens. "What about you?" Yun Shuchen teased, glancing at the pond. "Is the water so charming that it merits your attention for half an hour?" Qing Zhouxue lifted her gaze to meet hers, the soft sunlight casting delicate shadows across Yun Shuchen's gentle features. "If she were to know of my inherently indifferent nature, would she still treat me with such kindness? Would she not find me distasteful?" This thought suddenly emerged, causing her heart to lose its steadiness, as if unraveling thread by thread. Noticing her sudden despondence, Yun Shuchen affectionately ruffled her hair, remarking on her recent tendency toward sentimentality. This touch proved soothing, and Qing Zhouxue tilted her head slightly, allowing the hand to rest against her cheek, then closed her eyes. Yun Shuchen was momentarily taken aback. The expression on Qing Zhoushue's face reminded her of that dim and sticky night when her disciple had clung to her leg. The atmosphere shifted uneasily, her fingers curling slightly as she considered withdrawing, but Qing Zhouxue placed her hand over Yun Shuchen's. "Master, what does it feel like to love?" she asked. "Is love a matter of friendship, or perhaps something deeper?" This was the first time her disciple had broached such a topic. Yun Shuchen's fingers unconsciously caressed her cheek, her brow furrowing slightly. Her focus had shifted. Instead of pondering how to unravel her disciple's confusion, she found herself intrigued by the reason behind such a question. Qing Zhouxue was not one for idle chatter. Even in the company of Yun Shuchen, she often remained silent. This inquiry was certainly not made without intent. Had she developed feelings for someone? But who could it be? Her little disciple was not particularly sociable, and the number of familiar faces could be counted on one hand. Despite Yun Shuchen's meticulous thoughts, when faced with this matter, she inevitably felt a sense of being lost in the grandeur of Mount Lu. Accustomed to speculating on less than favorable outcomes, she recalled the unusual behavior of her disciple from the previous day. Upon further reflection, a certain individual came to mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Suppressing her displeasure, she pondered more deeply, growing increasingly convinced of its possibility. Her gaze drifted towards the mountains awash in vibrant red blossoms, and for the first time, she found their brilliance rather unsettling. It felt as though everything had concluded before it had even begun. Strangely enough, Yun Shuchen had always been forthright with her various uncertainties, leaving no question unanswered. Yet, on this occasion, she received no response from her master. "Do not dwell on it. Focus on your cultivation," was the only counsel given. Qing Zhouxue buried her turbulent thoughts, allowing them to simmer for several days. It seemed her melancholy was quite fleeting after a spell of worry. She resolved that at least she could sincerely cherish her master. That alone felt commendable. The rest could not be forced. Her mood stabilized, only to be unexpectedly disrupted when, in a moment of casual inquiry, she stirred a tempest within her master's heart. A blend of emotions as she fretted over the possibility of her little disciple being abducted. The refugees within their realm could not indulge in celestial nectar or consume spiritual pills for sustenance. They required rice, oil, and salt. In the realm of Taichu, no one tended the fields, thus these essentials could only be procured from the foothills. Qingzhou Shui found it relatively convenient to traverse the skies on her sword, diligently undertaking this task with her fellow disciples, traversing the nearby markets of Taichu. One day, quite unexpectedly, she encountered her master on the street. Yun Shuchen appeared to be conversing with Miao Shun, her demeanor placid. As Qingzhou Shui glanced over, her master turned slightly, seemingly attuned to something, and their eyes met as she held several bags of rice. After exchanging a few more words with Miao Shun, Yun Shuchen bid her farewell and entered the Crimson Building. In that brief moment, Qingzhou Shui was placing 2 bags of rice into her storage ring. Master, shall we return together? Yun Shuchen replied. It is rare for me to come down the mountain to take a look. You may go back first. I wish to wander a bit longer. Qingzhou Shui tidied her belongings and followed her master's shadow, feeling no urgency. Whether she returned early or late mattered little. Let me accompany you, master. Yun Shuchen remained silent. Truth be told, she was not particularly inclined to engage with her rather inept disciple at the moment, finding her less than endearing. Due to the frequent closeness in recent days, Qingzhou Shui naturally grasped Yun Shuchen's hand without a second thought. Feeling the cool softness of her palm, a flicker of brightness ignited in Yun Shuchen's heart, though her expression remained unruffled. Qingzhou Shui sensed that her master's mood had been rather poor of late. Over the years, she had realized that not everyone expressed themselves as candidly as she did, especially someone like her master, who tended to keep her concerns nestled within, rarely bringing them to light. In short, her emotions required interpretation. However, as her devoted disciple, Qingzhou Shui had developed a keen insight into this subtlety. When the master smiles, it does not necessarily signify joy. A polite smile often masks mere courtesy, while a grin devoid of warmth may harbor derision. Only when her eyes also curve with delight can one deem her mood truly radiant. Should the master exhibit a neutral expression, it is likely a reflection of fatigue or boredom. However, if her ears take on a faint blush, it indicates shyness, an infrequent occurrence, typically observed during her bathing or when she is seen in the bath. The tome, titled Yun Shuchen, is read with meticulous attention by Qingzhou Shui. She is not particularly adept at discerning the nuances of human emotions. In this regard, she falls short of the astuteness displayed by senior sister Lin, and her perception of external changes is somewhat sluggish. It is only through prolonged acquaintance with Yun Shuchen, coupled with her constant gaze upon her, that she can find wonder in the mundane. When the master is displeased, it is best to engage her in conversation. Qingzhou Shui pondered their destination. Yet, how could Yun Shuchen know where to go? She had initially come seeking Miao Shun for a matter, and now found herself wandering aimlessly. As they meandered, they arrived at the boundary of the Tai Chu realm. War had erupted in the mortal realm, likely heralding another change of dynasty. Just days prior, the sect leader had issued an edict to tighten the barriers, forbidding communication between those inside and outside the realm. However, Qingzhou Shui heard unsettling sounds emanating from beyond. Peering into the distance, she beheld a horrifying sight, a throng of emaciated citizens, gaunt and weary, many with children in tow. Those still possessing any strength desperately hurled themselves against the barrier, only to be repelled back to the ground like grains of wheat by a flash of spiritual light. They rose again, resembling moths drawn to a flame, stubbornly throwing themselves against the barrier, each thud echoing like a knock on a door that would never open. Qingzhou Shui observed them. Compared to the refugees sheltered within the Tai Chu realm, these individuals appeared even more ghastly, like specters clinging to their last breath. Their eyes devoid of light, consumed by a numbing despair. The innermost barrier stood clear of mist, revealing everything in stark clarity. Yet beneath the radiant sky, separated by but a thin veil, one side bore the desperate masses ramming against the barrier, while the other enjoyed the comfort of ignorance in the blissful realm. Looking further outward, the ground was littered with severed limbs and broken bodies, a sight that was utterly shocking. One side represented a hell on earth, while the other was a paradise, merely steps apart, rendering the situation all the more absurd. At that moment, a warm hand covered her eyes, shielding her from the chaotic scene. Qingzhou Shui could no longer see the grim reality before her. Do not look, came the gentle voice of Yun Shuchen, her clear and beautiful eyes reflecting the pure snow and wind atop He Peak. There was no need to witness the horrors of this inferno. This was her own selfish desire. Yun Shuchen shielded her eyes with her hand and whispered in her ear, throughout history, as dynasties rise and fall, the common folk have always borne the brunt of suffering. The Tai Chu realm is the only celestial domain willing to risk divine retribution to shelter refugees. Yet resources are limited. Rescuing 6,000 or 7,000 is already at the brink of our capacity. Should we continuously receive more, the population will swell. And where will the sustenance for those within the realm come from? It may well become a second hell. She raised her hand, coalescing into a mist, solidifying the boundary. Thus, she often observed the marvels with a heart devoid of desire, yet found herself filled with longing to witness the intricacies. Having grasped this connection, whatever lay within her reach was indeed splendid. Qing Zhou Shui let out a gentle sigh. Master, there is no need for concern. I harbor no profound insights. It was precisely due to the absence of such insights that she had come to seek guidance a few days prior. A few days ago? My beloved. Yun Shu-chen momentarily froze, realizing that she referred to love for the masses, while her own thoughts had meandered far from the topic at hand. She sighed inwardly, massaging her temples, feeling an odd mix of relief and fatigue, a profound contradiction. I shall speak with you again upon my return. Qing Zhou Shui's eyelashes trembled and finally fell. Master, I may be different from others. Yun Shu-chen's lips curved slightly different, and so what? There is not a single soul in this world who is the same. Qing you are wonderful just as you are. Before Qing Zhou Shui could finish her thought, a flicker of doubt arose within her as she regarded Yun Shu-chen. Yet that assurance, you are wonderful just as you are, sank into her heart like a steadfast anchor. She was uncertain whether Yun Shu-chen had truly discerned her unspoken words. However, it seemed that if her master found it favorable, then it was indeed good. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable uplift within herself. As summer waned and autumn approached, the assessments of the studies from the previous year began to unfold gradually. The few figures gathered in the martial arts arena returned to their respective peaks, gritting their teeth as they delved into their books. It was not that passing these assessments would add much glory. In truth, failing to do so within the sect was quite a shameful matter. The sect leader was well aware that the younger disciples would often indulge in distractions outside their specialized studies, leading to endless reshuffling of rankings with each written examination. Their results posted in crimson ink on parchment at the mountain gate, visible to all who entered. Many grumbled among themselves. It's not like we're sitting for the imperial examinations. Yet, the prestige of being at the top was undeniable. The foremost name was inscribed in gold dust, shimmering resplendently. In the past, in the previous occasions, and even further back, the name that sparkled most brilliantly was none other than Qing Zhou Shui. Each time they approached the gate, they were momentarily blinded by the brilliance of her name, forced to pause in admiration. Some would glance casually and stroll in nonchalantly, while others, unwilling to confront such disheartening matters, would hastily lower their heads and pass by. This created a most peculiar scene. Within the same mountain gate, different individuals seemed to exude varying essences. Yun Shu-chen would also glance up as she walked through the gate. The gilded characters were indeed impressive, bringing great honor to the sect. In these moments, she often reminisced about her own dedication to late-night study. Such an outcome seemed hardly surprising. As the dates for the next few written assessments drew near, Qing Zhou Shui once again lost track of time, burying herself amidst her books late into the night. When Yun Shu-chen approached, she found Qing Zhou Shui completely unaware of her fatigue, having succumbed to slumber atop her desk, dreaming of the Lord of Dreams. Qing Zhou Shui's profile rested against the pages, her hand smeared with ink, lightly dusted with a handful of moonlight. Yun Shu-chen cast a glance at the characters inscribed in the book. As anticipated, she was still engrossed in studying the art of composition, perhaps realizing her lack of innate talent for this endeavor. After years of jotting down her thoughts, her writing still resembled mere accounts of daily occurrences. Should she summon Yueyang to impart her knowledge? This notion quickly dissipated. After all, she harbored no desire for her disciples' future compositions to be filled with phrases like snow-capped peaks and sweating profusely. Yun Shu-chen's finger playfully poked at the cheek beside her, though the individual stood on her left. Qing Zhou Shui, startled, opened her eyes only to find no one there, stiffening as she sat upright. Gradually, as the familiar fragrance enveloped her, she began to relax. Tomorrow would suffice for learning. Qing Zhou Shui nodded, silently succumbing to fatigue for a moment. Noticing a strand of hair atop her disciple's head standing upright like a blade of grass, Yun Shu-chen instinctively reached out to smooth it down. But the quivering lock merely swayed to the other side. How endearing! Just as this thought crossed her mind, she unexpectedly met her disciple's puzzled gaze and promptly withdrew her hand, clearing her throat before retiring for the night. As Qing Zhou Shui stood to walk, that rebellious tuft of hair finally fell into place, settling neatly behind her head, leaving Yun Shu-chen with a twinge of regret. Once settled on the bed, her disciple yawned, turned to face her, and sighed lightly, noting that the exam was merely 3 days away. Yun Shu-chen closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curving upward. There was no need to dwell on it. No matter how much one pondered, could one instantly transform into the star of literary excellence. Qing Zhou Shui's voice floated softly, murmuring in her dreams, "It is not a matter of overthinking. One ought to strive for what must be done."